Red Bull gives you wings.
Welcome back on into Ulsan in Mongolia as we are here for the MESA Nomadic Masters Spring 2024, day number 2. And super excited to get underway. Of course, we've got the lads back on the couches. It's a different couple of couches, isn't it, than yesterday?
Sure.
We're all over the place over the last couple of days, but it's nice to be back, and we've got a big day today ahead.
Yeah, it's cool. We got, it's actually a really nice little setup. I think we're going with David over here.
I think so.
And then we're going with...
I don't know.
He's a little
Frank.
Angry. You can't even really see him here. He's a little
Angry Dave.
Yeah, Angry Dave. Yeah.
He's not even on the camera, so it doesn't
yeah,
even matter.
Exactly. But no, it's cool to be here. Day 1 was pretty good. I mean, pretty quick games, right?
Very
That's
quick.
The big thing. 2-0s across the board. Very dominant display, especially that final game. But 3 games today, and it feels a little bit more even on paper, especially that third best of 3. So we really could have some quite interesting Counter-Strike.
Yeah, I mean, I think obviously at this point, right, we got away pretty scot-free with a quick and easy day yesterday. I don't know if it's going to be the same case today.
No, I think there might be a couple of closer games. Definitely the last game of the day is down to be closest. So I think that we should have a few more runs. And I mean, we'll see here. I feel like the opening game, Bleed Chinggis, unfortunately, for Chinggis might be a bit of a quick one. But there is scope. There is scope in there. I know that a few people, especially on the Mongolian broadcast, liking the look of Atox. So,
Yeah,
we'll see.
I mean, we can see behind you on the board there. We've actually updated our power rankings as well. This was the Mongolian studio yesterday. They had their power rankings. We decided to do the same, and I guess a little bit of a teaser for that first matchup. You can have a look at the numbers on the board there and get a bit of an idea as where we're sitting.
They're very different to us, right? This is the big thing. So just for those who maybe didn't tune in with the Mongolian team, they had Bleed as the 6th lowest team overall, where for us, we've kind of gone for them either 1 or 2. So I guess you see a little bit of a difference between maybe the EU. There we go. Just move the head out of the way, mate.
Get your head out of the way, man.
Sorry, my bad. I got a big head.
Here's what we're going for here. So, I mean, I guess we'll go top 3 to keep things simple. I've gone Mongols 1. I've gone for Bleed 2. There we go. And then I've gone Aurora 3. You went Mongols 1.
I was the same, yep.
Yeah, same. And then, Scriv, you're a little bit of a difference here. You've gone Bleed 1, Mongols 2, Aurora 3. So that's kind of how it looks. Very different.
Yeah, I came into today, we were doing it, and I was kind of like, maybe I want to put Mongols 1 because you played pretty well yesterday. And you guys were like, no. That's not what you said, so I have had to stick with Bleed, but Mongol's looking pretty hot.
I mean, I'm always happy to make a prediction change, to be fair. Like, I'm one of those guys that really doesn't mind the day 1 to day 2 little swap up, but you did, to be fair, say Bleed yesterday, so I guess we'll have to lock you in on that one. But, I mean, speaking of yesterday, I think, just touching quickly on those results that we got there, no real surprises coming through from either of those games, although maybe were we expecting to see a little bit more from Gaming Gladiators?
Yeah, I don't think we expected it to be that dominant. I think, at least for me, I would have definitely gone very heavy on Mongols. But I was saying, if Gaming Gladiators got 10, I'd be like, oh, okay, the decent performance. But for them, 13-3, 13-5 was the 2 matches?
13-2, I think.
Something worse than that. I
on
think it was 13-5, 13-2,
So
yeah.
already you're seeing, I mean, that was an absolute massacre. And again, probably shows, how good Mongols are. They come into this tournament as arguably the favourites, right? And I mean, now really showcasing on home soil, on home turf, really looking super solid. So for me, big Gaming Gladiators, they need a completely different showing.
Well, I mean, we'll take a quick look at the bracket here as well while we're talking about that, and you can get a bit of an idea at home as to what that's all sort of shaping up like. I mean, we're talking obviously about 2-2-0s yesterday. Again, Scrib, I don't think we necessarily were too surprised to see Linvision going down 2-0. I mean, they've just had roster changes going up against Aurora. They're a fairly solid bet for deeper runs in this tournament. So, yeah, not a big surprise there.
No, I don't think so, unfortunately. Things do get really interesting in the lower bracket, though, the game that's kind of been created. Obviously, that'll be our first knockout game when it comes around. And from what we've seen from Gaming Gladiators, I think Linvision are in with a decent shot at that, So there is a really solid chance that they could... Would it be an upset? I don't know. It's tough to say. Gaming Gladiators, is it down to the Mongols? You guys, I was obviously hosting for that one, and yourself and Tea Time were speaking up the Mongols quite massively, so is there going to be a flip there when we get into the lower side of things? Not quite sure, but yeah, Linvision, I think, let us down a little bit as well. The 2-0s, it would be nice to see some 3-mappers today, I think.
Chances of a 3-mapper, though? I mean, we can see the matches that we've got coming ahead there on the bracket as well. I guess we'll start off by touching on the Chinggis and Bleed match, which is game number 1. I don't know if we're getting 3 maps out of that.
I think that one probably, I would say, maybe even of the whole tournament, feels like the most lopsided one.
Right.
Yeah.
I mean, you've got Bleed coming in with not only recent results being very good for them, but now just the injection of talent in towards this team is absolutely monstrous, right? You've got a side who just look unbelievable. the addition of then Jacob and Nork are incredible. Where the Chingas, they don't have a hell of a lot of international experience. They have decent players, they have decent names, but it's more domestic names more than anything. And that's the difference. This is the one that probably should be the most one-sided, I'd say.
Yeah, I mean, just touching on Bleed as well, again, like this is quite a team to talk about, right? They've gone through a lot of changes. There's obviously been a lot of discussion around this team. I think there's big names, you know, in the team, on the coaching side. Obviously, there's a lot of expectation for Bleed. Have they hit that level just yet? Maybe not quite, but this is the iteration of Bleed I think that people are looking at and saying, okay, this is what we were hoping for. This is what we were expecting to see when Bleed kind of announced that they were entering Counter-Strike, and hopefully this is the one that's going to be able to hit that level that we're all wanting to see.
Yeah, and I mean, you know, it really, I think credit has to go to Kassad as well, who's not on the screen right now, and just the way that he's been able to work the team, mold the team, being a little bit cutthroat with some of the earlier guys that came in. You know, Lauan X is a big one, I think, that a lot of people expected him to do well, and then Kassad's kind of said, actually, not for us. You know, is maybe a nice way of putting it. But ultimately, this five-man lineup that comes together looks really solid. The only thing for me, and this maybe applies a little bit later on into the tournament, they've not had a great deal of practice together.
It's very
we're kind of being, you know, great to be at an event and, you know, now figure these things out and ask the questions. But they've maybe had 2 or 3 days of solid practice. So that's kind of one of the things that maybe worries me a little bit about Bleed at the moment. But in terms of this matchup, I think that they should pretty easily, just the 5 names come together, should be able to take it.
Yeah, I mean, I like the change. Obviously, I'm a big fan of Jacob, right? No bias really coming through there, of course, as an Aussie. But how are you feeling about this Bleed roster? I mean, I think you're pretty high on them as well, right?
I mean, this for me feels like a team that is here not only just to compete in this tournament, but actually compete internationally, compete in the bigger names. I'm looking at this side and saying, this is a side that easily can make an RMR. This is a side that can look towards a major. This is generally what the talent they have on paper, right? But looking at, you know, that core that was there prior, of course, I mean, a little bit biased, but I'm going to still, you know, die on that hill. Cypher is a top rifler, is an elite level rifler, and of course has been proving it, right? We saw obviously the Blast Major, and after that, all the iterations teams he was playing on, he was still putting up really good numbers, and there's a reason why Kassad's backed him, right? They went through big changes, minus Fladden, minus Cirque, minus Lauan X, like you mentioned. Cypher stayed because they know the talent of him. This guy as well, Jacob, what an injection. Easily one of the most underrated players for the last couple of years in terms of the top level of Counter-Strike. Easily a tier 1 rifler, no two ways about it, and now a real opportunity to make this side into a tier 1 team.
Definitely is the guy that I guess at this tournament in particular is like that, been there, done that kind of guy, right? You're kind of getting that level of experience maybe for some of the other players as well. Like, I mean, Mongols have been around for a while, especially as a roster, and they've been performing quite well and running quite deep into a lot of tournaments, but at least from the top of my head, Jacob's the guy at this event that's kind of been there and got it all done. So, you know, whether or not he's going to be able to be that injection into this Bleed roster that they're looking for, I suppose, does kind of remain to be seen. But I don't know what would be the level of expectation that Bleed is looking for at this tournament. Is it just a case of, if we don't win, we lose?
Yeah, I think so, to be honest. I think they come into this in good form, right? 2 absolute massive upgrades, you know, with Nork and Jacob, you can't really argue that. So yeah, I think they absolutely have to be winning this.
Yeah. All right. Well, I think we've got an interview pretty much ready to go. So it's time to head over to Tea Time and see what he has to say. I think he's got Kassad ready to have a chat in a moment. We'll hold on for that for a second. So if you want to continue on that discussion around Bleed.
I do have, you know, just so coming into the tournament, they did a little bit insider information. They had 5 days of boot camp over in Serbia.
Okay.
So just before coming, however, basically from what we can see, it was they've had about 4 to 5 run-throughs of each and every map, so they've not had a hell of a lot of practice, a few scrims, decent scrims, but in terms of actually run-throughs where you sit down in the server work, as we like to call it, right, they've not actually had a hell of a lot. So the difference you'll see between, like, you know, a top-tier team that's pracked a lot, and then maybe this Bleed side is just the little nuances, the little bits of cohesion, the synergy. But come back to a point that you brought up, the raw firepower, the name value, the individuals on this side should do the job. And I think you're spot on. This is a side who should come to this tournament and say, if we're not winning it, for us, that's not enough. This is the expectation that Bleed want. Kassad's a winner. He's a born winner, right? He always wants this team to be competitive. So I think grand final bare minimum, but I think they want to come in towards this and win this. And I think they actually have a decent shot. If they can show up in a best of 5, if they can make that best of 5, I think they can really flex their muscles.
Yeah, right. I mean, best of 5, that's a whole big discussion point. But for now, we've got more to talk about. It is going to be Tea Time ready for that interview now with Kassad. So let's hear from them.
Thank you, boys. We're coming back over here with Kassad. And you know what, Kassad, land debut coming in for the team. How are you feeling?
It's not bad, I guess. The first 2 days were kind of rough, you know, the jet lag and stuff. It was a long trip for us. We traveled from boot camp, then to Frankfurt, spent night there, then went to Mongolia. But it's fine now. We had 3 days to acclimate, so no excuses at all. You know.
Well, listen, you guys obviously coming in with a newer team and everything as well. You're going up against a team that you don't know much about. There's a lot of variables. What have you sort of said to the team before this one?
Now listen, we have a goal, like we want to go to win this event, like we have to beat everyone obviously. The first team that we had, the Cengiz Warriors, or I hope I pronounced that right, they didn't have a lot of maps on record, so we couldn't really, you know, prepare like an anti-strat for them, so we're just going to prepare a game plan for us. We're going to stick to it and hopefully, you know, we're going to get the W.
Final question from me. Obviously, we've got some of the Mongolian side of the talent thinking that you guys might not do so well because it's a newer lineup, not that much time to practice and everything. Anything to say to that?
I mean, that's a fair thing to say, right? Like, it is a fairly new lineup, but we are confident. Like, you know, we practiced well, we played well. People like playing LAN, like especially the 2 new players. They used to play LAN with Apex for a long time. Now the other thing is like with me and Hampus and other guys, we didn't play LAN for a while, but I think the motivation is high, so I don't think we'll do bad at all.
Well, let's find out how they do. Over to you guys once again.
Facade as well, and Bleed, I guess, hopefully coming into this tournament feeling pretty good and looking pretty good. On the other side of the coin, though, we have to talk about Cengiz Warriors, and you know, there's, I guess, a big question mark over this roster coming into it. Again, if we want to go back to the predictions board, we've pretty unanimously put them as the weakest team coming into this event. Is that fair? You know, are we going a little bit too harsh on them? I don't know, but have a look at the roster and see whether it speaks for itself.
Yeah, a little bit. But we weren't the only ones, right? Like when we came in, and you know, we've taken over this board. I guess they were also 8th with the Mongolian talent. Okay,
See,
so
if they can do it, we can do it. You know
yeah,
what I mean?
exactly.
Like, let's be honest here. But hey, we were talking about just a little bit earlier. The qualification to get here is very cool, right? They have names that on a domestic level and even the scope of an international level are also really cool as well. There is a lot to like. Yes, they may come in as maybe the weaker names in terms of their name value, so to say, but there is still talent here.
Yeah, and I mean, these are always a really scary team to watch out for in this sort of position, right? Because they've been boot camping for like a month, about 5 minutes away. You know what I mean? Like they're going to be so comfortable coming into this. So Bleed have to be careful they don't have like their sights set on, you know, the rest of the bracket, the OGs that they might be facing off against, you know, things like this. They have to be very careful not to underestimate Cengiz Warriors here, you know? So I think that's one of the big things.
I mean, I think that's it. When you're talking about really any Mongolian team, just in general, I feel like there's this sort of level of threat that comes from the region. There's a lot of very good players that have stuck around in the region, but there's also a lot of very good players that are starting to come through as well, these sort of younger players. So I like the scene itself, and so I'm looking forward to kind of seeing, maybe not necessarily what Cengiz Warriors can do at this event, but just in general, I think the Mongolian scene is kind of on the up and up. So it'll be interesting to kind of see how all these kind of talents continue to develop over the course of the next couple of years. We do have a couple of players that we do need to touch on in particular for this one. We'll start off with Fury from Cengiz Warriors. Again, you know, you look at the stats and you think, okay, well, it's not amazing necessarily, but you've got to take into account that this is probably the strongest region in Asia at this point now.
Yes.
So he's getting some good reps in.
Yeah, I mean, I've caught this guy a couple of times. We've cast them in the past. I think even right in saying previously on Eruption, did decent work there. Actually, quite a scary team for a while. They were making decent runs. So yeah, individually Fury 5K, very good. They've got a couple of names, right? When you look at them, it's Zilkenberg's another one, a very talented AWPer, somebody who can put up serious numbers across the board. I think the kind of the point you were touching, which I think is spot on. You can't underestimate them. You can't be kind of Bleed here and thinking, all right, who would we face next when we inevitably win? Because it's not that easy. It's not a guarantee, and that's the thing that I hope is not the case coming into this. I hope they come into this and think, right, we've got to give them the proper respect. Like you said, a month, boot camp coming into this, that's no joke.
Yeah, definitely. I think is going to be something that, you know, they will have taken into account. We sort of talked to the coach as well, and they were chatting all about the anti-stratting that they do and the work that they put in. So I think they'll be very ready for the particular matchup itself as well.
Yeah, I mean, let's hear from the horse's mouth itself. We've got tea time once again for an interview, this time with Zerolt.
Here with Zerolta, we're going to be getting a word from the Cengiz Warriors right now. Zerolta, obviously, first things first. I know every Mongolian player has been dreaming of going to Europe. Now Europe's come to you over here in Ulaanbaatar. How are you feeling?
I think it's really good that MESA's actually trying to make a big tournament as big as possible. So making these guys coming here, it's like actually very exciting to play against them. Like comfortable environment, I would say.
I mean, your team doesn't have that many demos to watch and stuff, right? You're coming in as underdogs. They have a new lineup. What do you think your chances are looking like against Bleed?
I mean, in this specific matchup against them, I think it's them feeling the pressure against us, so they have to like prove themselves as the top teams of this tournament. So we don't have as much pressure as them, I think.
I mean, for you guys, what are your goals in the tournament overall, though, right? Like going into this one, obviously you came in with a bit of what a lot of the international community thought is an upset win. A lot of the people from abroad might not have known about Cengiz Warriors. Now, where are you hoping to finish in the tournament? What do you think you guys are looking to do over here?
I mean, obviously we're gonna try to like make it as far as possible, as deep as possible in the tournament. So we're gonna try our best.
Well, you heard it over here first. Bleed better be scared. Bleed better be pressured. Thank you, Zeraldo.
All right, well, hopefully, again, some confidence levels getting boosted for Cengiz Warriors as they come into what might be potentially the hardest match they'll actually play at this event. That remains to be seen, whether they will maybe match up against Aurora or Mongol somewhere else later on. But yeah, with the expectation that they're going to be going down to the lower bracket, I'm not too sure whether that will be a high likelihood for them. But I mean, what a world it would be if there was an upset in this opening game. I don't know. I mean, is there a possibility? Let's actually just entertain that fact.
Okay.
Is there even a world where we can entertain that possibility? Or is it just so cut and dry?
I feel like not. I feel like if we have to be sort of worth our salt sitting here, you know, we're in the country, and you know, it's obviously a great environment and a wonderful tournament for the region and everything like that. But you know, you have to put your money where your mouth is as a pundit, and it's like it's one of those. If Bleed lose this, then I don't know, man. I'll eat my boots.
Hey,
you know what I mean?
Those don't look very tasty.
Yeah. Hey, but I'll entertain it for a few reasons. Bleed, we've already touched on it. Minimal prac in terms of as much as they could do. The main reason as well they couldn't prac, they had a lot of officials. They played so many officials with the new lineup coming in towards the tournament, which is good. Official prac is different to server work, but the difference, all right, Cengiz have had a month boot camp coming in towards this. A lot of time. Like you said, we spoke with the coach. Loves his anti-stratting, loves his counter-stratting, and all of the rest. So for me, if I'm going to entertain it, I think they're going to win this off the back of information that they've gained. There's a lot of odds, a lot of tape, a lot of information on all of these guys, right? I'm going to give them the benefit of the doubt that there's maybe an upset. Oh, if we're going to talk about an upset, would we say taking a map is an upset? Because that could be a possibility, right? So let's say if they push it 3, I think we've got to give them some credit here. Like, that's where I'm going to give it.
I mean, while we're on the topic, may as well talk about maps. We've got the vetoes ready to go here. Look, I'm not sure that there's going to be necessarily a huge amount to actually say in depth about each of these ones one by one, but if you guys want to go ahead and give us your thoughts.
I know that Cengiz Warriors, they're relatively big fans of Anubis. That explains that kind of pick coming out. Bleed have a fair amount of options left over. Interesting that they didn't go for the Vertigo, kind of one of their better maps, even the Ancient, but I think they have maybe taken a couple angles. Mirage is a bit of a blanket map and a baseline map, where, yes, everyone you'd think internationally kind of knows how to play it, but there's like little nuances, little bits and pieces, you know, where they're going to have a higher game than the Cengiz Warriors.
For sure. The thing for me, I think there's probably a bit of a gentleman's agreement about that Ancient. I think they both like it, and I think they're both like, right, okay, you know, none of us are going to make it our insta pick, but we'll at least be like it, so it's probably going to get floated. The one for me that I think is the big risk, I guess, is the Anubis. It's a map in which the old Apex roster did like to play. We knew that the old kind of ICP side were kind of floating it at times. So Cypher individually, he's an animal on that. When he gets going, gets kind of the cogs in motion, he can just hold W, right? So there's these nuances where you have to look into it and say, if they want to, they can come and steamroll Anubis. That's the big worry for me.
All right, well, it's not too long until we get to find out. We'll have to take a short break before we jump into map number 1, but don't go too far away. We'll get this series underway in just a sec.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Apologies about that. I think the players got started a little faster than we were expecting. But you saw what went down, I'm sure. It was all about Hampus, ultimately finding that 3K in towards middle, writing off the Chinggis Warriors. Not the hottest start for the Mongolian squad.
Yeah, Hampus had a little whale of a time, right? Nice and easy, nice and simple. And well, before you know it, we find ourselves with a very early pistol, setting the tone, really giving themselves a lot to work with here. That's exactly what we want. There we go. Take a look at these replays. Julie's getting active, and actually at range as well. I mean, I play a decent amount of MM. I can't make Julie's work, so I have a lot of respect when pros do. And Hampus, nice and simple stuff. First one on the board for Bleed. Chinggis Warriors won't have too much of an investment in towards this. We're just going to go for a little bit of an upgrade in terms of a couple of flashes and hope we can get a bomb plant out of this. But expectations are pretty tempered. Nork up close, MP9. And he's about to farm a little bit of cash. Flash does come a little late. Does catch him, but he isn't too overwhelmed. Gets one more before he falls.
Still maybe wanted a bit more out of the MP9 from there. Lack of armor across the board. In the middle here, Jacob will split the difference, however. Looking good for me, and indeed they will find a clean one. But ultimately with very little expense for the Chinggis Warriors. That is the way that you expect things to go down. All the same, into this first gun round now. We'll see what their kind of Anubis is all about. They get that T side, stronger T side, as we love to argue. Either way, looking very, very good here.
Yeah,
for Bleeds, I would say. The AWP out very, very early from Nork as well.
Do you know what? I'm a big fan of this. I actually think, you know, sometimes you see sides who actually want to play this as a bit more of a bonus buy, right? Because you know your opponent's going to come in with that full investment, and they kind of sort of right off the round before it even starts, right? I like this idea where we're coming in towards this with an AWP. Either way, a little bit of a spam on the smoke. Nothing too much being given behind it. And the buy is a little bit funky over towards Bleed. You have got that AWP, yes, you've got the double M4, which is great, but then it does taper off a little bit in terms of the firepower, so we do need to see the rifles, the AWP get active. We need to see them find that form. And Pinard Jacob, Favin with the FAMAS. So far, not a hell of a lot. Given over. Bleed is starting well, and Chinggis Warriors in towards this round. They're waiting for a mistake, but Bleed aren't really the side to give you mistakes.
Minute in now, so the movement forward should start here from the Chinggis Warriors, really. And a lot of tit for tat with the utility on Anubis in the early stages. But ultimately looking for a way in, like you mentioned. It's just not being presented. Quite respectable from Bleed, you know, to feel their opponents out, not just try and rush straight into them and play like that overdog, as we've sort of said. It's Favin, though. He's going to get the first test of the rifle round. Flashes over. He's left unblinded there, up a little faster, I think, than was expected. Lovely little burst coming round from the T side. Favin goes down. Damage onto Jacob. No real scope here for Bleed to stop the bomb going down. We'll see. That mid connector is not smoked off, so that allows a bit of space for the CT side here. Bomb going to go down. Zilkenberg coming round. Nork does deal with him. All the same, 2 versus 2. Looks pretty good here.
They're waiting to see where that MP9 is, right? Jacob's not showing his position. They might overlook Evan. Waiting up on high. It is being held, but it's kept. Periodically finds a roll. Jacob gets a lot of damage, and now it's all down to Nork. He's upgraded in towards the M4. There's close range, but he gets caught. Util in hand. Chinggis Warriors. First round of the board for them, and honestly, a pretty decent one, all things considered. They actually played that well. They get the site, they burn a little bit of that clock, but I think the post-pop was really well played.
Yeah, and I think the way getting in there as well is a really nice touch, very confident, sort of contact-y style. They get the A main control off the back of a flash, and then they creep up. You know, they get themselves set up and ready for a burst, and that's going to be their style, I think. Again, feeds very much into the Asian, even the Mongolian Counter-Strike, we can say now, as the region advances. I think it's totally fair enough to sort of separate it off. So we'll see how things continue to pan out. An aggressive start into the round towards middle. Jacob will find that first, I think, a little deeper in than he currently is now. All the same, big response. We're on the weird buy here from Bleed, so they obviously got to get this.
This is the issue. That flashing doesn't go that deep, but News, good work. Favin will fall. One more backside, and I think News did hear that. The issue is that, this is the thing with that alt buy. If it doesn't go well, and if you don't at least make it a little bit more competitive, that's when Nork has to take a little bit of a hit. Even though he's Eagle, there was a Hamas in play. Remember MP9 as well for Cypher. So it's a little bit haphazardly. Swing, fine. Nork's Deagle puts a great work. Hand cannon delivers. And that at the very least will bring the numbers back in favor of Bleed. Just shy of a minute. And now Chingus Warriors have a very difficult decision. How are they going to make this one stick? Yeah.
Really well done here from Hampus. Picks up middle while Jacob is helping out on A. Jacob comes back in. Will be traded out, but Hampus is going to be here a lot faster than maybe they would have expected. Ooh, a very dangerous fight taken by Stardust. Maybe something's got to happen. Maybe indeed you need to find a way back in, but would it have been better to just confirm that 3v2? Cheeky little move here. Zilkenberg not ready. They've followed him through the back of the smoke. They know that he's around here. He dropped his gun. He's an AK. And Nork will take him from behind. A recovered AWP as well from Nork. So it all works out quite nicely in the end on the response.
He dropped it, picked it back up. He's a happy man. Right? And of course now it will put Chingus Warriors on that back foot again, right? With now they really won't have the money to work with. No bomb plant, no enough kills, didn't win the round. Now they are going to have to take a little bit of a hit where at least if they do try and force out here, it's going to be very janky. I think for me, I'd actually rather them take a little bit of a lesser buy. I think that's probably what they'll go for. But yeah, for Bleed, really decent work. They are just going to go for that hero AK. So yeah, a little bit of a lesser buy. I hope that's a role can get active. Aside from that, just a few deagles as they buy, or they prioritize the buy in towards the next. So Bleed, technically, you would favor them to make it a 4-1 start here. That's not bad for Anubis. Your opponent's map pick, getting 4 rounds early doors, pretty decent.
Ooh, missed shot, but he's backed up. So it should be all good. First kill in rounds like this, often the hardest,
Yeah, for sure.
And they're just thinning the numbers around the AK, which is kind of a big deal. The AK's got no one to bait at the end of the day, or tactically use, I think is maybe what they'd prefer to say. Bait's a bit of a dirty word.
Yeah, I know.
But it's kind of a good thing, It's like baiting, it can work, but not when you're mollied off and separated from your teammate. Rival's going to mow you down. There you are. Zeralt does make himself known, but he's all alone, of course.
Bomb down, known quantity as well, and he's starting to be suffocated there in towards water. Really decent see off there. Very, very simple round, all things considered. Hampus and Jacob start well. Cypher comes in for his double, basically closes the round before it even gets started. And hey, before you know it, that's where Chingus Warriors, they don't really find any effect. And this is the thing, if you're going to go for a hero AK, you really do need to get some worth out of it, because now that, that one guy who invested towards the hero AK, that has a role, he's actually not going to have a hell of a lot of money. They have loss bonus, yes, but he's either going to have to take a hit in terms of firepower or probably a bit of util. So it's that kind of, little caveat that we have here. Hence why timeout scores. So going to be a conversation, what does he want to go? I'd expect Armor Galil probably, and then a bit of util. It looks like that's what he's going to go for. Pretty standard stuff. Rifles across the board, but honestly, so far, Bleed really haven't been made to sweat all too much. Pretty simple stuff out the gates.
It's all kind of a question of, how deep we really expect the Chingus Warriors to go and how close we expect them to bring things. You guys talked about on the desk. 3 maps would be crazy, would be a really good result for them. Is it a case, even on Anubis, their own map pick, hitting the double digits, things like this, if we are to keep it realistic, I think is maybe how we go.
Think
Red Bull, of course, for drinking here at this event.
If it was going to happen, it would have to be the Anubis. I like, as much as I want to give them some credit, and Mirage, we do always like to say, on those puggier maps, no one ever sees anything new on Mirage anymore. There's maybe a world in which to make that conversation. It's just the fact that the pound for pound, the raw individual towards Bleed are just so much better, and that's the issue where even if things go a little south in terms of the game plan for Bleed, they can just fall back on the individuals. They can fall back on the firepower. So for Chingus Warriors, if I want to give them a chance, and if I want to give them an opportunity to maybe open up this series a little bit, push it towards an Ancient, I think it has to come from this Anubis, their map pick, a map in which actually is a bit of a favorite in the region as well. They seem to really like that Anubis. I think especially a lot of the teams outside of kind of the Mongols, and even if you look at Asia as a whole, right, outside of kind of let's talk about kind of the big 3, big 4, right. Even as it starts to dip into the lower teams, usually you see teams maybe fall back on puggier maps. They love it Anubis. Anubis seems to be really a bit of a favorite in the region. So it's a map in which they obviously play a lot, like a lot, have a lot of prac for, but so to Bleed, right. You're never going to count this side out. So yeah, all in all, I think at the moment nothing really
to be too upset about. Seems like a little team speak issue, as you can see. I think it was over to Hampus, I'm right saying.
Yeah, looks like it.
But hopefully, getting back underway in just a second. It's pretty easy. Just, task manager it, get out, back in. That's
Something like that. You never know what the issue might be, though, sir.
There you go. Headphones are back on, so I think we should be hopefully back underway in a moment. We do have a buyout from that of Chingus Warriors, and the big thing now is you go in towards these sort of buys, because they're in this rut of form, right, where it's, full buy-in, don't get a bomb plant, don't get around into an eco. It's just got a rinse and repeat cycle, because that if Chingus Warriors don't break it here, they're in a lot of trouble. That's not a good start. Spam, fire the smoke. Hampus finds the first.
Yeah, the double spam, I suppose, coming in. I think we might have seen Jacob from above as well get involved towards middle. So a relentless sort of push coming round there in towards the canals. And, well, it continues.
Hello.
This one's a bit more patient, isn't it? But all the same, they've pushed through A main. Lots of information being gathered here. Stardust is in a bad spot, but they've gone unnoticed. And he's got to do something with this position. Again, he's split the difference, but there it is. Nork will take him out with the close range no scope. And unfortunately, not much chance in for the Chingus Warriors. Timing,
yeah,
it's unfortunate. Big important round. They do get timinged on, but all the same, Bleed taking a mile out of that inch for sure.
Yeah, reaction time is kind of insane there. Fair play. Fair play indeed. Another opening kill as well for Hampus, right? He's getting very active in the early rounds. That's really good to see. This is a rifler who we know in terms of his individual level can play at a easily a tier 1 level, can be a top rifler. And we've seen it in the past, and hey, so far so good. Decent work out of him. Really good little push there as well. I like that kind of 1-2 setup. Nork was holding over towards the likes of stairs, and the rifle kind of goes underneath him, checks out towards carpet. It's actually a really simple way of doing it, because that stairs smoke comes through from the CT side. They give themselves so much coverage towards water. It's a very simple kind of setup in a way, and you kind of could see that Stardust had that idea that this was happening, but when you're at that stage, when you've got one to your right, one to your left, you actually have to try and find that fight perfectly. The way to go about it is actually to try and find the rifler first, normally, because you kind of can bank on an AWP missed shot, but no scope, a little bit of RNG, but Nork reactions impeccable as per. And again, we spoke about it coming in towards that round. The full buy back in for Chingus Warriors. If they fail that one, it's this rinse and repeat. Full buy in, no success, eco, and that's where Bleed can just spiral into success. I mean, already a 5-1 start is pretty damning.
Yeah, I mean, you can already see as well from Bleed, I think, that it's starting to ramp up, right?
Yeah, for sure.
The earlier rounds, they were a bit more patient, a bit more respectful. Again, we talked about, not coming in almost cocky, and that seems to be the vibe here. I wouldn't have expected it from Bleed anyway. You've got people like Jacob, you've got Kassad behind them. I think that they've all had their fair share of underdog upsets, and I mean, been a part of that themselves as a squad, but all the same, it's starting to get a bit scary. A great little flash round. Cypher does not know what day of the week it is. However, Nork, he's not been dealt with. He holds strong here. From Glyphs, looking good. Fantastic shot round from him. However, the roll has kept the hopes alive. The orb's out of ammo. He's left a little bit low. He just can't connect the bullets. Faven isn't quick enough to get round the pillar. However, leaving it in the 1v1, definitely doable here for Zerol as he creeps round. He's got the drop, but he can't land the shots. Oh my, Chingus Warriors, so close, but no cigar.
I think that's exactly the right way you have to play it for Chingus Warriors. In this period of where we're kind of at the midway point, so to say, this first half, just change that tempo. Don't allow Bleed to set up. Don't allow them to play their game. They actually catch them a little bit asleep at the wheel. There's a couple of nice shots, yes, but all in all, that's a very, very close round. But still no cigar, and it still is Bleed, who have now guaranteed themselves, at the bare minimum, a tied game. And the way they're playing right now, this could continue to be a dominant half. But all in all, I think there's a little bit of a light at the end, right? Where at the very least they made that competitive.
Oh, lovely shot from Stardust. New addition for the Chingus Warriors here. That might be the biggest delivery as yet. Zerol down below in dark, looking good. Okay, so Bleed getting taught a bit of a lesson here. They try and push forwards. They try and get aggressive, but it falls completely flat. They were ready on the Chingus Warriors side. And this might just be yet another round in for the T side, you would assume. I think it's a case of if they can eliminate the entire Bleed squad, which they have quite a lot of time. Pretty tough map to save on here for the CT side, so I could certainly see them going for the hunt.
Yeah, nice shot out of Stardust to start things off, right? So it's a bit of a one and done. It's very easy to be traded from there, but he finds it and falls back, and he gives himself space, and he sets up as a role for his kill as well. Nice work. Jacob will play exits here. You can hear all this information. He's not obviously going to give this a go, but if he can make any more economical damage on the tail end, if he gets any kills here, he's going to have some level of effect over towards Chingus Warriors to a degree, but unfortunately for him, they've kind of slipped the net just a tad. He started to make a little move, and yeah, nobody came his way. He might get one out here through mids. He will. He'll take that. He'll take an upgrade to an AK as well if it's going. There we go. There's a wrap coming through from Spawn, but he won't get there in time. So an AK saved, an AK gained, you're not going to say no to, but actually the first time we've seen so far this game a really positive round out of Chingus Warriors. That's the sort of round that can give you a lot of confidence. That's where maybe it can change the tides a bit. Granted, it's that all-elusive C word that we like to talk about. Consistency, of course. Get your mind out of the gutter. But it's one of those where...
It wasn't even there, mate, until you took it there, honestly.
We do need to see this Chingus Warrior side start the chain a little bit around. They need some consistency and obviously just consecutive rounds of the board just to give themselves some success. We've seen Molotov here. That outfought on a fight at the very least. Trouble! Oh, and he nearly gets a kill, Hampus. Stardust will drop him, and the flash doesn't save Hampus on the exit.
Okay, so once again, a great start for the Chingus Warriors. Looking very, very good. They seem to have found themselves some starting confidence, I think it is safe to say. But what do we do from here, right? How does the follow-up look? Cypher down below, looking to find himself a way in, but also just holding the line, not crossing, not going too aggressive. Every time he presses that D key, though, he's getting a little wider, isn't he? He wants that fight. He wants that scrap, but Chingus Warriors just sitting on their man advantage for now.
Yeah, they don't actually need to be too kind of, I guess, giddy at the moment. They can try and wait and see. I mean, the onus really is on Bleed to try and level the playing field, getting a fight back in their favor. So for Chingus Warriors, it's waiting for mistakes. Cypher, right idea. If he had made a little move, they could have got one U2 in hand, but Who's just making a little move over as well. Cypher, it's a very good position. It looks like they want to play contact here. You shouldn't play contact against Cypher because he can rip your head. That's what he'll do. No trade. Can't be playing contact against this guy. He's too damn crisp. A Cypher levels it, and they look for more on the swing. Fury finds one. Can't quite make a second, but Cypher will be traded. So Stardust gets the sight, gets up on plant, and Favin can't deny.
He's hidden though, comes around for that key frag, but again dealt with. Stardust the past few rounds has been taking over. Absolutely incredible stuff. Mr. Nork all alone and he's off. He's saving. Chingus Warriors 2 in a row. Here we go. Starting to pick up some steam. Still 3 rounds, not quite good enough. We got to keep it real, but if they can roll this into a 4th, which may well be likely given the cash, we might be on something.
I gotta say, I'm liking what I see. That was really nice. Stardust is looking pretty crisp. Gets caught. A little bit of pants around his ankles there as he's on the exit, but it's only exit kills, and that's what we spoke about. Consecutive round on the board for Chingus Warriors is absolutely what they need. Much better. I think they're starting to find a little bit of a weakness as well over towards that B site. Good to see. Cypher had his moment and a couple of kills from him, but it wasn't enough to make a difference in the grand scheme. That was Fury's first kill as well of the game. So good to see him finally get active. We highlighted him coming in towards this game. He's somebody who, when he gets going, he actually is pretty difficult. But I think, it just took him a while to get off the start line, so to say. Now he is. Maybe, just maybe, we can start to see a little bit of a change of tune here. But all in all, I'm pretty happy, right? I think at the very least, with how things started at a 6-1 scoreline, if Chingus Warriors can get up to 4, I always say an 8-4, it's workable. You get a pistol, you get a force buy, and before you know it, it's going to be a 2-round game. That's 1 gun round, right? So for me, if they can make it 8-4, I'm happy. If they get even better, right, then push towards like a 7-5 or a 6-6, even better. But at the bare minimum, locking towards that 4th round, I don't think they should be too upset about the first half.
And they're making them sweat, man. A Bleed tack time out there.
Yeah.
So here we go. Bleed are indeed worried, to say the least. Especially around this round. They have gone for it. They've not halved around the AWP as some teams may. And yes, they are pretty confident in a move. Lovely stuff. Nuez, the double kill. He makes it look so easy. We're coming alive here on the Chingus Warriors side. It's taken them some time to get activated. But once they have, clinical stuff and so well read, so well prepared for that response. They have indeed done their homework, and it is paying off. A little information move might already be a sort of soft call to save here from Bleed.
Right.
At least giving up the A-bomb site, and I think with how deep Nuez is making it in, they will look to join him.
Yeah, I think they're just going for a gamble over towards that B side. If they came in and they fight, if they don't, they just call for that save. You're spot on, right? And that's exactly what's happening. And now there is actually an opportunity for Chingus Warriors to actually go for a little bit of a hunt. First time they've actually had the finances to facilitate it. MP9 at range should never win that fight, but it does. So that's an upgrade for Hampus if he runs on over and picks it up. He will get that AK. He'll take that every day of the week. But all in all, it won't make a grand difference to the round itself. That is going to be that fourth put on the board by Chingus Warriors. And I mean, now they can start to actually feel a little bit more comfortable about this half. Yes, it started slow, but they are waking up. Some of these individuals are looking good. That round, Nuez, brilliant double entry to come through. Super good stuff. Previous round, Stardust has been lighting up the server. So we are seeing what we said in the pre-show. The individuals can't find form. You can't underestimate this side. Hampus, we'll get another exit here. Stardust will be dropped, but these are all consolation kills and nothing more than as a fourth on the board. A 2-round game at the tail end of this half. And like you mentioned heading into that one, they are making Bleed sweat. They're feeling the pressure a little bit.
Yeah, and I mean, a few rounds ago when it was a bit more one-sided for Bleed, they may well have stuck to a 3v5, but as soon as they lost 2, boom, they were gone.
Yeah.
There was nothing else to the round, really. I suppose they were hoping that the A push was really going to win it for them. Getting blasted by one guy. It's tough. It's tough to be on the end of, you know? So they're back to a very European percentage-based game at the moment. Jacob pulled out this move before. Zeroldo, where's he going? Oh my lord. There's a player around that corner, yeah, not expecting him at all, but Cypher flies in with the MP. You're joking. That is absolutely mental. There's only a handful of players that would even go for that. Cypher is definitely one of them, and he's up towards the top end in terms of winning it. Crack angle for Nork. Nasty. Too difficult for an AK to beat, so Bleed bouncing back here, 5v3, not over just yet.
How Cypher gets that kill, I don't know. Luckiest man on the server, without a shadow of a doubt. Fury, you're dropping towards water, but now a known quantity. Zulkenberg will join him. 3v5, a minute to work with. It's not impossible. Does remain slightly improbable as a bit of a move starts to be made here. It's a nice little crossfire as well. Very difficult to break this one down as Fury trying to put together. Fights. Little later, misses it. Oh, and the swing Stardust never misses those. Fury looking for his. Will find it. Sight open 3v3 round on.
Well, this just got interesting, didn't it? We'll see. Retake in full swing. There's kits, but there's no utility at all. Easy, a little bit of noise made as well as Faven jumps up. So that's definitely 2 confirmed now. Oh, the AWP shot misses. Did he see all 3? Not quite sure. Zilkenberg goes back round. And Nork is moving out of there, I think. They don't really have enough depth into the site on the Bleed side. Ooh, my. A 5v3. Dropped away. Retake does not get started, and the Chingus Warriors take a big round.
That's massive. That absolutely changes the mental of this game. Bleed, they are feeling the pressure. That is rounds in a row. That's 4 in a row now out from Chingus Warriors. They are cooking. And again, a masterful shot from Stardust. As we said, he's back over towards main. He has the back plat player, and then Fury swings in towards the CT. I mean, it's a super simple way to break down what is normally seen as a very difficult crossfire. That is a difficult shot. And then, of course, Fury clears the site. Really, really nicely done. Chingus Warriors are cooking. This is a side who now are competing. And look at them, each of them as well. They're getting active. They're getting happy. Smiles across the faces. No more forlorn expressions for them. Love and life in the server. If they can tie this up at the tail end, absolutely changes the cards. And to win a 5v3 as well, again, really is good. Once again, they lose the opening duel.
Bleed back to a bit of strength in terms of the opening moves. Faven. Oh, my goodness. That is unfortunate. He's 1 HP.
Yeah.
So, listen, man. If you had an M4, So I'm saying, or even an MP9, it's the FAMAS. It's not Favin's fault, it's the FAMAS. But still, no, you definitely should be converting at least one of those. Kind of splits the difference a bit. Too many targets, maybe.
I think it's a classic thing of like, you know, deer in headlights. He sees two
look,
and then...
Look here as well. Zerolt's on 80 HP.
Yeah.
Bullets just hit the wrong guys.
Yeah. He kind of saw the second guy swing in and adjusted up. And then you kind of got to commit to the one, even if it's just a one and done. But yeah, little deer in headlights, didn't really know which target to pick. And then, I mean, it could change things, right? Into a 4 versus 4. Yes, 1 HP, but he's abided by Bogdan's law. And has got the AWP in play. Nade does a decent chunk of damage and not making it here. Oh my god. Rips Fury's head right off his shoulders and doubles it down as well. Zerol gets deleted. My god, Nork is cooking. Misses that one. But behind the smoke, he can just fall away.
Looking very good now. Yeah, the low HP of Nuez, you would assume, is not going to be a very helpful. He'll try and work his way in with a no-scope. He's now the only one left, however, and down he will go. So, slim lead for Bleed. It was looking at one point like it was like, all right, well, you know, Chinggis Warriors, we like you, but it's going the way that we expected.
Yeah.
However, not the case in the end. A great run back from them.
Yeah, honestly, I think they can be really happy with what they made out of that. The only caveat, I guess you could say, is that this is probably the only map in the pool which can even remotely be considered T-sided. And you do want to see teams be a little bit more competitive on that T-side. And just to add to it more, Bleed's T-sides where they do a lot of their best work. That's where, you know, we spoke about it on the pre-show. You know, Cypher go kill, right? You let him loose, right? Hold W. That's a guy who can get super active. You see Nork, he's a very proactive AWPer as well. Because they have that real solid core of riflers who actually can sit back and allow kind of the two of these guys to be a little bit more aggro in a sense, it does give Bleed a lot of kind of options and assets in towards this T side. So a pistol here would be massive. Chinggis Warriors can make this a 7-all game, right? Find a pistol, you know, deny a bomb plan and really put the kind of the financial pressure on Bleed. Then we're talking. But so far, right, that first pistol was very simple with 3K out of Hampus. He kind of closed it before he even started. If that happens again, then we kind of go back to the conversation of playing catch-up for Chinggis Warriors. And that's what it has been for the bulk of this. That tail end of the half, though, really good work, right? 4 out of the last 5 rounds, may I say. Really, really decent work.
Yeah, super impressive stuff. If they can continue it, then we are definitely on for a game. But as you say, flipping over, it's going to be hard here, right? One of the things is the approach. You know, we saw a lot of quick bursts. Again, very classic of Asian Counter-Strike, relying on kind of an individual to break open a bomb site.
Yeah.
And a few slip-ups here and there from the Bleed mechanically. So now that it flips over, and Bleed have got that control of the engagements, as you say, particularly with Mr. Cypher, but I think just overall, it's going to be a pretty scary prospect. You know, no full A executes, for example, coming in from the Chinggis Warriors, things like this. I think that Bleed will have a lot of those worked out that they can fall back on. Bit of a pause in between.
Yeah, a bit of a tactical here, right? And they can have a little conversation. It's a good, probably, moment, I think, especially for Bleed, because they felt more the pressure of that tail end, just for Kassar to be able to cool the Jets a little bit, calm them down a tad. Looks like it might be a very simple pistol play here. Puff actually come through. Jacob going to start it. They're playing very deep in through Con.
See, this could be interesting. Stardust, first port of call. He falls. It's still those Julies, though. They've got to be careful not to overlook them. Hampus is trained, and now the rest of the squad are going to go and clear it out. Julies just can't get anything done. Not on the head level, unfortunately, with those stairs in the way. Couple left here. Ooh, hold on. Zilkenberg and Nuez, they do manage to thin the numbers ever so slightly. That was the frag, though, wasn't it? Cypher comes away with potentially the round-winning kill. And indeed, Zilkenberg just cannot deal with that many targets out in the open. So Bleeds picking up the pistol.
Yeah, well done. Cypher, they kind of just send him in, right? Really simple kind of double coming through from him. And this is exactly what we mentioned. If Cypher, if they just let him loose a little bit, he'll do exactly that. Flies into the fight, gets the first 2 as well, and then gets a third just to add a little bit insult to injury on the exit. So nice and simple stuff. And back to kind of that conversation we talked about. It's catch-up for Chinggis Warriors rather than leveling this out. And I believe they're in a really decent spot. They can't really buy too much in here. If you are Chinggis, you only go into one Deagle for Nuez, and that's about it. It's a very simple buyout for Lead side, a few AKs, a Mac 10. Hampus doesn't have anything, but I'm assuming that's a play for the AWP in towards the next round. I want to assume. We'll see.
Yeah, maybe a bit interesting.
Yes, 2K. If
He definitely didn't buy something and leave it. Oh, who knows, though? He could have spammed refund. I don't think it's going to make a difference because there's no one on B. So.
One of those things as well where, like, let's say, for example, Nork was a dive, he picks up the Mac 10, that's good cash in the back pocket. But,
I guess, yeah.
You know, a little kill bonus, but all in all, doesn't really make a difference.
It's cheeky from Hampus. It is a bit cheeky. He knows it's cheeky. But there's no one here. So now he looks like a genius, both tactically, financially. You know, he's handsome. Like, he's really, really doing well for himself out here on the B-bomb side. However, got to be careful on our way out. I think losing any more than one is an oversight. That's an AK picked up, and Nuez going to keep finding kills as well. So, small blunder, it is safe to say there. Letting an AK drop. He maybe overstays his welcome, but he's found himself 3 kills. It's a lot of kill bonus. It's a lot of damage at the end of the day to the Bleed squad. And I didn't quite catch if Hampus went down.
No, he didn't. He's survived. He's survived with the AK. All right. He's a lucky man.
He is indeed. Otherwise, he would have looked a fool.
He had armor, so you don't want to have to reinvest into that. But,
that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Like if you go for the USP eco thing, whatever you want to call it, and then you die, it's just all pointless, really.
One of those, but all in all, I don't actually think Chinggis Warriors will be too upset about that. 1 Deagle, 4 USPs, and 1 flash, and they, 4 out of 5 kills. I think you're pretty happy with that in what is inherently a throwaway round, so to say. Flash coming through. Oh my God, Favin rips off Nuez's head there. That's going to give them space out to work with towards sight. While flashing towards me, they don't commit to it. And a smoke dropped here by Zilkenberg just to pump the brakes on that Bleed execute. No, playing behind it's so risky though. Or the possibility of just a stray bullet attaching.
Favin lucky to be alive once again. The nade doesn't quite make it to him. But Bleed have done a very good job, I think, for me, across the course of, I'd say, a solid 80% of the game so far.
Yeah.
Finding that opener and generally working with it. We did see the 5v3 converted. That's sort of our most egregious round, I suppose, from Bleed in particular. But on the T side, right, this is the thing about Anubis. It's so difficult for the CTs to get back in to find a pressure point. And in doing so here, they put weight in middle from the CT end. They've left A completely open. For sure. So I feel like you kind of just have to let the round go at this point.
I think saving is the right call. I mean, especially considering the util they've got on the retake here. 1 smoke, 1 flash, 1 molly. I don't think it's worth giving it a go. I'd actually rather they keep hold of the M4s. Play exits, that's fine, but not actually give a commitment to this retake. Zerolt's going to get caught. Hampus on the swing. Nice find. Doesn't overextend as well, so doesn't give Zilkenberg the opportunity to trade. And now for the CT side, it absolutely is a call. Just keep hold of the got. It's a little messy, but Fury will get his kill. Cypher going to be caught there. But it won't make a grand difference in the end. Damage has been dealt towards Bleed. They will lose 1 more on the way out. Zilkenberg will get his trade, but no real impact. All in all, that's Bleed locking in double digits and double the rounds of their opponents as well that are on the track, I guess, to closing out their opponent's map pick in actually a relatively comfortable fashion. Yes, there was a little bit of a hiccup at the tail end of that first half, but since then, it's been one-way traffic.
Well, we'll see. Panic stations, I think, already at this point, right? Chinggis Warriors trying to hold on for dear life as we get into the double digits, particularly double digits early. That's where it gets very, very scary indeed, and you've not got yourself off the ground on the CT end quite yet. So, not looking good. Unless, with the save, they can make round number 16 work for them. Easier said than done. But I like the buy. There's no problems there. I'll tell you that much for free.
Falls across the board. Smoke's come down as well. That'll just force Bleed to pump those brakes once again, slow things down a tad. Only issue is that they're using a hell of a lot of their util early here, Chinggis Warriors, where we've seen Bleed's kind of traditions are just to play things a lot slower in the early to mid round. Not too aggro. It's a little bit more of a pocket round, and they do go for a little quicker play. A lot of util used early. And now they've got to kind of replenish them if they want to try and hold down these positions. But Cypher going to make a bit of a move. He's given main for free here because they're playing backside towards Donut.
Hidden away, mollied out though, can't get the smoke down fast enough. Cypher catches him anyway. And that could be the straw that broke the camel's back, we shall see. Again, presence lacking on the A-bomb site, trying to stand off. As the smokes come round, there's not really much that you can do. That's quite a late one as well, gonna buy an awful lot of time. Silkenberg and Fury trying to make magic happen in and around the smokes. Stardust mollied out. Again, Bleed so well done holding off their utility. So the save will be the only choice. Anubis, though, is already in behind, already reading this fact. And again, they are caged in. The survival begins, and, well, it may end quite quickly. I think Fury should just get away with his life, and maybe the AWP.
Yeah,
looking like
fine,
it. He's out of there.
It's a silver lining.
Yeah,
does it matter anymore, though?
You need the rounds.
Yeah, exactly. It really doesn't matter at this late stage. Now up to 11, 2 rounds away from stealing away your opponent's map pick in, you know, in a more macro sensor style, a very, very simple display, right? It's one of the more dominant kind of showings, and a worrying sign here. Chinggis Warriors have basically got 1 full buy left in their back pockets to try and keep them afloat, to try and spur on a bit of a resurgence on the CT side. They're going to take another timeout as well to do so. But all in all, I think this is pretty dire straits. Good conversation to be had. I mean, for Kassad, it's relatively comfortable. There's no two ways about it. That he's just keep doing what you're doing, lads. Nothing's really going wrong. Think of it towards Chinggis Warriors. You know, Storm Rage, we had a little conversation with him prior to the show going live as well. He does do a lot of prepping towards these games, but again, when it comes down to it, you can do all the prep in the world, but if the individuals are just hitting their shots, it's very difficult to stop them, and that's exactly what we're seeing out of Bleed. Cypher has been unleashed a little bit. He's having a good couple of moments. And same for Nork as well.
We did say Jacob's obviously in that conversation with the North upgrade. Thus far, looking pretty damn good. Favon, however, will hold the line today. They try and pull off the aggression, giving them a taste of their own medicine there. Yeah. I remember a Bleed round that looked exactly like that. Stardust does find success in at B main quite cleanly. 50 points of damage taken. Gonna need maybe one more out from him. It looks like they want to end B here. So he's gonna have his work cut out. Trying to be cheeky through the smoke. Ooh. Cypher ready for it. What is up?
Wow.
Oh, and the AK does make the difference there. Dink lands. Stardust can't convert it. Favon will fall. That's the bomb. So we're a little held up here on the Bleed end. Nork, though, looking clean. It's all dropped down to Zeralt. Surely they find this here. Yeah, trade is instantaneous. Again, maybe a little more costly in the end, but Bleed moving up to map points.
Cypher's an animal, man. He is so good in these T sides. That, even just a crosshair play,
just like
perfect.
The
right?
read as well.
Yeah.
For a move like that, he's like, okay, what does this smoke look like? What's the play? What would maybe I do?
Exactly.
You know, like he's covering all his bases and not overlooking any angles.
I mean, it's quite literally, you know, moment by moment, it's perfect across the board. There's no two ways about it. So well played, and this is not even just coming from a UK bias. I'm sure you're all sitting at home saying the same thing. This has been a really good display, all in all. Potentially the final round here of the map on Chinggis Warriors map pick. And they've got MP9, triple M4, and pretty limited util on a couple of them as well. This could be curtains, really good.
Yeah. Slow start in. As that utility goes back and forth again. Bleed not looking to really pull any tricks here. Just keep it nice and simple. Time going to tell for this one. Rolling forwards in towards middle, looking for an A split potentially. Utility comes down. This will be it for the Chinggis Warriors. The last bastion of defense. They don't burst off of it, though. I was ready for them to start scaling up. So we'll see. Really, really scary stuff here as the tension just begins to build. 35 seconds remaining. The CTs are ready, stacked on top of each other. Trades are here. It's that third man that they might not expect. Zeralt in behind the pillar, still watching for him though. Again, Bleed not taking any chances. Flash comes round, he's a little patient with the move, but it's not quite going to be enough. Stardust remains alone against the world.
Tough. What do you do here? 1v3 retake. No util. No kit. Surely, no chance. Bomb goes down. Post-plant set up. Upgrades to the AK, but I think he's an own call to team. Hampers should be able to seat him off. Tapping away, and Nork will close it. Bleed, map number 1, 13-5. A dominant display on their opponent's map pick. And now with Mirage in the back pocket, this is looking tough in the series for Chingus Warriors. Let's see whether they can bounce back after the break.
It is my first time in Mongolia. I haven't been there for too long yet, but so far I'm pretty happy with, the hotel is good, the weather has been good, and yeah, everything is good so far. I mean, the main thing I want to do in Mongolia is to win this tournament. I made the decision to join Bleed pretty fast. I know they have quality players, they have a quality coach, and I just wanted, to kind of work with Kassad again. He said good things about all the people in the team, so that is the main reason. And I think settling in is going pretty well. They're fitting me in pretty well. From 1 to 10, I mean, I would probably rate it at like 3 maybe, because we have had no time, no practice almost. We played officials before we came here. I think I have high expectation because I know we're skilled. I think maybe we can shoot our way through the tournament and maybe even win it. But we're not like super prepared. I think last LAN I played was still Melbourne, I think. I played in the arena there. I mean, arena is what every player is playing for, Playing in front of a crowd is special, and it doesn't matter where in the world you're playing. So, I expect us to go to the arena, and I'm looking forward to it. I'm pretty confident we're gonna win, just because I believe in the team's ability to win. I haven't seen too much, but I have coaches and analytical people that will take care of that. I think the biggest difference is the tactical aspect. I think the Asian teams can shoot just as good as all the European teams, if not even better. But I think the Europeans are a little bit ahead when it comes to the tactical department. From Asia, it's for sure MongolZ. They have been playing pretty well recently. I've seen a lot of good results in Europe, fighting versus the best teams. And I would say the biggest rival from Europe is probably Aurora. I mean, I hope they cheer for us. Of course, understand that, versus Mongolian teams or even Asian teams, they will probably cheer for the other team, but, I hope that we can win the crowd.
Red Bull gives you wings.
All right, here we are back on desk, and it's time to talk map number 1 of the day. Things have been, pretty standard, right? Like, that was kind of what we were expecting. Pretty solid stuff. Pretty straightforward victory for Bleed. Anything really too surprising there for you guys?
There was moment, right? Yep. We look at the tail end of that first half, 4 rounds in a row. I thought maybe. All I was saying, right, if they could find a pistol, right, to start things off in that second half, and a force buy, that's 7-all. Game on, right? And then we're talking about a conversation. However, that didn't happen because Bleed massacred the second half. The thing is, I liked what I saw for those 4 rounds. They just couldn't keep it up.
I was kind of getting the same vibes as yesterday in that MongolZ game and Gladiators match, where it was like, okay, in that case, MongolZ was up 5-0 or something, and again, the same similar situation here for Bleed. And then their opponent starts to come back, and you start to go, oh, maybe there's actually something in this, but that didn't really very much last very long. So maybe a little bit disappointing in the end for Chingus Warriors.
Yeah, I think any team worth their salt is going to have a couple of things where they've got a few set rounds they can fall back on that they feel work against sort of any team. I think they rolled through a few of those and then got a couple that managed to work. That very first rifle round actually of the game, they did manage to win, right? So we were like, oh, okay, this looks pretty good, and it was a lovely little burst or whatever. But that again isn't going to work every single time. Bleed are going to be ready for that. They're going to adapt to that. It took Bleed a bit of time to get used to them, and then that's where they built their lead. We also have to talk about Anubis. It can be a bit of a difficult map. You lose that first or second engagement, as we saw a couple times.
Right.
It's pretty hard to get back into that.
I think just in general as well, the fact that Chingus Warriors went down so hard on T side initially is kind of already starting to show some glaring issues. And when you see that I think it was 5-1, right, with Bleed up on CT side to start the map off, you go, well, it's very tough to come back from that to begin with.
Yeah, realistically, this Chingus side, for me, they have these moments where you see the individual step up. I think Stardust actually really impressed me. I think he looked really, really good. You saw at least the ideas they were trying to pull across, but when it comes down to it, and this is the thing you can always talk about in these sort of matchups, if things go a little bit up in the air, if things go a little bit weird, what can Bleed do? Well, fall back on the fundamentals, right? Fall back on the individuals, and look at some of these individuals, right? Nork, 18 kills, the consistent king across the board. Cypher's T side was unbelievable. When he got going, and we foreshadowed this, if you let Cypher loose on a T side of Anubis, he will kill teams, and he did it individually. Time and time again, he didn't give any opportunity to Chingus to get going, and that's just the Cypher special.
Yeah, absolutely, man. Really delivering, I think, in the way that we expected. We also talked about it in game a little bit. When they flip over, when they can control the game and where the fights go down, and even sometimes, as again, is sort of that more European style of just starving and stretching and even boring your opponents a little bit. They'll make a misstep, or they'll try and go for some aggression, or they'll get a mistiming within a smoke or something like that. And that's exactly what Bleed are trying to play around again with their sort of entry prowess that they have as a team.
Going forward now, like what is the direction for Chingus Warriors? Because we sort of had that discussion at the start of the day, whether or not there was really going to be much of a contest in this matchup. Yeah. I think unequivocally, the decision that we came to, which was more or less no, has kind of been proven correct there by Anubis. Yeah. So, is there any change to that? Was there anything that gave you any kind of an insight that maybe there's a chance here coming through for Chingus Warriors, or really was it just, okay, Bleed's here to win and it's 2-0?
If we're going to be super blunt about this, that was a pretty dire showing in the grand scheme, if you look at kind of the more macro sense out of Chingus Warriors. And I think now we're looking in towards Mirage. It's a very, very good map for the individuals of Bleed. It's a very good map for the team as well. It's a map which they're more than happy to play against. And yes, we can make the caveat of, it's a map which everybody knows, right? There's nothing new on Mirage. Right. It's the Pugger's paradise, as they like to call it. And that's perfectly playing into Bleed's hands. They are the puggy team. They're here to win it. And I think the big thing is when you're Bleed, coming into these sort of tournaments and expecting a win, the way you want to go about it is make sure you come into that first game and make a statement to everybody else here in Mongolia and saying, we're not messing around. We're not taking it easy. People like to joke about phase in groups where they kind of take their foot off the gas a little bit. This is not Bleed. Bleed are coming here to massacre every team in front of them. They want to get to that final. Yeah. And that's a really good showing.
At least not in this matchup. Maybe in some of the other matchups that get a little bit harder, the deeper that bracket goes on, could be a little bit more of a different story. One thing that we do have to touch on, though, of course, was Nork. You sort of mentioned Nork as we were looking at the scoreboard there, but he was the player of the game as well. And I remember you as well sort of mentioning him. Maybe, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think the quote was that you said he might be the best AWPer at this event.
Yes.
And that was a pretty decent first map.
I personally think he is. Maybe that's a little bit of bias from me. I think he honestly is unbelievable. I think for a long time, especially post major Apex, I think he kept that team afloat, him and Jacob, for a long. They were a dead team, there's no two ways about it. They were all over the place when they lost the coach, bringing a new IGL, Stico in and out. Nork and Jacob kept them alive, and Nork, for me, just the numbers he can put up when he gets going is so damn good. He is just Mr. Reliable, and I think when you're Mr. Reliable at a tier 1 level, I mean, it really just speaks volumes.
Yeah, they were really using him well on the CT side there, I think, on Anubis, moving him around quite a lot. Very, very hard to pin down, very hard to know what he was kind of going for. Is he going early round, getting aggressive? Is he just going to sit in one of those sort of turret positions like a Dark or a Glyphs or whatever? So he was really, really dynamic, which I think is a massive deal. This is also one of the first sort of big outings for him. We've had a few officials with Norkin, and he looked immediately comfortable. You know, that was maybe our only sort of worry for Bleed, is like, how are these newer pieces going to fit in? And it would appear the answer is immediately.
I mean, still further tests obviously have to be made going through the event here, but at least up against Chinggis Warriors, it feels like they're going to have enough. I mean, Mirage as well, like, just to go back to that as a topic, you know, I think if you're seeing Nork play pretty well on Anubis, you can probably bet your bottom dollar that he's going to be able to back that up onto Mirage as well. We'll see whether they get to start on that CT side or that T side, but I imagine that, you know, if they start CT, he just runs away with things.
Yeah, the only difference, I guess I'd say maybe in towards Mirage is a little bit of a tougher map for AWPers, in the sense that most AWPers are known quantities on Mirage, where at least on Anubis you can be a little bit flexible. We spoke about it, especially on that CT side. You can actually, you know, he did a lot of A main pushes, which is a little bit rogue. You can go into towards water if you want. You can play out via mid. With Mirage, it's very simple. The window smokes are pretty standard. If you play out via con, you're in a bit of trouble. So for me, what I'm looking for now, if we're going to highlight anyone coming in towards this Mirage, I'm looking at Jacob. He's such a difficult Mirage player. He's so on edge. I mean, he's one of those guys who's very difficult to read. I think he gets very active on the CT sides, which is maybe something you don't always see. I'd probably expect to see a lot of kind of pushes out through mid, pushes through under, pushes in towards B apartments, and that's where Jacob gets really active. He's a very good information gatherer. And on the other side, we already kind of touched on him, but Cypher, Pugger's paradise, and you're giving it to the Pugger, he's going to do his best work. So this is where you can kind of, you know, lock into sort of FPL demon mode, really.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see. I think this is where Bleed might get a bit curious for me, because I think in places there's, you know, a little clash between like a Jacob and a Hampus and what they sort of want to do on the CT side especially. So we'll see who concedes, we'll see how it looks for this tournament, and whether that's something that gets sort of changed up as it goes on. So this Mirage could be a little taste of what we're going to get from Bleed as a setup-based team, let's say.
You know what I want to see is I want to see Zilkenberg run it back. You know, wind the clock back another 5 years. You know, he used to be pretty nifty with the AWP. I've seen some pretty crazy stuff from him. What if we get Zilkenberg back at his finest?
Well, especially we'd expect them to start CT side, right? If you actually can get pretty active on that CT side, I think it's the only issue, and we saw this a little bit in towards Anubis, is that you kind of, especially at this sort of level, at Bleed's level, you have to make your own fortunes. You can't actually wait for Bleed to come in and kind of give you these and gift these kind of kills to you. And I think we actually didn't see enough out of that from Zilkenberg. He was a little bit stationary for my liking. I think that's where maybe Stardust actually picked up a lot of the slack. If I want to see a little bit more, I want to see this guy actually try and take a bit of onus, take a bit of a fight here, and say, "Hey, man, I can keep up."
Well, what have you got to lose at this point, right? As Chinggis Warriors.
Yeah, well, I mean, this is the thing, right? You have to kind of fly into this map, and I think come in with that again, classically aggressive and maybe not really considering who your opponent is sort of style that we see out of the Mongolian Counter-Strike in particular quite a bit. I think that's where the Mongols in particular have really made a name for themselves, is that it doesn't matter if you're against, you know, the top 5 teams in the world or the best potential team in the tournament, right? In the Chinggis Warriors case here, they have just come in very, very quickly, I think, disrespectfully is maybe the way of putting it, and just play your own game, play confidently, and don't consider the scoreboard, you know, the names that are on there kind of thing. So there is a world. There is a world.
Let's cross our fingers. We'll have to wait and see. But it is time for us to take a short break before we jump into a map number 2. Don't go too far away. We'll be back right after this.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back round. We are now in the caster booth, getting our steps in today. Getting our steps in today with the multiple hats, of course, here at the MESA Nomadic Masters.
Just, showing our prowess, mate.
Yeah,
analyst the caster, back to Ali. We've got to unlock.
I need comfortable shoes. That's the big thing. Got to make sure being on my feet, running around all day long. But we're here for the Counter-Strike. We absolutely love it. Bleed,
yes, sir.
Chinggis Warriors. If you are just joining us, and Silkenberg will open up proceedings here towards the middle with 3. Oh my!
He's back.
Letting himself be known. Rolling back the years, to use Jordan's words. Here we go. Hampus will be the first to find something for Bleed, and it looks like the only one. Silkenberg denied the ace. So that's a small silver lining for that there T side. All the same, what more can Hampus do? The big thing is he's got to recover that bomb. He's hitting a few headies. He's hitting a few headies. You've got to watch out for those blocks, but spam down and finished by Fury in the end. So the Chinggis Warriors will pick up the pistol.
And I said, Jordan talked about Elfish Guy. He was saying, I want to see this guy roll back the years, show his prowess, and that's a good example. But we spoke about it, right? We said, if you're Silkenberg, and if you want to make a name for yourself as a player on this map, you've got to be proactive. You've got to make your own fortunes. Yeah. That's exactly what he does. Gets in towards the fight, backs himself, and knows that he actually can, in terms of raw mechanics, keep up. That's good to see. That's how I want to now see him as well when he gets in towards the AWP. That's what I want to see. I want to see this guy show a little prowess, show a little bit of that individual style. No buy, of course, for Bleed, barely any kills and no bomb plant. So they've got themselves a Deagle in the hands of Hampus, and that is about it. So this should be Chinggis Warrior starting off this map 2-0, which is really good.
See what the move is for Bleed, I suppose.
Pop B, you thinking?
Yeah, I mean, there's a little Deagle having an investigate on A.
No flash, though. I'm going to have to just go dry.
Yeah, which is
it's kind of tough, isn't it?
Strange. But we'll see. It might be like a rotate around. Yeah, Hampus, if he does his job, draws some attention.
He's dragging him over a little bit.
They're not buying. They're not buying. They're like, there's something going on here. I smell a rat.
Are they going to join him, maybe? Maybe because Hampus hasn't spotted any more kind of information. They might actually be like, boys, well, come give us a go. Let's see what we can do. No, he's going to join the group. Cypher's still a little proactive. Nuez is now going to find out that nobody's there. They're going to go via mid. Mid with Glocks is a little rogue.
Run boost? No one there. So, glad we got the run boost crackdown, because they're a little more challenging in CS2 than they were in Go. Maybe that's just for me. Maybe I'm just bad. That would check out all the same. Hampus goes down. Deagle recovered. However, we'll see here. This could get a little weird. I think there's a gun recoverable with that frag. There it is. Famas picked up, but the trade's not looking good. Nuez holds him down and mows them down. Ultimately, Nork left alone. He's trying to track some footsteps here. He does actually.
Oh, no.
Round's going to end, and he doesn't go down. That's a pretty big oversight.
Yeah.
Especially for Europa to just have his economy completely wrecked in the early game.
Yikes. I think maybe a little bit of miscommunication there. Nobody keeping track of the time because
maybe it
he was going through hell
thing though. Yeah, like
hellhole at 3 seconds on the clock. Where was he
with the squad? I would argue.
Yeah, where was he expected to fight? Is the big question for me, right? He's looking at that with 3 seconds. Like where would anybody be fighting out for via deep CT? So yeah, a bit of a mistake. More of course mean a Deagle for Nork and that case across the rest. But again, now a real opportunity in the first gun round. Normally you say maybe the bonus buy not as favorable. Got a good chance here. Only a Deagle out from Nork, so needs to see some proactivity from the riflers. Side keeps on the level.
Bit of extra presence here from Bleed. Looks good for me in and around this smoke. What are they going to do? Ooh, the creep up through stairs, and Silkenberg, savvy, watching for a move like that, but Hampus, he slips the net. So just Silkenberg on A, and he's a little wary, he's a little worried, am I now compromised from behind? At the very least, they have cleared out this here.
Yeah, Nork's got a gun too, so actually relatively even. Move be made. They've left A open, so now it's retake A, and retaking with the AWP as well is going to be tough, considering the util. 1 smoke, 1 flash, 1 nade. Bomb goes down. This isn't going to be easy.
Fury 5K on that there extremity. Ah, they're very split. I don't like it. I don't like it.
Yeah.
Really going to have to defy the odds, I think, and, you know, overcome those mechanical barriers, as it were. Win the 50-50s. Trades are not possible here for the Chinggis Warriors, but they are being given a lot of space to work with, I think it's safe to say.
It's such an open plant. Stardust, though, he's being distracted by a Palace player. Tap on towards the bomb. He's holding it. Hang on a second. He's sticking the bomb, and they're going to win it. They're going to steal it away. A ninja defuse just like that. Oh, that's a bad one to lose for Bleed. They had the post plant, and it was good until that one smoke. The only smoke that Chinggis Warriors had to work with. They drop it on the bomb, and they use that open plant against the Bleed because they just lose track of the plant. Yikes. There was a real good moment there, and Chinggis Warriors bounce back. 3 on the trot. Not a bad start to CT Mirage.
I mean, that's it. They say classically in boxing, everyone's got a plan until they get punched in the face. I think in Counter-Strike, everyone's got a good post plan until somebody taps the bomb. And then all the bits, everyone just sort of swings out. Oh, I've got to stop him. I've got to stop him. Panicked from Bleed for sure. And unfortunately, the bullet's just not making it to Zilkenberg. Untouched. The divine intervention, potentially. Mid-aggression coming round here for the Chinggis Warriors. Little tag. But Hampus does not find that all important. Headshot! Oh, and Jacob being watched for. Fury. This is the second man. Might have heard him now, though. There's a few sound cues going off. Hampus falls at the top end of middle. So a nice crunch here, I think it is safe to say. Zilkenberg confident for 2. And he gets the rare inspect. Just to add insult to injury. Nor left alone. Basically finished off. He's getting flanked out, but Fury's the one to get it. Ooh, my. Chinggis Warriors. Hell of a start here on Mirage.
We are cooking. We are cooking. Zilkenberg up to 9 kills. We've, you know, the prophecy has come true here to a degree. We spoke about this guy getting active, looking really clean on that AWP as well. My God, hitting some nice shots. Very good understanding as well about how Bleed are trying to approach a lot of these T-side rounds, and Zilkenberg is just pulling them apart. Great work. 200 ADI he's got so far. He's absolutely loving life in the server. And the thing is, well, it's not even just him. We're seeing a couple of moments where some of the rifles are finding good information too. This is exactly what we want to see. No surprises of pause comes through here. Kassad, it's been a little bit calamitous from the team. He's now going to try and, you know, fix a couple of the holes in the ship because they're taking on some water.
Yeah, for sure. I think, you know, again, it's a very, very different energy. Chinggis Warriors may well have talked about that. That moment there on the replay is a really good telltale sign of the fact that actually a lot of players would be quite disciplined there. Sure, you're already ahead in the round, but you take the one and then you back off. But Zilkenberg's like, nah, I fancy my chances actually. Let's see how this goes. And of course he finds 2, which is really, really good for him and really bad for Bleed.
Sure.
Both obviously in the sense of the round, but also the fact that Zilkenberg's probably going to try and do that a couple more times before this half is over.
Where's confidence at right now as well? I don't see him stopping anytime soon. The first uncharacteristic miss from him, but Nuez going to find one of his own. The spam is good, but he'll meet some of his own. Bullets to the head. Favin drops him with that Galil. Quantity and another missed shot. Now, these fights looking a little bit unfavorable when he misses the shots.
Well, absolutely. I just think he's not expecting Cypher to be in that deep with no flash behind him. It's Naught that seals the deal, though. Looking for a bit more. Gonna get it. And that should be easy finishes. Cypher actually completely mows down the round. So, there's Bleed, right? Making themselves known with a round, but it comes off the back of that pause. You know, they're able to sit there and talk about it, work it out, let's run this one. And that's the thing. Maybe Chinggis Warriors have not asked that of Bleed quite yet.
Yeah.
And now they're like, all right, fair enough. We're going to have to show you the level, watch this. And yeah, they get rolled over.
I think it's a little bit more of a, you know, a pocket strat in the sense, right, where it's like Kassad said, we need a little bit of a quicker one, get the individuals going. Nork, you know, decent round for him, 3 kills to name, 2 for Cypher. Exactly what you want to see. Some of these individuals getting active. Basically 2 of the more aggressive players on this side as well, who you expect to be in the kind of the thick of it. Of course, they both had a really good map. 18 kills apiece, I think I'm right in saying off the top of my head. It was a very decent showing out from both. And we want to see them get active again here on towards Mirage. T-side Mirage can be a little difficult. Up until recently was, I think he might just still be the 3rd most CT-sided map in the pool. So, for Bleed, if they can put up, you know, even, I say, for any side, 5 rounds on the T-side is actually not too bad. Very workable. If they can make it a 6 or half, then love and life. Deep smoke. Zeralt not going to respect it. Going to make a little bit of a move as well. Hampus aware, but Hampus core drop deleted. And there's the opener again for Chingus Warriors.
Cypher, slow creep. Oh, it's all on the timing. They were looking for him ever so slightly. Stardust, though, in a good position, especially now. Flash comes over, but it does not make a difference. The AWP as well, still held back. And Bleed have to call it off. Faven will take one. Smoke gives him some space. Ooh, watching for behind. Fury not able to find it quite yet. Little dink, not the big dink. They're going to fake dropping down, getting a little weird over here. 3 versus 2, but Bleed, they have the onus. They have the ball in their court, so to speak.
It was quiet, 40 seconds. Faven, Nork, both tagged, both in that kind of one bullet headshot to the M4 sort of territory. A double back towards the A site. It's the right call, nobody here, nobody home. There's a con player, yes, but very simple. Smoke can deny his presence, and they do have one smoke to work with. They're going to go quick out via Palace. Smoke comes down. Stairs player though. Nuez steps up. Nork dropped. And Faven, you got 14 seconds to make a decision. It might actually just even be a save call. Now a known quantity. Round done here. This is going to be Chingus Warriors putting a 5th on the board. He wants to fight, and the fade away will find it. 5-1. What a response. What a start to your opponent's map pick.
Looking absolutely fantastic, I have to be honest. You know, setup-wise, really, really solid. And this is the danger of a map like Mirage. It can bring a very level playing field. Been around for so long, played so much. And again, what have they got to lose? A line that we had in the pre-map, as it were. Quickly up short, though, again, Bleed feeling like if they pick up the pace, they can find much more success from here. And indeed, that is the case. They get the short control. That leaves the CT side guessing. Nuez in behind, alongside Zeralt. Good support system. Faven, he's going to get good timing on this, I think, to at the very least spot them out from behind. But will they be able to drop him? We'll see. Yep, they were ready for him. So at the very least, they've been seen. But indeed, the bomb is not in a good spot here. Oh. Okay. That's a little overzealous, I think, from Nork. Yeah, again, panicky from Bleed. The bomb being left behind, it is difficult. You don't want to commit too hard, but this is what's happened. They've threaded the needle and found 2 very important kills.
They got 50 seconds to try and make a decision here. I don't think they have a hell of a lot to work with. There's even a world in which you make it a choice about saving to a degree. Nork actually can buy next round. Then that gives you 4 AKs if he takes half armor. No util. I mean, it's a little bit of a weird situation. Just they have got last bonus, which is the main thing, but all in all, this is tough. They're going to give it a go. Looking, tag. Not quite a kill. Hampus flashed off the angle from above. Will be offers a roll, but one apiece for Cypher and Hampus. But time is still ticking, boys. 20 seconds to collect that bomb and still try and make a way towards the site. Swinging a fine, 1 for 1. Jacob will trade, but there's no way to get towards the site in this time. I think if I'm right in saying to go from A ramp to B site, it takes 21 seconds. To go from CT to site, it takes 13. There's just no time. He had 13 seconds exactly, and of course it's a 3.5-second bomb plant. So round done. He'll save an AK, but a really good round, and it all comes off the back of a double flank in through ramp. Bob's your uncle. Round done and dusted.
Yeah,
I mean, a bit of a weird fight. Yeah, Nork.
It's unfortunate. Nork is the oversight for sure. I will say it was like the only hole in their setup. You know what I mean? So they do get a little bit unlucky there within the context of that round.
Yeah.
Yeah, and the fact that it's like a lot of the time you'd maybe see 2 go in down ramp, no one there, then they'll just leave 1 guy pushing.
Yes. Yeah.
So, you know, Faven's move, Faven's timing often can be solid, but the fact that there's 2, there's a guy watching him, he's not ready for that, you know, so they do get caught off by the timing, the unluckiness of it, and just the fact that it's a bit unorthodox as well. However, into this round looking like a more conventional A play from Bleed.
It was a little quiet. Bomb and the bulk of the team in the direction of the A site. 2 now a third rotating over for Chingus Warriors, so they've got a decent read here. Seems like they got the right idea. Crouching by Rump. What a great shot. Norks up, down. And Zuckerberg continuing to get proactive with Cypher. Swinging a fine headshot will delete to bring the numbers back level. Nuez playing top bulk as well, so an under molly won't affect him. He's going to go down to play this crossfire. Oh my god.
Hampus, lovely find. Really important for the round itself as well. Draws Zerolt, who has now picked up this AWP, but a tough angle to beat here. The head spotted, but there goes Hampus. He knows that one like the back of his hand. Stardust alone from B. Absolutely no chance of stopping this.
Yeah, I think he'll just save. I mean, it's only an MP9. Maybe look for an upgrade, but priority probably keeping his life intact. They don't have a lot of long-term econ over towards Chinggis Warriors is the only issue. Yes, they've been winning a lot of rounds. Yes, it's a very good start to this half, but the money isn't great. So it should actually be an eco out from Chinggis Warriors in towards the next and bleed.
I think maybe even a force buy. I saw like 1,700.
Maybe, but do you want to int your economy when you've got so many rounds in favor? It's the only issue, right? They might even just take a slow one and then rebuy back in so Zuckerberg can have his AWP. A lot of these rounds that they're finding are off the back of him getting active.
Sure.
So I think for me, if I'm the coach in this instance, I want to prioritize that AWP coming through rather than having a few rounds of FAMASs and MP9s.
Yeah.
It's a weird decision, but the other option as well, I think we just saw Qatar look for attack pause there. So yeah, we are actually going to get attack out.
They're forcing.
A little conversation we had here is because you've got so many rounds in arrears, you've got so much of a gap here, you can take the risk. I mean, it looks like what they're going to do. They're going to go into a scout for Zuckerberg and then a few kind of upgraded pistols, a little bit of util. I hope Zuckerberg can do something. It's the old classic kind of tag him and bag him strategy. It's very risky though. Because
there's a couple things, right? It's like there's nuance to what you were saying with do you want to save up, make sure you got that AWP and everything, but a lot of players will just default into this force buy. Second thing for me that really irks me, maybe this is more for the AWP, we'll see how it goes, but Stardust is sat on $800. I feel like if you're committing, you've got to commit.
Yeah, get the util.
Don't do it halfway. We'll see though, it might be a nice smart bit of mathematics to get that AWP out in a later round, drop it across, right?
Yeah, it feels like even here, right, the flash and HE, could go. Especially if you're playing around this scout, right, which is the old tag him and bag him, a bit of HE damage can go a long way.
Or just commit to an MP9, something like this. But
see.
Whatever. Neither here nor there. Because they're going to need a wing and a prayer to win this round for sure.
Yeah. I think Jacob's all around there as well. Swing, not a find. And actually just force the scout away. That's mid now taken for free. It feels like Chinggis Warriors want to bait them in towards that B site, but so far they haven't really been caught on hook, line, and sinker. Not at least just yet. They're going towards A and no one's here. You got one behind that smoke.
Yeah, 5-7 though. Can be deadly at these kinds of ranges. That one's a bit deep. The draw though of the rotation of utility, exactly what they were looking for. That'll be the round, to be honest. I think you just save here and try and give it another go in the next for the Chinggis Warriors.
Bomb goes down. That's a plan again. Nice and simple, and like you said, that'll be that. The good thing, I guess you could say, with where they've forced in, but they've committed to one side, has not gone to that side. You can just save everything here and do it again. Well, I say that. And then now Fury will fall, and the army comes to the tail end here. Damage out towards Jacob. Not going to re-peek in. If they can keep hold of these three, I think it's okay, but if you did down in towards like 2 players left alive, then you're in a really weird kind of a state of affairs when it comes towards your buys. But either way, round done, that would bleed, putting up a third on the board. They're making a little bit of a move here at the tail end of this T side. Like I said, 5 rounds in any situation, any team, I think is very feasible. Anything less becomes a little bit tougher to work. 8-4 is workable, but a lot of it comes round to the stipulation of getting a pistol, which granted, have been very good for bleed, but it's still one of those where, for me, it's I don't know, it's banking on something that isn't a guarantee. So I always say, if you get a 7-5, it's workable. When you get into the guns, you can start to spiral a little bit. But so far for bleed, it's been feeling for them about recovering, maybe from that slow start, a little bit too overconfident, a little bit too comfortable, coming in towards their map pick off the back of such a dominant display on Anubis, and now having to really kind of switch the gears back up again.
Anubis down below. Yeah, knows he has to watch himself, and he could be walking into 2 or 3 down there potentially, so he's going to back off, smoke it up. Actually, no, it's a CT smoke. Hampus just making sure nobody's getting crazy down there. Couple in towards mid window. Again, risky beats, and Silkenberg finds the banger. Alrighty. Fair shot. We got a Zeus out with the Zeus skin, and he might see some action. We're hoping for it. Ooh, he's going to give it a little look there, I think. Gives his position away ever so slightly. Molly pushed him down. Zeus becomes a bit harder to use from here, but still having numbers chunked down a little bit. Cypher playing well in tandem with Faven here. A bomb site being broken open. Not quite a done deal just yet. It's that scary scout that hides in the jungle. The nade and the molly, though, will force him back. So looking better and better for Bleed. Bit of a flank, sure.
He's aware.
Yeah, I mean, I don't see too much from this, though, to be honest.
They have an AK, your Stardust. Even this feels a little audacious, but we got a kill. Making it a little bit expensive. He's not going to commit to any sort of play here. Pistol spotted one, tag damage, and he's still being forced to fight a little bit here. A little bit scrappy. Keeping the numbers near. Stardust, I'm surprised actually giving us a look in with the AK, because he will get his head ripped off the shoulders by Cypher. Dink on towards the AWP. That'll be that. Round done. Round one by Bleed. A fourth put on the board for them. And at the very least, chipping away bit by bit at this, what was quite a large deficit built up. But even still, a little worried. Chingus Warriors, if it goes, even if it goes to like 6-all, right? That would then the conversation actually shifts from being, oh, what a good first half, to actually what a pretty bad choke, right? It changes the narrative massively, because we talk about all the externalities like momentum and all the rest.
Bosh Bosh. So starter for Zilkenberg as he, I would imagine, gets super aggressive down middle. Actually, no. We're looking at B? Yeah, we're looking at B. All right, fair enough. Nonetheless, man advantage for the Chingus Warriors. Gotta watch yourself. Maybe give it a chance at the reset, but no. Catches Zilkenberg all the same, and a really, really big trade back there.
All going quiet, a little bit of a push. Coming towards ramp. Nork, right idea. Still, not close. Nork getting one, looking for another as well. Lee expect to play around that corner. Faven, he needs to be the one to clear it, and he gets caught. Zerol steps up, finds his. 2 versus 2. And Nork is hightailing it, but he turns around 180s at the perfect time. Zerol gets caught. Cypher's got B site as well. This probably should be the round. Cypher, all he has to do is just kind of detect where the rotate's coming from. He looks fire short. Sees nothing, but they're going to go back towards A. They are, my God. Ring around the roses here. One playing chess, the other playing checkers. And unfortunately, the Fury 5K, he is the latter. Gone towards B, and they plant A.
He's looking for it. He's not going to save. I think he's maybe going to give this a good college try. But this is where the open plant becomes very, very tough to deal with, right? They maybe fell flat to it a bit earlier on into the half. 2v1 should be doable. Fury takes a clear of the extremities ultimately. Nobody there, no kill to get him back into the situation. So he will indeed just save. Completely fair enough. And there is maybe somewhere around here, a little deeper in the apartments, my guy. There you go, an AWP, in fact.
You'll take it.
So we shall indeed take it. The gap closing here. Wouldn't say exponentially, not super quick. It has been hard work for Bleed.
Sure.
But they bring it to, at the very least, a 7-5 finish.
I think that AWP being prioritized is really good as well, because fundamentally it has been the most important thing for Chingus Warriors. I mean, we've just seen a really, really good display coming through from Zilkenberg. Having a whale of a time in the server. 13 kills to his name. But no armies, glass cannon in towards the final round here, so that's tough. Have to drop over weapon, I'm assuming. So left with not a hell of a lot. Round play here. They could be in trouble, and they will. Jacob only good for one, but a lot of damage dealt there. On towards the roll. Lucky man still be alive.
Slow creep here. Hampus getting very, very cheeky indeed. Not quite fully through it, but he's ready to go as soon as that smoke dissipates. It will still be set up relatively well on the Chinggis side. So what do we do from here? Headshot angle to the roll would be effective, but no, caught off in transition. Is there a molly for down below? There most certainly is. Stardust gets the smoke out now, just looking to buy time. Smoke blown open, and Cypher makes quick work of it. So 2 remain to hold the line here and indeed hold the advantage. Not looking good. Fury taken out, all onto Zilkenberg. Man of the hour for the Chinggis Warriors. But surely this is a bridge too far, a hill too tall. 6-6 at the end.
Yeah, nice work. I mean, and we kind of touched on this a little bit earlier, right? The narrative now has changed. The 6-1 start for the Chinggis Warriors and a 6-all finish goes from being what was at one point looking like, oh, great first half for the Chinggis Warriors and much better considered than what we saw in towards that first map. And now it's talking about, actually, it's just bleeding out awake. They've activated, they're back in control. They're 5 out of the last 6 rounds for them. Really good work.
Take it. I'm not sure. Take it. I'm buying it. I tried to mono ticket. That ticket. I think DCT. Sound. I'm buying Kongas. Go CT. He can't push short. One is deep CT. Oh.
He flashed Rampus and he flashed us, Kai.
I don't have flash. One dead take.
After the volley. After the volley.
Nice team.
One more con.
Just flash now.
Rampus flash.
Flashing left side. Nice team.
Flash.
Nice boys.
Tim, you're fucking unbelievable, man.
Thank you. I need one.
Indeed. So, moving into this second half, let the boys chit-chat away there. I know that the fans love a good mic up, as they call it. So yeah, we'll move forwards here. We'll see. I'm kind of agreeing with you where things were, I mean, looking good. I think one of the issues, kind of want to save most of it for the desk, but Chinggis Warriors, there's not an awful lot of depth there. You know what I mean? Like the surface level looks good. They've got some aimers. Zilkenberg, you know, really taking them to town in the early stages. But in terms of the adaptation, in terms of the staying ahead, that sort of mental game, or I should rather say like mind games here in Counter-Strike, may look simple. It may be like just click head, but there's more to it than that for sure, right? And you have all these nuances and all these little things that Bleed are going to be pulling out. And unfortunately, the Chinggis Warriors just could not keep up. But I will say, allowing them up to 6 rounds and really having to work hard to run it back, it's not like it was a complete switch. Bleed, I think, had to go a bit deeper into the strat book, deeper into their sort of mind palace than they were maybe expecting here today.
Yeah, and that's the thing. In that first map, they really didn't have to dive too deep into the book that they had, you know, into kind of maybe Kassad's ideas and how they want to build up this team, but they did there. And I think credit has to be given towards Chinggis Warriors to a degree. Zilkenberg individually was quite tough to kind of deal with, but now, until the second half, it's Bleed. Now on the more favorable CT side of Mirage, and this is where potentially things could start to spiral downwards. I think if you're Chinggis Warriors off the back of losing the last 5 rounds, you absolutely need a pistol. If you don't, you're going to continue to kind of rot away in the run of form that you've currently found yourself in. So let's take a look and see. All right, I'm saying that was a smoke over towards the mid window, I think I'm right in saying, and then, yeah, it was. With the gap above him, 250, hoping to find a little frag, and then might want to split via B here.
Certainly looks that way. We got Mr. Nork holding down the line. Oh, and there he is. Ooh, that's a headshot through the wood, I believe. Either way, no kills as yet. Cypher in on the site with those Julies. Maybe looking to boost him up. No, they're just kind of stacking on top of each other. Fury, meanwhile, as the raid boss is looking to find the opener. It's the USP that gets boosted up. 1 for 1, but a good gather of info. Yeah. A good assumption that there's going to be more presence here. Cypher gets his smoke down. Try and work around that, though. Fury is in behind. This could be really problematic. He's slowing down the rotations at the very least, so Cypher will be left on an island. And he does well from here. Finds one, finds another. Working around the smoke to eliminate all the Warriors. Cypher, the B-hole. Looks good.
Loving it. Loving, like, that's so well played for that smoke as well. I mean, it's so risky. There's no two ways about it. But I think you guys spoke about it. He's on an island. He's so isolated. I think you have to take a risk there, and he does it perfectly. Really well done. And his final 2 kills really setting the tone for a very solid pistol and a continuous good run of form. Out from Bleed. Now 6 in a row. And sending across both sides of the game as well, which is good to see. It means, you know, no bomb plant, not enough kills up from Chinga's Warriors. They can't really force him towards this. And it gives Bleed a very good opportunity to start off that positive spiral once again now in towards the second half. It's good. Really good. If you're going to see a buyout from Chinga's Warriors, it's not going to bring a hell of a lot to the table. Tech 9s are half armor, bit of util. I don't know if it's worth the risk. You lose it, and you could be under a lot of pressure. It seems like we have a little tech issue, though. I can see somebody booting up Steam once again, so hopefully get back underway in just a second. But all in all, for Bleed, it's a good way to come in towards the second half and just continue that kind of that tone. We've lost Stardust. Hopefully we get him back in. He was pretty good for first map. He was arguably the most important player in the server for Chinga's Warriors. Hasn't had as much impact. I think it's probably the nice way of putting it in towards Mirage, but Silkenberg has picked up the slack, and I hope to see him do that again on that T side.
Yeah, absolutely. I think there will be a pretty solid case to be made that Silkenberg is outperforming the rest of the squad and really has picked up his game here. Really cool to see. Lots of attempts taken at those opening duels as well.
Yeah.
And doing relatively well with them. So we'll see whether that translates. I think T-side AWPing, different beast, especially on the majority of maps, Mirage being one of them. There's a lot of teams that don't even really go for it. So we'll see. But hopefully not waiting too long. I'm liking the little updates. We know who to blame. So this one is not down to us. It is down to Valve, CS2 bug.
Yeah.
Could be
course,
anything. Could be anything. But
I guess probably because as I mentioned as well that we are playing on the old patch, which is it's a little bit more, it's more prone to
effort.
the
yeah
it's a little bit more prone to the crashes. Of course, I know Dallas is playing on the new one, but obviously with teams flying over from Europe, it's like a whole day.
I know. I'd say it's even a bit harsh for Dallas, really.
I agree. I agree. I'm with you. I think this is, you know, at least teams are well versed and prepped on a new map in a sense.
That's the big one.
It's such a big change for Vertigo. So
the money changes are cool and impactful, but I think in your head, it's not loads that you. And we've got a refund button now if anyone sort of automatically buys or whatever.
Exactly.
So I don't think it's the end of the world, but map
Vertigo,
changes,
yeah,
map changes are always hard to adapt to.
So I feel like for me, you know, this is the thing. I love this little little quad stacking through under. Oh my God, Nork he's seen all of them. He doesn't really realise it, but wherever he goes, pistols are causing problems. Thankfully, Hampus and Favin getting some apiece. Nice to see we've got Favin looking for more. At range will be dropped out by Zilkeberg and that Glock, so continues his fragging form. Do they expect Nork? No, he'll get a kill of his own. That was the bomb.
Yeah, they don't really want to commit in. You don't have many options here, though, guys. I think you kind of just have to send it and try and find another frag from somewhere. All the same, not expecting too much out from that round. We shall see how things continue to develop. Looking pretty good here for Bleed, but this rifle round could really turn the tides.
Yeah, it does feel to a degree as well for Chinga's Warriors, who have struggled for a little while now in this game, that this rifle round very much for me in terms of their mental game feels quite make or break. I feel like if you lose this, then you're really starting to think, oh, we've got no more excuses. You know, we have the excuse of lose the pistol, fair enough, lose that low bar round, yeah, whatever, right? But lose this gun round now and it'll absolutely change that feeling. That's a great second hit that comes through. Fury's a lucky man still stay alive.
Just spamming away at the moment. Again, the tension, I think, in rounds like this, you get that conventional utility out, but not really any crazy aggression, not really digging for the frags. Little double peek here into connector. Well, there was nearly a player fell. Jacob, a risky move, but he felt good for it. In comes Nork. Everybody taking a piece of the pie here for the two-piece.
3 left alive, and for Chinga's Warriors, this is tough. Right ideas are rolled. Right execution. Hampus deleted. So a chance. Will they expect that aggro play in through apartment here from Favin? No, but Favin fluffs his lines. Oh, that is tough. And to roll another great shot. Cypher bested by his own game. Swing of the rifle, deleted. Smoke will come down towards window, and the orb of Nuke can't deny. That might be round done already. Jacob finds one, though, and a chance, because there's a lot of damage dealt towards Chinggis.
Is there a kit somewhere is kind of the big question, really. They are going to look to go for it. I like it. Jacob kind of confident. Pistol out. This is the big one. If Nuke can find this, maybe we're on, but Nuez had the angle. Absolutely not a chance. There goes Yorp as well, so... You know, Jacob making a call, trying to be adult. That might throw it back a little bit as well to his style of play, his level of confidence. Get in at the land, you never know what might happen for you. But they could not afford to lose those players. All of them going to go down in the end. And Hampus, stone-faced at the end of that one. I couldn't resist.
Yeah, it's really well done. Zerol went around from him. Super simple stuff. And he might have actually just picked up the AWP at the tail end as well when he kills one towards CT there, Jacob. So he might have actually scooped it up, which is obviously good. Give it towards Zilkenberg, see what he can do on this T side. But really good round, all in all, from Zerol. Super simple stuff. Pistol, couldn't quite do it. And with how low HP Chinggis were to kind of convert that 2v2, really respectable. Yeah, so all in all, not bad. They did pick up the AWP as well. There's a force buyout from Bleed. Triple M4, 1 MP9, and a Deagle for Nuke. And not a hell of a lot of util either, so they've got to try and rely on a bit of the mechanics, a bit of the individuals, but it's tough when you don't have the firepower.
These are the types of rounds, though, aren't they, that a squad like Bleed will be able to nick away. So the Chinggis Warriors have to be on their A game here. Pushing towards ramp. Oh, they're going to commit. Looks like it. Could be a big deal. Flash at window for Hampus. Nobody spotted. They are all around mid, but not playing aggressively. That could be their downfall here. We'll see. We'll see. Again, the very EU-centric move. You take the ramp control, you hold it. It's info. You know they're not coming A. We can maybe bolster up mid or B. Whereas we saw the Chinggis Warriors, didn't we, in that pretty big round in the first half. Just keep on going, trying to see what they can get away with. Bleed not opting for the over-aggressive move.
They've actually got really decent information both towards B and A. I mean, Fury flanked all the way in. Oh, Zilkenberg finds Hampus at range. Good work. Another one's come through as well for Nuez. That's probably round done and dusted right there and then as Nuke tucks his tail between his legs and gets out of it. A save call to be made. And Chinggis Warriors are going to tie this game back up. 8-all, game on. And it goes back to what we were saying about last round. That felt very make or break for Chinggis Warriors. If they lost that, I think they would have been in a really tough spot where basically if you're Bleed, you can get all the way up to double digits before the response comes through. Winning that changes the narrative entirely. And now they spiraled it into 2. As T-side's got a bit of momentum going, consecutive round on the board, and they're putting a lot of pressure on Bleed, not only in terms of the game, but their finances as well. This is where their side are going to start to really feel it a little bit. You also, you know, it might even kind of spur on the likes of, time out from Assad and a little conversation because I think he's probably seeing this and he can kind of see foreshadowing what feels like Chinggis actually doing all right.
Yeah, it's getting to a worrying point for sure. Maybe not so much for us. We get the competition out of it, and you know, the Chinggis Warriors getting closer to taking that map, bringing a third into the equation.
Honestly, they're playing really good Counter-Strike as well, the Chinggis Warriors. I think, you know, us, even the Mongolian cast as well, can have them the lowest rated team here. And I think, you know, to a degree, I think it is fair enough, because just in terms of experience and name value and all the rest. But honestly, in terms of the way in which they're approaching the game, a little bit unorthodox, and it's working. I love it. Fury flying in towards the fight, and he out-aims Cypher. Not many can say that.
Indeed. Double smokes in towards mid. I want to say that's intentional, actually, to make sort of the connector push and the lower plays, a window push a little harder. I don't know. It would seem a bit weird to me to have 2 people trying to smoke a window anyway, unless he knew he failed it super early on, someone picked up the slack. So I'd be curious to see if that continues to come. Really well done here with the wide default, slowly creeping out on towards A, but looking very, very good. away with the USP, as is Favin. Both on the whiteout skin. Fair enough. It is hella clean.
Will they get anything? Maybe I was expecting. Oh, look, I was going to say, I was expecting a little look in for the pistol of Hampus. It's Favin who'll find his one. Fury will fall, but for him, all he cares about is just keeping on with this gun now. They will have a buy around it at the very least in towards the next, but this is now going to be Chinggis Warriors gaining back a lead 9-8. And at the tail end of this game, looking like the slightly stronger side here on this T side. Bleed, they're at pick, but they're struggling just a tad. There's no two ways about it.
It's been 10 rounds since they've had a lead. And now they are back to it. Better late than never, especially in the game of Counter-Strike. Favin giving it a good shot there to save onto that M4. It doesn't make a world of difference. Always nice, though, not having to worry about the cash. Either way, really important round here, and the Chinggis Warriors bringing it. We felt Bleed maybe had done enough, picked up that pistol. Find themselves a pretty decent start here. But they are yet to get a rifle round, so.
Yeah, absolutely. I'll buy in for Bleed. Full investment going to come through as well. Auto shotgun, though, from Favin, I kind of love. Can get pretty proactive on the CT side, so I don't hate it. Jacob going to be the first contact, most likely. Playing out by under, going to be swung upon to roll another entry for this guy. Really great work. Cypher in that smoke, as long as he doesn't move, he should be fine. He's evading bullets, but not for much longer. Stardust will catch him full blind.
Yeah, they knew he was in there. They knew he was in there, and they are going to go for the save here. Oh my goodness. Getting tense, getting very, very tense indeed. Ooh, I love it. I am so here for this. And the Chinggis Warriors providing a fantastic game and really making Bleed sweat. Got to be another timeout coming round, I would imagine. Yeah. Again, the ideas are relatively sound. Bit unlucky in this round, but that's what happens, man. You create your own luck, and obviously Chinggis have put themselves in a fantastic position to abuse their position.
I think those things for me as well. I love it. Love it. At least the auto shotgun gets its little introduction towards the round. Also an AK to be picked up as well.
So you get 600 quid now, though, mate.
You're not gonna
Is it even worth it?
True.
Yeah, no?
Very, very true. But with 3 staying alive, he had 3.5k. He can drop over a rifle.
Yes,
so, you know, we're working with a little something.
Getting the AK, for sure.
Exactly.
But I'm just saying, like, buying the shotgun in the first place.
True. But it's also, you know, in some of those close range positions, man, it's pretty crisp, dude. You know, especially if you get kind of like shoulders up, you're kind of guaranteeing a kill. But yeah, like we expected, a timeout to be called here. Kassad getting on the mic. No real problems with that on our side, because this Bleed side do look a little bit asleep at the wheel. They have been playing catch up at times in that first half, and then they took a lead and they looked like they'd done enough to maybe spiral all the momentum in their favor. But that round there was pretty damning. Cypher gets caught. I think the big one for me is Jacob. He was so isolated. There's no support, no help. Normally, if you're playing out towards Onda, you have someone via CT, but they had Cypher who was in and around connector, full blind and smoked. He had no clue where he was, and it was a little bit unfortunate. They just get caught in transition from their positions, and Chinggis Warriors, they use it to their advantage. So, really good work. Buy back in there for Bleed. He saved, and of course, a bit of money, cash on hand is not bad. Work. Surely it's not a good start once again. Stardust for the first. Jacob caught, but Hampus and Nork one apiece, and a Molotov will slow them down towards short, so they haven't got all that space to work with. Look how low Stardust is too.
Big one onto Cypher. Opens up the A-bomb site a little here where they had left it vulnerable. So they've got to find this man on the extremity, and they've got to make their way back in towards A. Hampus waiting for his man, making a bit of noise. Yeah, not even taken down, so really, really big kill. Gives them the advantage back round. They've got plenty of utility here. And Nork even moves on to the M4, so they're going to keep the pace up. Oh, hang on. Ooh, yeah, keep an eye on Zerolt. I don't know, man. Smoke on the bomb. Not going to be easy here. Molotov's out. Silkenberg does find Hampus. That's a relatively big deal. Down goes one. Do they recognize that he's on the bomb? Nowhere near, sir. Favin will get the defuse. And Chinggis Warriors let things slip through their fingers with a quick call.
Yeah.
10-8. Is it the move? This is the problem, right? The aggression comes in. They find that first kill, brilliant. But you got to know when to pull back.
Yeah.
And sometimes if you've, let the dogs out, so to speak, they just don't know when to freeze, don't know when to hold up. And unfortunately, caught a bit split.
Yeah.
And Bleed are able to work in that chaos.
To play the kind of devil's advocate, that rotating through short, if it's like 2 seconds quicker as the smoke's pluming, it's actually a really good play. But it's just he just couldn't get there physically in time. It's tough, man. It really is. I think the idea is nice. Maybe there was a little bit of hesitation of when they call it, of actually I'm going to rotate over kind of via short. But in the end, we look at this with hindsight and we say that's a really good round for Bleed to take. They're making a one-round game, still at a deficit, but at the very least, it's still a good position for them to be able to put that pressure back on now towards the Chingas Warriors. They will get out of buy, juice that bonbon. It's a pretty simple one as well with the AWP back in play. Mid MP9 wielded by Cypher. That's not the best to work with. It's going to find the first. Another entry for this guy. It's him and Zerol doing a lot of the legwork on this T side with those rifles. And a great frag to find. Hampus has been arguably one of the most important players.
Oh, I was going to say Molly's a little bit off, but Faven still does get caught. This is tough. They've got a flank, right? So they feel like they could potentially go for it. The only issue with Cypher is an MP9, so he has to get quite close to be effective. I believe they've begun to call it now, yeah.
Oh my. Back and forth, dude.
This is big. For the Chingas Warriors, they're able to find themselves a way back in immediately. Like, that means they're probably in prime position to take this.
This be away Mirage, this would be a story to the whole, man. Jacob's gonna fall. Might be the same story. Yeah, it will be for Nork. He'll go down as well. Luckily for Cypher, he's nowhere to be seen. Nobody even exiting out his way, so he can't even get an upgrade, which is unfortunate for him. Chingas Warriors 11-9, 2 rounds ahead of Bleed, 2 rounds away from stealing their map pick, pushing us towards an Ancient, something that none of us expected. We said even that in itself feels like a small victory, and now they're absolutely opening the doors to this conversation to this series in itself. And for Bleed, if I'm right in saying, I don't know if they have any more tech pauses. I think they might have used all of them. So this is now where Kassar's going to watch from the wings and hope that this side can pull it back in their favor. I'm judging, this might be their last. So, well, it's tough, huh? This is a really tough situation. Kassar's going to try his best. It looks like, the judgment of Hampus with the investment, they're going to force it. Yeah, they're going to go for a force. This is all the marbles here. All chips to the middle of the felt.
Yeah, you're a bit screwed either way, aren't you, in terms of the economic game? You have to overcome hardship one way or another.
True.
So I think it's just kind of picking your poison. Maybe one of those things that comes down to like a collective decision of like, what do we want to do, guys? Are we forcing or not? Bit of a weird way in the middle, actually. Yeah, Nork and Faven holding on to cash. Jacob, kind of. Maybe he's dropped this M4 across. So something that's a little interesting in terms of the economic decision. It's going to be a split the difference, weaker buy in both rounds kind of deal, but they are also stacking out A. So I like the idea of doing something with the force buy at the very least.
Yeah. It's one of those decisions as well where if things go south, you just reinvest in around it. You don't even give that retake a go, basically. Double stacking in via ramp, I like. This could be a little messy. Right in saying, one of them is an MP9. One of them is the Deagle. There's a chance here. At least even going 1-for-1 wouldn't be terrible. If they can make it a 2-for-1, something along those lines, there is a real chance. Stardust, does he clear this properly? The answer is no. Cypher gets one, and it's still not showing the presence of the Deagle. That's good. Oh, get another bit of presence on the left-hand side. The Molotov ticking, and now things fall apart. One Molotov completely changes the narrative of the round.
It's the right idea. It's so close for them, but unfortunately just not quite able to get it done. It's Faven on the 5-7. Now on. He actually did find another. And big damage. USP, it's doable. However, Nork is so low. They really have to play this well. They're going to check him and they will finish him off, but one unchecked angle could have been everything there. That is awfully close. Deagle finds a kill. M4 finds a kill, and maybe Bleed have themselves a steal, but that's not the universe we're in.
My God. What a game of Counter-Strike we're being gifted with here. The Pugger's Paradise, not going to the Puggier side. Chingus Warriors, the teamwork and synergy really been super solid from them. And now find themselves with 3 map points in their favor. This is sick. What a story. We thought this was a real world. They might even take a map, and they're actually putting a lot of pressure on towards Bleed. Broken. Hampus and Cypher 1 apiece. Zerot will find 1, but Hampus doubles down. Bleed far from dead just yet.
Absolutely. This is what they will have talked about, of course, mainly in that timeout. And it pays dividends. A lot more work to do. But it begins here. They look to stay alive. Silkenberg and Zerot, the 2 men that you want in this situation, for sure. But no kills presenting themselves. They're a little close. Hampus low. It's Favon, though, isn't it? When you 2 men checking that angle.
Yeah.
Really is a lot of resources.
Plenty of money, though, for Chingus Warriors. So at the very least, even if they give this a little go and find a kill or 2, you're going to put a bit more pressure on towards Bleed. I'm looking for information, but even still, nothing's being given up. This probably feels like it should be done off this fight alone. Do they even clear him as well? It's not looking the right way. He's probably a dead man walking. Yes, down he goes. There's one Zuckerberg. What you know, Scope's looking like pretty good, in all fairness, but for Nout. No impact. Bleed. Far from dead, far from done. More to be had here. An attack pause now called for Chingus Warriors. An opportunity once again for Kassad to get the mic, but same for that of Storm Rage. So, at the very least, he can try and do something. Give them this confidence just to close this. They've got 2 rounds to do it.
Keeping him in the zone. This is the area, interestingly enough, that, you know, maybe Kassad himself is out of practice with.
Yeah.
If you think about it, you know, obviously they've been putting a lot in GM-wise and practice-wise and building the team online, getting that experience in. But this is the first outing on LAN for Kassad since 2019. So, you know, really quite an interesting prospect there to see how well he does, even under the microscope, so to speak.
Yeah, exactly. Zulkenberg doesn't quite connect. Good thing for Chingus Warriors and the way in which they've built up this T side is that they can really throw everything at the wall because there's just so much in the back pocket, so much stability in terms of their econ. So that, at the very least, is one thing you don't have to worry about, something which Bleed have had to all throughout this CT side. 2 rounds in it. I'm just going to get a little active here, looking out via mid. Nothing really offering up. Chingus Warriors are going to pump the brakes a tad, hope for an overextension from Bleed, and at the moment, nothing really being given up. Very mid-centric hold, though. 1 out via short, 1 in mid itself, 1 in window. So all kind of areas covered here. I think they feel like they know probably what the default of Chingus Warriors is, and looks like that's close right.
I also kind of like it. I think it's a pretty heavy commit angle, as it were. You're able to cover a lot of areas. They have this time around, though, bought in quite heavily, and it really has paid off. Jacob for a clean one, and they're so ready for any kind of move, over the top of the smoke even, etc. And like, it just works beautifully into Bleed's hands. Gotta keep the members alive, though. Don't want to be down onto like mines and whatnot. The next big leg, big dink. Should be all she wrote for this one. The roll, reloading, not quite. Cypher does go down. Only 10 seconds. I don't think it'll make too much of a difference whether you kill him or not, but all the same, they will mow him down. Plenty of cash available here for the T side. That is not a worry. But of course, are we into the overtime, or will it be heartbreak for Bleed?
Big question, isn't it? Like we mentioned a little bit earlier, no issues reinvesting in here for Chingus Warriors. So at the very least, they've got that level of luxury, but now pressure for the first time in a while is on their shoulders. That's back-to-back rounds for Bleed for the first time in this CT side, bar the pistol and the force after it. First consecutive gun round from them. They're looking to push this towards overtime. They want to try and close this in 2. Chingus Warriors want to try and force it towards that ancient, that third map, that decider. opening game here. Stringer finds a rolt on the entry. Beautiful work. Can't quite make it a second as Cypher answers back. He's desperately trying to stay alive and somehow does.
Oh, Cypher, got to be careful here. Stardust right around that corner. Has it been thought of? Has it been read? It would appear maybe, because he is looking to back off towards B itself. Bolster up that defense. Again, a fantastic read here from Bleed.
I think he spotted the gun barrel. Yeah, he did. He's falling over. That's really nice work from Favin. The flash is a beauty as well. Cypher, great flash. Favin's double. That's really nice work.
Beautiful from Bleed here, honestly. And this is where these players want to be.
Yeah.
Backs up against the wall, having the pressure on them, having to dig deep for more. Overtime secured, and this is really difficult streak now for Chinggis Warriors. Ah, man, they were in that winning position. 3 in a row picked up by Bleed, and they are showing you what they are made of. Why, indeed, they are one of the favorites, if not, potentially, depending on who you ask, the favorite for the tournament.
Game on, man. Game on. Bleed. This started no joke. This is really, really decent work. What a recovery as well. I mean, this is a side who looked down and out for the count at one point. 3 map points was there for Chinggis Warriors, and now no more. We're in towards overtime. Magic number of 60 is what we look towards, and for Chinggis Warriors, they're hoping to get back into a bit of form here, but yeah, pressure, I think, feels a little bit more on their shoulders as Cypher finds the first.
Oh, Favin back round for another here. Man advantage secured for Bleed. Yes, indeed. The double up setup.
First time we've seen it, actually.
Yep.
In this entire series.
It's totally an overtime strat.
Yeah,
You don't really see too much of it these days, really. I think a few less rounds in the game now. So expensive to pull out consistently, so it's really not something that you can lean on unless you are, like, truly desperate.
Yeah.
Nork will find another 4v2 now.
This round feeling like it might be already a bit of a forlorn conclusion, to be honest. The 2v4 is tough. Yes, we've seen Chinggis Warriors have a couple of moments where they can make these sort of ones stick, but it's a good angle by Favin. If you dry peek this, you're a dead man. Walking, and there it is. His second of the round, and he'll drop a smoke just to lock it in place, and an 8 behind it as well as he wants to fight. He might have spotted him jumping up into his flower pot, but he doesn't want to stick around to find out.
Nuez, of course, no saving. Not round here. 20 seconds left. I mean, he could try and reset the game a little bit, but you have to win this round. The conversation of money and whatnot, just not really one that exists. Oh. Look good for a second there. Favin sees it off. And there you are, continuing the streak on into the overtime. Looking good for Bleed. Chilling out.
Good round.
Taking the lead as well. Taking the lead for the first time in a while.
Good round for Favin, individually. 3 kills to his name. Looking pretty crisp on the orb. We don't see more too often, but might be something that they will a little bit more regularly in overtime. Like you said, when you've got a little bit more leeway with the old finances. Especially since he kept this alive. But then again, is it one of those pocket rounds which you just use once and then kind of store it back in for maybe a necessity? Well, it looks like that is the case. Yeah. He's going to drop the orb back over to Nork, and he's going to wield the rifle. Conversations being had by both sides here, and understandably so. For Bleed, it's just about continuing. It's now 4 rounds in a row for them, which has been really good. Keep this up. If you get 2 out of 3 on the CT out of a Mirage, you're probably okay. Especially considering where we were at the halfway point. T-side did come alive at the tail end for Bleed once they got kind of mechanically awake. Chinggis Warriors, like we were saying, coming in towards overtime, it feels like the bulk of the pressure is on them.
No real presence from Bleed. A very passive start for them here. Really important now to give themselves a buffer to work with. And it has just started quite quiet. A slow encroachment up middle from the Chinggis Warriors as these smokes start to go down. It's a bit more dangerous. Perfect. Flash bang. A bit of effort, but Jacob does find it. And again, Bleed saving a little bit, aren't they? They've come into the overtime, no longer having to worry about money, and they look way more comfortable all of a sudden. A wrist breaker from Nork, and maybe a backbreaker for the Chinggis Warriors.
That's a lovely shot, man. That really is. Nork now holding. Oh, and another for him as well. Nork's having a round. He's just having one of them. When he's finding form like that, there's nothing you can do. Cypher will see it off, but Nork, that is superb. Stellar work as Bleed make it 2 for 2 to kickstart overtime. And they go 3 for 3. It might be the beginning of the end. They've come alive in these last few rounds. The tail end of regulation, the start of overtime. And I think the big issue is it does feel like, to me, Chinggis Warriors have exhausted the strats. Everything that they're trying now, they feel like a known quantity, and Bleed are getting a very, very good read of them. Credit has to be given towards Hampus. Not only individually playing, but calling a good game too. This is really where things are getting quite dire for me. Quick though, what can be found? Taking that through into his chair. That's a messy fight from Hampus. First real mistake we've seen from him in a while.
And it could cost them big style. It could really cost them. We'll see here moving forwards into the mid-stage of the round. Chinggis Warriors absolutely have to convert this now. No excuses. Sending one in. Jacob just watching above the smoke. What is there to come at the moment? No presentation, no kills available. Cypher has worked his way in behind. Now, the thing is...
Yeah, he's going the wrong way.
He's gone up Palace. He is going the wrong way, and it has left A so vulnerable, and they're like, oh, no one here, guys. It's got to be B. So, yeah, they're completely in the wrong place.
Yikes.
They've had some good reads. This one, not so much.
Yeah, it's unfortunate for Cypher. That's one of those ones you look back in the demo, you look back in the VOD and think, damn, like, that's an unfortunate move. Stardust up on high, drops Jacob. That is the round done. And this half done as well. They're obviously going to give it a go, because why not? Into the fight. Down goes Cypher. Favin will get one. A consolation kill can have probably minimal impact in the grand scheme of things. His legs get spammed. A dead man walking as well will see it off. 13 to 14. So at the very least, one on that T side is okay, but this is still Chinggis Warriors trying to claw their way back in towards his overtime. It still is advantage Bleed.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, though, they don't secure their position necessarily. They've put themselves in a good spot, but not a great spot. We've had this. It's been a while since you've been on these sides. So anything can happen from here on in.
Sure.
And you do have a set of work cut out. All the same. Zeralt playing in towards middle here. Jacob looking for this early pickup. Got a bit of support from down below. Nothing again coming off. They are really playing things quite tentatively, but as I say, there goes Fury. A little too wide, a little too much D key. He will lose his life.
Nuez playing up here on this Balkan, waiting for a chance, but again, nothing really being given up here. It all goes a little bit quiet after that, the fact of that kind of initial frag. You know, you see Bleed sort of slow things down and wait for maybe Chinggis Warriors to try and overextend as they're trying to level the playing field, but nothing's being given at the moment. Minute to work with. And Bleed are looking B. The AWP here, Stardust. We talk about secondary AWPing and overtime strat here, and something that Chinggis Warriors are also going to do themselves in the first round of their CTOT.
Contact B. A good a way to end it as any. Oh, and they've just started to doubt themselves for the B hit here now, moving away from it. Not looking good. Stardust misses. Silkenberg moving around to try and help out. He's a bit late to the party, of course. Zeralt falling flat quite quickly. 2 remaining. Ooh. There's the lurk. Jacob been waiting all round long to pounce. Panther in weight looks pretty good. 15 for Bleed. Absolutely secured. Chinggis Warriors back to the drawing board, man. What do they come up with now?
Yeah, Zuckerberg getting exits here, consolations and all the rest, but they're nothing more than that. But credit's due. He's hitting the shots that are given to him. At least in terms of a numbers game, he's had a very decent showing. Favin might have been heard. The scrunch of the trousers on the jump up. Definitely now, and also definitely dead. Zilkenberg, a confidence play. Doesn't make a difference in the grand scheme. That's map and series point of Bleed. One away, and what a recovery. They put themselves into this point. At one point, 12-9 to Chinggis Warriors. It looked like potentially Ancient was on the cards. And now, it's only something that Chinggis Warriors can dream about as they find themselves in a very difficult spot.
Alrighty, here we go then. Do or die for the Chinggis Warriors. Trying to stay away from the lower bracket. Trying to stay alive in this series. Lead. Oh, denial on the cards, but not as Jacob falls that early.
Yeah, Zuckerberg changing up a little bit. Was playing out via con. Goes via short this time for that fight via mid, and it works. But he could be in trouble. No, timing couldn't have been worse. Hampus just a half a second quicker on the mouse one, and he gets a kill, but he gets caught with nothing. Stardust will find one as well. This is a flawless round thus far. There's one man left, Nork. We'll get one, but is it going to make a difference? I don't know.
Would be a hell of a thing if he could pull this off, surely. They don't let this one slip away. He's locked into A at the very least. So he will have to fight his way out if he is to escape. And yeah, dealing with the AWP here on the backside in particular, I think it's going to be tough. He knows this angle so well. Oh, misses the head. But yeah, Nork's a bit frightened. You know, it's a really easy spot for Zilkenberg to play around and re-peek and stay safe.
Yeah, he's getting... I mean, he's getting some room, but there's nowhere he is. It makes it so difficult. There's no chance there. Seen off. Really well done. Zilkenberg, again, that opener was very solid. I think it's the riflers that do a bulk of the work. Very decent. Fury's fight that he finds via window is so important. Just dropping Hampus here. That's the one that really changes things. If it goes 1-for-1 with Zilkenberg, then round's still on. But it changes things drastically. And now we have two different outcomes in towards this round. Is it OT number 2 or is the map and series done? That is the question. But an opportunity, door wide open once again for Chinggis Warriors to maybe keep this game going.
Double up setup once again for them. This time it's actually Nuez on the secondary AWP. Flashes over the top, but the AWP not dealt with. A bit ahead of the smoke sweep. It will cost Bleed the life of Cypher. Pretty big name in these types of situations. Nade damage comes back round onto the CT side, but my goodness, Bleed look worse for wear. Fury works around the smoke, looking very good here for Chinggis Warriors. Down to just 2, but they are the new 2, the danger 2. They'll roll it back a little bit. The Apex days working in tandem. Maybe a bit more comfortable, but Jacob still caught off by the AWP. Nork then 1v3, and they're already ahead of the curve with this, ready for him to be moving on towards that B-bomb site. We'll see. Will he anticipate someone to be holding here? I don't think so. He's having a little look, but he will lose the fight all the same, and we're going in for a bit more.
Overtime number 2. Chinggis Warriors far from dead. And this game continues. Bleed being pushed the distance and some. That's double OT now. Opens up. There's a real conversation to be had about, you know, we said it for Chinggis Warriors. At one point it looked like they kind of exhausted their strat book. Same could be said of it towards Bleed. Things are looking absolutely like anybody's game. This is a real tough one to call.
Alrighty, here we go. High fives all round. Energy up high. Chinggis Warriors working hard. Bleed. Again, starting to worry when they maybe felt themselves in a winnable position. Jacob. Oh, wins it on the edge of the smoke. Big deal, big name to take early.
Yeah, Zuckerberg coming in towards OT number 2. 28 kills to his name, right? So to deny him anything early doors is not bad.
Yeah,
not
highest
bad
on the
all.
server.
It is, yeah.
By a fair margin,
I mean,
actually.
Yeah, Bleed's highest is 21 for Hampus, right? So he's individually been pretty fantastic, to be fair to him. And he has from the kind of the get-go. He's 9-2 in the first, 4 rounds? not a bad way to find things. Boosted up here. Jacob gets tagged. Doesn't die, and Hampus will make sure Stardust can't find his kill. So 5 versus 3 with just shy of a minute. This is a good position for Bleed to now just kind of pause a little break. Oh my god! What a piece. Oh, that's dicey.
Yeah, I might bring them back into it. However, it does confirm the location of 2 players now for Bleed to work with. 8 damage pretty big. Bomb going down. Molly's split them up. You can see Nuez left pretty low here coming into this retake. A little disjointed. Couple of them close to the action. Nuez just managed to find Faven though. Creeping in towards CT. May well have spotted Cypher at the very least. The contact from Fury, but it's not enough. Cypher's just too quick. Bomb ticking quite far here. What am I seeing? There's no kit for the Chinggis Warriors. Oh my goodness. We'll see. This could come back to bite them up against Cypher now. They know where he is. They've not retrieved a kit. Nade onto a bomb. That's enough, but that's the round. I don't think there quite would have been time anyway. But all the same, they put themselves under a bit of needless pressure there at the end.
5K, 7.8, 7.6, 6.8, 6.8, and no kit in play.
Get him. Oh my goodness, guys.
Everybody at home, with me now. Don't be a loser. Buy a diffuser. What is the what happened there? How? Have we not got, what, bare minimum 3? If not 4 or 5, right? It kind of feels inexcusable, especially if you're not double AWPing, right? You can afford that extra 400. That's a tough mistake to make. And Bleed, it really does help them out. More play from Cypher. I mean, regardless, nade on towards the bomb planter was good. Hang on a second. Oh, slip the net in the smoke. Fury could maybe catch a little bit on the back stab. No! He whiffs it. Oh, no. That is a bad miss. That is a seriously bad miss. Punished, but Zerolt and Stardust combined to at least make this a possibility.
Oh my goodness, relentless though. It's so smart from Bleed. They've just won a big clutch. What do you do after that? You do the confidence rush, you know? You get in their heads with it. They're going to be like, oh, we have to deal with that. We have to bring it back tactically and come up with some kind of a round. And Bleed are like, nah, we're in there. We're shooting heads. And, you know, it's a completely different energy from the tail end of that round. A great call, and it works beautifully for them. In the end, certainly not the cleanest, but it doesn't matter in overtime. And they're laying down the law here. Coming ever closer. A little bit more work required, of course, and still recoverable here for the Chinggis Warriors, but you can feel this shift into the second overtime.
Yeah, Bleed aren't pulling any punches anymore. Not taking any prisoners. My God. I still have to say, though, that miss, you don't want to... Yeah, man, I feel you. We were doing the same thing, so I feel you. It's one of those where... That's 2 kills normally, guaranteed. Yeah. But again, he kind of dilly-dallies between the both of them, and it cost them. And Stardust, his secondary ult, finding no form here as Hampers deletes him. Good work. A flawless T-side, that might spell the beginning of the end.
Yes. But not over. We've still got 4 of the Warriors. Still got that AWP of Zilkenberg, who has been a little quiet in the past few rounds, safe to say. They've done well to avoid him, but maybe he comes alive here to deliver. And there he strikes, the roll backing him up. Oh, and Zilkenberg for 2. Just as you call upon him, he will indeed deliver. Pinning Faven to the back wall, leaving Hampus all alone here in the 33rd round of play. Bomb yet to be retrieved. Zilkenberg sees it off with 4. Huge round from him, keeping the hopes alive for the Chinggis Warriors.
Oh, beautiful work. Zilkenberg, one-man army at times, a cannon when he gets going. And they just could not stop him. So, 2-1 on the T-side. Still isn't bad for Bleed, in all fairness. T-side generally seems a little bit harder, so the fact they get 2 out of it is not too shabby. It still is them with advantage in the court, 2 rounds away from the 19. That's the number we're looking for here in OT. For Chinggis, it would need to be flawless on the T-side. Lead need 2. They themselves going to dip back into that double orb. Worked. First round of CT. Why not this time? Well, not good for Nork. He gets caught. Faven's orb is still alive, though. Already down to 4.
Fury. Needed it. They forced him into the fight. And he could not take it. Bleed keeping the energy up, fatiguing their opponents. The attrition maybe as well, I think, is coming into play here a little bit. Looking good. It's a lead. It's a bit slim. Cypher's low. All the same, 4v3 ensues.
Zulkenberg waiting for a swing, not being given it just yet. With a maneuver up by Cat, but again, they've got so little information about what Bleed's setup is. Cypher's tagged, yes, but where is he? I have no clue. Cypher's got good information, right? Nobody's come to ramp. He hasn't heard any steps. Leg spotted just an E-cap, but a missed shot, so will give Zulkenberg that opportunity to move forward. Does take a tag, needs to hit the shot, and he will. But from behind, Hampus and Jacob combined. 2v1.
Yeah, no dice, not happening. Easy peek out for Hampus. 18 secured. 2 in a row for the Chinggis Warriors going to be required here. And as said, a huge shift into this second bout of overtime. Bleed have looked even better than maybe they did in regulation, you know, getting to this point, to be honest. Can they keep it up, right? Is there going to be a fall off? Are they also going to run out?
Yeah.
Staring at the damn screens for an hour and a half, you know, it is not easy. It is not easy at all to remain focused.
2 rounds in a row needed from Chinggis Warriors to be able to keep this one alive. Zulkenberg going to go aggro, going to go on his own here. Just take a very small amount of damage, but it's just more for information. Fury, though, will kickstart things. Cypher drops an important kill. He's been getting very proactive on these CT sides, may I say, and him going down, already the numbers advantage, but Bleed have converted these rounds for 4 in OT, so you can never count them out.
So grouped up, man.
Yeah.
So grouped up. I think it's so risky. If Bleed can find themselves a good spot. That's not a wall. That's not a wall. Jacob. If they get good timing on this, it could be disastrous.
Oh,
he gets himself the 2-3 for Jacob. Oh no, disaster strikes for the Chinggis Warriors. And Jacob might just have done enough. He's dropped the bomb. He's drawn attention. North may well have been heard here, but it does not matter. Zeralt alone was that lurking presence. Good for one, but that kind of just secures the round, really. Gives himself away. He has to battle out, and he cannot do it. Bleed will take it. They certainly did for that game, I tell you what. Oh my lord, Chinggis Warriors bring it so damn close, way closer than we would have expected. Super, super close game. So happy for that. We're of course going to throw it across to a quick break, but we'll join you on the desk in just a few.
Smoke and show. Flash back.
V2.
Хадаас нарж байна.
Дотор орно шүү. Голын өнөө бариараа.
Голоохгүй. Баац нэг.
Баадас нуусан. Дайрцаж болно. Нэг нь дайрцаж болно. Нэг нь тэтэс эстэй. Нэг хүн мэдэхгүй.
Бит яарахгүй. Нөгөөх нь зүрх гэж шүү. Зүрхгүйс контакт. Хоёр агаар би бэрвсэн. Бүр агаалтаа.
Би бүр төлөвтэй зүгээр ноогц.
What a match coming through from you guys, Hampus. First match back online. It's been a while since you guys have been here, never with this team. Was this comfortable for you? Didn't look like it.
I mean, it's a bit shaky. It's the first LAN for this team. It's the first LAN of this year for me. First LAN in CS2 for me, I think, for almost everyone but Jacob and Nock. So, yeah, a bit shaky, you know. But I mean, we got it done in the end, you know.
Were you expecting the game to be that hard, though?
No, I wouldn't say I expected it to be that hard, but also like we didn't have the best preparation. We had a small boot camp, but we had some official games, so it was hard to practice. And then also we had to travel here like kind of early, so we didn't. And the internet in hotel you can't really practice, so we didn't play the game for 5 days. We could only play aimbots. So I mean the communication was a bit rusty, everything, but I mean we still got it done, and I'm happy.
Well, you personally looked like you had all the practice in the world though going into Mirage. Felt like you had to do a lot on your own. Were you just feeling it the game, or did you feel like you had to step up instead?
No, not really. I mean, I trust the guys, and I just, I shot them when they were on my screen. Nothing more than that. Nothing special. I feel like everyone in this team can win the game for us, and in the end we won it as a team. So yeah, I'm just happy.
Last question, this one's more for the Mongolian fans than maybe for you, but is Zilkenberg really the GOAT AWPer in the world right now? What's going on over there?
Yeah, I mean, he's the GOAT AWPer, the GOAT USP player, the GOAT, whatever he does, he's the GOAT at. So yeah, I'm just happy we beat him.
Well, you know what, Bleed barely beating out Zilkengoat and the crew, but over to you guys once again. Thank you, Ampus. Again, congratulations.
Well, there you go. It is going to be indeed the dub today for Bleed. A 2-0, though. Maybe not quite the cleanest of 2-0s. It was certainly something. I thought for a moment, actually, we were going to go to 3 maps there.
Yeah, dude, I was with you. I mean, especially when, 12-9 at the end of regulation, I thought it was kind of wraps. I really thought Bleed had kind of fumbled the bag a little bit, and it was a little tough. Thankfully, they claw it back. And then over time, different conversations there where, even there was moments with Chinggis Warriors. We've got to look back at that and say that was a really fun game of Counter-Strike.
I think there's 2 angles to take. One is that it never should have come that close, right? With the way that, this is your Mirage, this is your pick. Maybe a map that they're still working in a little bit, you could argue, right? But the second argument for me that I think is a bit more fun is the fact that they're able to show us a bit more of themselves, the depth that they have, the ability that they have as a team, that they can find. Hampus as an in-game leader, some of those calls towards the tail end of regulation into particularly the first bout of overtime, they maybe lost it a little bit, but they were really, really solid. Some pretty perfect reads. There was maybe one that was a little off, I think we seem to remember, but, really, really great show of what Bleed can do. However, should they have had to do that against the Chinggis Warriors? Potentially not.
Was it the Chinggis Warriors or was it just Zilkenberg? Because, we were talking about it going into that game, into that map. It was like maybe Zilkenberg can run it back, and he ran it. He sprinted it back, bro.
Yeah. I'll touch on Zilkenberg in a second. I want to give one guy a little bit of credit as well as Zarol. I actually thought he was unbelievable on that T side. I mean, I don't think without him they would have got even anywhere near the rounds they did on the T side. He got, if I'm right in saying, it was like 4 entries in a row to kickstart rounds, and he was doing a lot of work. But Zilkenberg, man, what a performance! And is the one thing that I actually said that was the big difference. He got proactive. He actually backed himself. When you look towards Anubis, he wasn't taking fights in the sense of he wasn't searching for them. He was hoping they would come to him. And I think you can't do that against these kind of top EU teams. You've actually got to go and try and make your own kind of headway, and he did that in towards Mirage. I mean, he started the pistol round, 3 kills in via mid, going for the fight. I mean, that's what we want to see. So I'm really impressed with him.
I'll take a look at the scoreboard here as well, just while we're having a bit of a chat. And yeah, I mean, I guess at this point, right, you really have to look at Zilkenberg and at Zarol and say, well, they did a good job. They were able to, in a sense, make this one a close scoreline. It does go to show that age is but a number, especially in the case of Zilkenberg. True. And I guess, Zarol's on the other side of that, right? He's the young guy, Zilkenberg's the old guy. But at the end of the day, unfortunately, just not enough to get a map off of Bleed. And we were talking even again in that pre-show about if they were to take the map or take a map, Chinggis Warriors, that would be considered a win for them. They were very close. I think we can sort of walk away from that and say, you know what, for a team that we really had basically 0 expectations for, maybe not a bad shout.
Yeah, absolutely. I think they've done very, very well. There's obviously a few things in there. You want to look at scoreboard-wise, a couple players that maybe made life harder for them, let's say. But at the same time, I think a really solid performance goes to show that they have a deeper map pool. The Mirage we've not really seen from them in sort of HLTV officials at the very least. So they deliver, I think, a good individual game, proving that they have some aimers in there. And there were some really legitimate rounds towards sort of the very end before they obviously let things slip a little, but there were some really, really clean rounds, I think, from them.
For sure.
In terms of using their pieces. Again, it might not be like read heavy, it might not be bouncing into these mid-round calls, but they were able to go, okay, what do we have, what works, let's kind of burst forwards a little bit, let's play all together. Unfortunately, I think it's something that Bleed figured out at the perfect moment, obviously, but they really did play like a solid Chingis Warriors kind of game rather than that reactive sort of style that they had on Anubis that just wasn't working.
And we can sit here and say, you know, especially on the back of that Mirage, double OT and all the rest, they did achieve something here, right? You know, we came into this, us, the Mongolian casters, we all kind of had them as the rock bottom team who might come in and just kind of get battered around a bit. It wasn't the case. Yes, map 1 was a little one-sided, but that was actually a really good showing. Taking aside of Bleed's caliber, who for us here on the English broadcast, either 1 or 2 rated overall in this tournament, taking the double OT on their map pick, the map which they are the best on, showcases that this is a side you can't, you know, expect nothing from.
I mean, that's for sure, but has it given you some reservations about Bleed and their ability to go deep in the rest of this tournament? Because, you know, again, if we look at it on paper and continuing to sort of highlight that whiteboard, it's like, well, the way we sort of framed this matchup going in was this is the David versus the Goliath. It's probably one of the best teams, at least in our opinion. Again, the Mongolian casters had a bit of a different vibe on Bleed versus one of the worst teams in the tournament. And look, I don't necessarily think that we were too far off of the ballpark. I do think still Bleed is definitely one of the top teams at this event. And I do think Chingis Warriors, I don't think you can really make an argument for them not being the bottom seeded team coming into this event. So the fact that it gets that close, is that maybe causing some concern?
I'm not so sure. I think for me, the one thing here to consider is that, you know, Mirage is not a map that they would pick into conventionally, that they would kind of play an awful lot. I think it's something, as you mentioned sort of before the game, the Apex boys quite like it. So I think they're maybe experimenting with the Mirage a little bit against a lesser opponent, and now maybe they'll go, okay, right, next tournament.
Yeah, not going to draw too many conclusions from that one, I guess. Yeah. Let's take a look at the player of the match, though. Obviously, I have to highlight Hampus here. Had a very phenomenal across-the-board performance.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, not only in terms of kind of the fragging ability with the calls as well, really did get he kind of dug them out of some really dire situations, especially in towards that Mirage where things were looking very tough. They couldn't find that form. They couldn't find any sort of control in terms of the tempo and the momentum and all the rest. He did have to dig deep. He kind of, at times as well, when maybe some of the individual riflers weren't really stepping up, he would take a little bit of onus himself. I'm really impressed. I think he really just showcased how important he is to this team. I think it's one of those things, Bleed, they have firepower, they have a great AWP, great riflers and all the rest, but just that leadership, that experience, a bit more of a cool head, having someone like Hampus is just so invaluable.
Yeah, man, I'm really up on Hampus, to be honest with you. I think he's underrated as a player. He frags, he leads, he plays a lot of difficult roles. He, you know, kind of leads on that T-side attack, as it were, particularly in a team, again, where you've got a Cypher, where you've got a Jacob. These are players that really do want to get involved. I think he takes the space quite well, but maybe in certain strats that are a little more favorable to entering, they'll get it. When it's not, when he's just sort of cannon fodder, he'll be the first one in. So I think he's a really, really solid player in that sense. And I think, you know, the stock for Hampus has been down a little bit because the last time we saw him out, it was in an NIP team that was a little mismanaged. We've sort of revealed, you know, if maybe people have seen the interview with him, you know, the podcast with him, there were a lot of decisions that he just wasn't a part of that he wanted to be a part of. This is a very different energy coming into Bleed, and I think it's translating for him on the server.
Yeah, I mean, I guess one thing that I would like to sort of throw your direction as well, because I almost threw you under the bus in the sense with that last Bleed conversation. Now I want to give you the opposite side of that coin, right? I think, obviously, when you look at this Bleed roster, you know, you talk about the fact that they haven't really been having a huge amount of practice over the last couple of days. We've sort of spoken to a couple of the members here. Once they got to Mongolia, they haven't really been scrimming quite as much. So I think that this is going to be a team that, you know, once they find their feet in this tournament, you know, it is only game one, right? So let's give them a little bit of slack. Are we happy to take that as a storyline and feel that they're going to build their way into this tournament as they get more time under their belt in Mongolia specifically?
I think the way we've got to look at this, right? This is a side who, as a core, as it's 5, right? I've had 5 days of boot camp. 3 of those days are 2 best of 3s, right? There's just no time to really get the kind of the real niche little strats and the little pocket moments. So I think, you know, for them, this is really, in a way, kind of like official prac. This is where they're going to be looking into this. And especially maybe against sides like Chingis Warriors, where they can actually test a few things. And I feel like at times it felt like they were doing that. They were giving, you know, some sort of little plays that maybe wouldn't see regularly out of them, giving them a go, see what happens. I think they've got kind of the ability to kind of flex those muscles a little bit. But yeah, I think they're a side who, for me especially, I've seen them in a lot of these online tournaments. I covered them recently. They won a tournament also recently online. And yeah, they really do warm up into them. That's the big thing with Bleed. I think they can at times be a little bit slow starting, but once they get going, once they get comfortable, now that they've got the first one out the way, all the rust is gone, all the travel weariness, the tiredness, the jet lag and whatever you want to talk about, it's all gone now. Now this is where for Bleed going forward, first one on the belt, all they care about is 2-0. They're pretty happy, I think.
Yeah, I mean, ultimately, the Chinggis Warriors might remember it, the Mongolian fans might remember it, but in the grand context of Counter-Strike, it's a 2-0, you know? So with how close the map comes, it doesn't matter too much in the end. I think one thing that's kind of interesting, I feel at the moment we have Kassad maybe letting things run a little bit and seeing how they sort of play, and then we did see when it was a little tight there towards the end. A few more timeouts from him, much more vocal, very direct with a few players here or there that might not be, communicating enough or quite following the strats enough, that sort of thing. And then it suddenly turned a corner. They really picked things up. So I think that's a very interesting kind of conversation around. They're a team that are building this in a way as a game is a chance to experiment. It's a scrim in official sheep's clothing, let's say. So I think a very, very kind of hard one to take too much from. Maybe ask me in the next series kind of vibe.
Yeah, no, definitely. I mean, I think that's going to be a conversation that we'll have over the course of this week and going into the weekend as well. But that is us done for game number 1. We've still got a little bit more to talk about, though. Of course, it is going to be another matchup in just a second. OG and Atox playing off in about half an hour. So don't go too far away. We will see you there for match 2 of the day.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Nomadic Masters Spring 2024 6 дугаар сарын 1 болон 2-ны өдрүүдэд Европ болон Аз багууд Монгол улс Улаанбаатар хотноо $100,000 шагналын сантай Степи аренаар уулзах болно. OG, Bleed Esports, Gaming Gladiators, Aurora, Lin Vision, The MongolZ, Chinggis Warriors. Шилдэгүүдийг дэрэгдээс нь үзэх боломжийг бүү алдаарай. Тасалбарыг Степи арена болон Shopee-ийн мөнөөс.
You on my mind a lot. Don't need no time watch. I don't know how I got you in my pocket spot. Yeah, that's babe, need you every day. You like my oxygen, make it seem like the barging down. Got my heart no barging in, from the bed to the floor to the couch. Might wake the neighbors up, break you in then break you out. In the end we gon' make a child.
Copy my steel, face the fact that ain't no cap, I'm real. No cap, I'm real. The plastic bars from I copy my steel. Plastic bars from I copy my steel.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Welcome back, gamers, to the MESA Nomadic Masters here in Ulsan, Mongolia, which is about to get ready for game number 2 after a pretty thrilling affair for our opener. We have got OG taking on Atox. First one was good. We're hoping for more of the same. Fellas, let's get a rough lay of the ground. How are we feeling off the back of game number 1, heading into game number 2?
A little bit surprised. I mean, I actually didn't expect that Chinggis Warriors was going to be able to take as much to bleed as what they did. But obviously, end of the day, 2-0 result. Like was discussed on the desk just before,
sure.
it's really what goes into the book. So the fact that it's 2-0 is really all that anyone really remembers, and I think that was very much in line with the expectation.
I can tell you right now, the Mongolian fans are going to be remembering Zilkenberg for that performance over there, 2-0 or not. And the question is, can we see some other heroes step up right now? Because going up against OG now will be Atox. You know what? Big names as far as OG, the brand is concerned, but maybe a weaker time over here, I've got to say.
It's true. It's very, very true. This is how our bracket looks at the moment off the back of that one. Chinggis Warriors find themselves in that lower bracket, waiting to see whether they'll be joined by OG or Atox off the back of this. Bleed now wait in the wings for the upper bracket too. And honestly, a really, really good game coming in here. Atox are a side. We've spoken about our little board over there. We favour them quite highly. This is a side who can compete, could compete, and OG, where there's question marks around them. I'll start with you, Fish Guy. Do you think there's a chance here?
I mean, yeah, definitely. I'm definitely hoping that Atox can compete, and I think I've gone for Atox higher than anyone else. I put them at number 4. I don't know what the Mongolian classes where they sort of ranked Atox. I think maybe they might have had a little bit of bias involved, so maybe they've gone and put Atox up a little bit there as well. But yeah, I think Atox is a good team. I think on their day, they definitely can compete at an event like this. Obviously, they're on home soil as well. They've got some really good pieces of the puzzle in that roster that I like. So again, I'm not necessarily predicting them to do amazingly at this event, but I think they're kind of, for me, like, I feel like they're a little bit of a dark horse in a similar vein to maybe the Asia RMR, where you wouldn't expect to see them in the grand final or anything like that, but I think they can cause damage, definitely.
I'll change it up for you, T. We're going to go percentages. Who's winning it? Give me probabilities.
Right,
OG,
okay. I'm
Atox,
going in for a 65% win probability for Atox.
Okay.
Because personally, I just think that over here, one of the big difference makers is going to be that Atox is the only other team in Asia right now who I think has an actual in-game leader. Dobu has come through. He's really been one of the players I was really skeptical of when he initially went to IGL, right? Because, you know, in my head, this is Demon Dobu. Right, this is the god of Mongolia from back in the day. It was him and Score. Everyone said, oh, this guy's the Mongolian Nico coming into it with a rifle. The things he could do were fantastic. But then since he's become the IGL, it's just been really impressive what he's managed to do with different lineups, losing his star players at times, bringing in new oppers and everything. I think this is actually a surprisingly impressive team in Atox.
Well, you spoke about lineups. Let's take a look at some of the lineups. We've got OG to bring you first as well. This is a side who there's no two ways about it, boys. There's been a couple of question marks, quite a few roster changes, ups and downs. They lost Regali, gained Modo. Heavy Gods had a lot of question marks in terms of how long is he sticking around this roster? Are bigger teams looking his way? But give me the rough lay of the land. How are you feeling with this OG team?
I got to say, I think at this point, right, this is probably the best kind of tournament that they can come in and play, because it does feel like a tournament where, you know, you can actually do really well at this event. There's not any like massive names. Okay, MongolZ are pretty threatening at the moment. Who knows about Bleed? Obviously, we've had our conversations there, but it's not as if any of these teams are like unbeatable for a team like OG, as long as they're kind of all clicking together. And yeah, there's some circumstances around this event with travel and jet lag and this and that they might not necessarily have to deal with at other European events. But just in terms of being another kind of confidence building event, like I think they kind of need something like this under their belt. So I'm really hoping that they're going to be able to kind of hit the ground running at this event.
The thing is, though, Jordan, as much as we might want to say that, hey, confidence building event, this and that, this is also an event where you have all the pressure on you, because
got a lot to lose,
it's not like they don't have ears, right? It's not like they haven't been hearing what's been said about them. Everyone on every talk show has been saying, get Heavy God out of here. Everyone on every talk show has basically been saying that he's been the reason why OG is even relevant. And at this stage, I have to say, I think there's talent over here. I think Nexus is underrated. I think he's an undersung hero within this team. But after that, who do you have? You know, that's my question. After that, Modo hasn't been hitting his numbers over the past 6 months or so. Kito's not really shown himself off to be a brilliant IGL after converting into an English-speaking lineup and everything. We're expecting him to maybe take some more time. And again, Fiku, he has a map here or there, but supportively doesn't feel like he's in the best place.
True. We've had a lot of question marks, and I think with question marks, some questions. I think we have an interview with OG to bring you, so I'm going to throw it over there and see what they say. Oh no, we have actually our player to watch. Heavy God was the guy we've spoken about. I think without a doubt for us, this is the big what if of if OG stick with this player and they manage to keep him. I know there's been a lot of people looking his way, a lot of teams that have apparently been eyeing up as a potential transfer. If they can keep him, how do they build around him? Because at the moment it feels like you mentioned, he is the main man and it's others trying to find ways to kind of keep up to his level, which they can't at the moment.
I mean, we really need to see Modo stepping up, to be honest, because it does feel like if you get a good 3-man core going into this team, you've got the foundations, but if Modo doesn't come alive on the AWP, and if it's really just going to be Heavy God plus maybe sometimes Nexius, then you know what, I just don't think that's enough.
Sure. And I'll throw this the other way for you, Jordan. If we give Heavy God as our player to watch, you mentioned Modo. Is there anyone on your side who you think maybe needs to step up a little bit more out from this OG side? Who we need to see just a little bit, an extra 10-15% from?
Is everyone an acceptable answer at this point? I kind of think that's kind of where we're at, isn't it? So, kind of across the board, really. The thing is, though, I think, again, Atox is also one of those teams where you don't really... I find that they are somewhat inconsistent, personally.
True.
So I don't know necessarily that we're going to have to see 100% OG
I
in
will
this
caveat
matchup.
Though that Atox had been boot camping in Europe
They
for a
have.
while as well, right? So if you're over in HLTV and you're looking over things saying, well, these guys haven't really played many officials, you're right, but that's because they were boot camping in Serbia for quite a while. So I am also hedging my percentage a little bit on just the European level up, right? So that's what I'm looking forward to seeing from Atox.
And the big question is for me in terms of OG, we're looking at them as a team. You're saying this is a perfect tournament for them, but there's the what if for me of what if they lose here and they go into a lower bracket. Do you think mental gets broken off the bat?
How much further down can you really go, though, for a team like this? It's kind of
let's find out, baby.
Exactly. So, sure, it would not be good. Is it the nail in the coffin? Is there already a bunch of nails in the coffin? I guess is probably the question I'd ask back in that direction. So, I don't know. I think it doesn't really matter at this point if they lose. It's just the same old, same old. So, it wouldn't be too much of a surprise. I think there's only upsides for OG. They come in here and they win, and then people are like, okay, well, they at least won something.
Let me process the other way to you, T-Time. What if we see OG minimum top 3? Then how does that conversation change about this team?
The problem is for OG, for me, that's going to change a lot, right? Because I know how good the Asian teams are. For the international community who's looking down over here and saying, oh, who are these Chinggis Warriors? Ha ha ha, Bleed went to double overtime. Shut up, HLTV. You don't know what you're talking about, right? I know that that's an impressive result, but for OG, on the eyes of the international community, it's like a lose-lose regardless. Unless you go out and you win this event, unless you go out and you become top 2, not even top 3, you have a competitive match versus the Mongols, something like it. It'll be hard.
Well, we've spoken a lot about it. Let's go and hear from them themselves. We've got an interview ready with OG, so we're going to throw it on over to Skriv.
Glad to have you on. Get a little bit of thoughts out from yourself. I'll start with something fairly basic. I think. How are you finding Mongolia?
I think it's really good. The weather it's kind of similar to Romania. Yeah, it was good. Jet lag, I fixed it, I guess. But everything is good.
Yeah, absolutely. I think we're all a little jet lagged from our side of the flight there. So zooming in on the game itself, obviously you guys come in having a bit of an extra day to get prepared. How are you feeling up against Atox in particular?
I mean, we have everything prepared. We have time to practice a lot, and we have everything prepared. I think we came in this tournament with a big boost of confidence. Yeah, and let's see.
Yeah, so I suppose one of the big things, just been sort of informed very quickly offhand that you're now in on a more permanent basis with OG. Is that like a weight off your shoulders? Is it something that you tried not to think about in server anyway? How do you feel ultimately with that news?
Yeah, it's really nice. It gave me a boost of confidence again, because I don't know what is happening between the orgs. Yeah, and now I'm full confident, and let's get it.
So generally more for the tournament, not sure if we're going to get yourself back on, so it'd be good to get the thoughts about that. How are you approaching things coming into this? Obviously you've got a studio here, then we go into the arena. These are all sort of new environments for yourself. So what is your sort of game plan as OG, as Modo, moving into these bigger scenarios, especially the arena, which I'm sure you're hoping to get there?
I mean, as I said, we are really confident. We have a really good bracket, to be honest, and we don't have to overthink. We just have to play our game. As this tournament is really nice. We have everything. Everything is okay. People are really nice. Yeah, I'm really happy to be in Mongolia. People are nice.
Lovely stuff. All right, we'll send it back to the desk.
Very much, Scriv. Good to hear from Modo as well. Can of course coming in towards this, one of the new boys on the block. But I think we've done enough talking about OG. Let's talk about their opponents, Atox, the hometown heroes, right? They have really been impressing. I think you guys especially are specialists over here. And I think aside that, a lot of people revere quite highly, right? They have really been on the up and up. And T, start me here, right? What's the thoughts coming in towards this team in terms of what heights they can achieve?
Okay, so for everyone to understand Atox, you have to remember their background. Their background is that for the past 2 years, Atox has consistently been coming third place or second place in every single online qualifier. Sure. Atox are the team that never gets that last win they need to make it to an international LAN of any repute. This is a team that always takes it close versus your Lin Visions, maybe not so much your Mongols, although they've got a win or two against your Tylus, but in the end, when it matters the most, that's where they falter. This is a team that has had all the cards set up for them. Now they just have to play them.
Right. And Elvish, for you, you have put Atox on our little ranking board, highest of all the talent here on the English side. I want to see some backing. Give me the reasons why.
It might be a little bit of hopium, potentially. I'll just put that one out there. A little bit of bias coming through. But look, I do think that they are a very, very solid squad. I mean, same with you, T-Time. I'm very excited about what Dobu brings to the table. I even remember watching him back at Extremesland earlier this year where he wasn't even on that team. He was just a sub. He just came over to China to play a game or two for NKT and he was like dropping 40 bombs. I was like, bro, this guy can still frag. Like, I don't know how old he is at this point. He's actually not that old, by the way. But yeah, look, you got Dobu there, you got Cabal there, you got that pedigree in terms of the experience and the namesakes and obviously Annihilation. You know, you can have your opinion on where he's at as well. I think if they can actually activate Annihilation, if they can bring him back to that peak form that we know that he had back in the day on D13, then that might be like that little tipping point that Atox needs to get it over the line. But I just don't think they're there yet. I kind of echo the same thoughts that T-Time has, and I think if you really want to get an indication of where this team is at, you just have to see their run at the Asia RMR, where they did put in some work. They were able to beat Tyloo. They got close against FlyQuest / Greyhound. But at the end of the day, they just don't quite make it over the line. And so that's why, for me, like, they're not a team that's going to make it to the final. But they might be a team that makes it top 4.
Sure. Well, you know, we've been talking a lot about them. Let's let Scriv talk a little bit about them. I think he's got Dobu waiting in the wing, so throw it over to Scriv.
I'm reliably informed. We're all good to call him whatever we like, ultimately. Thank you very much for giving me some of your time, first of all. I think the approach that I guess I could take with this line of questioning, similar to you know, what I've just asked Modo. Obviously, you guys, generally speaking, from Mongolia, from the Asian region, for an event like this, you'd have to travel quite far, but this time around, not so much. Is that making life a lot easier for you?
Yeah, of course, it's like really good. The Mongolian esports scene is like growing so much. The Mongols is like top 12, and now the MESA is hosting the international tournament. We didn't have the tournament wipe yet. I'm looking forward to go in the server and start the first round.
Yeah, man. I mean, it's exciting stuff for sure. You know, to see you guys in and so many Mongolian teams represented here at the Nomadic Masters. A big question I think I have to ask is, you know, where are your expectations at? Obviously, you guys qualify through the MESA Pro Series, and ultimately that's because Mongols, I think, were invited here already. So what are your thoughts, what are your expectations for the tournament?
Our goal is like, first of all, qualify to the stage matches. Yeah, it's our first goal, and we want to like go as far as we go.
So OG in particular, right there, what are you thinking? How do you feel about this team? You know, are you ready? Do they scare you a little bit? Is there anyone in particular you're watching out for? Give me the thoughts.
We don't scare OG. Like we just watched some games, and they're a pretty structured team, like tactical and stuff, and we know like how to defend them. We don't have any like special anti-strat against them. We are looking forward to play against them.
All right, wonderful stuff. Back to the desk.
Thank you very much, Scriv. Now, of course, there's plenty to talk about when it comes towards this game, but I know you guys, as Asian Counter-Strike enjoyers, potential OG haters, I'm going to leave you, I'm going to unleash you on towards the broadcast. We're about to get ready to get underway in towards our second best of 3 of the day here, and the second in this bracket. And of course, I know these guys want to get going, so we're going to throw this one to a quick break. When we are back, we're straight in towards map number 1.
Red Bull gives you wings.
The team that's missed out on every opportunity versus the team that's gone missing on every opportunity. Atox and OG to meet in the fields of Ulaanbaatar. The Nomadic Masters continue. Who will make it forward?
It's a good question, isn't it? Really, I think it's quite hard to say. I mean, to be quite honest with you, I don't know that I necessarily have a huge amount of confidence in either team in this matchup. You know, I've watched a lot of Atox, and I like Atox. I think they're a good team, but are they a team that's going to be able to step up on a quote-unquote international stage in circumstances that we really haven't seen them in before, right? We highlighted it on the desk that they're not a team that really gets this kind of opportunity all that often, and certainly not domestically in their own home country. So I think there's a lot to play for Atox in particular here, and obviously for OG. Well, I mean, yeah, it has to be said there's a lot to lose, right? If you were not able to get over the line here against Atox, that would really continue to raise those questions. So lots to play for in this matchup as we head into map number 1. It is going to be Anubis. Let's find out how both these two teams stack up.
Starting things out with a smoke and a Molotov in from OG. It'll be a quick retreat backwards from Annihilation. The Glock train goes down middle. Annihilation hoping to find something to start himself off nicely. He's been a player with some question marks. He wants to answer them with exclamations. Nexius ducking down, going through, diving right back to the A side. But Annihilation fights back, but he fights back to death. Moto has started off strong, but Cabal and Nick looking a little bit hot on their own right. Keto now in hot pursuit of his own. They've sandwiched Cabal and leaves Dobu alone. A 1-on-3 while the bomb is planted. Dobu finds the first. Second duel located, but not the third. Moto saves OG.
Yeah, Moto's very happy with that as well. You can see he's pumped up. It was maybe a little bit too close for comfort, potentially, but good effort in the end from OG. Just needed to have a little bit of a cleaner couple of shots on the entry there from Atox, and it could have been a different story. It was just a bit too much to come back from for Cabal and Dobu, though they hit some nice shots. 1-0, though. Early days, obviously. Doesn't seem to have Atox particularly perturbed at this point.
And of course, in case you guys are wondering what the map Veto is, because we weren't able to show it off, you can see it on top left of your screen. Anubis picked up by OG, Inferno by Atox, and then of course Ancient, the remaining map. I was expecting Atox to maybe flex into something a little bit different, but deciding against it. Now Dobu. In he goes. Nessus already found him, taking him down. And it all comes down to whether or not Atox are going to be looking to find any damage or just maybe making sure that the MAC-10 can't hunt them down. Kito's feeling thirsty for some money, thirsty for some blood. That's the thing. The German vampire, whenever he has the MAC-10.
The German vampire indeed. All right, well, again, not too much to say about it.
He goes. Well, he's getting some blood. Coming through, a couple of kills there and then. Annihilation does also respawn. Of course, he's the one who did have that deagle given over to him as well. And if you guys are wondering, well, Annihilation, I know that guy. You do know him, but obviously he had a long hiatus before Atox has brought him back into CS2. Wasn't really playing anything, not even in the Tier 2 of Asia. So was coming in with a little bit of ring rust. Now, after the boot camp and everything that we have had invested into him from the Atox camp, you're expecting and hoping that we'll see him show up.
Yeah, indeed. So this first gun round out from Atox, what they're going to be able to bring to the table. Pivotal moment in this matchup. It's full sets of rifles across the board. No orbs getting invested into just yet. And kind of keeping a bit of a keen eye on Annihilation, what he's going to be able to do in this team. You know, it was a pretty big name signing. I don't know that it's had big name results just yet. Maybe this will be the event where we do start to get a bit of an insight as to why he was brought back on into this roster. But OG going for another approach in through mid. It's going to be smoking off the Rattling and then jumping their way through into Cams, which hasn't worked out very well for them. It looks like a bit of a ill-timed push. Didn't necessarily work together quite so well, and in the end, Cabal's going to be able to double down and maybe then some as well on top of that. He'll fall, but Dope is good for one. And it's keeping things pretty honest for Atox. 2 players still left alive, but very much in the advantage for this round.
Fiku trying to take a couple of more duels. He's made this very competitive. Dobu missed out on the last 1 versus 1. The question is, can he get it higher? And now, Dobu taken down. Fiku takes him apart. Fiku, another player who's had a lot of questions around him. Now he's showing up in a big way. Very important round. Felt like Atox had put that one in the bag, really. Cabal's initial kills really putting them in a great position. Cabal then pushing back forward as well. But then OG bring it all the way back from a 2 versus 4. Well, 1v4 pretty much. Fiku's the one who does all the heavy lifting. Moto just acts as a body to be traded.
Yeah, what do you have to say about this? Bit of disappointment on those faces. As there should be.
Indeed.
I mean, they know that this is kind of an important, like this is a very important opportunity for Atox as a roster, and they've kind of fumbled the bag a little bit in the early stages of this map. You know, it is early days, obviously, but you get behind against a team like OG, and you're a bit of an underdog, and you know maybe you are in a comfort sort of area in this studio that they obviously play in quite a lot. You're in your hometown, but even still, there's a lot of expectation obviously on Atox. They are, I guess, as far as the Asia representatives are concerned, and the Mongolian representatives, certainly like that second seed coming through behind the Mongols, and for the Mongolian fans, the teams that they want to see in the arena when we get to Saturday and Sunday are going to be the Mongols and Atox. And if Atox don't make it there, well, you know, the Mongolian fans, they have their pluses, definitely, but they can be pretty crazy sometimes. And so I think for Atox, it's not going to be a good time if they don't make it to that arena.
Especially when you consider that this is also a couple of rounds where, you know, you're not stewing on it. We're coming alive as well. If you're Atox, I can guarantee you this, all of their coaching staff, all of their, you know, veterans and Dobu and Cabal have sat them down and said, okay, listen, guys, we probably don't have the best player in the server, because that's without a doubt heavy gold. I don't think anyone's really asking that question, but maybe we've got a better supporting crew, right? Cabal, look at yourself. You've been to majors. Cabal, you've been like this clutch god locally, regionally. You've been able to do so much internationally as well. This is the kind of situation where you would want to come through and stress out that we're better at least than the worst players theoretically of OG, but OG looking really good on that right now. Mikdo with a push forward, 5-7, had a chance to get 2, only able to find 1 though. And back to a 2 versus 4 with very little damage dealt. Atox wanting to keep the inside and want to be humble, but I don't think there's going to be anything very humble about OG right now. They are looking strong.
Yeah, look, unlikely to really be able to get much out of this one for Atox, I mean, there's a max 7 for Cabal, so that's kind of wishful thinking at this point, but maybe you can hang on to that into the next round. See if you can get up to some shenanigans. I don't know, I don't really feel like we've seen too many signs of life from Atox so far. It really felt like it has just been OG kind of going about their business and Atox not really having an answer for it so far. I want to see, once we get back into these gun rounds for Atox, where are they going to actually make something happen themselves? You know, where's that proactivity? I mean, sure, this round, yeah, you try something out of B main, but you are only really working with pistols, so it's you know, not really going to give you a whole lot to scream and shout about.
Especially because when you consider that this is one of the maps that Atox, when they had accuracy on the lineup instead of Annihilation, they were actually doing quite well on. We're very good at disabling CT aggression, had a couple of their own aggressive moves to be making as well. So this is what you would really hope that they can try and punish the OG map pick, but instead OG so far, and now that they're heading over to this B side populated by Zesta and Dobu. Heavy starts off, the execution will be coming in a little bit later in. Dobu started off strong himself, good for the one. They're looking for more. Zesta's been forced out of his angle, but Dobu's got the double, Zesta's got the third, and now OG's push will be falling apart, but Moto and Heavy God still alive. Moto makes it equal stations, and now Cabal has to get involved, waiting for Annihilation to come over, but that smoke is going to be giving him no assistance whatsoever. The Molotov from Moto finishing off Cabal as well, and Moto again up to 8 kills, looking for the 9th.
Yeah, he could definitely get this one done as well. He's got a minute on the clock. He's holding onto the bomb. He's full HP. He's playing well. Where Annihilation was.
Felt like he might have been worried about the slow push out from the left side of Heaven instead of the right into headshot. But now where Atox were hoping to be able to reaffirm their lead with 2 in a row, they will find themselves with 2 MP9s, and aggression is nice. The smoke and the Molotov on the outside of B will give them space, but that's where Fiku is playing containment.
Patience of virtue really at the moment for OG. Not going to try to get too aggressive, but setting outside A long. Get the sense that Atox might want to get a little bit antsy over toward that B bomb site, but we are now starting to get the rotation in. Dobu's on his way to mid. Has been a focal point for OG throughout the course of this T side so far. What if Annihilation gets tested again? Moto versus Annihilation for the second time, and the timing does not favor Annihilation, although he'll get the smoke down, which means he does get to keep control of E-Box.
Meanwhile, Mix found Heavy God. Sure, it's traded away, but that's a big kill to have. You'll take that any day of the week. An MP9 for the AK taken out of his hands, and it's a 2-0-2 reinforcement, so OG, with 38 seconds left, will be meeting a fair bit of resistance regardless of where they go. Do they want to venture back to the AWP of Annihilation is the question. They also don't know about whether Dobu will be here or not. He's been playing this position before. So it's a risky move to go back towards his B bomb site, but that's going to be the play they're making. Zesta to play first contact, MP9 to start swinging soon, and he'll need to swing soon. Here's the util coming out, they turned away. Zesta set up for a double, 3 on the line, but he can't get it done. Back to the 2v2, and with 8 seconds, the bomb will be planted. Dobu closing the distance, can't deny it, will get the initial frag to bring it back to a 2v1, but Fiku's been a big man with a big gun. The full spray down, Fiku keeps getting it done.
one!
Yeah, you could really see it happening in front of your eyes, couldn't you? The lineup was there. Dobu had no bullets left in his rifle. He has to take the swing with the USP, and it's just kind of doomed at that point. Another punishing blow for Atox. Dobu will be kicking himself if he would have been able to get that kill before the bomb plant would have gone down. Maybe it's a different story, but not the case. And that's how it played out. Fiku, nice clutch, barely even took any damage in it in the end as well. And you can see how much that is going to bolster things for OG in this first half. They're up to 5-1 now, and it's really starting to get away from Atox a little bit. The only thing is, they have that saving grace of being able to say, well, we are on the CT side. This is quite a heavily T-sided map, but...
Yeah, but when you've had this many advantageous positions going the other way, and again, I don't really want to point a man out too much, but Zesta gets a double kill on the 3 people coming in at 30 seconds left. You're expecting your op to get at least one. Annihilation gets smoked off, and then he gets taken down as well, so he doesn't actually find anything there. So Zesta's efforts are all basically in vain. That should have been effectively a 3-on-1, maybe a 4, maybe even a 4-on-1, depending on how Annihilation plays that. But saving graces for OG, and right now they will have a chance to make this cleaner. Mick will push through, find Fiku, and that's an AK to be recovered by Dobu. Back to the 4-on-4 in the retake, and Mick is still hoping to get the ball with the MP9. Spots out Keto, but it's Nexius to find the frag.
Yeah, just kind of wanted to try to get in front of OG there, but a little bit too late, and the rest of the forces aren't able to scale on in, so it's going to have to come down to Dobu now with that AK to try and pop some heads. He's found one, but no more than that. This will end up being a pretty routine round in the end for OG. I kind of like, though, what Atox was trying to do there. You can see that they're trying to throw a spanner in the works, cause some shenanigans. Annihilation gets one more on the way out. Sure, it's a quote-unquote expensive round for OG, losing a few guns, but end of the day, at this point, I think really they only care about getting rounds.
The good thing is, if I was to find a silver lining, which is looking a little bit rough.
Very dark cloud.
It is a very dark cloud, but there is a silver lining that if you win now, because of how many close rounds it's been, and the fact that your half-white also found good damage, you could theoretically reset out the money as well. So that could be going a long way, but you got to win.
Yep. And they're not doing a whole lot of that at the moment.
Yeah. Hearing some flashes? No, okay, nothing too fast. The nade early in will keep Keto wanting a bit more blood than he has left in his veins. Moto forced away by the Molotov. They know where he is. Dobu's hoping to pressure him off with utility.
It's a lot of early util though toward E-Box. Dobu's only holding on to one smoke now for the rest of the round.
I've got 3 players angle there for that reason, I'm guessing, but Annihilation finds a very crucial kill. Nexius gone down. Nexius is hoping to find Mick, but this is where Keto holds on, and Annihilation's repeaks are legendary, but sometimes for the wrong reason.
Yeah, that's a lot of mid-control established as well for OG. Keto can continue to pressure in that area of the map, or just hold position and cut off rotations if indeed that push is going to come through to the B bomb site instead, which is where the bomb is headed. Smoke has faded outside of B main, or is about to.
And the thing is, Dobu's been so hyperactive on these rotations that it feels like you just show some presence and Dobu moves away. He's not always been able to be on the right bomb side because of that, and now Zesta is going to be put into a fine lens again. Cabal always worried about a potential flank to come in from Keto, like you mentioned. All of that pressure is there. Flash is good, but Zesta dodges. Cabal gone. Zesta recovers, but not with much HP left, and that makes it a deal too easy for Fiku. Atox might be thinking of the save, but with Dobu seeing the hip of Fiku thrust out, he's thrust himself forward into the fray, only to be met by death.
This is really quite worrisome for Atox. This isn't just, we had a bad round or two, a clutch went against us. This is now the half just completely running away from you, and OG looking more and more comfortable. I mean, they won that even having lost the opening frag. Such a easy refrag for Keto. Once it comes down to that B-side hit, it doesn't really look that threatening on the hold from Atox. I'm starting to question whether or not maybe I've overrated Atox a little bit coming into this tournament. It is only the first half that we've gotten to see them play, so to be fair, there's not a whole lot of material to look at. But
there's been a lot of situations where you're looking and thinking, they're going to win this round, but again,
they don't.
That's not enough. It's a microcosm of what we've talked about in their qualifying minutes. It is the most pressured moments where they feel like they should take something out. Instead, they can fall back into the hole.
Another one for Fiku. This round, maybe not one to get too excited about, considering Atox haven't got the funds to really invest, but It's an all too familiar situation for Atox. And it's not a position that they'd like to find themselves in when they're down 7-1 and the half's kind of... It's kind of done at this point, you know? Like, it doesn't really feel like there's a way back in here for Atox. Money's kind of cooked. You're on the CT side. It's going to be 8-1. So best case scenario, you get a few more there, but...
You don't know. Maybe the 5-7 can make something happen. Mick and Dobu have been finding some damage at the very least, and as Heavy is coming into Cabal's corner. Cabal was the one expected to find a frag, but expectations have been damned, and Dobu has been damned as well. Damned to go back over to the A site when the hit's going to be in B yet again. Poor Dobu.
Dobu almost caught on the timing. There's still going to be a numbers deficit here for Atox. They don't really have the weaponry to be making this retake happen either. OG looking well poised to secure themselves an 8th round. Let's see what Dobu can do with that Deagle. He hits some headshots. There's one already. Gonna need a couple more. Annihilation trying to play spoiler with the MP9, but it's all Dobu with the Deagle, and he's got it done. Can you believe it? Straight on the defuse. Not even excited about it. That reminds me of a nice little clutch that he had back in, was it 2021 at the Nomadic Masters, or was that 2022?
2022, the 1v5.
The 1v5. I mean,
KT.
Not as impressive, certainly, but same kind of reaction.
And same stakes, if I'm being honest, because this is a situation where Atox can actually try and turn things around from. And again, it's all Dobu across the entire map. Mick's the only one who provides him any assistance over there. And Dobu, there's a reason why he's been called the Mongolian Nico. It is that damn Deagle.
Okay. Is that enough to get them back into it, though?
It's enough to give them hope. Maybe a fool's hope, but if that's enough for Gandalf, that's enough for Atox.
I'm not sure it's enough for me. I'm not convinced yet.
Yo, you'd never make it at the Lord of the Rings.
Probably not.
Got a bloody Saruman sitting right next to me. Nexius. Spots Saruman moving over. It is Cabal. Dobu in the meanwhile has got an information on the outside of B, so you might see that mid-stack being prioritized from the CTs. You can certainly envision Cabal moving back in and trying to get a quick sandwich from Camera, but Camera is going to be the only position with any visibility. Annihilation, meanwhile, very important frag. Heavy got taken down, and that means the bomb is completely isolated. Annihilation as well is going to be facing into a very blind Nexius. He misses his shot, and that's where Mick had to step up, but instead steps down. Cabal, can he make his way into the site? Yes, he can. He's not ready for Moto. If Moto looks back over here, it's the perfect timing, but as he's missed the shot on his own time, it's going to be another chance for Cabal to move in. Takes down Fiku. That's a bomb on the ground already planted. That's the problem, Moto. And Nexius now trying to defend it. Moto will not be able to stop this bomb from being defused. Nexius knows he has to take contact, but his contact has found the easy frag, and that leaves Cabal alone. And as good as he's been in the clutches, he's fumbled the gun, and with that, he's fumbled the round as well.
Yeah, and I mean, at the end of the day, like, if Dobu's going to get himself a nice 1v3 with the Deagle, what actually does it matter if the next round is going to go straight away back over to OG? And in a fairly convincing fashion as well.
Thing is, again, over there, they put themselves in a very good winning position, but Mick just doesn't get a frag after Annihilation misses as well. Annihilation can't really find Nexus while Nexus is blind. And the thing I will always credit to OG is, no matter how critical I might be of their calling of this or that, if Keto has asked someone to go in, it doesn't matter if they're flash, it doesn't matter if there is 17 people in front of them, they will go in. They have the buy-in into Keto's calling on the T side, and that's something I love to see, even if it's, you know, sometimes comes with question marks.
8-2 though, the scoreline. We get a tag timeout from Atox. Bit of a conversation to be had. Hopefully you can get these last couple of rounds on the board. I think 4-8, it does at least give you some sort of stability, something to play with going into that second half, knowing that you're going to be moving on to the T side. Can we win the pistol? Can we start to get a bit of a roll on? It gives you something, but anything less, it just feels like it's going to be a little bit too far gone for Atox at that point. In saying that, though, OG going to be down to a Mac 10 on Heavy God this round. So what kind of shenanigans is he going to be up to, I wonder? Good old-fashioned A hit, perhaps. Mac 10 to lead the charge.
The full execute isn't something OG have really prioritized, and as they go into the smoke, Mick had his chance, but that's where Keto actually ends up being the man to take down Heavy God and Cabal with him. Why not? It's a 4 versus 3. Hey, you take those.
Yep, 4 versus 3, but you've also got control of the A bomb site, so there are even more advantages being given over to OG than just the numbers. Doesn't look like Atox is even interested in going for it, which is fair enough at this point. Final round of the half still yet to come, and they don't really have the money to buy into it unless they save these guns. It's very dire straits indeed for Atox. It just hasn't felt like they've been in this contest at all today.
What's it going to be? OG obviously coming in here in form, and the fact that they're looking this good when Heavy God hasn't even had as much of a chance to get activated. He's on 9 kills, that's all right, but listen, that's not standard for Heavy God. At the end of the half, I'm expecting to see him on 15. Everyone else on OG has had their own... It's a madness. Think back to Fiku's clutches, Moto's chances. They've had a couple of good times.
Well, all to play for Atox. They've got to get themselves at least another round here. Another fairly standard looking setup from them. More aggression actually from Dobu out from E-Box into Canals. Hito gets one before he goes down there. The spam from Cabal. Finding the double.
He's having on Disaster now on the side itself, and with nades coming over, the T's don't feel like they can come through the movement. The flub in through the smoke. Zesta good for one. Make it the double. Switching out for the A4. Doesn't even need it. Cabal takes it home. At least it's 3.
Yeah, but unfortunately, it's like their best looking round is literally the last round of the half. So when you finally get to that point where you feel like, okay, we found our feet on the CT side, it's time to now play T.
Right time to start, though, right? Yeah,
better late than never.
Round, you're getting aggressive. T's are all about getting aggressive, you know? Hopium.
I'm going to need a lot of hopium to get through this map, I think.
I'll supply. Don't worry, I got you.
Might have to go and give it to Atox at this point.
Well, I don't think that's allowed.
No.
If it was...
I'm on his side. Heaven one. One mid door. Right side. Green ball, I don't know how you call it. Close finishing. Heaven. Camera. Nice, camera. Camera 1. Veto. You got it. You have M for close to. Maybe 2. Yes. Nice. 1v1. You're full HP. Yeah. Happy birthday, brother!
The round where it all went wrong. Every single bit of hope sapped out from them, and it felt like that was just a formula for how the rest of Atox's half went. The question is the formula going to be different in the second one, or will OG continue to impress?
I'm going to go with the latter. I think OG is going to continue to impress. Looks like they're pretty comfortable at the moment, not really suffering anything. Jet lag, whatever.
Pistol round is all the hope that Atox will have.
Yeah, they need the pistol round for sure. They're pretty close to getting the pistol in that first half as well.
Yeah, honestly, listen, as much as the scoreline might be one-sided, there's at least 4 rounds where it felt like, you know, it comes down to a 1v1, something like it, or they're in a very advantageous position to be able to take that entire round away, and then they just flub it on someone or the other. Yeah, it's not been the best endings, some of the good beginnings. So that's the problem. If you're not going to get the happy ending, what are you getting at all?
That's one way of putting it. 9-3 though, pistol round, as we said, very important for Atox. They've opted for a couple of sets of util heading into this one. Bit of a lean towards that B-bomb site. But they're not going to go anywhere quickly, which is contrary to the strategy that OG brought in.
Heading into the meat grinder. 3 CTs ready and waiting. Moto's the one with the dualies and the success in the previous pistol round as well. And as they run through the smoke, he's been beheaded. Looking for more, but Fiku and Nexus are putting up more of a fight. Annihilation and Dobu left behind, and Dobu's luck will not be able to activate. He has flubbed his lines. He's
forgotten the script, and now Annihilation has to come through, make this a one-man show.
1-on-3 is a tough ask. OG maybe gave him a small opportunity there, but now that he's pushing his way out, information was given with that drop from Keto. He's found that isolated one-on-one, but the next is going to be a little bit more difficult to grab, and Nexius will chase him down. So no harm, no foul for OG. They get the second half pistol as well, and that is putting them right where they'd like to be, squarely in the direction of a lead in this best of 3, and quite comfortably to start things off as well on Anubis.
Looking good on their own map pick, and again, I was coming into this with a bit of skepticism because I know that Atox were actually leaning into it just a little bit of their own as well, but no. No skepticism needed. OG looking beautiful.
Yeah. Still, I'm not sure that I'm prepared to say this is the best outing of Atox either.
In all fairness, I've got to say this doesn't even look like the best outing of OG necessarily. If we're going to see this kind of performance coming out from the rest of the players, and then Heavy God comes alive as well, then the questions I had about them coming top 2, you know what? Maybe there's an answer somewhere in the mix. For Atox, though, now they're playing in for the second map. Really, it's about getting confidence. If you pick up a couple more rounds, you can lie to yourselves and say, well, if we'd only been T-side in the beginning, guys.
Yeah, maybe. Grim-looking faces, though. Head back into it. It's going to be an investment from Atox. They've managed to grab themselves an AK alongside a couple of Galils, so they've got some stopping power in this round. OG seems as though they're fairly prepared for that. They've only gotten the couple of SMGs. They haven't sort of over-invested in those weaker weapons. Similar approach from Atox again. Slow start, default setup, just waiting to see if there's going to be anything out from OG. Not quite going to get it this time.
It's all about a single pick-off. Now Atox is playing right now, and that's the pick-off they were looking for. Annihilation's found it, but Nexus gets information. At the same time, Kito's made his plan. Push out towards canals. Dobu will have to be the one to defend, but Fiku's now revealed his position. Annihilation running in through the flames, and Fiku will dive, but not to Annihilation. It's Zesta who's moved into the site, meets Moto, but Moto's more than just mean, and he is making them feel too uncomfortable. Dobu now left alone. 1v4 before, and now he starts the 1v3 with a cute kill, but the bomb away from his body. This is going to have to be some clean shots. Dobu has it in him, but not in the server.
Wow, yeah, Moto, what a hold, what an anchor. Just sets up behind the pillar. He's able to get 3. Unreasonable. He's having such a great game. Annihilation won't be too happy. Got that nice opening kill, but didn't really amount to a whole lot. Fiku perhaps lucky to even get 1. This was the play that turned it back on its head.
Yeah, unfortunately, Atox, again, good beginnings don't really matter right now. OG are the ones getting the good endings, and right now OG are looking confident, they're looking happy, they're looking like they are very much LAN ready. Flashes out, and it's going to be a fast play. The Tech Knights are trying to accelerate into middle, despite one pick-off, and that'll be coming through. Cabal to deliver, and Zesta keeps it going. Playing the close angle, and Moto's been taken down. Zesta sidelines him, but now forced down the reload and forced back by the Molotov. Will have to look for another duel. Fiku is his victim, and so is Nexius. Moves back to the B-bomb side. He knows where Heavy God is, and with this, all that matters is containment. Heavy God is very much contained.
Yeah, just a few too many missed shots on the behalf of OG there. It was a constant flood from Atox, overwhelming with numbers, but man, there was a couple of instances where you would just see a player strafe past a hail of bullets and somehow get out unscathed. OG not going to be too happy with how that's really worked out. There's the first instance, the second instance coming through in just a second. There it is. Zesta just able to dodge all the bullets. And
Heavy God was also caught on the reload, right? So it's just one of those situations where Zesta gets everything going his way. Great timing on the swing from him.
Yeah, Atox still fighting.
Might not have much strength in their bodies left, but at least they'll try and swing once or twice.
A little bit of an investment into this round from OG.
Yeah. Some armor coming across and scouts there.
Pretty much a force bow outside of Moto. They're hoping to put him down here and now.
Another reserved approach to the round from Atox. Little flash into A long. Clear that area of the map out, but priority's going to go towards middle.
That's taken a while.
That was a T smoke as well, was it?
No, it was his own smoke. It just took a while to extinguish.
I think the grenade trail from the Molotov is still there. It confused me. Pops his head up and gets his head knocked off as well. No success either for Nexius. Trying to come together.
This is looking quite clean on those middle entries right now. Having gone with the AK though, always a scary man. And that's why they're not going to contend with it. Remember, they've gone backwards instead. It's Zesta to put him down. Kabal will find the last, but Fiku puts up a fight. And now he is looking to get the hell out of dodge. All that he cares about is maybe taking a couple more weapons out of their hands. This Deagle doesn't really do much in the next round either, but Dobu drops him and can upgrade to the AK as well.
Early days on this climb back to the top for Atox. Not really worth getting excited about just yet.
They've laced up their boots.
Yeah, I mean, that's about as far as it goes, though.
Yeah. Now's the time to ask questions, though. Gun round for OG will not be until the next one. If this is going to be a clean one from Atox, we're expecting it to be 11-6. You know what? You're basically one gun round away from being in contention again. But let's just make sure that we don't lose to an anti-eco, because if there's one thing I will say, people are very right about how they characterize Asian Counter-Strike. We do lose to a lot of anti-ecos.
It's true. Well, surely not this one. This setup's just a little bit too good to deal with that. 6 and 11. Another step for Atox, but one step at a time is really the name of the game here for them.
I think Dobu's found himself onto the top of the server as well as far as skills are concerned. Admittedly, it's easier to do when OG are having such a nice spread out performance, I suppose. But you're really hoping that Make an Annihilation are able to pick things up as well on their own right. Make an Annihilation seemingly having given a lot of chances, but not always capitalized. B-sided finish in the works. Molotov shows them where Fiku is. Are there any nades over here? Mix got one, but he's not anywhere nearby. So, Fiku will be A-OK.
Yeah, just going to get himself out of dodge there as well. Knows that he's low. Precarious position to be playing up there by Pizza. Atox are going to head in a different direction, this time through mid. Just going to clear out bridge first.
4 men from OG looking to get aggressive into B, and Nexius is hunting. Nexius is finding Zesta. Has been a crucial component of the T side so far, but now with him being disabled, other ones need to find entries, and they need to find it up against an OG that are reinforcing, not re-aggressing. Back to the A side they go. 3 members available. It's going to be full contact. Dobu's got an M4. This is not the weapon you want to have in this situation. Kabal, however, is the man you want for the situation. Comes through, more damage found. Annihilation finishes off the third player on the site, and you're back to a 2 versus 2 with good HP and good time to reposition for Atox.
Yeah, well, how far can Atox really start to push this now? If they win this one, then it starts to get a little bit more interesting. There's unfortunately not really any util for the retake here for OG, nor any kits. So you'd even be second-guessing as to whether or not you should be going for this one. Certainly not now that Nexius has gotten that pick, but Fiku pulls that flash down, see what he can do. Gets a headshot, doesn't quite do enough damage to Annihilation. Surely you've got to be giving it up at this point, and he has recognized as much, so he'll be on his bike trying to save that M4. One more step for Atox.
What a round from Kabal, though, coming through there on the trade versus Dobu. And Kabal, traditionally a player who I associate a lot with late-round situations, but that's more clutches, not being part of the entry pack. So the fact that he's able to come in over there and find Heavy God and Moto, very impressive. Annihilation as well, getting a bit involved towards the end of it all. So Atox, despite being in a 5v4 and OG having an incredibly good read on them, still bring it together.
starting to heat up a little bit. I mean, I don't know. Is OG getting hot under the collar just yet? Not sure that pressure is knocking just too hard at the moment, but
you've got to start wondering. You've got to
lurking.
start scratching your head a little bit. Especially because we wonder if there's going to be a return to the mean for one of these players. Mick, however, pulls out the AK, knows Heavy God is behind as well. Comes through with the big two, and as much as these might seem like they are meaningless kills, Atox really are good. What, Cabal, buddy? You saw the man, you saw the man. Mick will be the one to bring him down. But just as what I was saying, the thing is, we are really now going to be looking Heavy God. Right, he's not getting a chance to get these extra kills with the Deagles and whatnot, which do sort of start activating you as a star player. Moto is probably not going to have as much impact as he did in the first round either, right? That's just unreasonable to expect that he can clutch out every single late round situation. So if you're not feeling hot under the brow yet, then one more gun round is all it takes for Atox to basically be within kissing distance. And trust me, OG do not want to pucker up right now.
No, I agree. I think at this point, OG's got to be feeling a little bit sweaty. Atox are on the T side. They've got the momentum flowing. They're hitting their shots. It's taken them a little while to warm into this game, but even though that deficit is still 3, it's definitely starting to feel winnable for Atox. Money's looking quite healthy on that T side as well. They can afford an awkward round here or there.
Good time to call the timeout, though, for Lambert. Always got to give him some credit. I do
done.
feel like he's good with the timeout calls in general. We've seen a lot of, honestly, we've seen actually a lot of good timeout usage overall so far at the Nomadic Masters.
Well, how big of a difference is that timeout call going to make? It is 5 on the trot for Atox. They make it 6. Just to further put pressure on OG, who, once again, are quite poor.
Great position for Moto to be holding. He finds the first kill, but Cabal comes in from the side. Nexia's taken down and out. Moto asking for company, and Fiku is there. Fiku will continue to deliver, but Cabal maybe once again can save. But Savo, effectively an ace clutch? No. I don't think even Cabal's got it in him.
No. There we go. It's going to go looking for a bit of info, though. He won't spot Cabal. But a little change up maybe from OG. Just mental reset, whatever it was in that attack timeout. It's gone a long way. It's going to get them to map point.
It's also just one of these situations where Atox themselves calling for that slow crawl out into B main. They're really hoping that they can catch OG off, but when there's an op on the other side, Moto and Fiku do such a good job of defending that B bomb site. And again, to be honest, Moto and Fiku are not the players I would be highlighting at all, but they are the players who forced me to shine the spotlight on them. They have been looking very good. Cabal, however, still continues. He continues to make this dangerous. It'll be a lined up CT side, and they've both been smoked off, so the bomb is theoretically recoverable. Cabal, the play, very nicely tried, but Fiku is still able to react in time.
Yeah, OG get what they want out of it. That is map point, but it's still an uphill battle in the sense that Atox have mountains of cash. You're going to be facing gun round after gun round after gun round as you try to close this one out.
There will be no easy rounds from here, that's for sure.
No. Yeah, tough one for Cabal, to be fair. 12-8. OG, can they make it pretty clean here? Get it to 13-8. You know, before anyone gets too concerned? Or do we have a little more of this book yet to write? A couple more chapters.
Nobu's getting a little bit ready. He's going to be the one to try and take point. He's gone inside the B-Dock area. A couple Molotov forced out by him. A lot of utility used. And now the question is, will Mick be looking to make a play? Mid's been abandoned, and Atox has found a lot of success in middle before, but Heavy God and Keto are going to be the ones to start moving forward to see if they can find information into canals. Heavy God is making a plan. Keto is the man calling for it to happen. And containment util from Mick will disable any such intention.
Now the spread approach from Atox. Cabal's been set up nicely, that's for sure. What's the job of the rest of the troops here? Big rotation back over toward the B side is happening right now. Meanwhile, Heavy God expending some of his util on A. Not that Long is really being pressured here by OG, but he doesn't know that. It's an important frag that goes the way of OG. Zesta drops through the smoke as well. It's all coming up OG at the moment. This could be the final round of the map.
It should be, unless Atox are able to force OG to drop the ball over here. The bomb's going to be planted. Dobu's retreating backwards, but look at where Kilo is. Kilo is not taking any risks at all. He will not be the first one to fall. Won't be activating till the rest of his team are ready to push in through CT, and Dobu stuck himself out. He knows that eventually this is going to be a play that Kilo will make. He is so confident in his teammates, and he needs to be, but Annihilation has been taken down, and Dobu will fall as well. It's OG to take it away, 13-8.
Давайте зараз би хулгай автлаа шүү. Би 10 ажиллаа шүү. Би 10 зүгээр явж байгаа шүү.
Коник.
10-аад өгчөөрэй за. Очоо. Би багны автлаа шүү. Би багны автлаа шүү. Нэг байна. Орж нэг байна.
За нэг нь бэг юм.
Бэс тарьж болно шүү. За. Брикс нэг байна. Брикс тэг. Хоёр юм шиг байна. Дахиад нэг. Байна. Байгаад байна. Гооч чадахгүй шүү. За. 10 талж хатгах магадгүй.
Guys, одоо ингэ заяа. Басаа дахиад ингээд хоёр молитой яг нөгөө тийм шиг эзэн.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Welcome back, you beautiful bunch. Map 1 done, and a fairly decent showing from both at times when it comes down to it. It is OG who do take it across the line. T-Time's got some wings here off the back of that one. Boys, how are we feeling? It was a pretty back and forth at times, but overall, we got a sort of really strong start out of OG. Yeah. There was moments, I think is what we'll put it, but Elvis, can I start me off? How are we feeling off like Map 1?
I mean, the moments, that's really it, isn't it? Like, there was really only moments for Atox. It never felt like there was any level of kind of consistency. They didn't really feel like they were in control of the game at any point, apart from maybe the 4-5 rounds that they were getting on that T side in the second half. But again, that was in a comeback situation. It didn't really get to the point where it really got exciting at all. Dobu had a nice clutch, but I just didn't really get the feeling that Atox was very competitive there at all, and and that makes me a little bit disappointed because again, I had hoped for more. I understand, but you know what was exciting? Moto and Fiku were really damn exciting. I've got to say, LAN players confirmed, dude. These guys were just killing it, and I was not coming in here with expectations. I'll be honest, guys. I was coming in here saying, "Oh, Moto, man, bro, I'm telling you, Moto's gonna be the weakness. People are gonna exploit. Fiku's not gonna do too well. I'm just bad.
Yeah,
and they're good.
Well, so there's one thing I wanted to touch on with you guys. So in the interview, Scriv got a chance to obviously talk to Modo, and he's now confirmed that he's no longer a trial. He's confirmed.
It's been announced as well, yeah.
So do you think maybe for him individually, it's a bit of a confidence booster? It's he's got that backing behind him, and now he's come to a first LAN with the new team. He's got the backing. They've given him the contract. Do you think that really just helps his confidence? Because confidence is such a big thing for Opus these days.
I don't think that's going to make a difference to his confidence. I'm sure that under the table it was already done. Like, listen, dude, whenever your buyout situation, whenever your contract situation is running out, we've got you. You're our man, okay? Don't worry about it. So I don't think Moto was ever insecure about his job. But after this one, he definitely shouldn't be, because the kind of late round situation that he was being put into were honestly really unreasonable. That's where Jordan, I'd even maybe, sort of fight back with you about this one, that I do think that Atox were able to put OG against the ropes so many times in the beginning of that first half. But again, it's that Moto show, it's that Fiku show, it's those clutches. Yeah. And you know what? When you put them all together, you can even see them on the scoreboard.
Yeah, individually, Dobby, really good game, right? Numbers-wise, obviously that Deagle clutch was pretty cool as well. But when you look at it actually in the more macro sense across the board, Elfish guy, this is the thing for me, right? OG, they have those, not just individuals, it's a team-wide thing, right? A very strong start. I think they got momentum very early, and they never really lost it.
No, I agree. I mean, look, I think end of the day, there was a couple of instances where Atox was able to bring it close, but if you're not winning those rounds, you're not winning those rounds.
Sure.
And at a certain point, you do kind of need to get some over the line. A couple of clutches go the way of OG, sure. One from Dobu maybe gets things a little bit more exciting for Atox, but yeah, like I said, I just didn't really feel like they were in the position to control that game at all.
So now I'm going to flip it. We've been very positive over towards OG, and you've been pretty positive about Atox at T. And I want to ask, so now as we're heading towards map number 2, how are we going to get a map 3 here? What do Atox need to bring to the server to give themselves this opportunity?
I've got a very simple answer for you. They need to bring Annihilation to the server, because he wasn't there at all, because so many chances that were given up to him to be able to pick up an important frag, to be able to pick up an important round, turn it around in his favor. Annihilation was simply non-existent right now. And unfortunately, I'll pull back the curtain a bit. I said that my player to watch was going to be Mick, and the reason why I was going to say that is because traditionally I feel like even in these high-pressure situations, Mick is normally one to perform. Right now is not the case, right? So what I need to see is Annihilation on the server. I need to see Mick on the server, and one last thing, sorry Jordan to take this point away, is that I need to see Dobu stop dancing between bomb sites every single time there's a piece of utility being thrown. I think half of the rounds that I saw on the CT side from Dobu, he was playing in that rotation position in CT spawn, because he was going, is it A? Is it B? Is it A? Is it B? Oh my god, where am I going? I'm getting dizzy.
Yeah, I feel you. We have our player of the map off the back of that one, and I'll come back to you in a minute, Jordan, when we talk about what I think we need to see out of Atox. But all in all, for OG, they've got what we like to see as this man on the server, right? This is the big thing. Having now, I think with Regali, when he was in the team, a very talented player, someone that's been, seen in a real high regard in the tier 2 team for a while, but it's that all-important word about consistency. That's the thing I think plagued him a little bit. Has really high highs, really low lows. If Modu can step up on a bit more of a consistent basis, is this the man to really help Heavy God in terms of the heavy lifting?
Oh yeah, I mean, absolutely. Like if that's going to be something that you're going to get to see on a more consistent basis, then no doubt you've got your Rifler, in theory, doing pretty well. You've got your Orpa, in theory, doing pretty well. And that's kind of two pieces of the puzzle that you're going to need in any team, and making it look good. So I'm happy with that from Moto, no doubt about it. But yeah, I guess it is only one map, right? And it is only one map against an Atox, which is, let's be real, like not the strongest of oppositions in theory at this event. Maybe they're up there, but just in general, they're definitely not like anywhere close to a tier 1 CS team. So it is nice. It is definitely nice, but we do have to kind of take into context the team that they're playing against, the situation that they're in.
Sure.
There's not a whole lot of pressure here, really. I would say, especially not in the first round. At least you're not in the lower bracket, anything like that. So comparatively, it's a little bit easier to have a good, solid performance in an environment like this in comparison to some other positions. So I'll give him his dues. Definitely a good game, but we need to see more, is what I'll say.
What's the vibes feeling, boys, heading map 2? Do you think this might be the beginning of the end? Do you think there's a chance of a 3-mapper? We didn't quite get it in Series 1. We were close. Do you think this one's got the bare bones around it, or do you feel like it might be time to say goodbye to Atox for the time being?
I mean, considering the fact that even towards the end of the first map, Atox were making OG sweat, really. I mean, we talked about it on the broadcast, Jordan, and it wasn't like that was a completely one-sided affair. I do definitely think there's a chance for a third map. I'm still leaning in towards 3, to be honest, but it's hard to argue versus what Fiku is offering over there, and I think on Ancient, he's just generally been pretty good overall.
I mean, for me personally, I think I'm looking towards that 2-0. I feel like Heavy God was just a bit sleeper in that map, you know, and there's always that conversation around him, and he wasn't really in the conversation. So if he kind of comes back alive here on Inferno, again, a map which, like, yeah, Atox have picked into it, but they've been a little bit spotty on the map just in general anyway. I don't have a huge amount of confidence, which is going to be a complete flip-flop from what I predicted at the start of the matchup, but hey, you can only work with what's in front of you, and the information that I'm looking at isn't, I'm not looking too happy for Atox, unfortunately, at this point.
We spoke a lot, you know, you guys have mentioned about in terms of Moto individually, only 4 deaths. I think that seems to, at least from my point, be a little bit of a priority of how Atox shut him down. What do you think is the best way to approach it? Ancient's one of those maps where if an AWP gets going, man, it's so difficult to stop, especially on that CT side. How do you stop a player like Moto?
The problem is that it's not even about how they were needing to stop him on the AWP, though, right? Was it? It's more of a situation that you can't be losing 4v2s to him, right?
True.
So it's not even about shutting him down. It's really about getting that last kill or two. So I don't even think that's a conversation going to be like, hey, what do we do about this AWP on the other side? God, no. The conversation will be, guys, if we have the bomb plan, set up crossfire straight off of each other, don't die one by one, and don't peek in a straight line for Figu to kill you with a Galil.
And there's one thing for me as well. We did, just coming back to our little board behind your head there, T, and I want to start with you on this one. You know, I think it goes without saying that there was reservations about OG coming in towards this tournament because they're a bit of an unknown quantity because we know the individuals what they can do, but it hasn't been the case for a long time now. Do you think the showing that we've seen here in this first map is a sign of things to come, where this is a new look OG, where they look a little bit more cleaner, they've got that synergy, the cohesion, all the things that you want to see of a top-level Counter-Strike team? Do you think OG have given you at least a bit more hope than we had prior to the tournament?
It could be, definitely. I mean, only time will tell. I think it's very easy to come into this tournament and sort of rag on them, you know, like based on previous results and such like that, but yeah, again, have to look at the competition that they're going to play against at this tournament. It's not the highest level. It's not the craziest kind of team. So, you know, to me, it does feel like maybe we went a little bit too far on one direction. And again, the Asia CS bias kind of showing through a little bit for me, maybe for that Atox prediction. You know, it's something that sometimes I get away with a little bit, sometimes not. But
my heart is broken right now. I should tell everyone at home right now.
Well, think of it this way. Let's say things continue on the same trajectory, right? We've got OG taking us in, whether it's a 2-0 or 2-1. We have that lower bracket game, Chingus Warriors versus Atox. Do you think of what we saw in that map number 2 out of Chingus versus what we've seen so far at Atox, do you think there's a chance of maybe an upset in that sense?
I wouldn't say so.
I wouldn't also go that far yet. Listen, I'm not putting Atox into the lower bracket. I will not be as Australian as Jordan and pull out the flip-flops just quite yet, right? I'm still going to be coming in here and saying, I think Atox are going to make this competitive. Yep. I think we're going to a third, and then we can maybe have the conversation about the lower bracket if we get to the lower bracket.
Okay, and just to touch on one last thing as well before we throw this one away. You spoke about Mick. We had moments, we didn't have consistency. What more do you want to see out of him? Is it more about a little bit of proactivity? Because we asked about that from Zilkenberg and we got it. Is that what you guys are looking for from him?
Not me personally. I actually just want Mick to be good on the trade. That's always what I've seen from him, is that Mick on the CT side has generally puts himself in good position to trade, and that's just what you want from an anchor, right? So I really want more of that than proactivity. To be honest, again, this is none of the traditional mistakes that we see from CS teams coming out of here. I really think a lot of this was just, hey, can we get a trade kill?
True. Jordan?
I mean, if we're going to see proactivity, I kind of want to see that from someone like Dobu or Annihilation. Obviously, your Orpa, you know, you kind of want to get him in the mix early. I don't think Annihilation really had his best performance there on Anubis. Just to jump back to that, which obviously is a while ago. But as soon as you asked that question, I knew exactly where you were going to go with that one. I was so ready to hear the words Annihilation come out of your mouth, and so they did. But yeah, he definitely missed the ball a little bit in that last matchup.
Is that the focal point then, Annihilation, right, for you guys?
For sure.
If we want to see Atox competitive, we want to see the map 3. Is he the main step up you want to see?
Yeah, I mean, like, he's the new player in this team, right? He was the guy that has obviously come in as a replacement in that post-RMR position, where Atox, to be fair, the RMR, they actually did pretty well for themselves. They look quite good there. So I think all eyes are going to be on you, and especially considering he is such a quote-unquote big-name player here in Mongolia, I think you do have to deliver. Yeah. Especially when you consider that when he's replacing accuracy looked really good, to be honest. I really thought accuracy was a young up-and-coming opera right now, and I'd see he's looking good as well. So he's obviously had pretty sizable shoes to fulfill. Then you've got your own legend to live up to. There's a lot for Annihilation to do here.
Yeah, this is really opening up, right? I think there's no two ways about it. But I think for now, we're going to throw this one to a quick break, ladies and gents. We've got map number 2 coming up in just a moment. OG have drawn first blood, but the questions are, can Atox answer back? We're going to have to wait and see. Sit tight. We're going to throw this one to a break when we are back. Map number 2 on your screens.
Yes, it's my first time in Mongolia, and my expectations were I didn't have any expectations because I never heard about the country that much, but I was for sure surprised that you have like a lot of free fields, and sometimes there is just a single house or something like this, or like wild horses as well. It's crazy. Yeah, I want to win the tournament. Yeah, I think he is adapting pretty well. He's like working a lot on a lot of stuff. But he's working at it, it's like he's improving in it, so I would say it's going in good direction, and we're gonna prove it probably. I would say 7 out of 10, because there is like small stuff we are missing, and also like the travel is like long and everything, so everyone is kind of a bit jet lagged and stuff. So it's like I don't remember what was the reason that we lost actually, unfortunately. But for sure we can beat them now. It's a LAN game. I think Aurora is really strong online, and they prefer to play online, I would say. So I think yeah, LAN is good like place for us. Probably the play style and how they see the game, because pretty often they like surprise with some strat they have, and overall like when the Mongols like came to the scene, also I think everyone, including me, said they have like unique play style kinda, because it's not so common to play like them. I never see them playing, unfortunately. I will see when we will do like game plan and we'll prepare for the game, then I will see it, but for now I didn't. And how confident are we? Yeah, I'm 100% sure we're gonna win the first game. So the strongest is like the Mongols, I think, from Asia, and from Europe, I think it's either us or Aurora. That we love you guys. We enjoy actually Mongolia stay, so it's nice. So we hope that you will cheer for us a bit, even though we'll play against some Asian teams, and that's it.
За МongolZ бол 23 оны 6 сарын үед гарсан. Тэгээд ер нь бол тэг гараад өөртөө нэг жоохон цаг хугацаа хэрэгтэй юм байна. Тэгээд ер нь жоохон өөртөө амралт өгье гэдэг байдлаар ер нь төр завсарлсан. Тэгээд ер нь найзууд тэгээд гэр бүлийнхэнтэй цаг зав гаргая, өөртөө цаг зав гаргая гэл. Тэгээд ер нь бас нэг жоохон эрүүл мэндэд анхааръя гэж бодоод нэг дасгал хөдөлгөөн хийж мэгээл. Тэгээд нэг тиймэрхүү байдалтай өнгөрсөн дөө. Тэгээд ер нь нэлийн хэсэг хугацаа өнгөрсний дараа үн чинь тоглоомоо санаад тус тогломоор санагдаад тэгээд тэр үед ер нь олон багуудаас санал иржсэн ч гэсэн тэгээд Atox багаас санал тавиад тэгээд ер нь бодож үзэж хагаад бусад тогломоор санагдаад Монгол багтаа тэгээд ерөнхий зөвшөөрөд орсон байгаа. Одоо Европ болон Аз багуудын хоорондын ялгаа миний бодлоор одоо үед нэг анзаарахгүй байгаа. Яг
A little bit of disappointment coming out from Atox perhaps, but can they pick themselves up or will OG trample all over them?
Аз багууд ч гэсэн бүгдээрээ сайжраад одоо ерөнхийдөө нэг тухайн үеийн моментн дээр шийдвэр гаргалтуудаар ялгаатай байх гэж бодож байна. Тэрнээс одоо яг баг хоорондын ялгаа байхгүй гэж бодож байна. Монголд ер нь яагаад ер нь бусад багуудаас илүү айгүй чансаа сайтай байгаа гэхээр миний бодлоор бүх хүмүүсийнх нь одоо хувийн скил тэгээ сахилга бат
be Atox to start things off on that T side again. 2 sets of util has become pretty standard these days. And straight into the banana, which is not going to be as easy in some of these gun rounds, but no util on the side of OG for this one.
Pulling the trigger first, will it be Annihilation as he's gone for a foray? Now quick peek forward. It's going to be the CTs to try and look for the swing, but as we are going to have the response from Atox ready and waiting, they will be waiting for quite a while. Now everyone's spotted, flashes coming through, Fiku and Heavy God striking true, and Cabal's been consistent on their trades, but this time only gets the one.
Yeah, Fiku gets himself another one on the way out. Doesn't even take a point of damage either. You've got players at the bottom of Nana, players at the top of Nana. There's nowhere for Atox to go. They're going to have to find a way to fight their way into this B bomb site, but two very defensive, passive positions from OG. They're more than happy to allow these Atox players to walk their way forward into the crossfire.
Yeah, Annihilation, good for the one, but all in the meanwhile, it's a ticking timer for the Banana players to get activated. Atox will get the bomb plant down and guarantee the money. Flashbang is also here for Dobu if you want to try and make a play to peek into Banana. Moto here, they're coming over. Dobu will peek out regardless, gets himself one. It's all Annihilation, and he's put himself in a great spot, but Fiku around the corner has been a hard man to deal with. Spotted, retreating back, and now Annihilation's got himself locked into the right position yet again. Takes him down, and that's exactly what Atox needed.
I think Fiku ran out of bullets there. He was running around with his knife out. Might have to see on the replay here. Do we get to... He's got 12
He's
here.
actually...
Yeah, this is... He gets one more shot in before he goes.
Yeah.
I think he might have run out of bullets. Just the way that he was playing at the back. Look, he's looking for a gun or something. He's looking for, I don't know what he's looking for, but he's definitely not focused on shooting.
He's looking for a reason why they lost that 4 versus 2. That's what he's looking for.
That's true. I mean, that's a big one for Atox to start with again, because it felt like things weren't really going their way on Anubis, and maybe that's a shift in momentum. Things can start going your way in the second map.
And Inferno's a map that OG have actually had quite a few struggles on as well. They've not been really managing to win this one out, although I will say, although they have got a 0% win rate on HL TV, don't let that fool you. They've actually had a few very close maps as well.
Yeah, I mean, both teams actually...
Yeah, but Atox hasn't played very much recently, so I don't really read into that either. Inferno has actually been one of the maps that they've consistently been playing. I think in the match versus the Mongols, in a best of 5, they were on 16-14.
Yeah.
So that was quite a close one. So you know that they've got themselves in a position where they don't hate a map.
I think they're going to have to do a little bit better than not hating the map. They're going to have to get a dub on this one to keep themselves alive in the upper bracket.
They're going to have to absolutely fall in love with it. That's what we're asking for. Meanwhile, Cabal's always been unworried about being a lonely man, and right now he is a lonely man finding himself encroached upon by CTs. Now this is interesting. They're going back to the stack for OG. They've completely misread this, but at least they've got the firepower to correct their little errors. Heavy God, Deagle at the ready, should be checked up, but it'll be too late. Dobu's found one elsewhere, so at least you're not losing too much, but as Zesta was trying to stick it out, he's been forced out. He's Keto alone, 1 versus 2. He's got the monkey business in his hand, but can he actually swing into this crossfire and come out on top? No, Mick can take him down, but it does get a little bit, a teensy bit touchy there.
A little bit spicy, but you know, you're still on that T side. You're getting the bomb plants down. It's not the end of the world.
The good thing is we do see Heavy God activating early on.
Yeah, a couple of nice Deagle shots. So a good second shot there onto Zesta, who was quite low, but Annihilation kept it in check. That's all you can ask for Atox at the moment. We'll get into round 3. No investment in this one from OG, so it is going to be about the cleaner start for Atox that you could have hoped for. Kept at bay by a Molotov, but it's not going to last very long.
There goes Heavy God, looking for a little bit of aggression on his own. I've always found it interesting how the teams that showcased this 3rd round after force buying in the previous as well. I know they had a little bit more cushion because of the the UMP kill they had, and Heavy God finding 2 frags of his own. But on a map like Inferno, where you do want all of that extra utility, it feels like it does feel like a bit much sometimes. Let's see whether it makes a difference or not. That's a separate question, but yeah.
I'm picking up what you're putting down.
Moto's hoping he was putting down a couple players. Instead, he's going to be finding Dobu on the side. Dobu collecting the money.
All right. This is where the business does get started. get down to business. 3-0, obviously. Good start for Atox, but gun round to come for OG, and that's where they're going to be able to really flex their muscles on this CT side, or at least you'd hope so if you're an OG supporter. See what buy they put through here. AWP, unlikely. And indeed it will be the 5 rifle setup from OG. Bit of toing and froing back there in the CT spawn. Just the one player to defend Banana, and that might not be the right choice because Atox are moving pretty quick with those back 10s.
And the response is going to be into a partnership. That's where they're trying to get a bit more information from the OG side. Banana has been retaken, or at least it's been attempted. Keto might not realize how close by Mick has been left. So the question now comes in. Can you hold on to this apartments push if you're Zesta? He was a big man in Anubis on the T side, was finding a lot of good entries, but now the timing is going to be evading him. He's going to be caught with the utility piece out in his hand, and he can't get the adjustment in time. Keto's asked for company, they've got full information, and now Atox is on a timer.
Keto's going to start getting tossed on into that B bomb site. There's only the one player there to hold on, but supporting Util, potential to get tossed on in. Modo's got that flash ready to go. The people come through to Keto off the back of that. It works out 1-for-1. It's actually Cabal that got a team kill in all of that. Modo got himself one as well, which keeps the numbers advantage healthy enough for OG. Annihilation offered an opportunity as that smoke was blown open by the CT side, and now we're back to 2-on-2 with some decent post plans for Atox. This could get awkward now for OG.
Annihilation's in a really good position, and Dobu's repositioned himself as well. The off angle, Heavy got not ready for it. And Annihilation, who's pulling out the reverse bond, 700, looking to make it 8, but Dobu will keep him in his tuxedo-laden position. Annihilation, we asked for him to show up.
Yeah.
I think he's here.
Certainly, certainly. And where has OG gone? That was a round that looked like it was going to go quite well for them, but ends up being a 3-on-2 loss. Solid stuff from Dobu. Atox, are they starting to believe again? Are they thinking maybe we let the ball slip a little bit on Anubis, but that wasn't our best foot forward, and I agree, I don't think it was their best foot forward, but seeing much better stuff from them here on map 2. No super aggressive movements into the banana from Atox right here. They'll be rewarded for that as well, because OG have decided to go for a bit of an exploration of their own, and they've run into a couple of the natives.
Mick's feeling good about himself as well. He's got some company, making sure that he doesn't fall. This is a prime chance for Atox to start building up the money. 5 players to be kept alive would be quite nice. Cabal is expendable, so if you want to leave him behind at the A site, look to see if you can kick Heavy God's teeth in with that Mach 10. Why not?
Bomb has been planted.
And this was always going to be a bit of a question for OG. You found so much success in Anubis in the late rounds. That's not replicable. Oh my goodness, Cabal is asking for trouble, and I like it.
Well, it's not going to cost Atox all that much. Fair enough.
You know what? You gotta love the guy. You really do.
Cabal?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Reminds you of the Zacher knife attempt against
It did a little bit.
It's not quite that there, but look, I know everyone's clowning on it like, oh my god, you should be doing it, but also, the vibes, bro, the vibes.
The vibes. You can see his eye.
Hey, those pearly whites out
cheeky
there.
Smirk. But, you know, OG got to say, well, that's a little bit more damage. Guess we can take it.
Nice long save into a tactical timeout means you've been having about a 45, 50-second long conversation about what to do in the next round. That is one of the things I will always appreciate about anyone who's been with God B is that I think you really learn how to use the last 30 seconds of a save and make sure you're identifying all the mistakes in a way so that when the coach asks for the timeout, then the coach doesn't need to ask any questions, doesn't need to figure anything out. He can just come through, give you the game plan.
We'll see what that game plan ends up looking like now for OG. They're in pretty desperate need of actually winning themselves around here to get back into the swing of things. Off we go, round number 6. A little bit more attention being paid to the apartments this time around.
There we go. silent boost for Annihilation. He might be looking to get the hard scope forward. They know where Heavy God's been playing in from short very consistently. The off scope in can be actually quite troubling to anyone who wants to re-aggress into the brackets, and that does feel like OG are setting up for something like it with the tilting rotations back to A. Every time that they've abandoned B, they've gone for some sort of controlling presence and controlling attempt. So, is it going to be more of the same?
Very, very passive setup from OG there. No banana control, no brackets control. They've got absolutely no information at the moment apart from the pieces of utility here getting tossed on in, and Moto is going to try to push the issue, baby! Annihilation is back in the server. He's got himself the double kill to open up yet another round for Atox.
Mix been found out by Fiku, and that's a goal call. Heavy God, great position, finds Zesta, and with this, it's all down to Annihilation's Molotov to try and force him out of position. Double volley, and that might be a bit too much for Heavy God to deal with. Bomb can be planted, and Fiku's rotation now meets 3. My goodness.
Ah, the turntables. What an answer from Atox. I wonder what OG are thinking at this point. I mean, now that they've pulled that attack time out as well, they've sort of...
This is one of the reasons why I always do think OG on Inferno. It's not even a CS2 issue on Inferno or something like it. You see them re-peek back into Annihilation like that with the double swing. It's one of the funniest exchanges that's always happened in Arches, the exchange of utility to try and force Oppers off of the angle. Even Simple wouldn't re-peek back into that. I remember a clip where Simple versus OC, where OC would throw a flash, Simple throw a flash, another guy, and that exchange is what really tells you whether you're going to have a chance to find a shot into Boiler or not. Annihilation just holds on, gets a freebie, and the second one just pure skill.
Signs of life for Atox. The Mongolian fans will be happy with that. Was a little bit lackluster on Anubis.
The D13 fans will be happy with Annihilation right now.
Yeah, Annihilation 11-0. Adobe putting together another solid performance from himself as well. Back-to-back maps from him. But still, it's not quite yet the first half done and dusted. 6-0. It's a good lead for Atox to be sure, but let's not count our chickens before they hatch. This is Counter-Strike after all. Lack of a purchase in this round, though, is not going to help OG out at all.
Heavy God, unfortunately, just not being able to find any pick-me-up. Fiku, however, continues to remain consistent, if nothing else. Moto, Deagle. Have seen it deliver before. Cabal will not be expecting once again. That's in the same position as where Heavy God was before. The Cabal may be unprepared for there to be a second player after Heavy God's already taken down, but with Moto's position known, he has to fight his way out. And the T's are losing numbers, Dobu's losing head, and Annihilation has lost all his teammates.
Yeah, you wonder now, is this where it all starts to come crashing down? You know, the one round that Atox needed to kind of seal the deal quite comfortably, and actually they've made it much more difficult for themselves. Quito with this flank should not be expected by Annihilation at this point. Oh, but he's gone the wrong direction. Okay. Maybe still a chance in this one for Annihilation, though. He might well get spotted on the cross. The timing didn't quite work out for him.
Great round for OG, even though they start off 4 versus 5. Nexus is position completely catching Cabal off guard and causing so much chaos that Dobu's then forced to choose between 3 angles because of the fast library rotation as well. Very nicely executed from the OG side.
Wonder if that's the straw that breaks the camel's back now for Atox.
It's a pretty sturdy camel right now. It is 6-1. Let's see.
Let's see indeed. Did you know camels
in Mongolia have 2 humps?
No, I was going to say the camels give you the cashmere hair, as told to me by someone I know.
Well, that guy is a filthy liar, but you know what? Zesta's just filthy. Taking out Nexus, pushing forward. Nexus at least found one, so his pursuits were not fruitless. In the meanwhile, Nexus is relying on Heavy God to try and maintain control, but look at how passive Zesta's been playing, not like a young man at all. Not really giving out his position to anyone. Moto's giving a bit of a bodyguarding duty over to Heavy God. And if Zesta does foray too far forward, he will fall. Well, that'll guarantee 2 players to be available here, so could be the move for Atox to try and go back to the B site.
they've got their number.
Oh, Zesta looking for more, but Heavy God now reveals, and it should be a fast commitment, but Annihilation is looking for the lurk through the rotation over. Heavy God finds him, hunting into second mid instead.
Yeah, now the play comes down to Fiku. What's he going to be able to do? Just stuck inside of Dark to get that easy first kill onto Dobu. Not looking in the right direction. Maybe a different story. Had to work a little harder for that one, but locks it down. And OG are beginning their campaign on Inferno. It's 2 on the trot. Still not enough to break Atox's money.
I have to say that round is very much down to Annihilation in that situation. The fact that he's just so hungrily looking out for that rotating player through. Even if he wants to watch out for a potential flank, you'd expect him to go back to the bottom of Banana and just holding an angle where he can see both middle and second middle, right? So it's situations like this where small things, that's small things that make a difference.
It's going to be a faster one from Atox straight up to the half wall, but Quito all over it with the nade. He's also got a bit of a read that there's another player hanging around, so he's going to go hunting for Mick.
Deep flash going out. Mick needed this, but it's instead Zesta to find. Zesta doubles up. He knows that there might still be another man. Now it's confirmed with the flames blooming in front of him. OG have started to rotate back towards the B bomb site. Moto's the only man left behind.
I think everyone was blind there for a second. Zesta that comes out on top. Luckily, bring it back to the 3-on-3, which is still a winnable scenario, though the extra rotation has come in. Heavy God waiting in CT spawn to assist. Moto's been left up to his own devices over toward A. He's not seeing anything.
Heavy God only has a flashbang and a grenade. The grenade could be important if they look to try and smoke it off, but if this is going to be a contact into new box Molotov, then Nexus will be in a very tricky position. Nexus, though, now position revealed. They need to start mollying it out. That'll be coming through, and Zesta will be looking for the headshot, finds it. They won't cross without the smoke, and even if Heavy God can nade it open, that might be too late. The cross will already have happened. He's not ready for that play.
Flash came through a little bit too late. And Atox are going to get themselves an easy 7th round in the end. It'll be a save from OG. We're back to Inferno, aren't we? Save simulator. Hasn't really been a whole lot of saving going on because there hasn't really been many rounds that have sort of had that opportunity. It's been quite dominant from Atox so far. It's a good round from Zesta, though. But take the AWP and the M4 through to the next round. Should be able to afford a buy here, OG.
The thing is also that for OG, it's a very small detail, and I'm not saying this is a mistake, but Moto goes from archers back into pit into a much more defensible position. But the problem then is that Heavy God starts being worried about a potential archers find to come through. That's why his Yuto was then too late to actually provide any help to Nexus as well. So, yeah, still a little bit of those small fine margins, not to mention Nexus as well, trying to get that shoulder peek forward from the left side where you don't have the advantage in peeking angles unless someone's already at stairs. So he's been spotted, but he can't see the keys creeping through.
All right, back into it. OG with that buy across the board. Starting to scrape the bottom of the barrel, though, for a couple of those numbers, so need to be careful here. Nexius with a good start, though. Cabal down early as Atox tried to play a little quicker.
Full slowdown from Atox out, waiting for OG to make a move and make a mistake. And listen, if OG keeps trying to go forward for a kill, Nick's going to have a chance of a hair. Moto taken down.
Yeah, a little noggin wasn't spotted.
And I do like the angle from Kiro, but you're still going to be fighting up against what's likely a flashbang coming your way. Or no. Annihilation reveals his position. He's not in a great spot to trade, but Kito's been brought low, so maybe a Molotov would be enough. Annihilation picks up the AK, and Zesta's been taken down elsewhere on the map.
Yeah, fights all over the place. Skirmishes really at that point. Fiku's not quite going to be there in time to get in front of the smoke, but a nade breaks it open. It won't matter. Dobu's a bit sharper, and Fiku not happy with that at all. You can see on the player cam, very disappointed in himself. Had every opportunity to bring that back to the 2-on-1, favoring OG, was unable to do so. Nexius at least has been able to creep past Dobu's angle, but has kind of given away that information with the footsteps. And Annihilation doesn't really have to do anything here. Has got the info now, spots him out, plays the timer. Snowball's chance in hell for Nexius, but Dobu now in the one-on-one. Doesn't have a huge amount of HP to play with.
Oh my god.
He's gambled it, and he's gambled it correctly. Nexius will give the game away. Tap again. This time it's going to be the full defuse. Has to sit it. Dobu on for the sweep.
OG take it away regardless. Dobu just a little bit too late on that one. Didn't really want to use the grenade to pop open the smoke either. He was worried about giving over his position. Wanted to maintain the threat.
I don't know if that's still really...
I mean, it's
moves the needle that much for OG, though, because they win the round with 0 players alive.
True. But also, you have to remember, they do have a little bit more padding because they won the half by earlier on. So they did have more money than you normally would expect in a position like this. So, oh God, Fiku, guys, don't hit the monitors, please.
That's what I was talking about. Like, he was not happy with that through the smoke or the nade situation. Just sort of let it slip a little bit. I think he got the headshot onto Dobu, but wasn't able to convert the second shot. I mean, still, it's quite dire circumstances. 3-7, money, you know, in a bit of a weird spot. OG uphill battle for the last couple of rounds of the half. Down to a UMP for Fiku. No util at all for Heavy God. So again, yeah, they're really kind of doing it the hard way.
This time, Cabal will allow Annihilation to be the one boosted up again. Remember, last time they went for something like this, Annihilation was able to just forcibly keep a hold of bracket control, and Atox slowed this down massively. So the question that comes in now is that with him revealing his position with the scope and 2 players boosted up, will Atox at any point be dropping down? If Annihilation finds this 1 kill, there's a 4-man line out in short. Annihilation's got 1, and he's looking for more. That first kill was everything, and Annihilation still knows there could be another behind. Fiku should have been the unexpected man. He is the B-side player, and Annihilation just does not care.
It does not seem like Annihilation can put a foot wrong on this map, and that is now enough for me to start to be convinced that this is going to go to a map 3. I was hanging on to see whether or not OG was going to get any more in this first half, but I mean, 16-3 for Annihilation. The way that Atox waltzed their way into the A bomb site, they're now going to be up 8-3, and OG have barely got any money to play with in that final round of the half. This is a much better looking outfit. Map 1 to map 2, what a difference it makes. And that's the kind of Annihilation, though, that we want to be seeing in this Atox roster, isn't it, right? Like, you know, he's been a bit inconsistent here and there, a bit up and down, but you know what level he can hit.
And the thing is, this is not even like the old Annihilation going super flicky style either. This is a really cool, able to isolate out initial picks, able to play those perfect post-plant situations Annihilation. And honestly, this is a side of him that I don't think we even saw when he was playing on the Mongols. So this is, if this is going to be what we're getting from him for the rest of the tournament, man, sign me up.
I mean, if you see more of that, definitely, then Atox are a serious threat. He was the big question mark for me in this roster, right? We kind of knew what we were going to get from everybody else. We've seen them enough. Annihilation. 1 average map, let's be fair, on Anubis. This has been a very good map. Fiku not done yet, though. Double kill with the Deagle. He's got himself an AK as well to have a crack with. Well, this half might not be over just yet. Cabal has other ideas, but he's going to be chased down. That MP9 maybe not quite rounding the corner, but the nade will do a little bit of damage here. 3 on 3. Now on 2. As Heavy God has gone down. So 2 has Nexius. It looks like Atox are going to be able to salvage this round.
Oh. They even know that Moto's coming in over here. Cabal has been left behind, and I don't think Moto is quite aware of the Annihilation giving up sound cues as well. He's certainly not. 9-3. Atox getting a wonderful start to their own map pick.
Yeah, we're right back into the swing of things. Atox on home soil. Bit disappointing on map 1, but you know, there was the signs of life there, and life finds a way. Apparently on Inferno is the answer. I mean, there's a lot of plants on this map, so there you go. They get stomped on. I mean, look at those little flowers. It doesn't matter if you stand all over them, they still look great. Life finds a way. Atox finds a way.
Like that. Yeah.
Atox have found a way, and the way is through the AWP of Annihilation. And listen, as much as we have been discussing him, the supportive cast has not been asked to do as much, anywhere near as much.
Headshot. Yes, no sir. Boost. Go in there. Headshot. Gat сайн нэг байгаа. Нэг л Veto бего. Ороор хүн байхгүй. Veto дүнгийн утаа исэн за. Би зөв default band тавьлаа. Банаа дайраагүй шойроо. Намаа ирэхгүй банаа нэрэхгүй. Би жижигсний утаа арлаа. Дөрүлээ барууталтай байгаа юм тийш. Go in there хоёр. Тийм дөрүлээ барууталтай. Намаа ийхий.
Now listen, I don't speak Mongolian, but I imagine a lot of that was nice. So yeah.
I think, I mean, look, to be fair, that one translates pretty easy.
Yeah. Cabal.
I mean, he still looks quite young, doesn't he?
Bro, he has a kid.
I know.
He quit Mongols to have a kid. Then he came back and he's better at Counter-Strike.
It's kind of crazy, isn't it?
Yeah.
And he still looks like a 20-year-old.
He is beautiful. Look at the skincare on that man.
I was going to say that he must be doing something right.
Yeah. I've messaged him like 7 times on Instagram to ask him what's your moisturizer, what's your this, what's your that. He's like, bro, normally people just ask me for my config, you weirdo.
Yeah, fair. Oh well, might get a few more of those after this game. If things continue in the fashion in which they have, Atox are looking like they're going to knock over Inferno. Whoa. Going on the roller coaster.
Listen, that's about how shaky LG have looked, and in the meanwhile, we've got ourselves some sexy, slick angles on Atox, because that's what they've been.
All right. Well, same kind of situation for OG as what it was for Atox going into the second half of Anubis. Imperative that they get the pistol here. And already Heavy God taken down 46 HP, losing a fair bit. Zesta on the other side of that engagement, also tagged up. But still a 5-on-5. Fairly standard top mid smoke there from OG. Creep their way into brackets. Here comes the flash.
They're trying to pop out, but Annihilation is ready and waiting. The USP coming in again, finding success in the pistol round, but Cabal's the one taken down in trade. In the meanwhile, it's only Zesta left alive on the site with 6 HP and not much to do. Not much to do it with either. Bomb will be planted. Next Zesta's position still known. Nexius to find Mick, and now with Zesta falling, OG will at least fight back with a pistol round of their own.
Ooh. How does that make you feel?
Hey,
you feel okay?
Pistol rounds are pistol rounds.
Yeah.
You know what? I want to see OG looking competitive. I want to see Atox bringing out a little bit more than just the Annie show, although I am really, really liking the Annie show.
I do wonder what this second half is going to look like. Dobu, he's sharp with that USP. We saw that actually on Anubis as well. But yeah, I just think maybe there's still a little bit left in the tank here for OG. T-side, give them a few more options. Don't count him out just yet.
If he gets another frag here, he's dropping an op. Nah, no. Oh well. Shame.
Okay, first piece of the puzzle for OG.
Yeah. Kill bonus isn't insignificant over here, though, I have to say. OG. Giving up a little bit of extra money to Dobu. That could be a Molotov, that could be an AWP drop, that could be so many different things. But is it going to be a force buy to come out of Atox? I'm hoping not, but honestly, I did hear a lot of buying there.
It is. Got the scout out for Annihilation. Can he put in the same work with the scout as he was able to do so with the AWP?
That's not how you want to start things off on a force buy. It is if you're OG. Neither is that, actually. You know, there's a lot of things that you probably don't want. I don't know if that's a missed Molotov or not. Looked like it, but maybe it's supposed to only have an option there. But no! Zesta! Fiku just jumped across him. Zesta finds his back line instead.
Ooh. Okay. This is getting a little bit awkward. Keto down in mid. Do have the 3-on-4, so Atox have the numbers advantage, but OG going to be given time to get some pretty nice post plans set up. You got the pit site crossfire, plus someone in an apps. Can't really ask for too much more.
thing is, Mick's got 2 flashes, and he's going to be given over the scout. So if you start running them down with Annihilation of flashes to help out, Nexus will be completely blinded. Molotov is well played, but the flashes are going to be flying through. Annihilation into the side, and Cabal's found one in the back right. Moto will keep himself alive, and Nexus now the only one left. As Dobu looks to stick the bomb defuse, it is going to be covered off by Mick. Mick needs to find just a great shot, but Dobu's going to take it all the way forward, and Dobu's going to get it done. Atox, that's how you do it, baby.
Yeah, bomb just not planted for him there in pit, or if it was, he didn't quite have the angle that he needed. Tough one to lose for OG. Moto was stuck in the corner, he couldn't do anything.
And in all fairness, OG got around exactly like this one as well, right? Where Dobu just simply doesn't swing in time. He can't get the frag, he's a bit too afraid. Nexus, he really just thought the bomb was maybe planted for him.
I mean, I guess it was actually. He just didn't manage to hit the spam through the smoke. Like, he's actually hitting the kind of the general area. Anyway, happens sometimes, you know. Tough ask for OG now to come back from that, but they do obviously get the money through from that bomb plant. They can buy into this round. They've got to answer back with a round of their own right now.
Oh, and that's the MP9. That's not looking good, but Piku's looking better. Moto, unfortunately, doesn't like the fact that Piku's looking better. God is a good-looking guy. He doesn't like being outshone. Puts his teammate down, gets a bomb planted, and now you're in a 3 versus 2.
Same bomb plant, same post plant setup, roughly speaking. Although I think this time it's 2 in pit rather than 1 up in the apartments. But also, Atox down to 2 instead of 3. So they are actually coming in for the retake here with a numbers deficit instead of having the advantage. And seems like this one might be a little bit too much for them. Time getting away from them.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like it's going to be too likely. Mick's going to be looking to chase forward. Moto spots him out as well. Makes it for the one on the flying MP9, but now he's left all alone. Grenade going to do some more damage, but Nexus will not let this round go away. OG will find the 5th, so at least Heartbreak City is avoided. They're able to swerve their destination for now.
Yeah, still some, you know, missed shots coming through from OG in that post plant. Like there for Nexus, took him a little while to sort of wrangle that spray.
It is a bit of an awkward setup, actually. When I think about it, Zesta being so hard committed underneath balcony means that Annihilation is always going to have basically a 2 versus 1 inside the site, so a little bit unfortunate there.
Okay, scoreline creeps back to maybe where it was expected to be. Well, it is forced by madness, right? It's just going to be 1-1-1-1-1 until someone wins 2 in a row. Both teams
it might be 2 in a row right now for OG, though, and that puts them actually quite close to Atox if you win the anti-eco after that.
Indeed. That's something in the back of the minds of Atox for sure. A lot of util investment over toward B from OG here. It has drawn out some of the counter util.
But Mick knows exactly what's going on over here. That leaves Cabal and Zesta to try and defend this A site. Cabal will need to start hitting that 5-7. Zesta's got a better angle this time. He is playing from up on top of the balcony, so there could be a theoretical crossfire made, but with Cabal much more concerned about an Archer's ramp to come through, this is not going to be the most conducive position. Zesta will have to push, and in doing so, he finds information that Heavy Gun is lurking. Now with the double Archer smokes to come through, Atox will call rotations, but they might be too late. 5-7 needs to find something. You're really hoping that you can find damage over here if you are Cabal, but you know what? Only good for the 1.
Yeah, very clean from OG this time on the entry. There's not going to be any ideas of a retake this time from Atox. As you mentioned, it is going to be an eco round next time for Atox, so they'll want to hang on to as many of these pistols, as much of this armor as they can. But that's 3 out of 4 now on the T side for OG, so maybe not quite as clean as it was for Atox to start their half, but still a fairly good start to the second half here for OG. I am just kind of getting the sense that they're not done yet. This is going to be a bit of a grind for Atox to finish the map off.
Yeah. Especially with how delayed Annihilation's op is going to be, right? And you do always wonder, what's a cool-off period like? You know, 4 or 5 rounds? And of course, if you guys don't know, you guys can still go ahead and find tickets for the Steppe Arena to come in and find the arena show on the 1st and 2nd of June. That'll be this weekend, Saturday and Sunday. If you are in Mongolia or in the surrounding areas, come on by. It'll be a good time.
Yeah, it only takes like 17 or 18 hours to fly from Australia to Mongolia. So
Okay, maybe I'm thinking more Russia and China than for you.
Oh, well, what, you don't like Australians? Is that what it is?
Well, you know what? Make it to the tournament, then we'll talk.
Well, then they had an invite or a qualifier slot for Australia, which is just disappointing, to be honest. But, I mean, I'm here at least, so yeah, we'll call that a win.
We've got our token OG.
Tends to be that way, doesn't it? Yeah, this is the round that OG definitely do not want to be letting slip. That flash comes through way too late to save Mick. Yeah, not a huge investment into this one, obviously, from Atox. So not really expecting too much out. And that is B-side cracked open very easy, as you like, for OG. They'll be going to 7. Someone's going. Nexius.
What is the loss bonus? We're sitting at what, $2,400? I think so. Not 2,400 or 2,900 either way. Annihilation's not the happiest next round. He'll be able to afford it, but not with any of the bells and whistles.
Well, it tends to be the way a lot of the time now.
Not this deep into the half, though. That's the problem.
Yeah, that's true. It's one of the frequently brought up topics with Counter-Strike 2. There's just not that much half to play with, so getting the AWP out can be a little difficult. 7 to 10. Deficit creeps a little bit closer. That said, this next round is really going to be the first proper gun round, actually, from Atox of this half. So it's been a bit back and forth. But we haven't, I think, seen Atox be able to put their best foot forward in this half just yet. So let's just hold our horses before we get to see another gun round.
The problem is their best foot might be the last foot if they lose over here, though, so they know that just as well as we do. 10 to 7, no AWP out for Annihilation, MP9 for Dobu, so you know what? I mean, even the farmers for Mick. One of unideal circumstances, and that'll be how it works when you're going in for force by wars on the CT side.
Bit of a progression down banana from Atox. Be able to set Dobu up. And expect to see them float an extra player across to A. It might not even be necessary. Zesta and Annihilation are doing a great job of holding on. They've got more than their money's worth out of those initial exchanges. But Heavy God, well, can't wrangle the spray. And where's the trade? OG, oh, they're not quite being able to make their way up dig.
Dobu's also the one who's hidden into the line. Keto's taken down, the rotation's cut off, and Mono, who was unable to really make his way through, is now completely irrelevant in the round. Dobu's early aggression means he could shift walk all the way forward, but really that round comes down to Annihilation and how much he delayed them from actually making it onto the site. So elusive.
It's a very messy round in the end from OG. I think they kind of just got stuck. Maybe the comms weren't quite flowing. Heavy God goes for the initial sort of re-entry back into A, and there's no one there to back him up. Dobu able to get the double with the MP9 as well. Seems pretty egregious in that circumstance. But it is 11 for Atox. Couple of steps away. They'll force us through to a third map. That'll be Ancient. For all the hard work that OG did at the start of this half, they just got a little bit too much slip, a little bit too early.
It's good, but OG are trying to get aggressive. Rather, Atox trying to get aggressive. Mick is able to get a bit more damage, but look at this. Nexius is dodging bullets. Moto can't be saying...
Oh my word.
Can't be saying the same for him.
Yeah, it was just an absolute minefield. OG getting barraged by the grenades and the util and not really getting out of there particularly scot-free. 2 players dead, 1 on 1 HP. And what do you do in this position? They've got no map control. They're basically playing with 2 members.
You hope. That's what you do. You hope that Viku can get yourself a quick little entry or 2, and as Nexius left the off, he's not being able to find anything. Dobu, what a round from him. Quick triple before I could even process it.
That might just be the end of the map right there. Dobu activates. That's it, pretty much. How's the money looking on the CT side? I can't imagine. Not amazing.
Dude, that's actually a really sexy spray. Wow.
Yeah.
That is nuts. Even Dobu.
Let's go!
OG's money is going to be in a weird force buy position. You're going to have enough to pull out an AWP if Fiku wants to buy it over and drop it in. But with the game that Moto's been having, I'd rather just see Fiku on the AK. Fiku's been one of the consistent performers, and unfortunately, he's one of few.
I like it from Atox. It's really good to see. As we've been highlighting on the desk, they haven't really had their chance to compete much internationally, and even when they have, it's been more of those sort of Asia-centric kind of tournaments like the RMR. I don't remember the last time they would have played against a team like OG. Or anyone outside of Asia, really.
Nobu, though, made it up, and he is down to almost nothing. And of course, in case you guys are not aware, technically, Dobu is the reigning champion of the MESA Nomadic Masters. There's a couple more there, but right now, OG doesn't care. OG want to get bracket control, move in, but with a flashbang to help, Annihilation could clear this out very easy. He goes without the flash, and that's where Zesta will be asked to try and pick it up instead. Good for one, but no more. Cabal's been left behind to try and get the spray, but he's whiffed it all, and Fiku and Moto have brought it all the way back. Atox are not in the green, not yet.
Not yet. MIQ, Nick rather. Not going to be getting out of here alive either. Kito right behind him. And while that round has been playing out, I've just been having a quick look, and I'm pretty confident that this is actually the first time Atox has ever played
You'd have to
European
go back to maybe
competition.
the eruption time.
Yeah. But even then?
If you add in a top 50 filter, I think that'll probably be what helps you figure it out. Of course, right now, though, can't be looking towards their past, can't be looking towards their future. They have to look towards this one round that they need. Annihilation, with the AWP trained into middle, is feeling feisty from the boost.
Okay, well, just very quickly, the last time that Dobu played anyone inside the top 50 was 2018 when he was playing on 5 power against Sharks.
That's... What? No, but they qualified for the Blast Showdown with NKT in 2022.
That's what it says. I'm just reading what it says.
Okay, you know what? We're going to figure this one out later on. There's actually another issue with it, which I just remembered. That filter might not work.
Okay, well.
That said, it's all about what works here for Atox and whether OG can break it. Forcing their way into the B-bomb side is going to be the game plan. And with 3 players around the pit area, Atox will not call for rotations. This is going to be a 2-man defense. There will not be anyone else coming over. And with Annihilation crossing this out, maybe that can change, but maybe it'll be too late. Kilo's already inside the side. They're not aware of Dobu. Mick as well comes in with a 5-7. He's making it work. He's making it happen. And Atox are looking at 13.
I'm just going to go ahead and call that the first international map victory for Atox, apart from those domestic Asia lands. Let's just go with it. All right. It's a good storyline.
And it's a story that they are going to be happy to write. 2 versus 5, OG down to 1. Heavy God needs so much, and he's just not got it in him. No bomb, no chance, 13-8. It's the same scoreline, but a different victor. We go to Ancient.
Яваа габях. Өсөний чилсэн биш үү? Лонг алхна. Утлаа. MP ч шиг байна. Яваа. Шорт тэнэг тал амтай. Галцсан байгаа. Нэмэ орохгүй шүү. Лонг байхгүй. Нэг гарцсан. Нэмэт. Нэг нэмэ гарцсан. Хойлоо. Тусалж флаш амжаа гад байна. Нэг боцож байна. Нэг боцох гад байна. Нэг нь боор юм шиг. Хойлоо. Тал амтай. Гол. Амдэр хобби ярдна. Гол яамн дээр. Nice! Анжи. Ямар гоё юм бэ? Гоё шүү guys. Так канаа.
Red Bull gives you wings.
You on my mind a lot. Don't need no time watch. I don't know how I got you in my pocket spot. Yeah, that's babe, need you every day. You like my oxygen. Make it seem like the barging down. Got my heart no barging in. From the bed to the floor to the couch. Might wake the neighbors up. Break you in and break you out. In the end, we gon' make a child.
Copy my steel. Face the fact that ain't no cap, I'm real. No cap, I'm real. The plastic bars from I copy my steel. Plastic bars from I copy my steel.
Red Bull gives you wings.
ATOX are cooking. Map number 3 is required here, and it's absolutely anybody's game. Boys, how are we feeling? The one thing I'm going to start off with, because we spoke about it, who is going to come alive? It's none other than Annihilation. Boys, T-Time, start me off. You're happy, chappy. How you feeling?
Feels good not to be a flip-flopper, baby. Jordan lost.
Couldn't be me.
I knew it all along. Honestly, I didn't know that Annihilation was going to be that good, but I knew they'd be bringing it back. OG just couldn't do anything up against the feed that is at him.
Listen, look, all I'm going to say is I'm just trying to use the magical power of the Caster Curse, and it worked perfectly. So there you go. Asian CS can thank me later.
It was a really good showing, wasn't it? I mean, seriously, we got to see not only as well these moments where it was kind of, you got to see the individuals, but I mean, as a team, they looked considerably better. And this is now what we want to see going forward. Map number 3 on the cards. There's a conversation to be had now as well that, OG momentum's not with them anymore. They're a bit down in the dumps. I mean, boys, Elfish guy, is there a chance?
Do you want me to flip-flop again? I guess at this point, I kind of have to, don't I, right? Yeah. I kind of got to go back in there and support ATOX. Yeah, I think the thing is, like, we sort of highlighted who needs to play well for ATOX. Well, it probably needs to be Dobu. He's continuing to do that. He's had 2 good maps. There's no reason to expect that he won't. Annihilation stepping up there as well on map 2, and if that trajectory continues into map 3, I think ATOX definitely going to be a real threat. And we sort of highlighted as well, like Moto sort of dropping off a little bit.
Yeah.
Heavy God, I feel like hasn't really come alive in this series yet at all for OG. So maybe the pieces of the puzzle are falling into place for ATOX, and they're kind of going a little bit walkabout for OG, which is a worrisome sign heading into this 3rd map because, again, OG, they're one of those international teams. You don't want to be dropping down into the lower bracket, especially if you're an international team.
See, let's zoom in here on map number 3. What's the feeling like going in? ATOX, Ancient, this side have just done really well on a map, which is, inherently a little bit puggy in a sense. Do you think they can bring that same level of a vibe to a map number 3 here?
So Ancient's actually been one of the best maps that ATOX have had ever since they were playing on the Eruption core.
Sure.
One of the reasons why they used to struggle to actually qualify, funnily enough, was because actually MongolZ would be permabanning Ancient once upon a time.
Right.
So because of that, what you actually ended up having is that they couldn't play their best maps. So Ancient's one of their best maps, but also on the flip side, OG likes to pick into it sometimes. So I actually think this is going to be quite a competitive map. Now, the problem is, I don't think Moto's coming back.
Sure.
Unfortunately, I've seen what I needed to see. It was the late round situation rifling that he was doing really well at Anubis, and I don't know if that's still going to be a factor in Ancient. I don't know, his AWP has never really been in the server the same way,
Sure.
and I don't think actually Heavy God will be fully activated. On the flip side, Annihilation is not going to look as good, but you know what? Everyone else is going to start leveling up on Ancient.
What are we feeling, Jordan, on the other side for OG? What's the necessities in your eyes to bounce back? Obviously, we've kind of spoke about it. The individuals weren't there. There's no 2 ways about it. The main man as well is not there as well. Let's say that continues, and we don't see that Heavy God kind of performance that we're kind of used to out of him up for OG. Where do the other assets come through? The Nexiuses, the Fikus, even the Keto to a degree, right? How are they going to find their way back in?
I mean, do you really have an opportunity to come back in? I think that's going to be a difficult one to answer without your star rifler, and potentially also your AWP missing as well. I find it wishful thinking actually to imagine that you're going to be able to get over the line against ATOX if those 2, or at least one of those 2, doesn't show up.
I will play defense on Fiku at the very least. Fiku's been really good all throughout the series so far. It looked like he was doing everything right on that B side as well. It's just the A side that was letting him down. And Heavy God has not really been missing in the sense of missing shots. He's been missing in the sense that he's been very specifically targeted by Atox to make sure that he can't get activated. And that's a trend that I think is likely going to continue. That's the unfortunate thing for him.
Okay, fair enough. We'll take a look at the scoreboard as well, see off the back of that. We spoke about a few individuals who really did step up for us, and of course there was one in particular, but across the board we really got to see what we'd hope out of Atox. If they're going to respond, we need to see a couple of individuals. Dobu's, it feels like a given, I think, is probably you know, with our respects of Atox, but to have Annihilation there as well, it does peter off a little bit though. Does that maybe worry you that if we do see a little bit of inconsistency of Annihilation, if he goes back to map number 1, that it could be concerning?
I think it's okay. I mean, look, to me, Zesta and Mick, I think I have a bit of a different read on these two than you do, T-Time. I don't necessarily see them as maybe as impactful in this roster as I think you do. But I think that they are always those guys that are kind of in there doing enough. They're getting the job done. So I think maybe Annihilation drops off, but there's a pretty good chance you see either Cabal, Zesta, Mick have a bit of a better like numbers-wise performance than this. As long as we've got Dobu continuing to put the numbers up, which again, like every single game I watch Dobu play, he's pretty much on that top of the scoreboard. So I'll say I think I'll give Atox the benefit of the doubt that at least one of those three, if Annihilation drops off a little bit, will be able to step up. But we don't need them to be the hard carry.
And the thing is that Cabal in particular on Ancient is just, he is a sick human being. He is a disgusting person because I do not understand how he does it. He manipulates mid so perfectly. He will find his way into red room one way or another. When you're not looking, you look away for a second, Cabal's going to have that like instant teleportation out of Dragon Ball Z right into red room. That's the problem when you're going up against him on Ancient. So I actually think we're going to see a better game from him. We'll probably see a slight worse game from Annihilation, obviously.
Okay.
And listen, I do think we're going to have Dobu be activated all throughout the series, and really it's up to OG now to dictate the pace if they want anything to do here.
It is a map that's very popular within the Mongolian scene just generally. Like this one is probably the map that gets the most reps for the Mongols, for Atox. They both like to play it. Obviously, a lot of the other teams in the region also play it, the sort of the tier 2 Mongolian teams. Yeah. So a lot of practice for these guys. They are very comfortable on that map.
I'm going to come back to that in a second. We got our player of the map off the back of what was a very decent showing. I don't think it should be any surprise there. Nope. It's good to see his face up there as well, something that we highlighted quite a lot. But I want to pose the devil's advocate to you guys, touching on your point just there. This is a very confident map. It's a good map, that of Ancient, for the scene, right? They love it. However, you know it, we know it, and surely OG know it. They're starting to do a lot of preparation. Lambert has been in the server, out the server. He's had he should know what to expect. Do you think the fact that there's a lot of tape, there are known quantity to a degree?
Neil, I'm going to interrupt you there because there isn't a lot of tape. Because Atox were boot camping in Europe and they weren't playing officials. So you don't actually have tape on Atox. So normally that is the angle that you should worry about. But in this time, you are flying blind as OG. You need to have Heavy God activated. You need a few micro strats to make sure he can get a couple of kills early on into the game. Otherwise, there's no way you're coming back into this one because they won't be anti-stratting on your side. You're not going to be prepared for what's going to be coming over. As much as I might say Cabal gets into red room all the time, dude, there's a lot to it for Atox, right? So this is not as clear cut. And listen, I'm still not going to go out and say that Atox has won this 100%. This is very much a 55-45 for me over here regardless. But OG need to bring at least their A game.
Sure. So I did this, of course, in between map 1 and 2, where I said, let's play the devil's advocate and say Atox do win, as it was, you know, the hypothetical. I'm going to throw out in vice versa. For OG, what are we feeling? Do you think now there's that chance? Or how about this way? I'll put you guys on the spot. Now off the back of map number 2, how are we feeling? I gave you a percentage. Give me both the percentages. Where are we feeling? Who's taking map number 3? What's the hopefulness?
I think I'm 60-40 on Atox. I think they actually looked a little bit better in their map loss than what OG did in theirs, if that makes sense. Sure. You know, I felt like they had a few more signs of life on Anubis than maybe what OG did on Inferno. So for me personally, I will lean toward Atox here. I think they've got to me, I think they've actually got today the individuals that are looking a little bit more impressive as well. So yeah, 60-40 for me. Let's go Atox.
Especially with Nexius, who's sort of supposed to be the right-hand man of Heavy God, not performing. And here's the thing. I don't know, maybe it's a Langeris thing, right? Nexius is a young guy. He's not been the most experienced person. He's not really been given all the spotlight either and everything. So I need to see him perform. So if you're going to be like that, then yeah, I'm with Jordan. I think Atox should take this one home.
What's the percentages though? What are we feeling?
You know what?
100!
55 before, but I'll actually, now that I think about the Nexus angle, I don't think Moto's going going to be activating. I'd actually maybe even go to 70 for Atox.
Ooh, that is some hopeful thing. I respect it. I really do. Ladies and gents, we've got a third map on the card. It's Ancient coming up next. A decider here. All down to a best of one. You do not want to miss this. We're going to throw this one to a quick break. When we are back, map number 3 is going to be on your screen. You don't want to miss it because we could see the first true upset here in this tournament. Sit tight. We'll see you soon.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Atox багт орохыг өмнө Eruption багт байсан. Тэгээд тохойд Кабалаас яг IC буюу МongolZ-аас гарч ирсэн. Тэгээд Flynn гээд манай менежер коуч битгүүр нийлээд Atox гэдэг багийг яг анх үүсгэж байсан. Ерөнхийдөө өөр организашнууд байснаас яг өөрсдийнхөө үүссэн организашнд бай гэж ярилцсан шийдээд тэгээд ер нь Atox гэдэг багийг үүсгэсэн. Accuracy Atox-ын өмнөх эйс бол accuracy-сэн. Тэгээд бид нэр Азийн аврагт ороод ер нь бол яг хүссэн амжилтандаа хүрч чадаагүй. Тэгээд ерөнхийдөө бол яг эйсээс солих шийдвэрт хүрээд тохойд яг боломжтой байсан хамгийн сайн эйс бол яг анхил байсан. Анхлын хувьд бол 2 удаа мажорт орсон. Ер нь бол нэлээд бас туршлагатай. За бид Atox багийн хувьд бол 21 хоногийн хугацаанд яг Сербид Европт бэлтгэл хийсэн. Европт бол ерөнхийдөө бол Европын ихэнх том багуудтай тоглож, том дундах багуудтай тоглож, ер нь бол нэлээд дархлаа суусан. Ер нь бол Европын багуудын эсрэг тоглоход бол биднэрт бол хаагаад ах юм бол байхгүй. Яагаад гэвэл тоглоо үзсэн. Левелийг мэдсэн. Сурах юм бол сурсан. За 2022 оны Nomadic Masters тэмцээнд би ингээдтэй багийг төлөөлж тоглосон. Тухайн тэмцээнд манай баг авраг авсан. Тэгээ ер нь бол маш гоё тэмцээн болсон. Олон яг Монголд яг анх удаа яг тийм олон үзэгч нарын өмнө тоглож үзсэн. Миний хувьд бол яг тайзны тэмцээнд өмнө орж исэн ч гэсэн тухайн тэмцээн бол арай өөр төвшний яг тайзны тэмцээн байсан. Маш олон хүмүүс тэгээ тухайн тоглолтын атмосфер өрсөлдөөн маш аимшигтай байсан. Яг хоёр төрлийн л яг сонирхолтой. Нэг нь болохоор яг мэдээж яг Европоос ирж байгаа багуудын эсрэг бол тайзан дээр л тогломоор байна. Нөгөө талаас бол МongolZ-тай бол дахиж нэг очиж тоглох сонирхолтой байгаа. Яагаад гэвэл бидний хувьд бол МongolZ бол аюу ихээр сүүлийн үед л хожигдож байгаа. Тийм болохоор яг одоо энэ MESA Nomadic Masters дээр MongolZ-ыг буулгаж авах гэсэн зорилго бол байгаа. Тайзны тоглолт гэдэг бол яг студийн тоглолт ч юм уу, онлайн тоглолтоос бол шал ондоо. Яагаад гэвэл тухайн үеийн тийм нэг мэдрэмж ер нь бол бүх юм л аюу ондоо байдаг. Тэгээ ялангуяа үзэгчд хэр олон байна, үзэгчдийн атмосфер хэр байна. Тэр болгоноос ер нь бол маш их шалтгаалдаг. Тийм болохоор Монгол гэлтгүй Азад бол тийм олон тийм тайзны том тэмцээн болдгоо юм. Тийм болохоор Монголд болж байгаа тэмцээнүүд дээр Монгол үзэгчд маань ирээд өөрсдийнхөө багийг болон Европын яг өөрсдийн дуртай багаад дэмжиж үзээд тэр яг уур амьсгалыг гоё болгосоо гэж хүсэж байна. Бидний хувьд бол яг өөрсдийн хүссэн амжилтандаа хүрч чадаагүй байжсан. Одоо яг энэ MESA Nomadic Masters тэмцээнд бид нэр яг эргэлтийн цэг болно гэж найдаж байна. Тэгээ та бүхнийг бас манайхыг дэмжихээ зогсоохгүй эцсийн хүртэл дэмжээсэй гэж хүсэж байна. Тэгээд ер нь бол тэг гараад өөртөө нэг жоохон цаг хугацаа хэрэгтэй юм байна. Тэгээд ер нь жоохон өөртөө амралт өгье гэдэг байдлаар ер нь төр завсарлсан. Тэгээд ер нь найзууд тэгээд гэр бүлийнхэнтэй цаг зав гаргая, өөртөө цаг зав гаргая гэл. Тэгээд ер нь бас нэг жоохон эрүүл мэндэд анхааръя гэж бодоод нэг дасгал хөдөлгөөн хийж мэгээл. Тэгээд нэг тиймэрхүү байдалтай өнгөрсөн дөө. Тэгээд ер нь нэлийн хэсэг хугацаа өнгөрсний дараа үн чинь тоглоомоо санаад тус тогломоор санагдаад тэгээд тэр үед ер нь олон багуудаа санал ирчихсэн гэсэн тэгээд Atox багаас санал тавиад тэгээд ер нь бодож үзэж хагаад бус тогломоор санагдаад Монгол багтаа тэгээд ерөнхий зөвшөөрөд орсон байгаа. Одоо Европ болон Аз багуудын хоорондын ялгаа миний бодлоор одоо үед нэг анзаарахгүй байгаа. Яг уу Европог нь арай илүү нягт арай нэг хийх юмаг бүрэн гүйцэтгэлийг хийдэг гэж магадгүй. Гэтэ яг одоо юу Аз багууд ч гэсэн ер нь бүгдээрээ сайжраад одоо ерөнхийдөө нэг тухайн үеийн моментн дээр шийдвэр гаргалтуудаар ялгаатай байх гэж бодож байна. Тэрнээс одоо яг баг хоорондын ялгаа байхгүй гэж бодож байна. Монголд ер нь ягаад ер нь бусад багуудаас илүү айгүй чансаа сайтай байгаа гэхээр миний бодлоор бүх хүмүүсийнх нь одоо хувийн скил тэгээ сахилга бат тоглолтын дундх шийдвэр гаргалтууд нь одоо бусад багуудаас арай жоохон илүү байгаа болохоор тийм арай сайн байгаах гэж бодож байна. Тэгээ ер нь ихэнх залуу тоглогч нар за одоо байгаа багаа ер нь харьцуулахад бол бүгдээрээ хувийн скил сайтай, шийдвэр гаргалт сайтай, бас арай нэг жоохон туршлагатай тоглогч нар олон байгаа болохоор бас харьцан гайг байх гэж бодож байна. Бүх багуудын снайпер рол дээр тоглолт хүмүүс бүгдээрээ сайн. Тэгээд ерөнхийдөө миний бодлоор мэдээж MongolZ 910 байна. Тэгэл Gaming Gladiators Salazar гэдэг лөө. Тэр бас сайн харагдсан. Тэгээ ер нь энэ Nuke дээр бас гайг байх гэж бодож байна. Тэгээ би ч гэсэн өөрийгөө бас сайн байгаасаа гэж найдаж байна. Миний хувьд гэх юм бол багаараа хамгийн сүүлд ESN-ийн тайзны тоглолтын дээр тоглосон. Тэгээ мэдээж тайзны тоглолт гэдэг бол шал өөр уур амьсгалтай. Тэгээд айгүй өөр орчинд байдаг болохоор ер нь багуудын тоглолт гэсэн бас тэрнээс шалтгаад арай өөр байдаг гэж бодож байна. Тэгээ мэдээж хөгжөөн дэмжигчдийн одоо орилон тэгээд нэг тэр тухайн газрыгаа уур амьсгал бүгд нөлөөлдөг болохоор ер нь айгүй гоё байдаг. Эхлээд өвжитэй таарсан байгаа. Тэгээд хэрвээ өвжийг одчихвол билеттэй таарах байх гэж бодож байна. Тэгээ эхлээ энэ хоёр багийг ямар ч гэсэн хожихонд бүх юмаа гаргана л гэж бодож байна.
Yes, it's my first time in Mongolia, and my expectations were I didn't have any expectations because I never heard about the country that much, but I was for sure surprised that you have like a lot of free fields, and sometimes there is just a single house or something like this, or like wild horses as well. It's crazy. Yeah, I want to win the tournament. Yeah, I think he is adapting pretty well. He's like working a lot on a lot of stuff. But he's working at it, like he's improving in it, so I would say it's going in good direction, and we're gonna prove it probably. I would say 7 out of 10, because there is like small stuff we are missing, and also like the travel is like long and everything, so everyone is kind of a bit jet lagged and stuff. So it's like I don't remember what was the reason that we lost actually, unfortunately. But for sure we can beat them now. It's a LAN game. I think Aurora is really strong online, and they prefer to play online, I would say. So I think yeah, LAN is good like place for us. Probably the play style and how they see the game, because pretty often they like surprise with some strat they have, and overall like when the Mongols like came to the scene, also I think everyone, including me, said they have like unique play style kinda, because it's not so common to play like them. I never see them playing, unfortunately. I will see when we will do like game plan and we'll prepare for the game, then I will see it, but for now I didn't. And how confident are we? Yeah, I'm 100% sure we're gonna win the first game. So the strongest is like the Mongols, I think, from Asia, and from Europe, I think it's either us or Aurora. That we love you guys. We enjoy actually Mongolia stay, so it's nice. So we hope that you will cheer for us a bit, even though we'll play against some Asian teams, and that's it.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Maybe they do have something.
One thing I can tell you is that Atox did win the knife round.
Yes.
So they'll get the choice of side here for map 3. And it looks like they're going to start on CT side. Keep Annihilation with that AWP as a bit of an ever-present threat for at least the first half of this map. think that's a good choice.
I mean, considering that all of his opping business was on the T side before,
there's
that to consider. But hey, regardless, I'm looking forward to it because obviously on the other side, what this puts us in a good position for OG to see is that if you can get Heavy Goat activated, T side is really what you're looking to get out from him, right? Get a couple of nice set plays where he can be involved early in, get a few extra kills, and that could be the difference maker. Now though, fast play back out towards middle seems to be the name of the game. Flashes to help them reroute in through Donut back to A, perhaps with a single solitary lurker now in through Red Room. Meanwhile, they've been spotted, rotation's been called, and as Annihilation will be backing off and trying to guard out from middle, it'll be Zesta to take his place instead.
It's really on to Cabal to get any kind of work done there, isn't it? Because Annihilation low, stuck behind the smoke, can't really do anything. But at the end of the day, OG don't even give Cabal an exchange. He doesn't get to fire a bullet, and that's a 5-on-5 post plant now that Atox are going to have to try to navigate. I don't fancy their chances here.
Mick what's out of two, but he can't quite get the frag. Kito's able to put him down, and you have these close run positions a little bit too good. Zesta's trying to accelerate in. Knew where Fiku was as well, and although he can hunt for money, that's all he'll be hunting for. It's Consolation Central, but you know what? Even that might not be delivered to him. Zesta taking that.
Yeah, it was tough in that kind of a situation. A 5-on-5 retake, you know, when you're on the CT pistol, it just feels a little bit doomed. You just don't have the stopping power unless someone hits like 2 really crispy USP headshots, and that kind of would have needed to maybe come from someone like Mick, but he goes down for free in Donut, and at that point you've got the rest of the lads kind of flooding through from one direction. It's just pretty doomed, pretty cursed. OG will start with that pistol round win, and I wonder what the response is going to be from Atox, if they'll force into this or not. Doesn't look like it.
Thank God. I had enough of that in the previous one.
Yeah.
There were around 5 or 6 force spy exchanges. I say exchanges, honestly OG was winning all but one of them, but because they were saving their force spy, they were okay with 4.
Okay, Zesta's going to go down to the molly. Fair enough. Someone's hit a headshot. Nexius very low. But the USPs aren't quite singing in this round, unfortunate as it is to say for Atox.
All the damage in the world and no deaths for it.
Do be like that sometimes. There we go. Fiku's down. Mac 10 for Cabal. See if he can do any more damage with that.
If he can find some money, that would go a long way as well. You
Correct.
know what? And as he'll be accelerating forward, there's a lot to be done in here because Ancient, obviously, one of the widest bomb radiuses in the game. So for OG, they have to really choose their pathway of retreat. If they move back after being tagged up to Cabal's Mac 10, that would be a free $600. Instead, Nexius will be continuing the janitorial services he has been providing.
All right. You know, pistol round, anti-eco, fair enough. Nothing to write home about just yet for OG. This is the first gun round, though. Excited to see what we're going to get out of Atox. It's going to be a big round, I think, for setting the tempo, setting the pace, expectations even for the map as well. Still no AWP yet for Annihilation, of course. And it'll be a faster round for OG. The nade might slow them down a little bit on the ramp, and Mick has got himself one, Annihilation another, but both have fallen in response. It's a decent exchange for OG as they can start to now scale their way into the site and toward along. Zesta goes down. Kito, nice clean kill from him, gets another one as well. There's, again, a lot of damage done by Atox, but the kills are eluding them.
It's a one-man army in Kito's hands. He's just coming through and getting every single frag, and now it's all down to Dobu with the MP9, and again, nothing really worth saving over here, so at least you look for the kill bonus, if nothing else. But yeah, if Kito's going to be on an entry path like that one, it's going to be difficult to really do much. Dobu gets one, but that'll be it. I do want to see the replay from Kito's perspective. I wonder if we're going to get it, because that did look like he was not really teed up for success there either. You know, make an Annihilation, they both find a kill apiece, but then Kito, not only does he get 2 kills, so there pushes all the way forward. He'd heard the reload inside the smoke, so after finding Zesta, Cabal just a dead man. 3 for OG. Oh, my goodness. Popping eyes, Fiku.
Yeah, he's had a couple of moments like that. Gets into it, you know, you can see the passion is there.
Yeah.
All right, 3-0. This is the perfect start for OG. Maybe we got caught a little bit too much in that hopium. Where's Atox? Well, there it is.
Okay.
Annihilation. I mean, he is pretty well known for his deagle work. And Dobu as well.
Problem is, they're going to know Dobu's position. He's not got Kevlar, so you will definitely have heard that bonk of an aid. Dobu asked for some company. Mick was going to deliver it, but instead he just delivers a head. Dobu, you know what? AK now recovered. A flash to make a play and at least threaten it. And as he pushes forward, there was a chance where Fiku could have been his next victim. But instead, now victims will be left as Zesta, who's coming in on the flank and middle. Nexius all alone will not be looking out to him at all. And Zesta could find more than just the one, but Zesta has missed his chance.
Yeah. If he would have even waited half a second longer, he might have had the chance for a couple. Cabal gonna have to move quick. If he pushes through this smoke, there might have been a timing, but it was covered off in the end still by Fiku, who was watching. Bomb plan's gonna go down. Yeah, I think take the AK and be happy to get that one into the next round for Atox, who will be needing every little helping hand they can get. 4-0 start. It's not a great deficit for Atox.
Kamal's going to try and go out for the hunt. I really don't like this, and I understand where he's coming from, because obviously OG, you don't want to let the T side get too much money. You don't want to let them get completely out of control as far as the economy is concerned. All of those things. Cabal, just annoying.
I just so expected him to pull the knife out there. Would have been such a ridiculous situation to do it in, but it really would have been Cabal in a nutshell. Thankfully, cooler heads prevailed. What do you think about a throwing knife?
A throwing knife.
Like,
you know what?
in that situation, if he could throw the knife.
The thing is, I've actually brought up this exact same concept to Michael, and Michael effectively just shut me down forever and ever. So I know that I should probably pass on. I need to pass on the judging gaze that he gave to me to say, Jordan, I'm disappointed in you, because that's what Michael made me feel like. That said, that does sound baller. Hey.
I'm not sure we'll see it.
Seems unlikely.
So yeah, another gun round to come for Atox. Got to find a way to break the drought sooner rather than later. Again, a faster play for OG. They are really not messing around. They're not giving Atox any time to think in these rounds.
Hitting open the throat, but not actually finding anything through it. Fiku and Nexius are the ones that could
be a save.
They've got no other choice.
Or not.
No, Dobu. He's chosen death. Moves out and Heavy Gold will put him down. Surely now you save. Surely Annihilation doesn't put his AWP at risk.
He's going to.
No, he's trying to back off, and this might be Keto's call to try and make a move. They are not punishing the CTs for the weapons that they are trying to save. I'm surprised to see it, to say the least. But hey, if you want to prioritize the win and the money, I understand.
I'll be surprised if we don't see a tack time out here from Atox. It does feel like they really need to slow this game down at the moment. OG are getting away with everything that they could possibly want. They're playing so quickly and catching Atox off on both sides of the map.
Yeah, the spawn-based calling was really going well for them, and unfortunately Annihilation's also not found himself in the right position to actually punish with the AWP, so you can't even try and say, well, we've got an AWP, maybe their fast-paced rounds can be shut down by him.
Once again, no guns taken through for Atox. It's pretty dire straits now. 5-0. Haven't looked competitive on this CT side at all so far. This is supposed to be a map that Atox is quite comfortable on. Play a lot of it.
At the same time, OG as well, they do like to pick into it, and Atox, I don't know how much of an emphasis you put on a map that you might think you're already good at. You know, that's always a thing to consider when you're going into boot camps with limited time and a lot to practice. Fiku though, Molotov in his face, trying to shoot right through it, will not be able to find anything, and in the meanwhile, Mick and Dobu have gotten in. They've gotten involved, and they've baited away, both with guns. Kabal's got the M4, and although Mick dies, that M4 could still get involved as it's rotating in from the back lines. Annihilation spots a man turned around. Can't do anything about it though.
Well, he still wants to keep taking that fight. Nexius either not expecting it or didn't fire a shot back. It's another one for Annihilation. Moto doubling down, did get rid of Cabal, who was carrying an M4. Brings it back into a winnable position for OG.
And M4 is recoverable. OG's backed off.
Yep.
And right now, Atox, they've only got one way to go because they want to actually go forward and find the AKs that were dropped down. M4 has been recovered. Zesta's been left here. Dobu will be the one to call the rotation back to A. And this might be the mistake that OG is hoping that Atox will make.
Well, he's still got one player anchoring toward B.
We've already seen Zesta's Deagle. Unfortunately, it's not having the best of times. That was just one round, of course. Don't want to pick on him. But it's a very high-pressure situation you're putting a young man into. OG will be playing full contact, 20 seconds left, and Zesta's going to be getting antsy. He's just holding the angle, and he's not found anything. Heavy God will shut him down.
Yeah, got one tag onto Heavy God, who was at 66 HP going into it, needed another one. And so Dobu's got that, again, the decision that he has to make. Do I go for this retake, try to win the 1-on-2? Well, now 1-on-1, oh, Dobu's so close, and he'll get it done. Again, it just has to always be Dobu, doesn't it? But at least Atox have got themselves their first round on the board here on Ancient.
And it comes at an important point when they already had money in the back pocket because it's a half fight. This is the kind of round that can flip around games, but it can't be just the one.
No, indeed.
That's what we had happen in Anubis. Dobu gives them a ray of hope, but who will craft it into a sword of sunshine?
Dobu is actually an archer. Did you know that?
I did.
We learned that at the age of RMI, I think.
Yeah.
Should have gone with the bow.
Of course, if you guys aren't aware, Dobu's name comes from the legendary story of a Mongolian archer named Dobu who could shoot a ribbon across mountains.
Yep, that's pretty impressive.
That is.
I'd like to see his bow. Wonder if we get another faster round out here from OG, but the fact that they've got the 2-3 split indicates perhaps otherwise. Bit of damage off that HE nade. 3 players set up. Oh, Annihilation can't be affording to go down right here, and he's spotted the toes of Modo. A nice flick. This is a little bit more like the vintage Annihilation.
Dobu's going to be coming in as well. They are not letting go just because they were 5-0 down. You gave them an inch, and now they've taken their second step to a mile. Dobu will fall short, but Zesta's here to recover. My God, Annihilation boosts himself up on the big box, so he has the advantage versus the enemy boost. That is the sickest, dumbest play I've ever seen because of how open you can be caught out versus an OG that's been calling for a couple of very fast plays. Annihilation, I do love you, and that's why.
It ain't dumb if it works, man. And I'll tell you what, I think it would be quite bold from OG to continue to bring these faster plays to the table. They've done it twice. It's worked a couple of times. You'd think in the back of your mind, okay, well, we're gonna put that one in the back pocket for a little bit and sort of change it up. And Atox have read into that. Give me a pop flash over into mid. Has not really caught Cabal.
Okay.
Zesta as well, able to chime in with a couple of frags. And there's not really anything in that one for OG.
You know what? I appreciate the idea, but I think Atox really appreciates the meal.
Yeah. Let's see what Heavy God can do, but he's only got a Glock, so I'm not going to hold my breath.
Glock with an old school complexity sticker, though.
It's true.
I wish I knew skins well enough to say that's valuable, but
It is, I think.
It is? Okay, there you go. There you go.
I'm almost certain.
Yeah. Third round now on the board for Atox. OG will be able to purchase out of eye of their own, but if I'm not wrong, they'll be slightly in a poor position. I think that they might be forced onto 2 Galils because they didn't get a bomb plant here, but you know what? I am just speaking out of my behind as far as that is concerned.
Well, I don't know which exact skin it was, but there's one that's worth $1,400.
Oh, that's just Katowice.
Kato 2014.
General, right?
CS2 problem.
Wow. I do love that. It's just such a funny technical timeout to see. It's like, CS2 problem. And like, take your pick. Is it the alt tabs?
Could be anything.
Could be anything. Could be the movement. Could be the alt tabs. Could be the fact that sometimes something disappears. Sometimes something reappears. There you go.
Opportunity for a relax, huh?
Yeah. Take a lean back. Go ahead. Sip your Red Bull and get yourself some wings.
It's probably about dinner time. I mean, back home for me, it would be. What time is it now? It's
Aren't you behind? Oh, you're
20
ahead.
past 5. No, it'd be 7:20 in the evening. Back home in Brisbane.
Okay, wow, I guess.
You're behind.
That's true, I am behind.
Yeah.
I'm behind you as a person. You are ahead of me in life, Jordan.
Yes.
As far as age is concerned, as far as wisdom is
Probably
concerned.
just age at this point, actually, unfortunately.
No. Listen, at the end of the day, it's all about who gets ahead in the server. And so far, although OG started off strong, we also have to remind everyone it comes off the back of a couple of very nice rounds from Moto, Nexus, and Keto. You look back towards the Moto round where he gets, 3 kills, with Heavy God having 2 in the anti-half-buy. Keto, of course, with the godlike quad kill entry.
Not going to get that every day of the week, but I tell you what we are getting every day is apparently Dobu having a good map. This is now 3 on the trot.
All right.
8 and 6. He's topping the scoreboard for his team.
There you go.
And importantly as well, he's got the assistance of Annihilation, who seems to be performing pretty well here too. So those were the 2 key pieces of the puzzle that we highlighted in that pre-match discussion on the desk. And then to round that out, we sort of said, okay, well, are we going to get one of the other 3? And in this case, it looks like Zesta today on Ancient might be having an okay day.
Listen, Zesta, I'm actually kind of with you in my characterization of Zesta. I normally don't look at Zesta and think, okay, yeah, this guy's going to be like the game changer, right? And I'm thinking, okay, he's going to be all right. He's going to make a lot of the right decisions. He's going to be fulfilling the role. But yeah, I am hoping that we can see a bit of a transcendence. And that's one of the things that you have to keep in mind, guys. If you are watching a tournament like this, these are the kinds of tournaments that don't really exist anymore in terms of local, small, home soil lands, which are really a big deal to the local players. Because if you start winning in tournaments like these, that is transcendence, right? That's the kind of matches that Mongols were able to win at the Rio Major, you know, when you had the 8,000 people crowd, when you're going up against, it was called Zera's Double O Nation, right? You've got all of these situations, these one single games, these one single matches that can really change your life pretty much as a Counter-Strike player. And Aatrox are hoping this will be that. OG are hoping that they can stomp the lives out of Aatrox here and now.
Yeah, look, a best of 3 against OG would be no small feat for a team in Aatrox's position.
But they've got to get it, and Aatrox will not be having an easy start. What with the OG 5 rounds. Dobu in the meanwhile, the spam! Looking on point, but all it gets is damage, no kills. Dobu keeps threatening. And you know what? He is feeling very confident, Dobu! Somebody stop him!
Nobody can stop Dobu at this point. He's going to keep going. You can tell why he's got the A4. Ah, well, you do bite off a little bit more than you
another player here. Mix right behind. They might not clear this angle over here. OG have to be so careful if they're going to go inside Cheetah.
I wonder if they expect that. They don't.
Pulls the trigger on the first, headshot on the second as well. That's exactly what they needed. That's why Dobu was feeling so comfortable going for swings on swings on swings.
Look at the push coming out from A main as well. Aatrox really getting active in this round. I love this from Zesta. He's going to find you'd think, pretty nice timing. It is being watched by Heavy God, but for only so long. Oh, he turned around again.
Long enough.
I thought Zesta had it. And that is actually a very pivotal point in the round. When you get that kill, you know that's the A player. OG making the instant read to go over to A.
Second time Zesta's looked like he had a good timing, but can't get the shot. This one more forgivable, but Cabal's still here. 20 seconds on the clock. He needs to move in. He needs to find the first duel. Takes the man down. Might not have spotted the second one inside Donor, but he's much more concerned. Moto will be holding off middle versus Annihilation, and with Fiku's demise, Moto has to try and accelerate into CT. It's retake central, and it's Cabal and Annihilation to be coming in as conductors.
That is a big round to win for Aatrox. It was looking like maybe it was going to fall by the wayside. The 3-on-3, Zesta going down, awkward timing. Certainly put Aatrox in a awkward spot. But Cabal, as you've highlighted as well, generally pretty reliable in those clutch scenarios. This is a good kill from him. Backs off, waits for Annihilation to get his kill, and then gets the rest of the job done. Moto missing the shot, to be fair, to open that door up for Cabal. But 2-on-3 secured. You're going to need round wins like that if you're going to get over the line here on map 3. And OG know that that might be one round that they never get back.
Dude, I don't know if the desk is going to survive it if OG keeps on slapping them like that.
Well, hopefully it will, because we've got another game still to play after this.
That's true. We can't be having cracked furniture here. See, that's the thing. Dobu knows you punch up, not punch down, and they've been punching up all series long, baby.
For sure. Well, no, maybe not so much on Ancient, but anyway.
All series long, baby.
Anubis, I should say. Doing a good job of bringing this Ancient back, though. They were at the 0-5 deficit, and now it's 4-5. Thinking to do for OG. Gone for 2 AKs. Or rather, an AK and a Galil.
And now's the kind of time where you want to see Heavy God shine, right? Like, pull out a Deagle run, pull out a great clutch, pull out anything. You are the future of Counter-Strike. You've been painted as such, but Keto's the one taking point, and with Shadow spotted, Dobu's never had an easier duel.
Nade out, but it doesn't look like Dobu's been punished for that one, and in the end, actually, OG are eating those nades. Heavy God down to 16 HP. I'm not sure we'll be seeing him get too much more done from here. Zesta needs to be careful that he does not get picked, and that is very nice timing on the molly to isolate the fight against Nexius. He's wrapped around behind Donut as well, but oh dear. There you go. Heavy God does come into his own. Now it's time for Modo to jump across. It was the bomb carrier, 1-for-1. Not too bad. Annihilation under pressure now has to look at multiple angles.
It's between Cabal and Annihilation. Again, Heavy God is aware of the fact that Cabal could start to flank around, but the bomb could be planted easy.
Ring around the rosy for both teams at the moment.
It's all about who's going to be finding who first. They want to isolate out the Red Room fight. They know that there should be a player here, but Heavy God has managed to creep all the way backwards. This is exactly the kind of round you needed from him. Even if he's only found one kill so far, look at the kind of space he's made, but Fiku's not made use of it. Fiku's now going to be moving back. Timing is not working in his favor. He took too long to try and commit the bomb to the site. And now with this, Heavy God is in an impossible 1 versus 2. 20 seconds on the clock. And although Fiku and Heavy God both did really do a fantastic job in the early stages of this round, the late 2v2 just not working.
Yeah, honestly, can't win it. Impossible. He's been hurt as well, so Nate on the way out there for Annihilation, just to ensure anything. But Heavy God's headed in a different direction to try to save that weapon through to the next round, and that will be the equalizing round for Atox. 5 apiece they find themselves at after the 0 and 5 deficit. And now you have to ask who's that momentum with, because it was looking great for OG, but this is almost worse than if you would have started, you know, 0 and 2 or something like that. But
as the favorites, right?
Yeah.
Especially as the ones who feel like, yo, we're so much better than. By the way, this was a really cute peek from like Fiku and Moto. Just got the flying P250 out as distraction initially. Yeah.
Yeah, but
I mean, it doesn't matter.
OG are starting to have their backs against the wall a little bit, and Atox are, you know, again, that team with really kind of nothing to lose at this event, right? Like, they are not expected to go super far, but if they do, I mean, the Mongolian fans await them in the Step Arena, but
maybe
very well.
Maybe it's down to Nexus and Moto. Both of them trying to get a little bit more aggressive into middle, but not finding any frags. Some damage on Cabal is nice, but he hasn't actually been forced to forfeit Red Room yet. He's going to maintain by moving in closer to the smoke. And if Keto wants to make a play through it, well, he's got an AK on the other side. And he's not going to be too happy to greet. Only 2, however, on this B area. And Dobu is just hugging out the inside of the B house. Cabal's very worried about Keto trying to make a move through. Nexus, back into Cheetah. Dobu's going to progress forward. No, that smoke actually might even save Dobu's life there.
Bit of column A, bit of column B, a little bit of an awkward one in the end. The flash high, it's not going to catch Fiku. It's the opener that OG have been looking for. They've still got to find a couple of members on this bomb site. Dobu caught in transition, and Cabal the same. That's round over. Atox will hope to save these last couple of weapons, and Zesta might at least secure his.
They need to save over here. Atox have not had all the cleanest rounds, and they might be short of a bit of utility, but I will say, overall, OG, beautiful round coming out from them. Great patience, and when they find out where Dobu is, it's just some good utility to isolate out the frags. Fiku's angle is fantastic. Does stay just further back enough that the high flash can't catch him out, and then gets the instant headshot that felt like it really broke the round open. Nicely done by OG, even if they don't keep all 5 of their, or rather all 4 of their players in their attempt to hunt.
Terrorists win.
The thing is, on the Ancient CT side, it does feel like you are the ones who are given all the onus of making the play, getting everything done. So, although I wouldn't go as far as saying this is a CT-sided map, Atox would really still like to find 6, because immediately after that, you're going to see Nexius, you're going to see Heavy God just making plays in through middle and Cheetah again and again and again. And it's a little bit more intimidating to have them run at you than to be able to make your own duels.
Most definitely. Would feel a little bit of a disservice to bring it back to 5 apiece and then go down 7 to 5. Yeah, a lot of util getting tossed back and forth at the start of this round. Dobu wants to take a fight into lane. The smoke is going to prevent him from seeing anything. Oh, but OG really are on the receiving end of a lot of damage at the moment. And there we go. There's the trades coming back. Dobu, Annihilation, aggressive again. This nade is not quite going to go deep enough to finish off Nexius. But OG are teetering on a tightrope, and they're about to fall off in the final round.
Heavy God's going to be the big difference maker over here, but Nexius has already fallen down. Moto tries to keep it competitive, but now Heavy God's got an almost impossible task in front of him. His teammates could not stay alive, and his distance in between himself and the rest of the team was a bit too high. So Dobu backs off. They've got a perfect crossfire. This is almost impossible to disassemble. Annihilation's AWP has also been very sharp, and listen, it's going to continue to be just that. 6-6, Atox will keep up the heat.
Very nice round from Annihilation. Running it back. I was going to get that fuel in them. Ready for a big final half here, but lower bracket is not where you want to find yourself. Talk about the teams down in that lower bracket already. Game and Gladiators, Lin Vision. Chinggis Warriors maybe not the biggest of concerns necessarily.
You say that, but they did look very good.
The loser of this goes to play against Chinggis Warriors, so I guess that is a factor. And if you get through that game, then it's the loser of the MongolZ Aurora game, which is pretty terrifying.
Сайт Атэрэн байхгүй шүү. Сайтлаш. Би хоёр флаштай. Би хоёр флаштай байж байгаарай. Хийгээрэй. Флашуудаа хийгээрэй. Нэг флаш. Ханик флаш. Ханик. Яг сайтнаар дээсэн. Нүүд мэдгүй. Яг л өөр тоглодог юм биш үү? Өөрөө боломжтой. Өөрөө боломжтой. Би хаас харж байгаа. Эс наа нэ. Эс шүү. Эс шүү. Ганцхан. Харж байгаа шүү. Өргөж харсан. Европ за тэгээд ингэж болтой шүү. Одоо харж хараад байлаа. Nice.
You know, Jordan, we might not understand much from what the Mongolian audio does come through, but I will say it's always nice to see the fact that Cabal is so involved in so much of the CT side calling. It feels like he's such a good right-hand man to Dobu in that regard, just being able to make sure that Dobu can take a few of these moments to take control of his own duels above anything else. It's really nice to see. Cabal, obviously veteran in more ways than just the one. The older side of things as well on this team. I think it was him and Dobu who used to play back in 5 Power as well once upon a time. So obviously they do go back a long way.
That is a long time. That was like 6-7 years ago.
2018.
Yeah. Man, what a team that was.
Yeah.
Who was it? Dobu, Cabal, PTC I think was in that roster.
I'll take your word for it, man. I don't remember.
Xiao Saga I think was the other player, and I don't remember the fifth.
Well, OG right now better start remembering their fifth. We need to see a bit more from Moto over here on the CT side, as he's going to be setting up for an AWP eventually. But first, the pistol has to come through, and they have to deal with a 3-man push in through Cheetah. Nade is good, and the Molotov delays Cabal. But Dobu and Cabal have both come in. The 5-power duo are coming in with the power.
Indeed, and I mean, have a look at those odds, even still favoring OG at this point, which is, I don't know, that goes against the grain. That goes against at least our analysis on the English broadcast. And I dare say probably the analysis on the Mongolian broadcast as well.
That's a fair bet, yeah.
If I know my Mongolian compatriots, and I do, they are prone to a little bit of a Mongolian bias themselves. But hey, with the pistol round under the belt in the second half, that's exactly the start that you'd want for the local squad. Heavy God gets nothing done either, so a little bit of extra cash in the back pocket for Annihilation, being the AWPer. It will be always nice. Mogo may also not quite get away with his life, though does bang off a couple of heads, and so he'll be fine, but not really a big deal. It's the pistol round that we're most interested in, and that is going to go the way of Atox.
It was a nice call from OG to try and counteract what was coming in their way. They got the nade, right? They got the Molotov to make sure there can't be any ramp presence, but then they just lose the duels. Ay, Fiku. You can start to feel helpless, and listen, man, if there's one person I don't want to feel helpless, it's Fiku. He's been great throughout the series. really been the shining light of OG, where they've been in a sea of darkness. Nexus in the meanwhile. Why is Cabal in the dark?
What is going on there? I don't know. Cabal's probably not going to be too happy with that.
It's a USB silenced, okay? It's very quiet.
Yeah, but I'm also wondering, where was Zesta? Was he in A main? Maybe, I'm not sure. Either way. Dobu cleaning things up. He's actually, he's going to keep swinging. He's on like 5 HP, but gets himself the double, so fair enough. All's good in the hood. 3 on 3. This round has just been a bit wayward from Atox. There's another headshot onto Zesta. Nice. This one at least cleaned up, but I don't know if I want to say that one got a little bit close for comfort because it was scary for a moment, but has been salvaged.
Well, Zesta's just going to wait for Heavy God to come through. Shuts him down as well. Even gets an auto jump in the end, so I actually got a bit scared for a second. If he'd gone down to the USB, that was actually a very recoverable weapon, but you're not going to see any freebies handed over.
It is good to know after the end of every round that the floor is still intact. I'll make sure.
Yeah. It can be scary. All that stomping, all that heaving, all that hoeing.
I don't know if there's much hoeing going on around here, but anyway, but you speak for yourself.
Come on, Jordan. Get your mind out of the gutter.
8-6. This is where things start to get a bit more interesting, though, because OG have been able to afford their first buy of the half.
That's a miss Molotov. That's not great.
There's not a lot of util actually here for OG, is there?
Especially after everything they just missed, yeah.
Yeah.
It's just the one Molotov. I don't know why I'm being bad-mannered, but yeah. This is going to be all down to Moto. He's got the AWP, he's got the angle, and he's got the shadow advantage. Come on, Moto. This is where we need to see you perform, but at least Heavy God is here, and he is in form. Dobu moves past the smoke. They're not going to be expecting this. Mix got one. Dobu needs to get the second. Will overrun Keto on the site itself and then continue forward. Nexius just not ready for the demon coming his way.
Dobu does it again, doesn't he? 17 and 11. This kid is just insane.
He's not a kid, Jordan. He is a man.
Yeah, that's true. I think he's like 25 at this point, isn't he?
He is.
Yep.
25 years old, a quarter of a century, and my God, does he really show his age on the server. It comes through, sometimes coming in with a few of these old man plays where he's using his brain, using his head, but occasionally rocks them, socks them.
Yeah, what a fantastic series this has been from him so far. 39 and 25 over the first couple of maps, and 17 and 11 here as well. I mean, Annihilation's been good on this map too. 17 and 6.
Yeah.
So it's going to be between those two. If Atox win, it's between those two as to who's the player of the match. But
I think it's got to be Dobu if Atox wins, right?
I would tend to agree. I think Annihilation good on 2, Dobu good on 3. Yeah. You have to give it to Dobu.
Listen, if that's going to be your conversation, right? If that's going to be, oh my God, we're competing amongst each other for MVP, that's a good place to be.
It's a good place to be. I love that round though as well from Atox. You know, they just creep their way up ramp. They get so much space, and that contact play works out perfectly.
And that's after they've also obviously showed so much presence out towards that A site. So the fact that you're going to go for these contacts like this would be really risky. Next is the meanwhile fully flashed up. Cabal takes him down. Cabal gets 2. Why not?
Orbs out in this round as well for OG.
Well, I think they saved that one.
Yeah, but I mean, he doesn't really get the opportunity to do anything with it when he's already lost a couple of players in mid. Maybe I speak too soon, or maybe not. Keto down as well. There's Fiku gone, and it's just Moto. So, again, yeah, AWP, but with 0 presence, unfortunately, in this round for OG. And that could be double digits quite quickly secured by Atox. They are storming their way toward a victory now.
And it's very easy to pick on the AWP for not being able to find anything, but also at the same time, this is where I said CT side. That's where we're expecting OG to be able to get aggressive. OG to have, Nexius and Heavy God making plays. I am yet to see plays being made, I will say.
Might have to wait until tomorrow at this rate.
Let's hope not.
Will they play tomorrow?
They should be. I think it should be both the lower brackets tomorrow, but you know what? That's
they will, yes.
Something to discuss later on.
10-6. Don't want to say we called it, but we did predict Atox.
So let's not get ahead of ourselves, because OG are at least going to have one more gun round to try and flip things. This is the swing round that OG want to try and capitalize on before Atox gets too much money on anyone except for Annihilation, who's already on 8K. They're going to get aggressive, straight down middle, not go all the way, not establish the full line of control. They're relying on their grenades to slow down Dobu, and Kito's spam has just missed the mark. Dobu threads the needle, and back to mid they go. A retake call from Atox, and you've got some burning smokes. And Nexius, well, he's about to be peeked into. Zesta, flashback forward. Oh no, Zesta doesn't see him. And now Nexius is over peak, but he's still able to get himself out after getting a bit more information. Morley's flashes, everything to try and save one man. But Nexius and Heavy God both fall.
The recovery is just always so good from Atox, isn't it? They have actually quite frequently in this half lost the opening duel, or the opening player. And then Dobu's just like, I exist still, therefore we are actually not 4v5. We are actually winning 4-on-3. This reminds me of the game that he played for NKT when they were at Extremes Land, because he was doing the exact same thing. It was like, people were just dying, and Dobu was like, I don't care. And it was on Ancient as well. I think it was map 3 too. Just madness, really. This time Dobu down. That could be a big turning point in the round. Is anyone else going to be able to step up? Well, Cabal answers the call, at least for now. They know that there's a player still in cave. That'll be mollied off, and the bomb plant does go down as a result. It's 2-on-2. This is the best chance OG have had in a while, and with that creep coming through on B lane, Annihilation needs to turn around.
Timing might actually work out over here in Moto's favor on the swing, but definitely not for Fiku. Annihilation's backed off. Moto position reveal. Annihilation is just faster. And now Cabal knows exactly what's going on over here. A flashbang through, not needed. It was a nade. Cabal will shut him down. You can take down Dobu, but you can't take down his team.
You can tell how big of a round that is as well. Atox, the cheers are coming out. They recognize their opportunity. And need I remind you, this is the first time that this Atox roster has played against an international team, not including the Asian teams. I mean, I say Asia, it is technically international when Mongolia plays against China, but I still consider that kind of domestic.
Middle Eastern teams are generally pretty international, but the point is, this is one of the first matches Atox has played outside of the RMR in years.
Let's just say outside of their Asian standard competition.
Yeah.
And I think that is something that, you know, Atox have been kind of banging on the door for a while. They've been looking for those kinds of opportunities, but they don't qualify for things like ESL Challenger events or ESL Pro Leagues. Or
you've got to be competing with the Mongols, right? You've got to be competing with all of these domestic giants, and as much as everyone's been talking about how the Asian scene has improved, what you as an international viewer do not see is below the surface, there are titans waiting, being pressed down only by Mongols, and, you know, sometimes Invasion, sometimes Tailu.
Well, I mean, this is the very reason that I do say that the Asian scene is rising, is that the second or third or fourth or fifth best team can actually do this against international competition, and Atox is a big reason why we are so high on Asian CS at the moment, and they are proving it here in this game against OG. We're back to the 4-on-4. It's been a little bit of a slow around this one.
Yeah. OG have a chance over here to try and make things a little bit faster, maybe. Got a nice angle for Fiku to be holding out with the UMP. Not personally my weapon of choice, and pretty much any situation you can go for an MP9, but I know that pro players have been prioritizing it sometimes because the armor penetration. And listen, now the reinforcements being called out towards the B side, OG have made the right call, but can they hit the right shots? Progression forward will be met by very little resistance. Nexius pushes through Zesta just in time. OG are finding absolutely nothing. Moto spam will connect, but can't find the finisher, and Dobu's finished off Fiku. In the meanwhile, OG, despite the right stack, just can't get it done.
All those flashes going into long. Heavy God and Moto, they can't go for this retake. They don't have any money. OG are broke. They're desperately hanging on to those last two remaining rifles. Atox have more or less got it up to the finish line. All that they need to do is fall over it. And believe me, I know what that feels like, being someone who runs myself.
Hey.
You get to 4.8 kilometers out of your 5-kilometer run, and you're like, oh God. But you make it happen, and that's what Atox need to do right now. 200 meters to go. One final sprint. And they'll get that big dub on home territory.
How many speed breakers can OG put up? That's the question. Can they put up any speed breakers? The CT side has found no success whatsoever. The side where you have the ability to get aggressive, the side where you have the ability to take the duels to them. OG have been lost. They do not have a navigator. They do not have a map. They have Zesta getting ready to push through with a flashbang that did nothing for OG, but as Heavy God has now started to play close, so maybe it's time for his divinity to activate.
Yeah, I wonder though if Atox just decide to go for a walk into A in this round. It's actually looking like it might be a possibility. Zesta going to be clearing out A main. The rest of the lads are working their way across. It's not really something that we've seen from Atox on this T side yet, but be a cheeky strat to pull out in what could be the final round. I think we might see it. It's just Moto there with a FAMAS.
Oh no. That is...
Oh, they're going to do it.
That is going to be potentially diabolical. It's going to be fast rotations at the very least for OG to come through with, but you need the frags. You need Moto to be getting this done. FAMAS is not the weapon of choice that you'd really want to see him on, but he's got no option but it. Flashes are looking good, and they're making their way through. They've turned around, it will not matter. Moto finds nothing, and in the corner is Heavy God, comes alive with 2. Annihilation is fighting back. The God is down, and Nexius will pick it up. Keto alone, a one-on-one. Annihilation has been impeccable in late rounds from Inferno to Ancient, but now with the bomb on the ground, 20 seconds on the clock, and the German Vampire on the other side. Is OG about to find their first CT round? Annihilation would like to say no. Keto worried about making a move, worried about making a play. But with 10 seconds left, Annihilation recovering the bomb. He's planting in the wrong spot. OG find their first CT side round.
And they survive, but by the barest of margins, they can take one gun through to the next round. That is not going to be enough to make them feel safe in any attempt at making this comeback happen. The flash coverage was just crazy on both sides. It seemed like anybody that was on that A-bomb site could not see a thing. It hasn't worked out this time for Atox, but they've got a few more bites at the cherry. 5 more opportunities. One would think that should surely be enough for Atox, but I've seen some crazy things in my time casting Counter-Strike, so I'm not going to rest on my laurels, and I would certainly hope that Atox is not going to either.
And for OG, listen, if there was ever going to be a moment where you can come through, you know what? Heavy God got the double kill over there. You do have yourself a couple of nice late round situations. You feel like there's nothing to lose because you're already down 7-12, right? You're not expected to win this game anymore. Throw caution to the wind and see what you can find.
All right, off we go again. First round for OG on that CT side has been secured. And if you look, same thing for Atox. It took them a little while to get going on that CT side, but then they started to put on a bit of a string. Let's see, can OG make this interesting? Well, bit of a better start in this one. MIQ not going to be taking any part in this round. It's already a 4v5, very nearly a 3v5, in fact, actually, as Annihilation has been tagged down pretty drastically as well. In saying that, a lot of these rounds have actually started 4v5 for OG. And Atox have been able to pull them back with a nice couple of mid-round plays. Let's not get too far ahead of ourselves just yet.
Once again, it's going to be an A-sided finish. If it's going to be the same late round situation, this was barely dealt with the last time over. Zesta has revealed position. Now remember, Atox have faked this out before, so OG cannot over-rotate, but Heavy God cannot underperform. He's good for the one, taken down the Demon Doe who activates, and it's a 2 versus 3. Annihilation might be low, but he's got the op.
Guess who it is again? Dobu and Annihilation, the dynamic duo for Atox to try to clutch this one out in the 2-on-3. He'd be backing Annihilation just to get one, and then Dobu the other couple is the ideal scenario here. Dobu taking the first contact, though, not ideal, and, well, in the end, neither actually picked up a frag. So, OG navigating past that little iceberg as well. Still not over yet.
And this is exactly the kind of round you want to see from OG, right? Convincing early start. Nexius gets the first kill. You establish full map control out towards B lane. You isolate out the fact that it's probably going to end up being an A-side hit. Your A-side players are also getting the frags, and then your rotation through against the clutch still keeps 3 players alive. Sure, Atox with the bomb plant will be able to afford up into the next one as well, more likely than not. But now you're on the cusp of actually resetting their economy.
It's going to be a faster play from Atox into B lane. All 5 members over here.
Nexius is once again going to look to get frisky out in B lane, and Cabal's flashes are going to do nothing. Keto good for the one. Mix traded, but now Moto caught out, and that could be it. Fiku isolated in the back lines. They don't have a smoke, so they can just face him down, and as he's pulling out the USP, he can't get another. It's all down to Nexius and Heavy God. Heavy God comes up with one. Nexius flies through the smoke, and only Dobu left, and he's been shot right through it. Nexius keeps them in. 9 on the board for OG.
You really felt that that one might have been the one for Atox, but not quite. There was just one too many OG members over toward the B-bomb site. Mick with a nice double entry, but it took a little bit too long to get rid of Fiku, didn't it? That, I think, was the issue. And Annihilation maybe getting a little bit too greedy for some space, runs straight into Heavy God, unaware, unprepared. OG were just able to filter themselves into the site. One after another.
Fiku's been impeccable so far this series, by the way. Anubis, Inferno, and now Ancient. Fiku in his difficult anchor roles while he's being swarmed down has made the right decision every single time, and now it's at perhaps the most critical. First attack timeout used by Atox. They won't be having much, but even the Deagle investment does put them in a position where you are really hoping to get some kills, make them uncomfortable, put them in a situation where maybe they have MP9s or something like it. Keto sees the blood. He knows where Dobu is.
Yeah, no one there to try and trade that one down either. But look, I guess end of the day for Atox, they're not really putting all of their eggs into this basket. It is just the pistol buy. They've still got another couple of rounds that they are going to want to be thinking about. Maybe they're even having a discussion about that right now. Gone are the days of trying to get this one done easy. They just have to try to get it over the line. Just find one round from somewhere. Maybe it could still be here. Cabal with that Deagle shot has brought it back to 4-on-4. And it's going to allow Zesta to creep into Red Room, grab that M4. So that's a small win for Atox. Kind of splits the map a bit as well for OG. They can't really rotate through CT anymore.
Small wins are nice and all, but at the same time, the small win that they need is a single round.
Yes, indeed.
And OG, I doubt this is the round where they let it go, and if it is, then they're going to be kicking themselves all the way back to the hotel.
Well, they're playing a bit more retake over on this B-bomb site. Timing might have been missed by Atox, however, as now that push has gone into A main. OG haven't seen anything over there. They're going to start to float those extra members back toward B. Do they get there quickly enough? Again, highlighting Fiku. This time down early. Zesta for one, but no more than that. No trade yet. Annihilation hunting for it, but it'll come down to MIQ with that M4 to bring it back to the 2-on-2. He knows he needs to plant. And here again is some high pressure moments for OG.
Cabal's backed off and he's playing the late round. Mick has got no such option to do so. He has to be careful. If he swings right now, Moto's position is going to be known to him, but he should be expecting 2 players here. He can't find the kill. It's good damage, but he didn't have the bullets. Cabal now already needs one. Atox get it down on the half by 13-9. OG will fall.
Бидний утаа жоохон муу шүү. Өдөө оруулчих. Баав тавьлаа. Таг байгаа. Флаш муу шүү. Өнөөдөр флаш хийч. За. Флаш хийсаа. Өрөөсөө. Нэг нь бүдүүнээ. Тэр авцтай байгаа. Жангалыг бүдүүнийг.
Надад бүдүүнийг флаш. Дахиад флаш.
Нарийн контакт байгаа шүү.
Заавар гэж.
Бүдүүний контакт надад за.
Бэкл чинь.
Шеф.
Хоёлаа бэклж та.
Амар. За гоё шүү. Ваман дээр үлдлээ. Тэст яваарай.
Once again with Dobu here after a 2-1 victory over OG. Certainly coming in as the underdogs, I think, Dobu, right? It's the general thought of at least us on the English broadcast. Little bit in there from Tea Time, a little bit in there from Elfish Guy, you know, the local supporters of Asia, I suppose. How do you feel after taking that series?
Yeah, we were quite underdog, but for us, like, we didn't feel like as an underdog. We feel like we are the better team. People think like we didn't play against European teams and we always lose Mongols. That's why our reputation get down and something like that. But we did play like how we want to play and we knew that we are better.
So talk me through the Inferno pick ultimately, right? That's kind of a turning point in the series. A map that I think felt risky in a sense. It's one that for yourself domestically has not been going as planned up to date, right? But then it's one for OG that is a punish map. Was that part of the plan? Had you worked on it coming into this series?
Yeah, it's all planned. Our Inferno is very comfortable for us, the best map for us. So we take Inferno like against like any team. Yeah.
Okay, so ultimately a really kind of clean finish as well there. I think Ancient going very, very well for you. Had you sort of figured them out by that third map? You know, were you in a position of thinking, okay, this is our series now to lose?
Yeah, like our comms was good and our like, I have to say, like everything was going good, and we played like how we want to play, like how attacks play, and even though like we are down 5-0, we know like if we get back to our game, we can win.
And so you yourself looking very, very good on the server, right, as I think is maybe expected from you on this team. Is there something in there, you know, are you also a bit of a leading voice, keeping everyone under wraps and in a good headspace, as well as just delivering the frags?
Yeah, like this tournament we changed some roles. I take IGL role, and it's our first match. I'm getting used to it, but I need still some time. But I feel very comfortable leading our team and fragging.
All right, fantastic stuff. I'll let you get off, Dobu. Thank you very much, and congrats once again on the win.
Thank you.
Welcome back. Asian Counter-Strike joyers are thriving right now off the back of that one. What a showing from Atox. An upset in some regards, but maybe you guys, not so much. You guys called it, you predicted it, and they've come through. And to seal it on an Eco 2, insult to injury.
All I want to say is stop the count. Mongols 1.
Oh, yeah.
Aurora 3. Atox 4. Bleed 2. That looks pretty good to me right now after our first round matches. So I'll just take that one as a dub.
How you feeling?
I'm feeling great because Atox coming in over here, like I said before, the Asian scene very rarely gets 3 slots, and that does feel like that's what Atox has always been. So for them to come in here, and sure it's against an OG where there's been some question marks around them, but this is still a very solid team with an actual high-level star player in there, and they looked great. They didn't let Heavy God be activated at any point. They were winning out these clutches very often. They were able to come back after being down. This is exactly what I want to see from Asian Counter-Strike.
And now I think the big question mark for me remains around OG. What happened, right? You know, they tailed off map number 2. Map number 3, it felt like they struggled to get going. Yes, it was a 6 or half, and there was moments, but I think for the grand scale, I don't know if you guys agree, it felt primarily very high on Atox. They just felt like the side who always had the edge.
Yeah, I don't know that it was like necessarily awful from OG. Like, I don't think they were having a terrible game. I actually kind of just want to give that credit over to Atox. I felt like Atox were just a little bit more clutch. They had the players that they needed to. Dobu Annihilation we spoke about obviously quite extensively, popping off in those moments that they were required to. And I don't know that we necessarily kind of got that same vibe from anyone on OG, but it wasn't like OG were doing nothing. It wasn't like they were completely out of that. I think Atox just quite frankly played a pretty good game.
Here's the thing. I'm going to put the fall of OG on one man's shoulders and one man's shoulders only. It's heavy God. You cannot be a superstar player who doesn't get it done, right? Because Jordan's saying it here. We didn't see anything particularly bad from OG, right? It's not like they weren't trying to get proactive. It's not like they weren't actually getting picks early on very often, putting themselves into 5 versus 4s, putting themselves into winning situations. And if you still cannot have your superstar player come through and carry you up, I'm sorry, that's on him. That is absolutely on him. We cannot continue to sing his praises and then him in a land situation against an underdog team not show up.
I mean, it's only fair, right? Because like you're doing the exact antithesis of exactly what I'm doing with Atox. You know, I'm singing the praises of Dobu and Annihilation. You have to ask on the other side of the coin,
100%.
Where is that? Well, I mean, we'd probably be saying the same thing if it was Atox that would have lost this. We would have said, where did Annihilation go after map 2? Where did Dobu go after map 1 and 2? But in fact, actually, those two, they managed to continue that run through from those first couple of maps. And, well, here we are with Atox getting themselves the dub.
And, you know, I got to come back to it because you guys, you kind of called upon him. You said, Annihilation off the map 1, where is he, right? And he did step up, but there was one man who really did step up. I'll play the match off the back of that. I don't think it should be a surprise to anybody. Dobu had an incredible series. What a showing from him, right?
I thought it was going to be Gary.
Yeah, me too.
You did?
Yeah, Gary. Oh, it's Dobu. Okay.
Oh,
well,
what a surprise. Okay.
81 kills, by the way.
Yeah.
That's insane.
81 kills over
MR12, by the way.
MR12,
reminded everyone.
Yeah.
That's insane. That's about a 26 kills per game average, something like that coming into it. That's very, very nice. Might be wrong, to be honest. But we ignore that. The important point over here, though, coming in is that the way Dobu was getting his frags as well, right? It's very involved with the first pack very often, getting himself into trading positions and then still keeping himself alive for the late round. That means that almost all of these kills coming through from Dobu felt like very high impact frags, and it really felt like OG didn't know what to do about him.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, we have a bit of a head-to-head off the back of that as well. You know, Dobu and Keto. It was two different tales, let's say. I mean, granted, Keto, maybe he's not the man that we look towards always in terms of the numbers game, but didn't really even manage to scratch the surface of Dobu.
At the same time, dude, Keto on 44 kills as a low-fragging IGL. That's 15 average, basically, across the game. That's not bad. That's the thing.
I think you're right.
You're not seeing, like, Keto being a bot on the server or something that you could maybe have when you have, like, an IGL who's maybe supposed to be more strategic-minded and everything.
Sure.
This is not a bad performance from Keto. This was not a bad performance from OG on average. Fiku looked great as well. You know, you had these pop-offs, but again, I don't see the stars.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think you're right. I have the scoreboard off the back of that as well. And Jordan, for me, I want to kind of touch on you of where we've kind of said where things went wrong in the rifling department, but tell me about the AWPing. Moto started well, but then it felt like the last two maps it did tail off, especially that third one. We couldn't really see him get active on a map which generally favors those likes of the AWPers.
Yeah, just couldn't really find his consistency, could he? I mean, that's the unfortunate thing. I think it's obviously also quite difficult when you're going to go up against an Annihilation who was very clearly on from map 2 and 3 as well. So that kind of makes matters worse in a sense, you know, like, you know, even if you're kind of having a decent, okay, average, middling kind of game, you know, we talked about the sort of self-boost that Annihilation did over towards the A-bomb side on CT side. He's kind of winning a lot of those individual duels as well against him. So at the end of the day, yeah, I think it's a bit of column A, bit of column B. Like maybe he fell off a little bit, but also Annihilation picked things up. So by comparison, just didn't quite look like he was there.
And what makes it even worse is that because Annihilation was also just winning direct head-to-head duels very often, that just makes Moto look even worse. And listen, it's not. I'm not going to say it wasn't deserved, right? You know, you look over towards Inferno, you cannot have a guy like Annihilation getting super aggressive on the T side with the AWP, finding entries on the T side of Inferno with the AWP. That's just not reasonable to then not have a response coming out on the other side, right? So you're right now. Unfortunately, Moto left the server after map 1, and even on map 1, I will remind everyone, a lot of that success was late round rifling, not AWPing.
But how are we feeling on Annihilation? You kind of both touched on it briefly. You did say as well you're expecting big things, and you must feel pretty happy now to kind of, you know, I told you so kind of.
Return of the King? I don't know. I don't know if it's Return of the King just yet. I mean, look, it was 2 good maps. I'll give him his plaudits and his credit for 2 good maps, 1 good series. But obviously, if Atox is going to go the distance, we're going to need to see that over the course of an entire week. And I don't know that I'm just quite there yet to kind of say like Annihilation or the Annihilation that we want is back. I'm not quite at that point, but it's certainly good early signs at this tournament, especially.
Feeling happy to off the back of that one?
Listen, I'm happy, but like he said, I do want to see that continue forward.
Sure.
And at the same time, I'm cheating a little bit. I'm getting ahead of ourselves. I know the bracket's going to come up eventually, but they're going to be going up against Bleed, who were getting wrecked kind of by Zilkenberg. So if they haven't had enough of one Mongolian AWP, there's another one right around the corner there.
So let's touch, on the other side. We'll come back to the upper bracket game. We'll talk about the lower bracket side of things. OG now in a lower bracket off the rip. I mean, they've now got a hard run. Granted, probably their opening game, you could say, is maybe one of the easiest ones on paper. Obviously, we saw on the server, different story, but it also makes the road longer, right? It means it's going to be a long old journey if they want to get towards the playoffs.
I mean, you look at it, you say, okay, they're going to go up against Chinggis Warriors, which, again, as you say, probably on paper one of the easier opponents, though they did kind of pressure Bleed a little bit. I could imagine they might be able to pressure OG as well. That could be an interesting game, though I would still say I think I'll back OG to get over the top of the line on that one. What concerns me is that they then, following that game, will have to play, I believe, the loser of MongolZ Aurora.
Yes.
Which really feels like a tough game for this OG. So I think it might be the end of the road. Yeah, definitely.
Do you think there's a real world? We'll take a look at the bracket and see kind of how those games have changed maybe the outcomes of maybe what many people would have expected. This is where we're finding ourselves now. Atox will take themselves on against Bleed, which should be an absolute banger. OG will be meeting Chinggis Warriors in that lower bracket elimination game. So we will be saying potentially goodbye. There's a real world, right? If things don't go to plan, we could see 2 European teams go 0-2.
I'm here for it.
Yeah, who many people maybe would have even made arguments about them making their way towards playoffs.
Listen, I think we need to be as biased as possible on this show because for
Is that an option?
90 to 95% of the Counter-Strike calendar, it's European bias all the time, as it should be. To be fair, all those shows are in Europe. Everyone casting is more or less invested in the European scene. But we're in Asia now. We're in Asia. We're from Asia. Well, you're not from Asia. And technically, I'm not from Asia either, but I'll pretend I am.
I'm the only person here.
But this is home territory for Asian Counter-Strike. So get rid of them, I reckon.
Is that how you're feeling as well, T?
I mean, I wouldn't say get rid of them because I'm glad that they came here, right? Listen, I'm glad they came here. I'm glad they're going to be guests of Mongolia. I'm glad they're here in Ulaanbaatar. And here's the thing. I care about our European teams. I care about you guys back at home. I want you guys to understand this, okay? We're really happy that you've come over here. But Mongolia is a beautiful country. Ulaanbaatar is a gorgeous city. I want you to go out. I want you to explore. I want you to go to the Genghis Khan statue that's about 2 hours away. And you can't do that if you're still in the tournament. So take a knee and get the hell out of here.
DE_airport feels like it might be the play. Not guaranteed, but they do find themselves in that lower bracket. Like you said, it's a hard road now for both Gaming Gladiators and OG, even in there's just the sense of the games they've got to play to get towards playoffs. So there's a chance. But the fact that we have now even more of an elevated chance of seeing more than one potentially Asian team in the arena, in the SEP arena, I mean, that must feel pretty good, right? Especially for the home crowd, if it's 2 Mongolian teams too.
That's the dream. I think the dream really, like the realistic dream, let's say, obviously the dream would be have all 3 Mongolian teams.
That's not go that far.
Yeah, it's not going to be realistic. So the realistic dream actually is to have Mongols and Atox in the arena, and Mongols probably through to the grand final, Mongols winning that grand final. Mongols against Atox in the grand final probably is what the Mongolian fans want. But I think that again is getting a bit too far ahead of us.
You're not Asian. They're not going to give you a passport to Mongolia, okay, Jordan?
I don't need it. I can get in visa free. It's fine.
There we go. Well, ladies and gents, that will more or less bring things to a close here for game number 2. We've got one more best of 3, and it's an upper bracket matchup. It's Mongols taking on Aurora. This one, for all the marbles, is arguably 2 of the best teams we got here in this entire tournament. You do not want to miss it. We've got a little bit of an extended break before we get there. Sit tight. We'll see you all soon.
You on my mind a lot. Don't need no time, watch. I don't know how I got you in my pocket spot. Yeah, that's babe, need you every day. You like my oxygen. Make it seem like the barging down. Got my heart no barging in. From the bed to the floor to the couch. Might wake the neighbors up. Break you in and break you out. In the end, we gon' make a child.
Copy my steel. Face the fact that ain't no cap, I'm real. No cap, I'm real. Plastic bars from I copy my steel. Plastic bars from I copy my steel.
Red Bull gives you wings. gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings.
Welcome back to the Ulaanbaatar Fields of War. It's the MESA Nomadic Masters, and we are going to be figuring out exactly who's going to be headed down to the lower bracket next. Some tea time, joined by Neokai and Scriv, and both of these guys are going to be walking me through what's about to come in. It's MongolZ, it's Aurora, and it's going to be a good time, eh, Neo?
I'm looking forward to this, dude. This has all the makings to be a banger. If we, we're going to keep referring to it because it's so good, right? We talk about our rankings. We have all put these guys in the top 3 in some remarks. Some of us put Bleed 1, some of us put MongolZ 1. We've all kind of agreed Aurora number 3. So this is 2 top 3 teams this early into the tournament. This, and also, the ramifications of winning and losing this has a massive effect.
Yeah, I think this is a absolute banger on paper. You know what I mean? This should be a great game. This is going to give us a proper test as well of maybe where some of these stronger looking European teams actually are in comparison to the Mongols in particular. But now, I guess we can include Atox in that conversation a little bit. So yeah, it's going to be a real nice test to see what we might get in that arena.
Well, listen, maybe let's start talking about the lineups a little bit. We'll start off with the hometown heroes, obviously, with the Mongols. We're coming in here, a team that has found accomplishment on accomplishment, bigger stages, majors. It feels like they are breaking barriers for Asia. But who are they doing it with?
Do you know what? When you look at this team as well, they have so many different facets of firepower, right? Not only in terms of the AWP department, which sometimes seems to be kind of maybe the priority for a lot of teams. I mean, you just look across the board, there's so many scary names. One guy that I really had my question marks about coming in towards the tournament was Mazinho. Not in terms of that. I think he's a very good player, but I've seen him go from playing really well online to actually dipping off a little bit on LAN, but was not the case yesterday. Whole team looked great. Techno's an absolute animal. Blitz, when he gets going, is so difficult to play against. In every single way, you've got different areas of where this team is scary. And this is the thing, Aurora, while they may have names, yes, I don't know if pound for pound you could say they're better.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that, this team, there were maybe a few question marks when they made moves way back when, under IHC and whatnot. Like, is it really what you should go for? Do you have to bring in the new talent? Should you take those kinds of risks? But I think this is one of the things about the Mongols within the Mongolian scene, the Asian scene. They've not been afraid to take risks in terms of the roster, and bring in a few names, Sensu maybe being one of them, that are a little untested, unsure what they're going to do internationally especially, and they've looked good, right? They've been able to make those names work. They've been able to pick up these pieces and not be as bothered about what everyone else is saying,
Well, we can't really start this story with just one team, right? Let's take a look over to the Aurora players as well. And I hear a lot of what you're saying there about how there's not really any holes in firepowers over here for the Mongol side. Scriv, I feel like you could really say the same for Aurora, though.
Yeah, no, that's very, very true. On paper, again, this is one of the things I think that we have to talk about and that we've sort of touched on as a group a little bit. There's a couple names in there. I feel like Deco is one of them for sure, that is towards the top end of the scoreboard expectantly, but not always, right? And there can be bigger games. He can get shut down. I think he's a very, very mentally driven player, right? And that's one of the difficult things. And again, not a very well-tested player on LAN is what we have to consider here. That's sort of the big underlying thing with a lot of these players.
I mean, we're saying that, but also at the same time, Challenger Melbourne coming second place over there, looking like they've had so many impressive moments. But we're going to talk more about them in a second. In the meanwhile, guys, we have a quick little interview for you guys so that we can find out from the players themselves what they're thinking of the game.
Pretty straightforward match for you guys. How did you feel in the server yesterday?
It was good, but on Nuke it was first map.
We just played. It was first match. Yeah.
Yeah, so do you think, obviously getting used to the setup and stuff like that, how are you feeling coming into today? Obviously, a much more difficult game against the Mongols, who I think for most people, they have them predicted as maybe the victor for the entire tournament. Are you thinking they're maybe the toughest competition you're going to face?
They may be good, but we have some preparations.
Okay, interesting. I'm looking forward to seeing what that's going to be all about. But just in general, tell me a little bit about how you guys have been going in Mongolia. Have you had the chance to go for any, tourism sort of stuff, or have you just been focusing on the game?
We have some weekends, and we walk around Mongolia, Ulаанбаатар. It's very good, I think. And now we are playing tournament, and it's our goal is win tournament. Yeah.
Indeed. Any jet lag or anything like that?
Can you repeat? Can you repeat?
Any jet lag? Are you tired or?
Some of players do. Me not, I think.
Okay, awesome. Great to hear. Well, I wish you the best of luck and have a good game.
Always good to hear from the Aurora guys. Of course, you don't really get to hear them all that often.
True.
People were saying that, maybe not so land proven. I'm saying I think they might be more land proven than people might think now.
I think this side is really, really good, man. For me, I think even myself, I always tend to lean towards Deco as kind of that person, but I think at the moment, the most important player on that team is Resol. I really, really think he's something special. He's been unbelievable on the rifle. We kind of talked about it a little bit yesterday where when Jerry picked him up towards fours, I thought it was a bad decision over Forrester, who was proven that in those Entropic days was so good. He had real highs there. And, Jerry once again has proved everybody wrong, finding this talent, nurturing him into one of the best in the scene. I think currently in terms of, if you're talking upper echelons of the tier 2 scene, in kind of the CIS region, I don't think there's many riflers better than Resol at the moment. So, good to always hear from him as well, because I think even right he's actually the only one who normally speaks English on the interviews. It always seems to be him, or he gets the unlucky roles of having to do the interviews, doesn't get a choice. But
we're going to be
cool.
Getting the lineup on your screen in just a second, guys, and there you have it. Of course, all of the players right there and there. Norway currently IGLing, very often is switching between him and Lackey. Can see more often the aggressive rifler in aggressive positions, and then obviously Deco and Resol, you guys have already had a lot of conversation about. There aren't holes in the firepower. Where are the holes for Aurora? Why is it that you guys haven't put them on number one? Why is Mongols above them for you, Scriv?
It's a good question. I think they're a team, for me, that lack a little bit of that strategic depth. They lean too much on the individuals, right? This is often the case with these kinds of teams from, that CIS region where they have fraggers out the wazoo, apparently, have done for years, but ultimately there is something in there when they start losing rounds, they struggle to figure out their opponent, they struggle to adapt.
It can be difficult to adapt, but you know what? The players who have so far adapted very well to all struggles, all international fields, all home battles, all Asian contenders, many European contenders as well are Mongols, and we're going to be waiting to hear from them in an interview in just a second. Sending it over to you, Jordan.
Hello everyone, here again with Techno, ready to jump into the server against Aurora in just a sec. But let's talk yesterday. Obviously, we saw a pretty straightforward game for you guys. That was, I think, a comfortable victory. What do you put that down to?
Honestly, we just played our game and our new strats, some kind of our play style. Yeah, that's it.
Is it an advantage for you to be playing here in the studio?
Yeah, of course. It's our home country, of course.
All right, tell me a little bit about what does it actually mean for you and for the Mongolian fans and for the community to actually have this event here in Mongolia? Because I know we had the MESA Nomadic Masters back in 2022. That was a big event, but it feels like a bit of a different beast this time around, right? It's nice to have international teams here in Mongolia, I imagine.
Of course, it's an honor to be the international teams come to here and attend the tournament. It's a really, really big challenge for us and every other team and the country and this production.
Yeah, well, we're all happy to be here, obviously, enjoying Mongolia. But I want to know from your perspective, obviously, as Mongolia's #1 representative, do you have any extra pressure having the event here? Obviously, knowing that you're going to have to play in front of your home crowd if you do make it to that arena?
I think it's okay for us. We don't feel any the big pressure, just a little bit pressures. Yeah, I think so.
Awesome, and just quickly touching on this game against Aurora, I know we talked to you yesterday sort of behind the scenes, and we were asking you who do you think is going to be your best competitor or your strongest competitor. Is Aurora a team that you're a little bit afraid of, or do you think they're going to be pretty easy to beat as well?
I think we never played each other against before, and it's a really interesting match between us. Of course, we will do what we can do and just play our game. Yeah, that's it.
Awesome. All right. Well, best of luck, Techno. We're all rooting for you, and we'll let you get ready for the game.
That's a benefit of having Jordan. Always knows how to get the Mongolians going and talking. He's been in the scene for so long, but so have they been. And now we've got to talk about head-to-heads. Is there anyone you're looking out towards who you want to highlight over here, guys? I know the answer to this, but I'm cheating. Neo, is there anyone you want to highlight? Is there a player you want to watch?
Funnily enough, there is, mate. There is, mate. I think for us, it was the big focus always with Aurora seems to be the AWPer. But I think in the same case, you can say the same arguments to the Mongols. They do have a very, very solid AWPer themselves in 9-10. And this actually going to be a really interesting battle when you look at the way in which the mindsets of how they approach AWPing. Deku, when he wants to, plays a super aggro shotgun style of AWPing, where, for at least for 9-10, he definitely has it in him to just be a little bit more calmer, a little bit more kind of peaceful in the AWPing style. So the sort of battle of the mindset I think has been really interesting. Deco is an animal when he gets going, but I think something you touched on, Script, is just that consistency thing.
Yeah, for sure, right? I think a lot of the reason why he gets a lot of the spotlight, though, is because he is that AWPer, you know what I mean? So top stats, being the AWPer, ultimately going to turn a lot of heads. I think, as you say, Wrestle, really important player for this team, and I think a very impressive name to also draw attention to.
Let's get some speedy words about 9-10 as well.
Sure.
He's here on the screen, and after that we can move on to the Vetoes, so
Sure.
hopefully we can actually fit that one in for this segment. So let's try and get that happening.
9-10's great, man. There's no two ways about it. I think the change for me when they brought him in, I was question marking a little bit, just in the sense of big change, a bit more of an unproven international player. We had a couple of question marks about whether this is the right choice, and now in hindsight, we can sit here and say, absolutely solid. I think he brings a lot, not only in terms of AWPing, but supporting Yuta was fantastic too. I'm a big fan of 9-10.
Absolutely. Obviously, he was on the sidelines for a long time in the Mongolian scene, but now the question is, what's going to be sidelined as far as the Battlefield is concerned? Aurora are coming into this, obviously, with a lot of recent success as well. Mongols, maybe a few less repetitions to try and look towards. Square, you want to start walking me through this, Veto?
Yeah, absolutely. So there's a lot of options, I think, available for Aurora in particular. They have a very, very deep map pool that they can work through. They're sort of experimenting a little bit with the D2 as well.
Sure.
So, I think they have not really that many areas of punish for me, so I think it is going to be a bit difficult in that sense from the Mongols.
I'm asking a lot of questions about actually how Aurora approaches judging by the Gaming Gladiators game, right? Because Mongols look so good for me across what was 2 maps, one of which was definitely in my mind a question mark. It's a map in which Dust 2 is very popular within the Asian Counter-Strike scene, but same with CIS. I mean, it's kind of, at least in Europe, when we joke about it and we play our face at Pogs or our matchmaking, whatever, you go on Dust 2, you're going to face against cracked Russian players. It's always the case. So do any of these teams want to risk it against each other? Do Aurora want to pick into it because they saw how good they were against Gaming Gladiators? Do Mongols want to pick into it or float it, judging by the fact that Aurora are confident in floating it themselves? That, for me, is the big question.
At the same time, though, Scriv, the problem is if Aurora aren't going for Dust 2, you're expecting them to go for Mirage, right? So if you're not going for Dust 2, you're going to Mirage. Guess what? Mongols also really like Mirage. So, you're saying that Aurora have a deep map pool. It does feel like they kind of play into the Mongol strengths, though.
Yeah, for sure. I think that's why this is going to end up being a close series, right? Because, like I say, there isn't anything that sort of feels like a direct punish. I think that the Mongols have a few more options in there. They've also built up their map pool over the past sort of year, right? Where we have we just had Atox on. They maybe have like 1 or 2 that they're a bit merchanty on, but it doesn't go as deep. I think the Mongols, that's something that, again, internationally has allowed them to build up, is having a lot of options, having a lot of maps to play with. And I think the Dust 2 is a really interesting conversation. I think you're in the upper bracket side of things. You're a little deeper here because you've already won a game. So there is maybe an argument to bring the Dust 2 out, take a tiny bit of a risk, you know what I mean? Because the lower bracket wouldn't be as difficult a run. These are all things that we consider they're going to win in their minds, you know what I mean? So it's not something that they think about so much. But all the same, I think that there's a great deal of options. You don't want to pin it down to certain maps necessarily. I think potentially the Mirage, potentially the D2. It's tough to say.
Listen, I need you to make a call. What's Aurora going to pick up here?
I'm going Mirage here, just to
I don't
just
mean
to
you to make a call.
Yeah.
I've got a tougher question for you. So getting the easy one.
So, yeah, I think Mirage comes into my head. I don't know that the D2 pick, I think they'll float that. They'll keep it open. They'll maybe allow it as a decider. Mirage certainly comes forward. I feel... I don't know. Yeah, they can't swing into like an Ancient necessarily.
Yeah.
Anubis would be a bit too wacky for them as well, I think. So, yeah, they'll probably keep it simple with Mirage, play their own game on that.
Right. So what I'm hearing from you right now, Script, right, is that it's difficult to pick Dust 2. It's difficult to pick Mirage. It's difficult to pick Ancient, right? So all of the map picks of Aurora are sort of, also leaning into Mongols, but also works the other way. Now, Scraver, I know what your predictions are. I know you guys have predicted Mongols to win over here. Now, if everything is leaning both ways, why is it Mongols that's going to take the series?
I think for me, there's something that you kind of touched on a little bit. I think with Aurora, strategically, we question the depth because we do see them play well. We do see them make deep runs in tournaments, but then we just see these random hiccups where they don't show up and it feels like it's Aurora, one of those sides where it's what we get on the day, right? But I think for me, Mongols yesterday, such a good showing. I mean, did not pull any punches, and they're a side who I think, if I was to make comparisons between the two, I would say Aurora have a little bit of a lower floor, and I think Mongols have a little bit of a higher ceiling. It's probably how I put them at the moment, but the potential is there for Aurora long term, hence why they've invested towards this project. For Mongols, for me, coming towards the series, I just think everything leans in their favor. Yesterday went well on home soil. They're not going to feel the effects of the lag. They've had time to prac and prepare where maybe Aurora haven't had as much over the last couple of days. So I think for me, everything seems like the advantage in the Mongols' core. And I think for them, they've got this added extra little bit of where they want to lock themselves into the Step Arena. They want to play in front of their home crowd. They want to put on a show for their countrymen. And that's where I think they're just going to have a little bit more of that will. We always talk about Polish teams in Kato. We talk about Danish teams at the major, like the Ecstatic Gaming Gladiators side does. So why can't I use this narrative for Mongols here in Ulaanbaatar?
Okay, well, you know what? He's going for the vibes. That's what it basically is. But let's find out what the veto is going to be. We've got to have it scrolling nice and easy all the way across. I was hoping it would go along with my hands, but no. I love the Ancient Man from Aurora. Obviously, that is something that will be making things so the Mongols can't pick into it. They have to go for the Inferno instead. Nuke from Aurora. So a lot of unexpected outcomes coming through. I don't think any of us expected the Nuke from Aurora at the very least, and Mirage will be the decider. Scriv, I'll start you off with it now. Give me some words as well. What are we thinking?
So I feel like the Nuke is a little bit of a surprise, not massive. Again, Aurora, not really a team that I think are going to come in with huge surprise. Maybe they've seen something in the Mongols game that they don't necessarily like. Again, it's an area where I think the level between traditional Asian Counter-Strike and that higher level of European Counter-Strike, Nuke functions very differently, plays as a much slower map. So I feel like that's maybe why they have lent into it here. And again, lots of options. You saw the D2, you saw the Mirage right at the end. They had room to work with.
This feels like it's got 3 maps written all over it from the get-go. I think the way this looks to me, I like Mongols on Nuke, and I've seen them a couple of times, but I really do rate Aurora. They play a really slow style, and it just kills teams. A lot of teams struggle to play against Aurora because they bring these nukes down to a grinding halt. They're T sides. I mean, we're talking about them doing, a little bit of early outside utility and then grinding it down for like 1 minute 20. Yeah. And this is where I think a lot of teams, especially like Mongols, especially playing domestic Counter-Strike a little bit more often, they don't see that as much. You don't see these ultra slow styles of play. I'm looking at this and saying this has got 3 maps written all over it. However, with that Mirage floated, it definitely feels like it's on the day thing. I spoke about this with Aurora because sometimes they can be the best in the server, sometimes they can be the worst. I think Nuke and Inferno feel like a given. Mirage really does open up the doors for me, but I think with how I'm looking at the moment, I still feel like Mongols are the favorites, but this veto is probably as good as Aurora could have got it.
It's also a very exciting veto in general and production. I don't know if we can have the veto on once again. It's all right if we can't, but the fun thing was obviously the fact that the vertical ban battle is actually won out by Aurora, right? So obviously both these teams do like to remove that of here. Instead, Mongols ban Anubis, Aurora ban out Ancient. That was always going to be a fun little dynamic for them there, isn't it now?
I think they have to, right? For me, this is the worrying thing when it gets to the late stage veto.
Yep.
I don't think they can risk it. Aurora, we spoke about them in terms of the Dust 2 is a question mark, but Vertigo is a question mark for Mongols, absolutely, just because of the way Aurora play it. They're so puggy, and it's so difficult to play against. They love to fight fire with fire. I think Mongols don't get a choice there. You got those 3 maps at the end. they have to get rid of Vertigo, and I think that's where Aurora do win it a little bit.
Yeah, and this is where obviously Mongols being forced to ban out their permaban in the second phase. Does feel like Aurora does get a bit of an edge out in this Veto, but let's see whether they can get the edge in the match as well. We're going to be back after a break, getting into first map of Inferno.
I started playing in 7 years ago. I just playing matchmaking, then update PC and playing Faceit. It's like I play with Norvi, these hubs, and we play together. And Overdrive invite to Academy team, and just step by step. It was like 2 years ago. We get bench with Norvi in Forza, and Norvi going to Aurora, and he tell me, go with me, go with me. 1 month I just waiting more invites, and I just said, okay, I will go with you. Let's go together play. I'm actually like it. He give good mid call, and he like actually I'm liking people, so friendly. About food, I can't say now because I'm not eating Mongolian food, but I will try. I like it. I don't know, we just need to back our form, good individual form, team form. We will try to play good CS and just watch how can we play. Thanks everyone for support. I love you guys. Cheer Mongolia.
За өмнө 22 оны Nomadic Masters-тэй манай баг одоо тухайд финалд нь NKT багтаа тоглоод одоо аварга алдчихсан. Тухайд эрэхтэй гадагшаа явах эрэхтэй пластик тэмцээнд явах эрэхтэй тэмцээн байсан. Тэр яг үндээс айгүй харамсалтай тэмцээн болж ирсэн бид хэдийн хувьд яг тухайд одоо мажорын өмнөх RMR шатанд ер нь шалгарцсан. Азаас ингээд шалгараад ер нь айгүй амжилттай явах жагаа бас үе байсан. Тэгээд яг бас нэг бодлоо амар харамсалтай болж ирсэн тухайд нэг бодлоо айгүй зөв ажиглал бас гэж бодож байгаа яг. Энэ удаагийн Nomadic Masters дээр бид нар өмнө одоо хийж дагуу одоо дутуу хийсэн зүйлээ ер нь гүйцэлдүүлж чадах бас нэг том боломж гэж харж байгаа. За яг одоогийн байдлаар бид нар яг хамгийн том одоо аваргын цомтой тэмцээн гэвэл яг Extreme Land байгаа сайхан оролцсон. Хэрвээ одоо энэ Nomadic Masters бид нар яг төрүүлж чадвал энэ тэмцээн одоо бидний хувьд оролцсон одоо олон улсын тэмцээн дундаас хамгийн том цом авсан ер нь тэмцээн болно гэж бодож байна да. Миний яг хувийн зүгээс яг хамгийн том оролцож ирсэн одоо үзэгчтэй тэмцээн гэвэл Riot болж ирсэн мажорын тэмцээн байгаа. Яг нэг хасагдах шатны тоглолтын дээр 0-0 нээжтэй тоглож ирсэн. Тухайд яг биднэрт яг нэг бас нэг хэцүү байсан юм нэг өөдөөс Бразил хөгжөө нэмжчнэр байгаа. Тэгээс бидний тоглож байгааг барьзалаад ер нь тэрнээс ер нь бас ингээд жоохон одоо нутгийн багч жоохон давуу ч юм уу яг нэг жоохон итгэл үнэмшилтэй тоглоход ер нь жоохон тус болдог юм шиг байлээ. Ингээл одоо жишээ надаглаад бид хэдийг одоо раунд авахгүйтэй тэнд яг ингээд дэмжээд орилж байгаа ер нь айгүй цөөхөн яг нөгөө талд ингээд одоо айлын нутгийн баг ингээд раунд авангууд орилж ингээд дэмжиж байгаа үе амар хэвчээ. Тэр нь нутагтаа тоглох нь амар давуу талтай л гэж бодож байна. За Gaming Gladiators багтай өмнө Ecstatic нэртэй байхад нь саяхан мажор дээр энэ оны мажор дээр тоглоод бид нэр хожигдсан. Тэгээ сүүлд энэ тэмцээнд ирэх гэж байгаа сэтгэл дээрээ нэг жоох эвгүй яриа өгцсөн байлаа манай эсрэг. Тэгээд тэр үгийг нь одоо буцааж өгөхөд ер нь амын тагландаа л гэж хэлээ да.
I think it was like usual, like everyone else. I was just playing PUBG games, and I was like scouted by Overdrive, and he invited me to Academy team. And thank you, Overdrive. I was just playing PUBGs, nothing special, face it, like everyone did, and I was playing some CS hubs, and Overdrive scouted me. I played some qualifications, some LAN events in Moscow, so he invited me in an organization with like salary, so that was my first team. After this I was like playing low tier CIS teams like Extreme, VP Prodigy, and after this I was invited to Trident with Sist, and after Trident it was Forza, and now it's Aurora. 4 years ago, I guess. Ethereal, it was. I don't think I have some like unique style. Pretty much what I'm doing is like listening to our coach. He's telling me everything what to do in game, so I'm just saying what he's telling me to do. Lucky, he's like, we call him Kazakh because he's crazy. Kenzie is star player, like Deco is like silent killer. He's not talking, he's just killing people.
Pretty damning map here. Mongols, of course, one of their favorites. However, the Aurora, not foreign to it. I am joined by Neokai for this one.
Yes, sir.
But here we go. Set up in the apartments, kind of on both sides, actually. Looks likely to be a bloodbath, one would assume. Deco taking a block headshot quite early on into the action. Mazzinho, however, catching two. The question remains, do we expect two more in the apartments? Potentially not. Deco flies round for a clean find. Has that given the game away? I think there's still Kenzie that's been unseen. Unfortunately, though, Techno comes round and sees them off. So that should be all she wrote for this.
That's a super clean pistol. There's no two ways about it. I mean, realistically, it's not exactly like it's some innate pocket strat or anything of the sort. It's really just them hitting their shots. Nice and simple, nice and easy. And well, sadly for Norvi, he's tucked over towards B, keeping hold of his kit. That's basically all he's got left. And they are even posturing for a little bit of a look in to see whether they can catch him on the tail end. Really good start there for Mongols. We were discussing on the desk, and I think we can come into a little bit more detail here now on the cast. We were talking about how it looks like on paper, this is a Veto won out by Aurora, but we favor Mongols as maybe the size of the individual.
Yeah, I mean, there's a more complete team at the moment. They definitely, especially coming into the tournament, look a lot better. It's tough. It's very tough to say. This will be a telling series, I think, for how people are placing the Mongols, right? A lot of us kind of coming in with the energy of, like, they're in Mongolia, hometown heroes. Is that going to play a big part? Yesterday, it looked like it. Gaming Gladiator is definitely a weaker lineup at the moment.
For sure.
But it was pretty handy, wasn't it? You know, very, very scary stuff. But yeah, I mean, Aurora winning out the Veto, definitely the Anubis ban for me. Feels slightly strange from the Mongols, having a little look over the stats during the break, you know, just sort of double check ourselves. And yeah, it felt like a bit of a weird move, you know. It leaves that punish of Nuke available. Maybe that's part of the plan. Who knows? Either way, into this round, of course. We've got the fourth buyout from Aurora. Yeah, dropped across that M4, really. Deco having found the one kill. So we'll see what they're able to do with this. So far, they have picked up a Norvi frag, bolstering up A. I like it.
Opening kill on the force buy, making it work. With that MP9, they have one M4 to wield in the hands of Kenzie. A few pistols to try and utilize in their favor. Only one playing back towards B, a second rotating over now. Lackey for the big flank. Lackey might get a bit of information here. Norvi playing inside of that smoke just on the edge, but Lackey, oh my god, that's a Mach 10. And that is a freebie of a kill. And attention drawn, can't quite make it a second. Blitz will deliver, Mazzinho will trade. And as Kenzie falls, that is probably all she wrote. Good effort, but this feels like it should be locked in place. Hang on a second, nearly a little bit uncomfortable the outrange from the CT player. But in the end, bomb goes down, and now this one's very difficult. Resso has to get at least two.
Finds the first, pretty cleanly two. Oh, Deco chiming in, now all on Blitz. IGL leading voice, leading name, leading fragger. We'll see what he can get done. Result. Chilling out, smoke comes in, he'll go down, but Deco with the instant trade. Huge round for Aurora, and immediately into the game they give us a taste of what we were talking about. Those heads will roll if you are not fast enough. And Mongols, they got to watch themselves here today.
My god, that is a big one to be taken. A force buy coming through with not a hell of a lot to bring to the table. 1 M4, 1 MP9, 2 Deagles, and they make it sing. Mongols are going to be kicking themselves, let that one slip. See what it means to them as well. My God, that'll change things. Of course, Mongols basically have to go back into a force themselves. They can't bring... Actually, with a bomb plant, they can get an okay amount of a buy. Double AK, one Galil, a Deagle Tech 9. It's not awful, but it still does give a lot of opportunity now for Aurora. Find this round. They take a lead. They take a third, probably as well, with a minimal buyout from Mongols. And that's when we can make conversations here. That's a bad one to lose for the Mongols.
Yeah, it's rough. It's very, very rough. I think losing out on 4 spies on Inferno in particular is really difficult to be on the end of, just because you should be able to convert those rounds. Bait out their utility, grind them down, but not the case. Started off pretty explosively here, Neo. It's mainly in favor of the Aurora. Blitz, last one in towards middle, dealt with, and now it is just Mezzinho chilling out in the apartments. Got his hands onto an AK here. Interesting to see what he could do with it. Maybe another name or two taken. However, they've given up control of the bomb slightly. He has slipped the net quite perfectly. There's only really one area that he can be in. And indeed, spotted out, but a missed opportunity. May give Mezzinho a way back in that he was looking for. It's all just a distractionary play. Kenzie still finds it anyway, but I think he was a dead man to the flank. So Aurora survived that return attempt from the Mongols.
Yeah, nearly a moment there, but I think a 1v3 is going to be so difficult to convert regardless. And that time, no bomb plant, and not enough kills out for the Mongols will mean that Aurora can spiral quite positively to kickstart this Inferno on the CT side. On your opponent's map pick, that's when you really can start to make a decent little run of things. Won't be a buy here for the Mongols. They can't bring a lot to the table. Aurora should get a third here, basically from the get-go. And this is where, at the very least, they can just build up the foundations. On your opponent's map pick, start things well, get that confidence. Going quick towards B. Into the fight. Immediately, that's very messy from Lackey. Super labid. MP9 only gets one. They've got the sight.
Uh-oh. Yeah, the power of the force buy. Again, coming into play. Relentless thus far from the Mongols. So frag heavy this game, They're really looking for the fights on both sides. In this round, very positive for the Mongols indeed. We've got 2 coming in from Banana. Tight choke point, difficult to work. The Molotov might just put them off as well. 1K available in the hands of Resol, but that bomb already halfway ticked. They're committing, they're going for it, and that might just be the wrong decision. Techno with a clean find, scaring off the second. Kenzie not much that he can do, although opts to stick around as that smoke goes down. Gives his life away, you could argue needlessly. Maybe he felt he had to fight his way out all the same. Mongols answering back.
Yeah, this is big, it really is. Talk about a force buy, one, maybe a little bit against the grain, you could say, for Aurora, but that one even more so. Not bringing a hell of a lot, but they were forced into a buy, and just a quicker play. I think all of it for me, you hate to kind of lump it on one person, but Lackey's got to get at least one there. The fact that he goes completely kind of killless in that situation, as they're running through him dry as well. It's not exactly like he's flashed or anything of the sort. He just cannot hit his shots. Really nice work, Mongols. Answer back. And now this will continue this rinse and repeat, this back and forth of the force buys. All out though for Deco. As Norvids kicks up things as Techno gets caught. MP9 just wants to barrel there as Lackey sticks around for the fight.
Bits of spam. Not finding anything else for Aurora, but maybe now that we've got back down to some normalcy, they feel comfortable here. Even then, 5-7 in play. So just little remnants of our crazy back and forth still remain. Deco on the AWP, however, is the name that everyone's watching. What can he deliver? What can he do for us here? Again on LAN. Melbourne second is what was brought up on the desk, of course.
Yeah.
By tea time, rightfully so. Maybe even an event that they should have won. They were certainly in position momentum-wise to do so.
Do you know what they did win, though? Best jersey. No two ways about it.
True.
Aurora Aussie jersey. Unbelievable
Mine's
drip.
in the post, quite literally.
Yeah, same. Hopefully. Might be there when we get back.
Maybe.
Kids.
I have had a text from Royal Mail.
Oh, hello. Hello.
Hopefully my service provider does not charge me for receiving that text. But there you are.
Deco gonna find a kill there. Oh my god, oh no. Yuto in hand, Resol. What a timing play on 9-10. Catches him completely bamboozled, pants out the ankles. Swing gonna come through from Senzu to answer back, however. A 2v4, not easy. Deco hitting shots like that. And he's got the right idea. He knows Blitz was somewhere around that apartment's position. And unfortunately, has to just fall away. That's tough. And that's going to be Aurora finding their third. This time, answering back themselves.
Good vibes. Still pretty tense though early on, you know what I mean? We were
eyeing each other up here a bit, aren't they?
Yeah, we were
right?
watching that previous game and, you know, very early, they'd find the rounds on both sides and they were all like, nah, you know, screaming, getting loud, as they should, as is their way. But in a game like this, it's like, okay, we don't want to jump the gun too early, all right, guys? We have to respect these boys across the glass. It really is not far. Got to watch yourself, but we'll see. I'm sure it will ramp up as the game and series goes on.
Yeah, especially looking towards map 2, potentially even map 3 as well. Techno with the Tech 9 finding 2 as he finds Norvi as well. He's got to be traitor there. How in the hell has he got away with a second? Even the first, you can maybe question mark. That second never should happen. And that's a rifle scooped up. And absolutely, they're going to be happy to work with that. Messina going to find one of his own with a Tech 9 too. And it's a 2 versus 4.
Well, I mean, no round is clear cut, is it here? I mean, we're seeing continuous force buys as well from the Mongols in particular. And rightfully so. They keep working. Yeah. They keep working. You know, it's fantastic stuff. And a real key point, I can see Tea Time grinning ear to ear, because this is something that he brought up on the podcast that we did before the event itself. The force buys. So effective. So effective from these Asian teams.
They're tough to kind of plan and prepare for as well, because you basically have two mindsets about how you want to go about it. Do you try and fight fire with fire and try and, you know, take the fights and basically say, okay, we've got better firepower, so we should be able to contest in Raw Angels? Or do we sit back passively? And Aurora are kind of looking at primarily option 2 here, right? Where they're sitting back, they're not really taking too much banana control, not in that round at the very least. And they're just giving opportunity to the Tech 9s to hold W. They're giving them the time to charge up, power up into the fight. You can't allow that. I think you've got to take fights. You've got to be a little bit more proactive if you're Aurora. They're a side who do like to slow things down a little bit. They do like to play this little bit more tempered style of play, but you know, you can't really allow them that much control. The fact that they've already got top banana with just one smoke, I mean, that already for me feels a little dicey. Getting caught off guard, very, very quick tempo being played here by the Mongols, and they're not giving any respite over towards Aurora. I wouldn't be surprised as well to see an early tack pause called by one of these two teams. I think we've got exactly that, because, you know, we're in a situation here where neither side have got control. There's no momentum at all. Yeah, and it is Aurora who's going to go in towards his attack pause. Brain going to get on the mic. Try and rally the troops a little bit, of course, alongside Norvi, of course. We spoke about him IGLing this team, but Lackey has a lot of experience IGLing as well, so they can kind of dip into him as a secondary caller. Probably, despite only being young, the most experienced man on this team by quite some way. And we just need one of these two teams to find, you know, a consecutive round, realistically, and that will just settle the tone a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, this is exactly how these types of games start, though. So back and forth, sneaky spot here. However, Kenzie will get spotted. Flash came in. Not sure which end, but he was caught off, spotted, taken down. Result with a risky refrag. But he gets it, and he walks away alive as well. Big deal. Oh, lovely little read from Blitz, though. He knows what's up. He knows how cheeky this guy is going to get. 4v3 ensues.
This is tough now. Bit of a weird buy as well for Aurora with an AWP, yes, but an MP9, so they've got benefits at both range and short distance, but it's Deco pretty up close there who finds Sensu. He's still sticking around towards mid, and they're making a play out of bulk, so they're going to get this space and potentially the site for free, because Deco's smoked out of short.
Yeah, it looks like it. I mean, it's giving Deco time to come in behind, though, really. Moving tentatively, as you would. Why would it be open? Why would it be right for the taking? 910 is near the angle, but not trained on the angle. However, flicks across. It's a good off that spot. You can see him coming in from the left quite cleanly. So, probably going to be the round. However, Yeah, okay. So they will call, but this is what can happen sometimes. I was thinking for a second, ooh, maybe we get caught up in the, back and forth chaos. Every round feels winnable. 4 spies galore. But no, they make a smart decision. There's also an AWP to retrieve if they play their cards right. I'm not quite sure where it's gone. I think 910 had an AWP already, no?
No, he had an AK.
Oh, okay.
He's
Fair
picked it
enough.
up.
Yeah, okay. He swiped it.
Could have gone to an AK, I guess, if you want for Lackey, but it's really not a priority in the situation. Mongols going to steal back a lead. And that is going to be something to work with. It's not the end of the world for Aurora, and they might even be tempted to force again. This has been kind of the narrative of these back and forth, so I wouldn't exactly say it's the most outlandish thing in the world, but it's Blitz who really settles the tone in this round, in this game. Really nicely done. Super simple work. For Aurora, back to the drawing board, just a tad. They're a side for me who, we know we have the individuals out of Aurora. We just need to see a little bit out of that consistency. They are going to go for a little bit of a lesser bias. The first time we do see it take it down a notch, but Lackey still finds 2.
Yes, indeed. And exactly what you want to see in a round like this, where you are on the rifle saves, not forcing, so...
True.
Yeah, it's...
Imagine they win this one, man.
Ah, no. Imagine they forced, for goodness sake, they say to themselves. But no, it kind of makes sense for me. Get something going with those save rifles. Either you stack a bomb site or you pick up aggression. That's the big one, though. Kenzie falls a bit too easily. You wanted him to grab info before going down. Zinio, only 1 for him. There might be another save angle here for the CT side, actually. Novi does have a kit. So they potentially give it a cheeky look. 2v2, I mean...
And a flash. Maybe.
Yeah, just retrieve.
Maybe.
Yeah, why not? Why not?
I don't think there's any downside to giving this a go, because you're going to buy in towards the next one. The only one I guess you could say is losing the AKs, but why not? No smoke for CT, because they don't have one, Mongol. So Flash going to give them that entrance in towards Church. Nobody there, making a move. Time is ticking, though. We've got, 15 seconds, even less, to work with as they start to barrel in towards the site. First is a known quantity of Techno. Back new box as well, not showing their faith. 9-10, trying to keep them at bay as well, but the Techno swings out with the Tech 9. And we'll close it. That is going to be Mongols taking back-to-back rounds for the first time. And now we can start to talk about maybe just a little bit of normality in this game, let's say.
Sure. I think no harm, no foul going for that 2v2 there, of course. So, yeah, kind of fair enough. And they sort of know it. A little bit annoying, but don't let it get you, really.
True.
It's all about this round, to be honest. Really could set the tone. Mongols obviously moving up to 5 now and in position to streak ahead. Second mid aggression. Rare, but effective in this case. It's a common fallback for teams like Aurora that rely on their individuals. They've managed to sneak a man in, though. That's the big thing here. Kenzie has not dropped back, has not given up the position. So he's not fully caging them in. He's not fully confirming things, but you can see with him so deep in at mid and an info spot, he's not leaving the underpass, at least for now. Yeah. They rotate pretty heavily towards B. They are prepared for B. Big headshot from Wrestle, potentially sealing this one in. Now Kenzie comes around from behind. He will be spotted. Smoke's a bit dodgy, but it's all good. They're panicked. These are angles that you're not used to fighting. He gets away with one and surely has set up the round. Lovely stuff for Aurora. Very, very solid push in. Nothing too flashy, but it just makes the Mongols think, Yeah. And unfortunately, they did not know where to turn.
Actually, a really nice play out of Kenzie there as well. It's such a strong position to hold. Right, in through under, you just get all of that information. They go for a rotate. There's such known quantities, and Kenzie does a really good job. Even just getting one there and then buying a little bit of time. Because as he buys time, Lackey rotates off short to join him in mid for the trade, which he does. So, really, really well played. Good response. And of course, we saw their econ get reset. They buy back in there, and it works really effectively. The Mongols, for them, now back to the drawing board a little bit. They will go for a timeout as well. So, an opportunity. They can buy in, that's fine. Bar a Mac 10 from Zinio. He draws the short straw, but all in all, I don't think they can complain too much. Not too bad of a spot. 4-5, the game we got on our hands right now. This is very, very even playing field. And this is the expectation. We were talking about on the desk. This is a series that looks like it has 3 written all over it. But it's in what way? They take their own map picks. We've seen teams take each other's map picks because they prepare for it so much. I mean, what do we get?
Yeah, they're difficult maps to pick into as well. We expected Mirage in the series. We do get it, not necessarily as the pick. These are, as we talked about a bit earlier, and as we saw a bit earlier from our series in particular, even playing field maps. Inferno definitely one of them. Lovely stuff in and around Banana though. The need to finish off the frag. Techno making a lot of noise. Flashy hidden away. Big kill from him. Gets himself an AK as well. Re-smoke potentially. Might have picked that one up actually. Either way, 5 versus 3 quite quickly. Make it 2 and make it a bomb drop at the feet of the CT side. Another day at the office for Deco. Stone cold. Absolutely, to finish that round off. We can hear a bit of cheering coming in on our end, but certainly not from Deco. He's focused. He's ready and waiting for that 1 in the win column.
That's, yeah, that's the real rarity. Do we get a Deco celebration? We didn't see one yesterday. I want to see if we can get a little bit of noise out of it.
Bro, it's got to be a bit scary, you know, across from this guy. Just, as we said, the Terminator.
Loves his Alpha and Sigma TikToks, I'm sure. Well, 5-all, but 9-10 with a Tech 9. I'm like, these Tech 9s, dude, man, tea time is grinning away ear to ear, like you said, because
honestly,
he keeps calling it. He's spot on. These low buys out. A lot of these Asian teams are so difficult to play against. But it's not job done, just the opening kill. The numbers, yes, but it's looking at minute 15 to figure out where they want to go. No banana control, no information towards A. And the real issue is they have a little bit of util, which is okay. They probably have enough to maybe fake and execute with one smoke or flash, but I don't think they can burn any more than that. And it looks like they wanted to group up and just commit via B, which, little did I know, is actually the right call.
Ooh, going ahead of the utility as well here. Often not expected. Through the smoke, they will catch the bomb site at the very least. And plant off the back of this investment. I think they'll be very happy with that altogether. Keeping things in tandem. And I don't know, it doesn't look fantastic for Aurora, does it? They're quite far back, time ticking away, no info grabbed for them. They're waiting on Kenzie to come in from Banana. But he's a bit slow moving, and if he goes down, which he doesn't, all right, we'll see now. They get a bit more confident with their moves forward. Mazzinho and Techno now just indeed. Sensu, in fact, lucky to find the double. It's close. Without a kit, there's no round there for Aurora, but they will just about squeeze that one out.
Yeah, nicely done. Really nice done. But I guess, fundamentally, when we look at that round, we can say that's a little bit of a small win, quote-unquote, for the Mongol side. It's a low buy in which gets a bomb plant and nearly all the kills. 3 out of 5. It's not too shabby, but it is still Aurora who take it and are going to guarantee themselves, at the bare minimum, a tied game. Heading in towards the final round of the half, we're going to see yet another timeout come through from Aurora. Their second called. A little bit different, I guess, to some of the other tournaments we see, is that they still, even in MR12, have all 4 timeouts. I kind of like it. When we changed from MR 15 to MR12, we went down from 4 timeouts to 3 timeouts in a lot of the other kind of EU-centric tournaments. Cool to see 4 here. So it gives them time for that conversation. We saw how important it was in our opening series today with Bleed. And he really did need to dig quite deep, especially in that Mirage. So I feel like Aurora, they know the importance. If they can make the 7-5, if they can guarantee a lead at the turn of the half, they just give themselves a bit of breathing room. Something that neither team have had at all so far in this map.
Alrighty, let's see if it does result in a turnaround indeed. Looking pretty good here for Aurora to maybe get things over the line. The buy, not fantastic from Mongols, but, you know, we'll see what happens because they've found great success with buys lesser than this. Oh my goodness. Kind of a mess there at the top of middle. Deco, team damage, sure, but he also unscoped at the wrong time. Could have maybe had a frag. So he'll be a little frustrated with how that opening exchange potentially could have gone.
Novi. Up close. Minute 10 on the clock. Mongols not really committed to anything just yet. Another deep smoke going to come there. I mean, at the very least, they're trying to pincer Mongols into a fight they don't want to take. Deco will flash himself back in, and there's no control being taken towards that mid, and they're probably questioning what's going on. Flash should have coming towards Banana, and it's a massacre! Norvi and Lackey combine, 3 kills between the two of them, and there's still one man still alive. A second rotating over from long. B-side feeling locked down. Lackey gonna make it. 2 at the tail end, 3 in total for the round, and that is gonna be a 7-5 finish. Aurora take a lead. And the first time there's been any sort of comfort in this game for Aurora, and they are glad to see it.
Yeah, tough, man. I mean, the flash through is not a bad idea, but there's a man up close. You got to deal with him. I think you need one over the top, a flash inside the smoke itself to blind him up. Banking on a conventional banana setup, but it was not the case. Still a really solid look. I think from Aurora, you know, you have to say they lose out the pistol, they win a force buy. Then it's very, very back and forth. I think actually when we had fully fledged rifle rounds, Aurora looked better there.
Yeah.
So not finding the all-important rounds, but also managing to keep it close. It's a weird set of circumstances from the Mongols in particular. Keep the game close, get this pistol, and we are absolutely back on.
Yeah. Mongols, they're up against it a little bit. I think if they lose a pistol, definitely so. It puts them in a really tough spot. I've seen them fight back before. I mean, one of the big conversations we had coming in towards this tournament, right? We were looking at the Mongols and we were saying, this is one of the first times they come into a tournament, an international tournament, and arguably are the favorites, right? And you know, they're used to being underdogs, and they're used to kind of using that as their real weapon. People underestimate them, and then they surprise them, they shock them. But in towards this tournament, arguably, especially, you know, we're kind of split a little bit on the desk, but we see them as either the best or the second best team at the tournament. So they're slightly overdogs in a way.
Yeah,
and does that change the mental a little bit of the side?
For sure. I think if you put them as second, as I have in my case, you are also conceding the fact that they could win. You know, a power ranking is not necessarily a guarantee of the order. They should make it to the grand final. That gives them, you know, a 50-50 chance of winning, a yes or a no. So we'll see as things pan out. And I mean, yeah, the environment of the arena as well is one thing to consider for a lot of these teams, of course. Mongols actually a team that have performed well internationally, but not necessarily getting into those arena playoff stages where it usually tends to happen. So that's something to consider. Also, what is the arena going to be? Is it going to be loud? Is it going to be, you know, we don't quite know the sort of full potential capacity. True. We don't know what a Mongolian crowd is going to be like, at least in our case, right? And I would imagine many of the English-speaking viewers out there. So it could be an absolutely wild experience. It could also be a very difficult one for the Mongols. Yeah. Maybe they
could be quite quiet and polite.
Sing when they're winning. Know. Yeah, it could be very, very polite. Oh.
You know, tennis claps. You never know.
Yeah, of course. You never know, man. You never know.
Senzu for the first. He'll take it every other week because Lackey gets caught. Mongols find a pistol here. Game right back on. Lose the pistol. Does change the narrative. And a dink on towards Senzu will force them back onto the site. And at the very least has some support. But it's not a commit by Aurora at all.
No, not quite yet. They have plenty of time to work with. Still have that utility in hand. It's not all together at the moment is kind of the difficult thing. One in the apartments, one in at middle, so sort of weird on the timing, I think. And you'd maybe want that flash in the apartments. Going to use it for brackets, but very rarely on a pistol will teams hold brackets, especially when you're a man up. So I think maybe a mismanagement of the utility slightly. We'll see what they're able to get done with it. Flying out of balcony doesn't really look good, does it? Let's see. Yeah, Deco. Oh my God. There's just nothing in it at the end there for Aurora. Very, very flat, I think, to say the least. And like I say, kind of getting things backwards with where they wanted that utility placed.
Yeah, difficult pistol round for them. They just couldn't isolate any fights. I don't think they expected maybe that level of kind of hold over towards the A side, but it's really, really well done for the Mongols. They take the fights, they convert them. And all in all, there's a lot to like. Now, like you said, game absolutely back on. Only one round in it, but no bomb plant, not enough kills. Aurora, they're going to go for a force, but they can't bring a lot to the table. Whereas at the very least, the Mongols have a rifle, a second in fact. Techno up close, only gets one. Was burning at the stake a little bit too. Senzu is riskily crossing that smoke as it's being spammed. What a nade.
Man. That's so chunky. Somehow doesn't find Result, who's on 6 HP, but still, the rest of the team, I suppose, shielding him from death. All the same here, top end of Banana again, not as vulnerable as Aurora might want it to be. They are just playing that mind game, the rotational play, drawing attention away. Fantastic angle here, of course, from Sensu, though. Oh my, 3-piece rolls in. Norvi will trade out, but he's left low himself. Thanks to the nade, thanks to a stray bullet. Absolutely no chance at this one, you would say. Even getting a bomb plant would be nice. Getting that M4 out of the map. That's kind of a fair argument, you know. It's the only M4 retrievable. So,
they don't know.
Not looking great.
They don't know he's crossed. And they still think he's towards Banana. And because the flank hasn't actually committed yet, if they push forward here from B, they might get just the wrong idea.
True.
They seem to think he's still... Oh, now they spot him. There we go.
It would have been mental, I think, to go pushing in there. Really no reason when they've got both ends of Banana locked off. 1v3. Do not give him those fights, guys. Come on now. And again, this is a part of the Mongols game. Maybe not in that case. I think it would be sort of wild to see sort of any team going for that. But they are very disciplined in these situations. And it is a part of their game that, you know, Asia for a long time was just so fast, so aggressive. Let's get them out-aimed. And if that doesn't work, oh well. See you next tournament, you know. And I think that the Mongols have really stepped their game up in terms of the protocols, in terms of the pullback. I say that. They do mess up the nade ever so slightly, but, you know, happens to the best of us. It is going to be a relatively hard eco out from Aurora here, just a few upgraded pistols.
Yeah, and already a man down, a Norvi dead. Not going to help at all. Once again, though, flash in the corner, making a little move forward. 9-10, 1-2, make that 3. Result will trade, but he can only get the consolation. And that is going to be the Mongols taking a lead. First time in a while as well that we've seen out from them. Really good work. Mongols, this CT side, early doors started to sing quite loudly. And well, Aurora, yes, they'll have a full buy-in towards the next, but a lot of others are converting it. If they don't, you're actually in a really troublesome spot.
All right, this is where things get interesting then between these two teams. Nuke up next. Feels like a shoe-in for Aurora. So the Mongols need to shut this one down and fast. The buy comes round from Aurora. They start things off quite slowly. Very, very widespread default here. Not as much pressure into Banana, where the Mongols loved sending a player in early to just sort of see what was up. Smoke spam, pretty effective, but there's also been some damage onto Mazzinho here. Basically, exactly even.
Molotov boiler. They're starting to make a little move as well as they're wrapping in. Bomb not committed or anything just yet. Was level, damage pretty even as well across the board. The tap at 9-10 will just dip away. Doesn't want to overface. A minute to work with, and Aurora far from committed. This is something that Aurora more than happy to kind of do. They just slow this game down to an absolute halt. And it's kind of what we've got right now. Molotov won't properly spread it towards 9-10. We're going to respect it for a mere moment. Swing it in. Kenzie will die. And there's that opener. There's where Mongols take the advantage.
40 seconds. And just no real presence from Aurora here. This T side so far not looking great for me. Loads of steps. Techno set up off the flash. Brilliant stuff. Deco does take him, but with only 20 seconds remaining, this is not going to be easy. However, man in behind enemy lines in the form of Result. What can he do? I don't know, man. You got to check all your angles here, and the AWP was ready. That's going to be that. That is going to be that. The AK may even look to save. No, he does send it in, but a very clean round to come through from the Mongols. Just leaving it a bit too late on the Aurora side, I suppose.
Yeah, and this is kind of their thing, right? They like to slow games down, but sometimes too slow. That's exactly what happened. If plan A doesn't work, they don't have enough time to initiate plan B. It's always the issue with them. You see, it happened quite a lot in terms of their online Counter-Strike, where things just fall apart in a way which really does hurt. Great work, though. Techno's double, super important, that MP9. That flash from Blitz is beautiful. Beautiful stuff. 9-7, low buy. Techno double. One headshot, one through the smoke. He'll take them all the same.
Yep, looking very, very good here. Techno, in particular, I think, has stepped things up on the CT side. Been playing that banana area very well, and it is a part of the game that is missing for Aurora. Just staying away from banana, really. You know, the meta swings around on what to do with that area. Sometimes it can be a bit matchup dependent, and teams like Mongols really like taking scraps over there. Tag through the wall. Does some decent damage to Deco, but still alive, still standing, and still a chance to find some headies with that Deagle.
Mazinio posted in pits. 50 seconds. Oh, hang on! Blitz has found 2 through the smoke. I think he's even as surprised as we were. They line up, they fall down. And that could be it. That could be wraps in this one. That is a bad round from Aurora. Everything fell apart, ripped from the seams, and now a lot of errors on this man on your screen. Norvi, he's got to try and call them out of this. They are in a rut of form. This T side, you hate to say it, but the only word that really describes it is dire. They have not got going, and they cannot find a way into this. Brilliant work, and Blitz again getting away with murder. But granted, one of them I don't think he even realized he got.
We need a timeout here from Aurora. You know, they're just going with the motions, rolling through things. If they do not win this round, it feels like the game is all but over. And Nuke will be a rough ride for the Mongols, but can't bank on just one map, or indeed just 2 if you lose the first. It's always risky. I think Mirage as well is a workable map for the Mongols. 9-10 going to open up, picking up where he left off.
Had a good game, you know, 9-10, especially on the CT side. When he's been called upon, he's been good. And Techno going to find one of his own as well. He's still alive, and he's just fighting for his life. And the fight doesn't quite find a kill, but he gets the info. Forces them away.
I don't know, man. We'll come back to it. Maybe save it for the desk at this point, as the game seems to be moving on quite fast. But just little bits from Aurora, not tight enough, not clean enough.
It's a buzzword, isn't it? But it's cohesion, right? Synergy. It's all over the shop.
Absolutely. Kenzie, though, giving them a chance back in. No, spoke too soon. Techno, round from the back, sees it off. And the second half is anything but competition. There's not been an awful lot since we turned over. I think it's become an exhibition here, really.
Yeah, it really is just showcasing how good the Mongols can be. And, you know, we hate to kind of sit here. Well, we don't hate. Well, what am I saying? We love to sit here and say, I told you so. But it is actually just one of those things where...
In both ways. I like sitting.
Yeah, I like sitting. I do like
sitting. I definitely like saying, I told you so.
It's just one of those things where this is the big difference maker between these two sides, and why, for us, you know, we've all kind of maybe disagreed on whether Mongols are number 1 or number 2 in this tournament, but what we have agreed is that they're better than Aurora in this tournament. And the reason being is just because they're a little bit on the same level as for where, and a point that you brought up on the desk, which I think you're absolutely spot on with, is that Aurora, especially in times of need, they rely on individuals too much. They just don't seem to have that big game plan, that overarching idea. And it's something that we've seen so many times on this T side, which is still yet to get around, is that when plan A fails, they haven't got a plan B. They're mid to late round calling, not to kind of put Norvi in the spot here, but it has been pretty dire.
Yeah, no, it's tough, and I feel like their plan A sometimes is just kind of sit around for a minute and then hope that someone on the Mongols gets bored and walks into 4 of us, you know? So
this isn't Premier, fellas.
Exactly, there's not an awful lot to it, and then, like you say, it's just a few things that are a bit off. That previous round a couple ago, they mollied the front of sandbags, which is fine, but then they sent one player in for the peak rather than backing him up, you know, and just allowed, I believe, Sensu it was, to isolate those fights, right?
Yeah, and then drop a smoke, drop a flash, fall away, you know what I mean?
Really lackadaisical at the end of the day. It's either you're mollying the guy at the back of sandbags, which is a much more common angle, and he's therefore melting, he's panicked, and you can probably send one in to deal with that. But if it's the front, you kind of have to really do your due diligence on the back of sandbags. Oh, Mizzinio, big damage. Sets up 9-10. What is going on down here? As they're all getting mowed down, they're all getting stopped. However, we have bounced back for a couple more. It's Deco on the scout that's brought them into it. This is certainly interesting on that scout. I guess just catching a few tagged up players, and really not what I was expecting from the tail end of this round. Sensu's retrieved an AWP here, but just overwhelmed We're not quite at 12 yet. Aurora will get their first T round.
There's Deco as well. That's exactly what we expect when we look at Deco, and kind of why we always have to highlight him. We always have to give him just at least a nod coming in towards a game, because that's the thing he can do. He individually can change games, no two ways about it. And a great little triple from him. 2 with the Scout, 1 with the Orb. Super simple, flicky, aggro, brilliant work. And man, fair play. Deco does deliver. Is still here, is still alive and kicking, but that is the first round that we've seen Aurora take in 7 played. It's by no means going to be a game changer. It's still got a long old road to recovery. They're 3 rounds in the hole, where Mongols are 2 rounds away from settling this map and moving forward towards Aurora's pick and nuke. And it's still one of those things that they're by no means in this conversation just yet. Yes, they've got a round, but we've already seen how back and forth this game has been, and we expect, fireworks and Mongols right back into it. Bit of a conversation to be had, bit of a tack pause, and a moment to take a breather. I think it's a tough one to lose for the Mongols, but they shouldn't dwell on it.
Yeah.
Go back into it, boys. You've been fine all CT side. Don't let that one really sit on your mind.
Yeah, and it's an unlucky round, right? You have Deco coming in with the Scout. You probably weren't expecting him. Maybe didn't give him enough respect on a weapon like that when you heard it rocking off. But indeed, yeah, they do a good job of opening up. Deco softened. Second nade doesn't quite give us the same satisfaction. In good stead right now for the Mongols. You're proving to be troublesome. Ooh, Deco, teammate steps in front of him there, I think. Certainly could have been a trade, certainly could have been Deco's frag, but not the world in which we are in. 5v2 and a dropped bomb as well. Yeah, surely not a chance here. They'll confirm a lack of presence in Banana as well. Maybe start to think about a flank, just be weary of a flank. Assault still threading the needle, however. He might have slipped them. We'll see. Deco bailing on very low HP. 1 HP, in fact. I was going to say on the bottom bar, he's got none, it looks like. You have to look at the side to catch what number it is. All the same, it will be number 12 for Mongols here, and it might just be 12 flawlessly, in fact. Oh, mate, are you kidding? Oh, my goodness.
The old caster's curse.
Yeah, well, couldn't get much closer than that, either way.
Good luck saving here, though, right?
Yeah,
20 seconds to try and keep this.
Might have been an argument to just, not shoot the guy.
Yeah,
You know?
100%. 20 seconds. He could drop a smoke and play out in front of it. I actually like that, because they'll all go around the wrong way. He buys a little bit more time, but 9-10 has got other ideas. 4 kills in the round. However, should he have even got up to that third? Lackey steps in front of Deco and denies him getting that kill. He does leg 9-10. I think I'm right in saying right here. Yes, he legs him through Lackey. It's tough. If Lackey doesn't step in front of him, Deco does get the kill.
Yes. It's just a question of, is it an instant trade? Is it denying him the kill?
I think if I'm right in saying, so Deco hits through Lackey and legs him, because he was already down to 70. So the fact that he goes down to 70,
so
down to
Deco
7.
probably gets the kill.
Yeah.
Because otherwise he wouldn't have been able to leg his teammate for then 9-10 to get the kill. Does that make sense?
Yeah, so what I'm saying is 9-10 probably only should have got the 2, and then Deco should have got, basically if Lackey didn't step in front, Deco would have got the kill. But because Lackey stepped in front, Lackey sucks up most of the bullet, and then I think it legs at 9-10 as well. It's pretty cursed. He would have died, basically, is what we're saying, if Lackey didn't step out in front. It's tough. Mistakes, and it goes back to what we're saying. The synergy of this Aurora side isn't quite up there. The individuals are there. They can compete, but when they work together at times, it's all over the shop, and this could be the beginning of the end.
Oh, can see. Big find through the smoke, but Blitz is in deep and unexpected. Nade. Oh my God, Masidio. The collect. He's just the Swiss Army knife, mate. Molly kill, nade kill, AK kill.
Yeah.
It's about all you can really do without swapping guns out, which would be a bit crazy, of course. Blitz enters the smoke, sees it off, and the Mongols making quick work out of Aurora. It has to be said, a close first half, but anything but only 1 T-side round picked up by Aurora. One might argue maybe not good enough, especially if they want to be taking this series. We've got Nuke coming up next. Stick with us, and we'll see you there.
ирсэн нэ.
Утаад нөө. Утаар гарлаа.
Боолын гаалцсан.
Бэлг 10 үзье.
Авсан байх бонготалтай юу? Байхгүй.
10 шүү, шорт рагтлаа guys. Нэмэлт авсан юм шиг байна. Гол галцсан.
Би төдгөж харлаа.
Борныг.
Ана гарсан шүү. Хоёр юм уу? Нэг. Тэнцээ жоо ногтохоор байна даа.
Би номыг наалт зүгээр. Ногч guys. Намайг очсон юм шиг гардаг. Баанг нэг үү?
Хайс! Би аачлаа гэж бодсон. Юу шагаад орж ирэх гэж шороо орчлоо. Аваа.
Би старт гэж.
On my mind a lot, don't need no time watch. I don't know how I got you in my pocket spot. Yeah, that's babe, miss you every day. You like my oxygen, make it seem like the barging down. Got my heart no barging in, from the bed to the floor to the couch. Might wake the neighbors up, break you in then break you out. In the end we gon' make a child.
Copy my steel, face the fact that ain't no cap, I'm real. No cap, I'm real. The plastic bars when I copy my steel. Plastic bars when I copy my steel.
What started off with some difficulties ends up being quite convincing, in fact, by the Mongols. Aurora, however, might have been thinking in the first half that, you know what, maybe we're doing this. Mongols, however, persevering in the end. Scriv, what happened there?
Yeah, so I feel like, you swap over to that T side and Aurora just playing again a very conventional game. We touched on it in the pre-game where they're really slow, really draining, but I think Mongols were maybe expecting that. They weren't afraid to take these early fights or this early control and then just kind of baiting them in and around smokes, holding their utility well is one of the key things. And yeah, again, Aurora just didn't have another game plan available.
It wasn't all daisies and buttercups, though. There was a little bit of trouble in the first half of there. Neo felt like Mongols had to bring out some of those patented half-buys as well. What was happening in the first half that was so difficult for them to deal with?
It was just carnage, wasn't it, right? I mean, we had the first, 5 or 6 rounds where it was 4 spies winning, Tech 9s, P250s, very minimal buys converting. And I think this is one of those things, Aurora, something that you touched on Tea Time before, something that you've mentioned, Asian teams and their ecos and their 4 spies are so difficult to deal with. And that's exactly what we saw, man. This side, I feel like they just didn't really give them the respect they deserved.
And the thing is, whenever I look at a scoreboard coming out from Aurora, guys, of course, this is not OG versus Atox. This is Mongols versus Aurora. If you don't know that, where the hell have you been? This is your fault, not mine. But the point is that for the Aurora side, I do generally see these guys clustered quite close together as far as numbers are concerned. I don't see them so far down very often, Scriv.
Yeah, for sure, man. There's usually I think the thing is there's usually a couple players that just edge it out by a few kills, big multi-kill, big clutch, something like that. We just didn't really have that so much from them, and I think indeed there was a little bit of dead weight again, especially in that second half. We touched on it a little bit during the cast because I think it became evident. I kind of wanted to save it for the desk, but had to mention it there. The cohesion, the word that you used, right, just really didn't seem to be there on that T side. They have to make these plays together. They have to, move in as at least duos, and they were just, as we maybe touched on, leaning too much on the individuals not delivering, and then their game fell flat.
Well, I'm glad you were trying to say something for me, Scriv, but it's hard not to let it all go when there's so much happening inside the game. But, a man who was letting it all out in the game was our man of the match, and I don't think there's going to be any surprises over here with what he was doing out in Banana. Techno really was the menace of B.
He had an absolute field day, and I think, without a doubt, for me, the main spearhead to what was the success on that CT side. However, and I'm going to play just the caveat here, I don't know what happened to Aurora because they gave him way too much space. I feel like a team who are a little bit more, again, to use that word, cohesive, right, should have punished him. The amount of times he goes untraded, the amount of times he's pulling away with multi-kills, and he never should be given that luxury, is the big, big issue for me. I think for Techno, when I look at this, he did do great, but at the same time, Aurora, they gave him way too much space.
Yeah, absolutely, man. I think he set the tone early on for Mongols on that CT side especially. It's kind of the big thing. 9-10 maybe came in a little later on with the AWP and solidified it. And I think what happened is they conditioned and pummeled in Banana, which is often what you kind of have to do. And then as soon as Aurora maybe started to try and counter that or indeed pull away in some of their rounds. They had the AWP round to get longer fights, to get even harder trading battles, so they remained a little bit unpredictable even though he was playing so well.
I'll peel back the curtain a little bit for everyone back at home, guys. Remember, the way that we actually do the head-to-head for the players after the map is that we figure out whoever's had the most kills, whoever has the highest MESA TV score. Do I have any idea how that's calculated? Really, I don't, but I trust the boys over here at MESA. I think they know what they're doing. But what I don't understand is, why is Lackey there in the head-to-head? Why is Lackey the one with the highest score? I thought that, you were talking a lot about a fella called, what was it, Pepper Boy? What was he called again?
Yeah, honestly, Result really did struggle. I think there's no two ways about it. I think this was a kind of a thing across the board. On the CT side, he was trying to do a lot of just work in the thick of it, and he just struggled, right? Fundamentally, couldn't get going. On his T side, tried a lot of these lurking plays and just got nowhere, right? In towards apartments. Yes, got the initial space in apartments, and then we get caught up. Mazzini will come out via long or short, delete him from there. We see him actually, I think Mazzini did a really good job of playing initially in towards apartments very well, denying Result any space. But if he did give the space, he'd fall back towards Pier, and if you try and pop out a balcony, he's plucking out the sky. So I think there's a big thing for me in terms of that rifling head-to-head. Result never got going, and they missed him.
I do want a quick word on Nuke before we send it over to a break, though. What are we expecting coming out of here? Result could go missing as well. Is there anyone else other than Result who we want to see in the server, Scriv?
Deco, absolutely. You know, again, not necessarily dead weight or letting us down, but just didn't have that same flair that he usually has. So I feel the AWP battle has to take over here a little bit for sure, and ultimately he should be able to run rampant outside, have a bit more dynamicism. I think they maybe got to a point in that second half where they're just leaning and waiting for the next two maps. Inferno not quite going to do it for us. Not quite enough prowess there. Nuke is going to be tough for the Mongols, but then we don't really know. They've looked so good this tournament.
I'm looking at Kenzie. I need to see more Kenzie. Kenzie is the main man on Nuke. We normally look at that deck on CT side, very, very solid. If this T side wants to get going, they have to look at Kenzie. He's actually how they try and play around him. We know we talk about Result, but he's actually a new addition to this team. That when Aurora have been scary in the past, a lot of it's relied on Kenzie getting active. However, we've seen recently, he hasn't been himself, I feel. I don't know, it just feels like he isn't as impactful as he once was. Maybe that's because Result takes a little bit more of those roles. But if I want to see this Nuke get going, because that Inferno didn't, I'm actually looking towards Kenzie. He's actually very important to the side.
Well, Aurora's got to put away the boogeyman if they want to have a chance in this one. Nuke is coming up next. Can they do it on their own map pick, or will it be out into the lower bracket with just the two maps played? Let's find out after a break.
Red Bull gives you wings.
And the result is a young guy with insane aim. I think the biggest change was like mechanics. From like it's different from CSGO to CS2. Maybe because of tick rate, maybe because it's still not very comfortable compared to CSGO, because in CSGO we were playing like 4 or 5 years and it was like comfortable for us. And CS2 only released a year ago or maybe less. So our transition was pretty easy, I'd say. We were like on the same level in CSGO and now we're on the same level in CS2, but we are trying to get better. For now, I think I still prefer CSGO, because even now watching clips of CSGO, you see that game is just better than CS2 now. But if CS2 gonna be like fixed, all bugs, tick rate, so I think I would prefer CS2. I think nearest goal is like not to disband, and our aim on this tournament, I'd say just play good CS, and we will see what it will give us. Maybe win, maybe like top 4, but I just hope not the last place. From Europe, I think it's Gaming Gladiators and OG, and from Asia, it's MongolZ. Because like Gaming Gladiators were playing good recently, maybe in the last 2-3 months, on the major and after the major. OG is just like OG. It's always like strong opponent. And MongolZ, it's like team who is playing tier 1 in tournaments, playing good against tier 1 teams, so I'm really excited to play against them. I think in Europe it's more like job relationships, I think, and people are like more professionals than in Russia teams, because in Russia we are mostly like trying to be friends with each other, being open, and it's showed in games that we are playing, I'd say, more freely CS, because I don't know, it's just like it always been like everyone's saying that Russia is crazy in game, especially on Mirage. I haven't been yet here on Arena, so I don't know what to expect, but I just hope to play CS. Hope someone will watch. Cheer for Mongols.
Бас яг одоогийн Монголд биш, өмнө Монголд Ями, НСЛ, Цогоо, Синзүү тэгээд бид тоглож исэн. Тэгээ Арамар дээр IC тожигдол. Уул IC хожиж исэн тэгэл хожигдол. Тэгэл дахиад тарцсан шүү дээ. Тэгэл за 16 хүртлээ ер нь хүлээж идөө гээл гэр зураа, гэртэй комтой. Тэгэл гэрээрээ ландж байгаа л. Тэгэл дээр нэг марахтай ландаал. Тэгэл тэгсэн чинь маргаашд нь баг дуудагдчихсан шүү дээ. Тэгээ юу, тэгээ би МongolZ баг руу болонгод бад ахыгаа оруулж орсон. Одоо баг жил болох гэж байна уу? 6 сарын 1 жил бол. За өмнө тайзан дээр тоглож исэн тоглолтууд гэх юм бол би 22 оны лөө Nomadic Masters дээр бас тайзан дээр step arena тал тоглож исэн. Тэгээ сүүлд ESN дээр гарсан. ESN дээр тэгээ Nomadic Masters дээр хоёр Монгол тайзан дээр гарсан. Step arena анх удаа тайзан дээр тэгэл гарсан чинь step arena дүүрсэн. Тэгэл бааха хүмүүс гоё л байсан. Гоё юм гэх юм бол урагшаага ингээл үзэгчд рүү харангууд те ингээд яг манай багийг дэмжиж байгаа үзэгч нар жерсигээ өмссөн, MongolZ жерси өмссөн зүртэл гоё харагдал. Урам зориг аваал гэл. Одоогийн Nomadic Masters тэмцээний аваргыг авах юм бол манай багийн одоо олон улсын тэмцээний хамгийн том цом болохоор байгаа. Тэгээ авахыг гэж байна. Nomadic Masters тэмцээн дээр хамгийн чанга өрсөлдөөний гарах баг гэх юм бол Aurora юм болоо. Major дээр gaming gladiator хожноор статик хожигдсон. Бариулчихсан тэр ч тэгээд. Тэгээ сүүлд яриаг нь харахад бас амар л юм ярьсан байсан. Тэгээ эрэхт нь хандын дарамдаа. Өмнө дуусгаагүй юм а дуусгандаа. Ингээ миний амжилт гаргаа явж байгаатай холбоотой тийм яг цохоод хэлвэл баатахыг хэлчих. Уусаа баатахыг хэлээ. Амар түшигтэй штэ манайх. Тэгэл амар дуртай, хамт тоглогч дуртай тэгээд тоглосоор байгаа л. Тэгэл сүүлд баг магт ороод тэгээ стикер гаргацсан. Тэгэл за ер нь гоё байна да гэж бодсон. Би ч бас ер нь стикерээ гаргаад тэгэл гоё явнаа гэж бодсон. Тэвэрхүү юм. Ер нь баатахад л баярлалаа л гэж хэлнэ. Гэр бүлийнхэндээ хайртай шүү. Тэмээдээ бүр их хайртай шүү.
I started playing in 7 years ago. I just playing matchmaking, then update PC and playing Faceit. It's like I play with Norvi, these hubs, and we play together. And Overdrive invite to Academy team, and just step by step. It was like 2 years ago. We get bench with Norvi in Forza, and Norvi going to Aurora, and he tell me, go with me. 1 month I just waiting more invites, and I just said, okay, I will go with you. Let's go together play. I'm actually like it. He give good mid call, and he like actually I'm liking people, so friendly. About food, I can't say now because I'm not eating Mongolian food, but I will try. I like it. I don't know, we just need to back our form, good individual form, team form. We will try to play good CS and just watch how can we play. Thanks everyone for support. I love you guys. Cheer Mongolia.
my mind a lot. Don't need no time watch. I don't know how I got you in my pocket spot. Yeah, that's babe, miss you every day. You like my oxygen. Make it seem like the barging down. Got my heart no barging in. From the bed to the floor to the couch. Might wake the neighbors up. Break you in then break you out. In the end we gon' make a child.
Copy my steel. Face the fact that ain't no cap, I'm real. No cap, I'm real. The plastic bars from I copy my steel.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I do believe that we are in
Cheer Mongolia.
As yes, indeed, can see a bit of a yapper. No, I'm so sorry. Man. The intrusive thoughts won over 9-10, however, will manage to find the big two-piece here. Just a couple remaining for the Aurora. We have had a
4x3
slip. Norvi and Result left there, and it's Result that could really do some damage from this position. They're not going to expect him at all. It, unfortunately, is the case that he's not spotted the man behind him, but you can see knife out. You know, it should be an easy one here. Oh my, a little bit of work. Costs him a lot of ammo. And Mazzinho, if he gets this trade, which he will, goodness me, making me worry slightly, it should be all good, right? It's not going to be that explosive, game-changing moment. It is just Norvi remaining here.
It's tough. Young IGL, a lot to do. Not a hell of a lot to work with. And Spotter crossing. Good luck getting a bomb plant. He's going to stick it, though. I don't blame him. That is the win factor, but he's not giving it. Mazzinho denies. All in all, a good pistol. Out for the Mongols. I think Mazzinho's probably questioning how the hell did he get into hell? Because he can't have come from outside. He obviously can't have come from heaven.
Yeah.
So Mazzinho's probably thinking, when did he get past me?
I don't even think it was like the craziest 4x3 even. I think it was just pure timing in and around that headshot box on ramp.
All in all, thankfully he had no effect, right? I mean, he gets one kill, but doesn't have a bit more of a macro center style, but good start. Mongols on their opponent's map pick on the CT side, starting well. Going to be a force buyout for Aurora, but they can't bring a lot to the table. However, they've made some rounds like this stick. Mazzinho gets a ding, but it's not enough. Flack gets that first kill.
Blitz. Holding down here. Oh, got to be careful. I don't know that that's necessarily enough. Needed a bit more out of him. No, Dog. Do you just save here, to be honest? 4v2, you got an M4 and a FAMAS. Try and make something of those in the next round. Or is it so early on in the game that you might as well give it a go regardless? I'm not sure. It's kind of a tough call, but it looks really good for Aurora. At the end of the day, until Norvi gets caught out in the open, clear of the ramp area, but just too many spots to check with only two of you and no utility. It's really nothing, I would argue, that you could do.
Too many angles. No real idea about how Aurora is set up, and the force buy works again. Taylor's all his time in this series, it seems. Force buys have been very, very successful. But in the end, you'd expect Mongols kind of responding kind. They've got an M4 to work with, so at least they can have a sort of a hero rifle type setup, get a bit of util around there. Who knows? Maybe they could respond, but that's good. I think for Aurora, off the back of map number 1, especially the way in which it ended, it was a very, very bad T-side. There's no two ways about it. They couldn't get going. So to get an early T-side round out, find a bit of space down towards B-side, may I say, and just be able to give themselves a little bit of internal confidence, I think they'll take anything at the moment. For the Mongols, don't need to worry just yet. They will go for a force. They've got an MP9 in play, a couple of greater pistols, and of course that rifle saved from the round prior. So if they can get something working with this, then maybe there's a chance. They still haven't got that second outside smoke just yet. It now will plume. And Molotov comes perfectly timed. Will it spread? It won't. Oh!
Nice pickup from Blitz. Be a big deal if he gets his hands onto that gun as well, which I think is fairly likely for my money. Lackey, though, going to nade out the smoke and go through it. Big fight! Oh! That could be a massive deal. Techno comes round. Big damage from him. Bit of discipline shown here. 9-10 will fall to Norvi's lurking play. However, they're so very low. 3 versus 3. Deco has to do the heavy lifting.
Oh, man, that could be the difference maker. And it could actually pull them away from B, and it seems like that is the case. Senzu, though, going for a big flank. Techno looking to go back towards Heaven. So there's The play, swing, and a find. Blitz 1 for 1, but bomb spotted and dropped. So 40 seconds, it's a 2v2. They know where that bomb is. At the very least, Norvi so low, he might get tunnel vision. Oh no! Senzu can't finish his dinner, and Deco will punish, but they're going straight in towards Techno. What is this round?
Absolutely mental. Bomb will be retrieved, thank goodness for Deco. That's kind of one of the big things there. He's, of course, left incredibly low. Techno, yeah, second-guessing himself. He potentially should have flown down the vent. However, the nade will give the game away. He also makes a fair amount of steppage. Reading it correctly. Get swinging! Get swinging! Oh my! Techno nearly plays it a bit too safe even. A bit too much respect, but he will find it, will take it over the line, and the vacillation here begins again.
Yeah, back and forth the same way that Inferno started. Same thing we're getting, but arguably a worse round to lose here. For Aurora, just all over the shop, right? So many fights given away, so many kills, and of course one big glaring mistake there from Lackey, deleting his teammate. And yeah, put into a really tough spot, but good work from Techno. 2 kills at the tail end, and of course, denying Deco from that clutch. So you go back into the buy, you'd assume out for Aurora, you're kind of forced unless you want to really dip into it, but I think with the bomb plant, you're always going to force buy in. They do have a fairly okay buy. 3 AK-47s isn't too bad, and the main thing, of course, is having that util in support of it. I'll try and make it work, however. Looks like this time they want to hit that top side.
Minute 20 left on the clock here. Not a lot of movement. I think Aurora were hoping for a scrap. But the Mongols trying to take the game down a notch. Not the greatest map historically for this team, but again, we touched on this a little bit, and maybe we'll get to bask in this if it does come true, but is it potentially part of the game plan? Did they want to slip a nuke in here? Is it the map that they've been working on saving for the MESA Nomadic Masters? Maybe. We'll see here, of course, but at the moment, looks pretty good, I would say, especially if they can win this round.
910's heard this. He at least heard those steps towards Secrets. This has all been relayed over, and hence why Blitz goes looking. Good timing. Molotov comes down, and they can follow it in a second. Oh, it's a massacre. They could be going into more demise. Mackenzie swings for a double. That's important. Round on.
Kenzie, single door. Oh, could catch Mazzinho. He's got to be careful not to get caught out in the open. It's actually Techno that will fall, though, and leave the A-bomb site vulnerable. Where the heck is Deco going? Not expecting 9-10 at the very least. You know, it's an all-over-the-place kind of round. Hard to predict. And, I mean, on both sides, to be honest. But with the bomb being planted, yeah, 9-10 has a good chance of faking out the hold. Really well read. Even in my head, I'm like, yo, just sprint at that. Get the hold in. But no, he plays a very, very, very safe game. Baits him in. Easy kill. Secure the defuse. No rush. And a big turnaround there from the Mongols. Looked like they'd slipped that one, to be honest.
Yeah, that's good. That's good. Again, though, a bomb plant for Aurora, and now with their Lost Brothers, I think they're just buying again. I know it's a bit of a weird situation, but I think now that the Lost Brothers is building up, and now that they are consistently getting bomb plants, you can kind of make the argument for it because of how close these rounds are. But all in all, it's Mongols with a bit of an advantage. They're always going to go for that hero AK. So a little bit of upgrades in terms of the pistols, which is 1 AK on the back of Kenzie. I highlighted him coming towards this game. He is actually how they like to play around their nuke. I didn't see him get active. He had a pretty decent round there, but it wasn't enough to get them over the line. Kenzie, though, getting active, getting quick into the fight. Spotted one deep main. Spots him crossing as well, but can't punish.
Techno. On top here, could be pretty dangerous. Resolt's managed to sneak his way in, yeah. Catches a player reloading, little lackadaisical. Techno not really watching for it. But all the same, this B-bomb site looking pretty vulnerable here. Nonetheless, Mazzinho in a pretty good position. I kind of like it. He's a bit out in the open, but he's going to make it work somehow. Alive for 3. That is ridiculousness. Oh my lordy. 2 remaining here, but they are a bit split on that T side of things. And of course, the bombs build, as always, gonna be the difficult part. 9-10 with a clean finish. And that will be, again, another round that looked decent for Aurora that the Mongols can convert.
This is starting to get pretty damning now. Mongols are in a really solid spot. Individual stepping up. MESA does really well here. Isolating fights brilliantly. Little transfer. The pistol pulled out as well. Just add insult to injury. Beautiful work from the youngster. Having a really strong start to this game. All in all, this is already looking a little problematic. Aurora can buy now. They only had one hero AK, so they have the money to invest in maybe bar Kenzie. Might have to dip into a little bit of a lesser investment. I think we might be seeing a pause out here, and I probably wouldn't be surprised. Brennan going to get on the mic. I think for Aurora, absolutely a conversation needed for them. They're in a bit of a troublesome spot. This has been not exactly the most beautiful display out from Aurora because they're all over the place. They're trying to rush in towards fights and hope that things can work for them, and it's not. They're going to trust Kenzie with that AK. He couldn't buy, but Norvi will drop it over towards him, which I think is the right decision. I'll keep going back to it, but the way Aurora like to play this nuke is very reliant on Kenzie getting active on this T side. He is kind of the main focal point in terms of where they try and finish. Does like to go for these lurks, likes to go for a little bit of outside pressure on his own at times, and I think Norvi realizes that if they want anything to get going, he's on a bit of a heater, at least individually has looked okay, and that's probably going to be the issue. Mike issue is what we've got here, though, so...
I love we have like a relationship with the person.
Sorry, you don't have to
the
apologize, man. That's okay. That's all good. We still love you.
You could just put CS2 problem. We believe you every time.
Yeah,
it is a little problematic at the moment.
There's no way that we would know whether it was a CS2 problem. You could say you could quite literally put anything there, and I'd kind of be forced to believe you. It's the trust I've put in the system.
It's true, and it's relatively rare. You know what I mean? Like a lot of the time, we don't get a lot of comms on what's causing the tech issue. Maybe as commentators we would in our ear kind of thing. But
yeah,
it's a nice little touch to just keep the people updated. Because, you know, if it's like PC blown up, then you know it's going to be a while. So you could maybe go off and replenish your snackage and whatnot. But if it's just, you know, mic problem, just turn it on and off again, right?
Yeah, man. Just close TeamSpeak, open it again. You'll be fine. You'll be fine. And it looked like for Messinho, he was doing exactly that. He's kind of already preparing to put his headphones back on. So I think we'll be back underway momentarily. And we are. I can hear the timer. We're ticking back in, and here we go. 4-1 scoreline. Mongols on this CT side looking good. The second most CT side of the map. Oh, no, the most CT side of the map at the moment in the pool. Of course, it was Overpass, rest in peace. No longer in said pool, as we've sadly got dust too, but on this Veto, they're at least swinging into the site. That's aggro. Blitz for a double. Techno's flames will burn up Kenzie. And now, in a matter of moments, Aurora left down to 2.
Footsteps heard here as well. I think that the Mongols will be very much prepped for this end round in the way that it is potentially going to pan out. But Deco, making himself known, 2-piece. And a nice little reset on the round itself. So a 1v2 and a 1v2 doesn't sound as scary as a 1 versus 4. He's got that bomb, he's got HP, and he does have the drop. You know, they're really
a little nervy here.
Unconfirmed, yeah, with where he's at. I don't like it.
Yeah, they're maybe feeling it just a tad. Going down towards B. He's tempted. He's dipping the toes in the ramp, and yeah, he's now going to commit to the full swim down there, but Blitz, he's got a pretty good position in all fairness. Oh, time. Yeah, I think Deco might have an idea. He might have spotted a shoulder. Doesn't matter. Blitz swinging a find. Deletes Deco. And Mongols 5-1 now. 4 rounds in a row. It's not too bad, man. Not too bad. Aurora are struggling. I thought, you know, coming towards this on paper, we were talking about it, you know, in the pre-match. This felt like a really good kind of quote-unquote punish pick in the sense. It felt like a very good map in which Aurora can use to their advantage, but does feel anything but at the moment. For me, if they don't get at least 4 rounds on this T side, I'm worried. I'd like to see them get 5. At a bare minimum, that is.
Yeah, for sure. At the moment, yeah, the Mongols looking really effective. Down to another rough buy for Aurora to try and make work. Tech9 does separate the crosshair of Messinho quite effectively. That's all quickly traded out. It's Blitz outside that finds that all-important untraded frag. Messinho is still alive on ramp, so the ultimate threat of the Aurora round has been softened.
1-15 as well. Big old question mark about where they're going to play this. Then go back towards outside, and Blitz just continued moving forward. He might get caught in transition, and he will. Is it going to make a difference in the grand scheme of things? Who knows? But at least it's a gun picked up for Lackey and something to work with. And Deco, he doesn't realize he's crossed. The timing got the better of him.
Might hear him now jumping up and whatnot, but we'll see here. 3 versus 2 still looks pretty good. Mazzinho, had to win that. At the very least, maybe even survive here. Ooh, goes wide, trying to buy some time or take the frag with him. Can't really get out from that kind of a spot anyway. 9-10 down below quite early. Deco here's the door. Doesn't really have an awful lot of options available. Orp shot rings off and does miss. Now 9-10's got to be careful. That peek is so risky. Comes back round to finish it off. Smile on the face. And it is difficult. Aurora getting close, but it's those final few moments to get around over the line that just is not going their way.
Yeah, Blitz, super important double towards outside. And, you know, one of the most important ones was that Akenzie was trying to make a little bit of a play to kind of retake that control and maybe make a move. Blitz just continues going forward. A lot of teams, and, you know, we see a lot of, we kind of try like to compare the EU, the Asia Counter-Strike. A lot of EU teams find that kill outside and fall back, right? You know, yeah, you have deep outside control. Blitz continues going forward, and it works. Really well done. Resso, something that we've called upon. He's been a little quiet, especially by his standards in this series thus far, and hasn't really changed all too much here. As he gets a little bit of early door control, but he's met with a smoke immediately. Blitz going to continue moving forward, sees that smoke towards outside, and he tunnel vision in, and Norvi will delete him.
Big frag. Have to do something with it, though. This has got to be a converted round now for Aurora. Making their way downstairs as Kenzie will continue the aggression. Norvi does fall on the edge of a smoke. Ooh, my goodness. Trying to follow the traces on both sides of the equation. More of a sound thing when tracking an A1S, but all the same, do have to be careful with how you play your life. Result holding up top, drops down quite quickly, so maybe starts to give the game away of a B hit. Might not matter all that much. 9-10, missed shots. Back round for a repeat. They ain't going to give him the fights at the end of the day. Molly comes in deep. Sensu and 9-10 going to fall because of it. Just Techno immediately scoops up that AWP, immediately looking to get away. Aurora will confirm number 2.
Finally, right? That was 5 rounds in a row out for the Mongols, and they were absolutely snowballing to what could have been an even more dominant display than what we saw at the tail end of that first map. And thankfully, this is a bit of a conversation here out from Aurora, but always going to come back to it. It doesn't really matter if it's not consistent. If they can't find consecutive rounds on the board on this T side, it's not going to change the story. Techno, at the very least, has that AWP saved. There is that silver lining, I guess you could say, out towards the Mongols. And they do have, you know, despite the win that they're in, you know, kind of the lead and all that, they don't really have the most comfortable of funds across the board. So they're going to have to be maybe a little bit shrewd with the investments. I think whether you do buy around the AWP here and hope for a force buy, which is something that the Mongols do love and something they're very keen on, or do you play it a little more safe because you have rounds in arrears? I think personally, just because it's an AWP, I'd want to buy around it.
Yeah.
Try and get it active. 9-10's looked actually very good. We know Techno can wield it if he wants to as well. Buy around it. Try and make something work, because these force buys have been very good for the Mongols.
Yeah, for sure. And I think the thing with the AWP as well is you can make that work much more than you can an M4. It's a decent read, however, from Aurora. A pace change up. 4 kills, one of them being a friendly, but I think that might just do it, to be honest. They were stacked up and a bit ready, but a real test of your metal on the A setup. A lot of them caught sleeping with nades out, maybe. Not an awful lot of presence. Laid down by the Mongols, overwhelmed quite quickly, and unfortunately the AWP was nowhere to be seen. So, going to be a save, going to be an eco, and indeed, going to be a 6-4 scoreline before we see Mongols getting guns.
Maybe, potentially, a little bit of an X here, but yeah, Mongols aren't giving it. Especially that AWP, there's no point for 9-10. Don't risk it. The 5-7, I don't hate this. Get a gun. I mean, you actually might not survive here, in all fairness, but getting a kill, we'll take. He's dropping over his U-Tor. I think he knew. We knew he knew he weren't surviving that one.
That's so funny.
All in all, like you said, a tempo pace. A bit of a change up from Aurora. They go quick. They get into the fight, into that top site nice and quickly, and it works wonderfully. Right into it. And they just catch Mongols off guard, kind of beating their own game a little bit. Lackey goes through his teammate, but he gets the kill nonetheless. Second team kill from Lackey so far. One more, you're going to get kicked from the game, that is. Aurora up to a third. I said 4 is workable. Might be a chance here as well because it is a low buy now for the Mongols around that saved AWP. But it's the AWP that gets the opener.
Speedy again from Aurora. Trying to track set up, trying to return a frag. Would this be our first Zeus? Possible. Possible. Pretty nasty angle for it. Oh. Nah, he's not moving, is he? But he's coming back.
Go on, please.
Can't teasers like this. Someone's got to go at the very least. Don't just stand there for God's
You've got to respect the patience from both sides, don't you?
Surely Lucky. Oh my God, he's not even going that way. I was going to say, surely he's going that way as the round ends, but nope.
Good group
the
up.
door contact. I kind of like this as well, though. On a serious note, really nice little move. Lack of utility, lack of eyeballs on the spots. However, Heaven player might come in at the perfect moment for a return frag or a bomb denial. Bomb goes down. There's 40 seconds remaining. They get the trade. Still not too much panic just yet. Deco watching, looks away. Little awkward. Traded. Should have been, but he wasn't. Oh my, and he's like, what is this fly making noise in my ear? Turns around, finishes him off. 9-10 again, though, probably looking for a save.
They might hunt him, though. That's the only thing. They don't have the best money, Aurora, but I think it's pretty worthwhile to hunt here. The guys who are dead can reinvest in and probably even drop if you are Deco, but he might want to T-side AWP. It's not the easiest T-side AWPing on Nuke, but if anyone's going to make it work, it will be Deco. A bit more of a shotgun style, very aggro. Likes to kind of make his own look, so to say, but they're not for it. Going to go for a nice and simple exit out here through main, and now there's going to be a 4th on the board for Aurora. So they've hit my bare minimum. They've hit that 4. 5 would be nice. 6 would be brilliant. And on the T side of Nuke, on the most CT side of the map in the pool, you're going to take it every day of the week. It did start well, but unfortunately, it was all down to firepower, all down to that contact play. Lackey doesn't realize how smart he actually was, not going out for a hut. Even if he would have found the kill, it would have been just the inherent risk. He played a percentage game without even knowing what the odds were, and they were in his favor. And that is now game on. 6-4, 3 in a row out from Aurora. They're looking pretty damn good. Now, wouldn't mind a little conversation from the Mongols now. Get Mara on the mic. Get him just trying to settle the tone a little bit. They have a bye here. It's a level playing field once again. Their econ was shot, so they were in a bit of a tough spot. Now, not so much. They're buying back in. It's fine. Go back to winning ways. Go back to how they found 5 in a row. And put the pressure back on towards Aurora. It's going to finish off the half.
Alrighty, here we go. Of course, if you are maybe local to the area watching the English stream, do be sure to get those tickets for up.
Step Arena, come join us.
Yes, sir.
It's going to be sick. Apparently a pretty decent capacity as well. I think, I want to say up to 6,000 is the number I've heard.
Yeah.
I don't know if that is
It's
correct.
big. It's going to be loud.
It's going
to be loud.
Yeah, especially the Mongols make it as well.
For sure.
And right now with a map under their belt, good chances.
This round, though, anything
so
but the Mongols. Yes, Aurora have just kind of picked them apart, to be honest. Result making his way down the vent quite early on. Really solid look from him. Deco gets unfortunate with the look away. Ooh, this could get a bit weird. Lackey, not really spotted, but they've got the bomb.
He knows both.
Yeah, quick clear out from Mazzinho that there's no one outside. So they could just kind of rest on their heels a little bit here. Off angle from Mazzinho. Lackey indeed lackadaisical from him. Techno tries to creep in to get a frag. It's all going to be on to Mazzinho. This could get a bit weird, though, in and around the lobby. We've seen plenty of these before. He's checked a couple of angles. 35 seconds to retrieve that bomb, so more like 20. Might be a bit tight. He checks out behind him and prepares for the onslaught that's going to come his way. Not trained enough for the Result crouch peek. And they will indeed see off the crazy 1v5.
Only one round at it. 6-5, heading into the final round of the half. This is a decent recovery out from Aurora. An absolute necessity for a side who at one point were down in the dumps, 6-1 we were finding ourselves not all that long ago. What a difference, what a change we've had in the wins here in Ulsan. I don't know, man. Mongols have feels like they're taking their foot off the gas a little bit. 5 rounds is pretty decent for a T-side in most metrics, and it could even be them tying it up. However, 1-for-1 start things off.
Yeah, decent look. Sense will be happy that he does manage to find that trade. Fair amount traded back as well. Morby left. A little worse for wear, and it will be capitalized upon. Trades are there. Ooh. It is Kenzie who managed to creep in through the mini smoke. Lackey also kind of sealing this one in, to be honest. Mazzinho dealt with quickly, tried to throw himself into the mixer. Not going to happen. 6-6. So a run of 5 in a row coming through from Aurora. And the Mongols maybe dropping the ball ever so slightly, and, you know, a biting of nails, a nervousness spreads over them as they now move into this much tougher T-side.
Yeah, this is really actually looking a little dicey now. You can see it on the faces. A couple of forlorn faces there. They were, you know, they're looking and actually not only physically being the server, quite nervous in the way they're trying to take fights. They started off really well by taking super good control. They were more than happy to back themselves. And I don't know, man, that tail end, they look so tentative. You know, we saw especially when Aurora were constantly trying to attack via ramp. Mazzinho was so happy to throw himself into the fire, into the fights. And then it starts to kind of tail off a little bit.
Все, 4-3, ребята, играть. 4-2, 4-2.
Дым мейн хуёвый, прикройте меня.
Я дал дым.
9 фокус, никто не смотрит.
Все, у Сани еще есть молик, у Жеки дым, все охуенно, пацаны.
9 не играет.
Аккуратно 0 я дал. Авик и рампист.
Будку смотрю. Дым скоро кончится. Продлите дым мейн, парни. И пробейте спину.
Осторожно, будка.
Да, я на бомбе буду оставаться.
Bit of a mic up there. We're getting on the way in a minute in towards this second half. 6-all we find ourselves. Pretty decent game, has to be said, on a deco. This man on your screen. Top of the scoreboard in terms of the numbers, 11 to his name. Not too shabby. And honestly, the only guy across probably the entirety of that first half who was actually consistently decent. He was the only one in that, you know, when there was 6-1 down, the only one who was even competing, in all fairness, given these 1v2s, 1v3s a go. You know, odds were against him, and he at least made them close, but yeah, the Mongols, they had a couple of moments. They had a couple of guys who were making a name for themselves. Mazzinho was one of them, but he did peter off a little bit.
Yeah, it's true. It's a very weird sort of drop-off, I think, at the end of the day.
Is that a spider?
I think it's a spider. There's
little fluffy
lots
spider.
of eyes on it. I'll admit, I was looking over at our HLTV scoreboard just to sort of give me some context. But ultimately, yep, spider for good luck. Seems to be working. Maybe they have the spider strat. Either way, moving through into this first round of the second half. Aurora, can they pick up where they left off? Is the T side of Mongols going to let them down? Wrestle with some moves to get in there quite quickly onto the hut as fast as he possibly can. Julie's trained and ready. There is some presence outdoors for 9-10. They do quite like this. Send him off. Ooh, with a P250. Curious that is not a frag. I don't necessarily know that there was full drop-off for the P250 against no head armor. Kenzie comes around with his Julies, though. Mo's down 2. Resolt's got his. Looking good. There's absolutely no chance for Techno. Completely overwhelmed, and Aurora pick up the pistol.
This is now where things are starting to open that door back up about the conversations of a map number 3, because Mongols, for a while now, haven't been able to compete. It's 5 rounds in a row at the tail end from Aurora on that T side, and now this makes it 6. I mean, they take a lead. They should really get no bother, kind of an 8th here, but I would not be surprised to see that Mongols force by. The Tech9's worked on Inferno. Why not here? And what are we going to get? No, they're actually going to go for a little bit of a lesser investment. So they do want the rifles out early. This round, bit of a throwaway. Norvi, with that lobby crunch, gets the first.
Another one coming through as well. Lackey wants a piece of the action. He's going to get it. Ooh, dealt with, but all the same. Looking very good here. MP9 down is not the end of the world. And that will be all that is dropped. So a very quick second round, as to be expected. But Aurora's still getting in their heads a little. We'll see now for the Mongols. They have to find this rifle round. Otherwise, I think this game gets away from them, and we will indeed be going to Mirage.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think you're right. Be a very interesting map if we get towards Mirage as well. These two sides are sides that do like to and can rely on the individuals. Mirage is the Pugger's Paradise. It's a map in which is favored both regionally for these guys as well. I mean, can't really write a better story. Still not job done just yet for Aurora. It's a good start, but it's far from over. Guns are out for the Mongols. He needs to work with a Galil, but the early damage done towards said Galil in the hands of Senzu.
Yeah, not ideal. Not ideal. I mean, a rough game from him in general. But to have him softened in this round is okay. I was going to say not the best. Blitz, meanwhile, just goes flying in. Kenzie, though, perfect spray down there. But Blitz, what is he doing down here? He's running rampant, mate. One of his teammates can stay alive, but he's keeping them in it. 3 versus 3. Smoke down. Maybe space to get a bomb plant as well, but he's a bit alone. Doesn't necessarily want to go for it just yet. He's coming round. Forces him forwards. We just can't stop getting kills. Oh my God. Any more on the cards for this guy? We'll see. Bomb plant coming in from 9-10. Molly at the back end, but it's more of an open plant. There's Sensu. I was going to say he's on that lurking presence. When is he going to strike? What a wild round, but they make it work. Blitz comes round for 4. 3 of those on his own. And 9-10's a bit like, as if that worked, kind of look on his face. Yeah. But they'll take it.
It's a beautiful round from Blitz. I can't believe he gets away with even the first. Never mind.
I know.
Then adding
just
3
running in.
more. Yeah.
Like, you know, and running for the frag as well. And then the nade comes in. He's like, okay, I guess I got to get another kill. Otherwise, this nade's going to kill me. You know, just made it look so easy.
Yeah, he's just so hungry for the fight, and I love it. It works. See the 2 differences in Aurora. Kenzie, loud and shouting emotive. Deco, stone cold as ever. Reading him is tough. It's tough.
A hard game.
You know, like there's people who are professional, like, you know, like body language readers and whatever. Must be like one of the hardest people.
Yeah, I'm trying to neuro-linguistic programming.
Is that what they call it? Is that what it is? Yeah, oh man.
That's like the science. Yeah, there's a shout out TV references one time, I guess. A pretty good TV show called Would You Lie to Me with Tim Roth, who's a...
The comedy one?
No. Would I Lie to You?
That's a good one. That's a pretty good one.
Yeah. Well, I think it might just be called Lie to Me. I might have combined the 2 of them
Yeah,
together.
yeah.
Anyway, he plays a detective that knows when you're lying or something. It's pretty good, apparently.
She's like sweating your forehead or something,
Yeah,
or
yeah,
trembling.
yeah.
Touch your hair, that kind of vibe.
But Deco, he'd be a hard nut to crack, I tell you that much for free.
Absolutely. Back into the buys, both sides. Kenzie the first to fall, Senzu. We'll find him. Another smoke going to come over, but Techno more than happy to sit in it. Now, though, he's under a lot of pressure. As he has a Resso jumping out of the vent. No chance there for Techno. He did his job and kind of drew the attention over. And they have actually got outside control because of it.
Yeah, we'll see. This could get a bit weird out here. Double spray down.
Oh, that's
no,
beautiful.
not quite. It's Sensu that helps out, but, you know, the flash was good enough to allow them all that time to get the clean fights in. Mongol's back on the cards. Lackey the next to fall as Blitz again running rampant. Only for 1 this time, but he seems to be on his own mission. A man possessed. Result down below. No option but to save it here. I think they'll probably eco the next one anyway. So it for me is neither here nor there. I think activating a solo rifle on Nuke, pretty tough.
Yeah.
Maybe if they send it outside, something wacky could happen. But all the same, 8th round and maybe, quite probably, more than likely, a 9th round on the cards for the Mongols.
Yeah, they're going to have 1 rifle to work with, and maybe not even that. He's looking over towards that right-hand side. They know. Bye-bye. Blitz will see him off. His 2nd kill of the round.
Ooh. I heard some BM in my headphones.
I think I heard a little...
spraying of the dead body, potentially.
Couple of bullets in the ground. That talk about the mental game. And of course, for those who maybe haven't seen the wonderful MESA studio we have here in Ulsan, we have the... I don't know what you call it, but the glass that is not clear when the round's on, but goes clear.
Semi-frosted electronic...
Yes.
Clearing glass.
Yeah.
By itself at the end of a round.
Exactly. So it's automatic. Round ends, glass goes clear, so they can see each other. But of course, when the round's on, they can't. So, you know, you don't see if anyone's flashed or anything of the sort. Look at a stack towards Rampage. Hang on a second. There's the first. And the second for Deco. Okay. Making it something and a nothing, I guess. But all in all, firepower winning over. That's only a couple of consolation kills. But yeah, it does mean that those little kind of BM moments or, you know, they shout, they can see it. You can get in their head. You can win the mental game. And I think I even probably hazard a guess that it might even be closer than what the Pro League Studio one was. It's honestly like
on par,
4
if
steps.
not a little bit closer. We could measure it.
Well, yeah, why do we?
We were
yeah, but then again,
We were 1.5 chads.
1.5 chads.
Sponges.
Yeah.
You know. So we got to figure out how tall
is he?
It might be somewhere, or we might be able to drop him a DM.
I think he's similar height to me. I'm pretty sure. I think
Nah, I think he's a bit taller. Sorry.
I don't know. I don't think he is. You know, when I met him, I don't remember him being not noticeably. I know Machine is. We met both at the same time.
Right. But we'll see. Anyway, it was 1.5 about. So we could do. Well, 2 times quite tough. Me or you, probably.
Yeah.
You know, maybe Jordan. Either way, we'll figure it out for you guys. All right. And
I am average height for a UK bloke. Bang on. Even though it's a real loose term.
Great coat there, mate.
No, well, technically, it's what the stats say, so I'll take it all day.
Yeah, fair enough. Fair enough. You are a stats man in the end. 4v3, though, as we roll back into the action. Mongols briefly a 5v3, actually, in their favor. Flying off of Mini, looking for some outside presence.
Oh, Kenzie, nice find, though. Does he realize he's being wrapped? Doesn't matter. Lackey is here to support him. He's got to hit the shot, and he does. Nice find. At the very least. Now an opportunity. 3 versus 2. Numbers favor Aurora. But where are the last 2 is the question, because 910's making a little move, and he's really got to try and find a frag here. It's not the easiest. I feel like a lot of onus here is on Mazzino on that rifle, but A-site at the very least seems locked.
Oh, 910. Big find from him. Assault, though, like you say, the back vent, the contingency, and he will indeed deliver the round, potentially. Ooh, 910 kind of faking out a little. He sold himself a bit too hard. However, he nearly did get away with one. Just not going to happen. Low HP, tough angle. Pretty big find coming round. As Aurora will keep things close. As soon as they have an opportunity to get back on the board, they do. So definitely a slog going to be required here for Nuke. It's just a question of which way it goes.
True, it is. Even game. Once again, at the very least now, there's definitely conversations to be made about the T side of the Mongols. And actually, for the most part, the gun rounds have been better. They've won the bulk of them. Aurora have been kind of maybe bolstered a little bit by the pistol and that force afterwards. But since then, gun rounds have been good for the Mongols. So I don't think they should be too worried just yet. It's if Aurora start to chain a couple together. Mongols can buy back in, no issues. 910 gets his favorite AWP. Same can't be said over towards Aurora. Deco all just willed an M4. They've got a couple of AKs at the very least, which is okay, but Norvi only on MP9. There will at least be a little bit of a conversation prior to heading in towards this round here. Number 19. 9-all, anybody's game, but of course, Mongols have that added bonus of the map under their belt, so just a little bit less pressure on their shoulders.
Ooh, the nades. Little bits of damage. Not really the big chunks that I was looking for. It's Lackey that takes the first head. However, that could be a really big deal. Mongols trying to get cheeky. Kenzie just ready and waiting for that move. Really well read, to be honest. Sensu, however, they never expect the same play twice. That's what I always say. And indeed, it does pay off for that frag, but still a solid position here for Aurora to be in. Ooh, was there a spot there? Definitely was from Deco. Down goes 910. All going to be on to Techno 4K. And, well, he's got to live up to that name here.
He's in a really slow game as well. And it's not going to change here, in all fairness. He's been gone from the best man on the server to, I mean, arguably playing one of the slowest, sadly. He really has struggled for the Mongols here on Nuke. Kind of seems to be, at least for him, his kryptonite a bit. Those puggier style maps a little bit more because it allows him to kind of free roam. Nuke is very difficult. There's a lot of angles to clear, a lot of instances where you can be caught in transition and, well, then a 1v4. I'm not really expecting all that much out of him. However, back-to-back rounds on the gun rounds from Aurora does change the narrative a little bit. But are going to see a force, though. This is very risky. Lose this. If the Mongols, not only the Aurora find 11, they probably get 12 as well because your econ shatters. Then you're playing for overtime. At a 12-9 scoreline, this is kind of feeling like make or break.
Yeah, they've been on the tea time juice for sure. This is out of the left field. Oh, the nade. Oh, he's just crossed. He's just dipped in, and with Techno finding a kill, he could get a little freaky out here. I don't think Deco's going to respect how far down they are still on that AWP. It gives him a bit of leeway, and he will get across fast enough. And M4 might not have done it for him there. 4 versus 4, AWP down below, scares them off of that secret area, that back halls area. They have to go back to the drawing board. They're really banking a lot on getting that man down.
Kenzie got a little double stack. It's that alt vent position, which is so difficult. 50 seconds. AK dropped over to 9-10. A little bit more HP for him, so I don't really blame them. 40 seconds, though, to make a move. And a smoke in via Hart as well is going to slow things down. I mean, they really don't have too many options. And they're just hoping that they can group together and make things work, but Kenzie will get one. And also now that might shut them down, but Bazinio and 9-10 answer back at the very least. The old man player dead too. Heaven will come through with Lackey, will get his, but he won't deny the bomb.
Oh my goodness, this is so tense. Each little moment could result in a bit more. 9-10 getting close to the action though. Trying to isolate a fight somewhere. Lackey definitely known in towards Heaven. Flash comes in. Not much that he can really do with it. They're trying to draw all the eyeballs up top for Deco to do something, but it's not going to happen. And Mongols with the force buy, such a risk. And they keep making them work. It's absolutely incredible stuff.
This is the thing that's killing Aurora right now, is these force buys being converted. If it wasn't for that, they can probably take a very comfortable lead, all things, you know, and we were talking about it. Win that round there, get an 11 for Aurora, you probably get the 12th as well just by the necessity of there's no money. So, man, that is a seriously tough one to be losing. And now you yourself are in a low buy. Aurora, only a couple of Deagles for you to work with, whereas the Mongols have that full buy. Or leg on towards Deco. Lucky man still be alive. And not for much longer as he's caught by Senzu.
The big stack, though, 4 players on top of each other. Deagle at the back. Try and make them work. Try and make them sing. Get the fire out the barrel, as the skin would suggest. But there's not really too many players to run into here. Techno maybe a bit too passive. Has let one slip the net, but I think that should be all right. It's not necessarily the old Piranha, just a little shrimp in this round. I don't think he's really going to do too much damage.
He's been held as well. You'd hope the AWP can hit that shot. They're very, very slow here, Mongols, right? They're giving them a lot of respect.
They've also just laid down the law with a force buy of their own. They're maybe thinking in their heads, potentially, they try that. And if they've got good track of the economy, could have been. You've got 2 M4s, money-wise, you know, for Aurora, for sure. They definitely could have gone for something here.
Bomb will go down, and that should spell the end of it. 2 Deagles and a USPS, no armor, no kits, no util, so no real chance here. A bit of a throw around, sadly, for Aurora. And it will not really change anything for them. Heading in towards the tail end of this one, they're just going to keep on to what they've got. So, Mongols take back a lead. Just a brief spell on the rifles. Maybe there might be something at the tail end here. Senzu needs to be careful. Thankfully, has to support a blitz and 9-10 as well to make sure that's a flawless round for the Mongols. Now, they will take a lead 11-10. They're just 2 rounds away from map and series. Nuke felt like the punish, but it could come back to bite Aurora. A little bit of an unorthodox veto. And that could be the thing that cost them. They have struggled to find, basically since that 6-1 scoreline that we kind of saw built up, they answered back and we're thinking maybe that's it. They allowed Mongols in towards the game, and once they get going, they're tough to stop. That's not a bad start at all. Senzu Van's the first.
Yeah, man, I thought we'd flip over onto T-side and Mongols would really struggle, but they have impressed me greatly. And Aurora clearly caught off by what they are seeing here. And the chaos has been strewn right at the tail end. This is exactly where Mongols can kick you while you're down, you know what I mean? They just take the aggressive peaks, send in a man who's got a good spawn, such as Techno in this round, gets the drop on another and pretty much confirms it. It feels like, we'll see here though.
Oh.
Yeah, the responsive setup from Aurora actually, really great there. Deco finds one, the M4 comes in at the right time, but the re-peek is a bit too much. And the re-encroachment from the Mongols looks just as good. Lackey, all alone, really no mates, as the bomb gets planted.
Yeah, sadly, doesn't really have anything to add to this one. Making a move up. Realistically, I don't know. I feel like if he can, especially around the air, the M4, I think you've got to save this here. I don't think it's worth going to have a look in. Just keep hold of it. And that is what he's going to do. But even then, he's not going to have a lot of support in him. Fine, he might not even save it. He won't. Blitz sees him off. Oh, that might actually be the end. I mean, we're looking at this. There's no money to work with for Aurora. And they would have loved an M4. Just as something. Bit of a saving grace, and they're not going to be given that at all. Kenzie gets caught in transition towards outside, and then they just keep pushing the packet towards lobby. They keep trying to aggress in, and Aurora keep getting picked off. They gift the fight to the Mongols, and they're going to take them every day of the week.
Little moments, isn't there? They brought it back into a 3-on-3. Does Deco need to repeat? Probably not. Probably should drop back, actually. It feels like it's a lot of players, a lot of pieces of the Aurora side trying to win the rounds off their own back. And again, it just goes down to the DNA of this Aurora team. They like playing around the individuals, as they should, but you have to know when to sort of turn that down a notch or when to pull back. There needs to be a leading voice to just say, yo, 3v3, play safe, or, you know, some kind of protocol. The way I do it, I always just say, like, just live. Yeah. Right? Just give a man advantage, remind people of that, or say that it's even and say, just live. You know, really important to stay alive in this situation, especially on the CT side. Try and answer with some aggression to stay alive here. Sensu will melt down, at the very least a 1-for-1, but it looks pretty good for the Mongols to drop a player that early.
Yeah. Kenzie caught as well, one of the most important players on this side. The main outside anchor. Down already. The nade is good on towards Mazzino, and that's information gain too, as Wrestle dancing between outside of the timing play, and it might just catch him off guard. He might get caught, but 9-10 trained, and he'll pick him off. That's the numbers for Mongols. This could spell the beginning of the end. 4v3, and a double MP9 5-7 to deny. It matters worse. They've got no util left.
Yeah, that's a rough one though. That's sort of the game changing frag for sure. If that goes the other way, it could have potentially been 2, right? Mazzino a little low, quick dink lands, and bam, it's a 2K for the MP9, but not the case. 9-10 by the skin of his teeth. Will save them from disaster. 4 versus 3 to close this out. Looks very, very good indeed. The MP9 close to the action, maybe could find some good timing, but there's no need, with the Mongols having such a good spot, for them to give these frags away. Lackey does his best, he read it, but he couldn't starve them. However, AK retrieved here for Norvi. Could get a little chaotic at the very tail end of this round. Norvi not really wasting any bullets here, allows the bomb to go down, just trying to find a timing, but it's such a hard angle as Blitz is playing it so very well. 9-10, knows he's locked in towards the Tetris area, misses the shot. There is a kit. This could get a little weird. He knows exactly where both of them are playing from, so find the first, guessing the right side here as well. Clear out Heaven. Oh, he wasn't quite watching it, but Blitz will make it work. Taking it over the line, securing the 2-0, and indeed moving forwards in that upper bracket. What a game coming out from the Mongols, it has to be said. We are going to take a break, but there's plenty to get through there. Catch you on the desk in a few.
Скала 10. 3 улицы.
тайч шүү дээ.
Болгох таарч. Шар дотор байгаа. Би надад дайрсан баха.
Шар азараар хавагдаад байна.
Шар.
Азарис тавраагүй.
Шараар орчул яаж байна.
Аа би тэглээ. Би зүгээр урд алтайвлаа.
Азарис.
Найс.
Самгаас угсан.
Рап авахтаа. Вент галцаа. За би үүд вент харсан шүү. Тэр галцаа. Сайтнаар бомб шүү гардах. За. Үүд отох уу? Үүд таа. Би зайлаа синзөө. Тэг зайлцал.
Эсийн зайлуулчлаа Азараас.
Ерөн секретär даасах. Бомб сайтнаар шүү. Нэг нь бат үлдээр.
All right, back here once again with Techno. I feel like we're making a fairly regular thing of this little catch-up. But again, congrats on the dub. Another one in the books for the Mongols. A little bit tougher on that second map. How'd things go on Nuke?
The start after the Nuke, we were winning we were winning at the 6-1. And there's some little bit individual mistakes, and we were a little bit struggling, But however, we managed to win it,
Indeed. So 2-0 today, solid stuff, of course, across the board. And what that means basically is you are the first team now that is confirmed into the arena. You don't have to play tomorrow. You go straight through to Saturday. Obviously, that's got to be a pretty good feeling. And now you know you get to play in front of the home crowd.
Yeah, of course, it's an awesome feeling for us and awesome feeling for the Mongolian people,
I mean, speaking of that, have you got anyone that's going to come along and support? Because I believe this would be, at least in the terms of the big international events, one of the first opportunities that you have and your team has to play on home soil in front of maybe your family, your friends, and that kind of thing?
Yeah, of course. This time will be more comfortable for us. Yeah.
All right, so you've already gone through Game and Gladiators. You've now gone through Aurora. Is there any other team in this competition that you're afraid of? We on the English broadcast think Bleed versus Mongols might be the grand final. What do you think about that?
Maybe the Bleed will be Bleed match will be maybe interesting because of the Aurora. We were never played each other against, Yeah.
Indeed, should be an interesting one. We'll obviously have to look forward to the arena before we get there. But again, thank you, Techno, for the chat, and we'll hand it back over to the desk.
2-0, 2-0, 2-0. Seems like that's going to be all we're going to have from the Mongols, but Aurora, unfortunately, are going to be the ones knocked down to the lower bracket. Boys, Aurora looked pretty good, actually, all the way through. What happened there?
Yeah, honestly, I think when you look at it, even in terms of just like a scoreboard type of thing, they had the individuals. They had moments where they were playing really well. I mean, I kind of called upon him coming in towards the game. I think Kenzie still played really well. We had a lot of impact. CT side outside rifling, very solid. The T side revolves around him, and he did well. Deco had really good moments. I mean, when they were 6-1 down, the only one competing was Deco. However, the big thing that was the thing across both maps was the game plan was pretty dire. I just felt like they never really had an understanding or read of how to stop the Mongols.
Yeah, I think there was something in there from the Mongols as well, right at the tail end. They kind of pulled out this sixth gear, right, that you have to be able to tap into if you want to be a top tier team, that you have a little bit saved for when the game is super close like that, And they were just running in and pulling out these sort of classically Mongols rounds, getting blitz in the mix, and Aurora just had no answer. Comms broke down massively in those moments.
So the immediate question that I have is we've got the scoreboard in front of us, right? We see Nori on 10 kills, we see Blitz on 20 kills. Then I hear you coming in over here now and saying, well, you know what? It was really a game plan difference coming in as well. So when I see the IGL head-to-head, both in game plan and in duels, are you basically saying Norway's just got a skill issue?
I think, arguably, that's actually not even a bad way to put it, right? I really think, for me, the big thing I think that is the issue with Aurora, and we mentioned this a lot in towards that Inferno, but you still saw it happening towards Nuke, is out the gate they make a call, right? If plan A fails, they really struggle to find a plan B. They really struggle to kind of adapt on the fly, and it really feels like, for me, the mid to late round is actually where Aurora do their worst work. Their early round's fine. They slow things down. They have good ideas, but when it falls apart, when the plan doesn't quite work out, they then just seem to fumble a little bit and they get a bit scared, and that's where Mongols were constantly punishing them.
But the thing is, Skriv, I'm also thinking, over here in this situation, Aurora, forcing Mongols to be the one who ban out Vertigo and everything, they wanted this to go to a nuke. They chose not to make this a Mirage over here. Is this something that you think they're regretting right now? Because Mongols just looked like they were fantastic.
Yeah, there was an angle in there that we had, didn't we, on the cast, where it was like, is this maybe part of what Mongols wanted? It looks like from a flat stat sort of position that it's a punish, but not really the case, at least here today. You have to take those kinds of things with a pinch of salt. I think they will be, a little bit surprised by the way that this has gone down, a little bit disappointed in themselves, because ultimately it was a very, very winnable map for them, I think, coming into this.
Well, listen, I've got to talk about the player of the match a little bit, and there's a lot of candidates, so I'll let you guys take a guess. Don't look now. I
can't lie. Do you want to guess? I mean, this one felt like pretty easy for me.
You can see it now. Come on.
No,
I haven't looked. I haven't turned.
Skriv, let's go.
I want to say 9-10.
Spot on.
I
feel like this one was written in the stars, though. That first map was super solid from him, but actually on Nuke, he did a lot of good work with a rifle. I actually like what I saw from him. He really got in the thick of it. At times, you see T-side players who are AWPers actually struggle to get involved. Thankfully, that wasn't the case for either of them. Deco was very good on the T-side, so was 9-10, but they actually used them a lot in the late rounds, and that's where I think he showed a lot of his best work. He's so reliable, right? Mr. Consistent. There's a reason why we head-to-head, both of them coming into it, because they're late-round merchants. That's why they step up and show their prowess, and 9-10 for me, especially when he was called upon, he delivered. It's simple as that.
The issue is, it feels like anyone on Mongols who was called upon did deliver, right? We had Techno obviously in the first map. Yep. We've got 9-10 and Blitz over here in the second as well, putting in a show, putting in a performance. Was there anyone that you think Aurora called upon who didn't deliver? Because again, even if Norway was on the lower side, Skriv, it feels like that's the IGL, right? Not everyone can be a Blitz.
Yeah, sure, right. That's generally the conventional way that it goes. That your IGL struggles a bit. Maybe he struggled a bit too much, if you want to be pedantic about it on map 2, especially. I wouldn't have said so, to be honest. I think the first map there wasn't much in it from the entire squad. No one really popping off. Little bit of dead weight maybe, but then they didn't perform that well. Less than 10 rounds. Into the second map, it felt like they had all the pieces there, right? So I kind of want to say no. I think with it being that close, it is down to sort of your clutch moments, really.
Well, let's find out the head-to-head as well, because obviously it's going to be down to a lot of that. A couple of the very influential players coming through over here that did actually have a big impact into this game. Result not necessarily coming in with the most impact into Inferno, obviously. Nuke's one of his best maps, and he looked good over here as well. Blitz has always been good on Nuke, so I think it really does come down to the quality of the kills over here right now, because it feels like Blitz is just coming in and delivering so much impact.
The big difference is that word there, impact. The kills that they were getting, Result was getting a lot of kills that were basically didn't really add anything to the round. They were exit frags, or they maybe catching people in rotation, but they weren't really the biggest difference. For me, when you look at Blitz, it's the way in which he can, make a lot of space for his team. He can crack open sides. He actually is more than happy to die for the team, and I kind of like this sort of relentless aggression that he can bring. However, he can also slow things down, play a little bit more methodical approach. Of course, his mind for the game is so good, and you can kind of see the difference. Result, numbers-wise, did not too bad. Top of the scoreboard for his team. I think it was 18 kills in the end, but when you look back at it, we're sitting here. Do you remember any of them? No, right?
Yeah,
but Blitz,
yeah.
we can remember multiple rounds of this guy where he single-handedly pulled them together.
I remember an Olaf Meister flick. I don't remember a Deco shot. That's true. Let's take a look at the bracket, though, guys, because obviously we're going to be going into the next phase. Mongols, however, are moving forward. They will be in the upper bracket final. That'll be in the Ulaabatar Arena, Steppe Arena, and make sure you guys are coming in to that one June 1st and 2nd. If you are in or nearby Mongolia, go ahead and buy tickets for that. You can find out all the details on mesa.hq on Instagram or mesa_gg on Twitter. In the meanwhile, though, guys, we're going to continue on the Mongols conversation for one more second while we're back on the brackets, guys. Mongols have now gone 2-0, 2-0. Mongols have not really been tested. What do we need to see from a team to take it to the Kings?
It's a big question, but think about this, right? When we look at how we spoke about this entire tournament and we sat back, who did we both put 1 and 2? Mongols bleed. And the fact that they're going to be potentially an upper bracket final really means that we can see them even potentially play twice, right? In the arena, which could be really, really sick. But I think now the big question mark is, can anybody stop this side? I think Mongols are on an absolute tear. Home crowd advantage, without the crowd. I'll imagine them with it. In the Steppe Arena, can seat thousands of people. We might even get thousands of people. This is how cool this can be. arguably they'll only upgrade when they've got the crowd behind them.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that is going to be the case. They've played a very, very good couple of games. They absolutely smashed Gaming Gladiators, who were in position to be smashed. And then the Mongols, of course, getting the 2-0 over Aurora, I think was unexpected. You know,
Sure.
we felt like that one was going to go to 3. It was very close on Nuke. It should have gone to 3 in Aurora's eyes, right? They were definitely in a winnable position. Inferno, you could say, maybe not so much. So the fact that they've been able to kind of bring out the best of themselves in a couple of different situations, looking very, very strong across the board, I think sets them up for a fantastic arena performance.
Well, there's one more step to take before we can step into the Steppe Arena, and that is going to be tomorrow. We have got 3 more series. It'll be Atox Esports versus Bleed Esports, Gaming Gladiators going up against Linvision, OG versus Chengiz Warriors. All that action will be coming to you tomorrow. But before we can go to all of that action, guys, give me some quick thoughts. Very quick, 2 sentences at most. What's your series for tomorrow?
I don't care. Mongols in the arena. That's all I care about. I can live, say a happy man. No, but realistically, I'm actually very interested. Linvision, Gaming Gladiators. Gaming Gladiators looked awful. Linvision, while we may have seen them as one of the worst teams in terms of our rankings, that's upset potential on the board there.
Scriv, give me another one.
Yeah, I'm agreeing with the Linvision side of things. I think that they could definitely pull an upset. I think we need to see a little bit more out of Bleed. They struggled ever so slightly today. Still got the 2-0, but it was a very close second map, of course.
All right, so we've touched on pretty much every single series except for one. Remember, guys, we've got a lot of action tomorrow, and they haven't talked about the series. I'll talk about it. All you need to care about it is Chengiz. It is the Zilkan goat, and he'll be coming here, hooving his way all over Mongolia. Let's find out what that has in store for us. Find out tomorrow. Come back here. All the action still to continue.